This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Ningdu is still alive. After the orphanage imprisonment incident on planet F324 broke out, the residents of the entire F324 realized that there were so many filth hidden on their seemingly poor and beautiful planet. 300 orphans, who should have been raised well by the orphanage, were imprisoned because of the director's greed and finally starved to death. Except Ningdu. She is 16 years old this year. She was born in this evil orphanage. She knew that she was not well fed and clothed since she was a child. So, in order to survive, she tried all kinds of ways to make herself eat more, drink more, and save more money. It is definitely not allowed to make money in the orphanage, so Ningdu can save as much as possible and take advantage of it. Over the years, she has saved a lot of hard currency and nutrient solution among the orphans in the orphanage. I wanted to sell the nutrient solution to make some money in case I was kicked out of the orphanage when I became an adult, but I didn't expect that things would change faster than planned. The director was crazy and thought the orphanage was too expensive, so he picked 300 orphans, huddled them in a room, didn't give them food or water, and let them fend for themselves. A few years ago, in order to promote the kindness of the orphanage, the director even asked the media to report that every orphan in their orphanage had a single room to live in. At that time, the orphans who were used to living in a large bunk bed were ecstatic because they had their own independent space. Who would have thought that in the end, this single room would become a nightmare for the 300 orphans who were imprisoned? Ningdu's single room stored hundreds of nutrient solutions that could not be sent out, so she had to digest them herself. From being imprisoned to being discovered and rescued, she survived for more than half a year with those nutrient solutions. Once she came out, all the neighbors starved to death, but she was still alive. Ningdu became a legend. But before that, she was still a 16-year-old boy. As a teenager, you have to receive education. The official physical examination robot of F324 shook its head after examining her body. It's a pity, Ningdu. The robot turned to Ningdu, who had just come out of the inspection cabin. Your qualifications are very mediocre, and you cannot enter the military academy in this area to contribute to the fight against interstellar strange beasts on F324. The following are other cultural schools. In view of your tenacious spirit of survival in this accident that has moved tens of thousands of people in the Galaxy District, you can choose any cultural school in the Galaxy District for admission. As he said, the robot displayed all the cultural high schools in the Galaxy District on the air screen. Ningdu was dazzled by the choices, and was a little confused about what to choose. Suddenly, a question jumped into her mind and made her sober up. Will I get subsidies for going to school? Of course, all the schools you choose will be exempted from all the school fees. Among them, Chunghwa No. 1 Art Middle School will subsidize 40,000 star coins per semester. Xinghua No. 1 Science and Technology Middle School will subsidize 30,000 star coins per semester. Mincy Middle School will subsidize 20,000 star coins per semester, and the rest of the schools will subsidize 10,000 star coins per semester. Oh, by the way, the best cultural high school in this area, Philosophy High School, will subsidize 500,000 yuan per semester. 500,000. Ningdu's eyes lit up. How much nutrient solution can this buy? She was immediately excited and said, "Is it okay for me to choose Philosophy High School?" Of course, you can choose any school that corresponds to your qualifications. Okay, then this one. Hey, isn't this the only surviving child in the orphanage case? As soon as Ningdu finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a bright and beautiful government uniform came forward, and under the gaze of all reporters and microsynchronous players, he held Ningdu's hands affectionately. "I'm sorry, Ningdu, I'm late, and I'm also very sad about this case." As he said this, he even choked up. Ningdu's eyes widened. "Who are you?" "Oh." The man was flustered for a moment, and immediately let go of her hand, and solemnly introduced to her, "I am the District Chief of the Galaxy District of Planet F324 of our Federal Interstellar Republic. My surname is Xiao, and my name is Wang. You don't have to be restrained. It's okay to call me by my name." "Oh, hello, Xiao Wang." Ningdu was puzzled for a long time, and finally said it out. "Haha, this kid seems to have a heavy accent." Xiaoli smiled at Ningdu again. "Did you grow up here?" "I grew up in a local orphanage." "Didn't you watch the news?" Ningdu asked back. Xiao Wang, "Are you from here?" Xiao Wang, He really wasn't. "Oh ha ha ha, this kid is quite humorous." "Indeed, how can a kid who has persevered from such a dark and difficult orphanage to this day be an ordinary person?" "Citizens, Journalist friends, our Inha district government assures everyone that we will give Ningdu the best life and education guarantee in the future. We have decided to select a suitable school for her to choose based on her physical condition, and we will definitely train her to become a pillar of our F324 star in the future. Xiao Wang faced dozens of microlive cameras with great enthusiasm and made a vow in front of the public. Then he turned to the robot beside Ningdu and said to it very seriously, Xiao Feng, as a professional training robot, you have sorted out the physical condition of Ningdu, right? Yes, Xiao. District Chief Xiao. The robot Xiao Feng said immediately. Well, very good then, you have also selected a suitable school for Ningdu Tongxian, right? Xiao Wang asked again. Yes. Has Ningdu already chosen her favorite school? Yes. Very good. Xiao Wang nodded to Xiao Feng with satisfaction, and then said, Come on, Xiao Feng, face our media cameras and all the citizens of F324, and announce your results. Xiao Feng turned his round metal head to the countless pinhole cameras, and said in a clear voice, Okay, now I will announce the results to everyone. Since Ningdu's physical examination report shows that she has a poor physique, we have selected cultural high schools in the Galaxy District for her to choose to study. After careful consideration by Ningdu, she decided to enroll in Philosophy High School. Applause! As soon as Xiao Feng finished speaking, Xiao Wang clapped his hands and shouted, Okay, then congratulations to our Ningdu for enrolling in philosophy. As he was speaking, he suddenly stopped talking. Wait a minute, Xiaofeng. Xiao Wang was stunned for a moment, then calmed down and asked Xiaofeng in a low voice, Which philosophy high school did you say she chose? Yes. Is it that philosophy high school? Yes. Is it the philosophy high school that our education department subsidizes 500,000 star coins per semester? Yes. How can that be? Xiao Wang shouted excitedly. This shout shook countless micro cameras present, and then pointed at him. Xiao Wang reacted immediately, his brain worked wildly, and then calmed down and said to the micro cameras, Ha ha ha, don't be nervous, citizens. It's not that I don't want Ningdu to enter the philosophy high school, but I think everyone should think about it. Ningdu was able to survive the 206 days of imprisonment without food and water in the dark. She is the only survivor among the 300 orphans. How could she have a poor physique and only be able to enter the cultural high school? Xiao Feng was stunned, but she is very poor. Oh, Xiao Feng, tell me, how much effort have you put into the orphanage case these days? You must be tired. Even a tired person can make mistakes, let alone a robot. Xiao Wang said again. Xiaofeng. But one of the reasons why robots were created is that they don't get tired like humans and make mistakes. Xiao Wang, Xiaofeng. You must have made a mistake in the test. Our classmate Ningdu's physique is definitely not that bad. Come on, Ningdu, please lie down in the test cabin again. It will be fine in a while. Xiaofeng watched Ningdu enter the test cabin and said, I'm right, robots won't make mistakes. Check it again, quickly. Xiaofeng turned around reluctantly and tested Ningdu again. Beep beep, the test cabin was finished. Xiaofeng took the test report. The report shows that her physique is poor. I'm right, community leader. You tested again. Xiaofeng had no choice but to test it again. I didn't test it wrong. Xiao Feng said again. Test it again, test it again. Ding, the result came out again. I didn't test it wrong. That can't be possible, you tested again? Xiao Wang was sweating. Xiao Feng wanted to curl his lips, but his face was only designed with smiling lips. He got angry when he thought of this. He pressed the test button loudly, and then took another report in his hand. There must be a problem now. Xiao Wang was full of expectation. Xiao Feng wanted to curl his lips even more. I didn't test it. He was talking, but suddenly stopped. Then he used his multi-precision eyeballs to carefully read the test results, and then repeatedly tested Ningdu many times. I tested it wrong. He finally concluded. Look! Look! I said so. Ningdu is a gifted student. How could he possibly go to a philosophy? Oh no, cultural high school. Come on, Xiaofeng, show us your test report and tell us which school Ningdu is suitable for. Xiao Wang excitedly pushed Xiaofeng to dozens of pinhole cameras. Xiaofeng held up the test report and quickly said, Sorry, everyone, I made a mistake in the test before. After repeated testing and changing the test methods, I concluded that although Ningdu's physique is ordinary, it has just reached the admission standard of the military academy, and can directly enter the only military academy in our district, the Galaxy Military Academy. Congratulations. Congratulations to you, Ningdu. Xiao Wang cordially invited Ningdu out of the test cabin and held her hands to congratulate her. Ningdu was confused after hearing what happened. So, I changed to a military academy? That's right. Ningdu, you should know that there are very few people in the entire galaxy region who have the physical conditions to meet the qualifications for military academy, and you are one of them. After entering the military academy, you will give full play to your strengths, and will surely soar to the sky, and become a rare pillar of our Federation. The life and death of the Federation, the future development, all depend on you. After Xiao Wang's words, Ningdu felt lighthearted, but despite this, Ningdu still did not forget to ask one thing. How much is the subsidy for one semester at the Galaxy Military Academy? When Xiao Wang heard it, he was unfathomable. Ningdu, you don't know that the Galaxy Military Academy is the only military academy in the entire galaxy region with the highest subsidy. Ningdu, it sounds like something is wrong. It's a full 5,000 star coins. Xiao Wang said excitedly again. Ningdu, Her face darkened instantly, and she stared at Xiao Wang. Ningdu, go to the military academy and train well. Food and accommodation are provided there. It is the best place for talents like you to develop. Oh, by the way, this is my personal contact number. Please remember it. Xiao Wang patted Ningdu's shoulder happily. Ningdu looked at him. But I don't have a computer. Oh, it's okay. Our district government has thought of this a long time ago and prepared it for you. Xiao Wang said, taking a box. Ningdu waved his hand quickly. Oh no, the government has helped me too much. You said before that you would buy me the latest K83 top-end computer produced by Galaxy Little Genius. I refused many times. Why did you buy it for me? I really don't need it. The government is too worried about me. In fact, just send it away casually and buy a cheap one. As she said, she turned her head and looked at the pinhole cameras in front of her. Xiao Wang listened, and his hand holding the computer box froze in place. Then he silently put away the cheap model computer in his hand. Meeting Ningdu's gaze, Xiao Wang smiled grimly. Ningdu, how can you not accept the kindness of the district government? Wait a minute, your optical computer will be here soon. It didn't take long for Ningdu to put on the top-end optical computer. Ningdu, can you save my number now? Xiao Wang still smiled ugly with an ugly face. Ningdu nodded, and swaggered to save Xiao Wang's phone number in the top-end optical computer. By the way, note Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang saw it, and his mouth twitched. Chapter 2. Then he smiled again and said, Haha, just save it. Remember, Ningdu, don't contact me if you have nothing to do in the future. Oh no, don't misunderstand me. My meaning is, if Ningdu has something to do, you must tell me as soon as possible. Ningdu, Okay, that's it. Li Feng, take people to send Ningdu to school, and the others go back. At Xiao Wang's command, the staff of the district government began to move. The team escorting Ningdu also set off. Ningdu, why don't you go back to the orphanage to get your luggage first? Captain Li of the escort team said to her again. Ningdu thought for a while and sighed. Alas, I don't have much luggage to take there. Don't be so depressed. After all, this is the place where I have lived for 16 years, and this orphanage is going to be demolished. You can take anything inside, so bring back some memories. Captain Li persuaded her again. Ningdu nodded and finally walked into the orphanage. A team member looked at her back and couldn't help saying, Captain Li, didn't the district government say that we have to help her move her luggage? It's not good to wait here now. Didn't you hear what the girl said? There's not much luggage. She can just take a few and come out. We don't have to go at all. Captain Li sat leisurely on the hovercraft. Then we have nothing to do? The team member was surprised again. Captain Li said. Captain Li is really good at choosing tasks. At first, I thought it was troublesome to send this girl to school and move for her. Now it seems that this should be the easiest task we have ever chosen. Captain Li is wise. The team member said happily again. What else? Captain Li was full of pride. The entire escort team had completely lost the desire to help Ningdu and began to lie down and do nothing. But gradually, they always felt a little strange. Why did Ningdu not come out for so long? The flowers were about to wither. Why hasn't this girl come yet? Maybe there is something she wants to take, but she can't find it for a while, so it's taking so long. Then I have to pray that she can look for it for a while. After all, it's not easy to get paid to lie in the car and play with the computer. After the team member finished speaking, he lay down again. But as soon as he lay down, he heard another team member say, The girl is here. Ningdu is here. Ningdu was seen carrying a luggage bag and slowly walking towards them. She finally came. The team members looked at each other for a few times, and finally decided to pretend and choose a representative to come forward and help her carry the luggage bag for 2 steps. No, really no. Ningdu refused. Hey little girl, you're welcome. You are under special care of our district government today. The district government said that our escort team must not only send you to school safely, but also help you move your luggage. It's my duty, don't be polite. Ningdu hesitated when he heard this, and then said, actually, what I mean is that you don't need to help me move this. Team member, ? There are a few more behind, they are too heavy, I can't move them, can you help me? Ningdu said again. The team member patted his chest and guaranteed, that's no problem. Then they found that there was a problem. Didn't this little girl Ningdu say that she didn't have much luggage in the orphanage? Then how did she pack a mountain of luggage? Each of them was big and heavy. Several members of the escort team carried her luggage back and forth, and began to regret following Captain Lee to choose this mission. This little girl is really tormenting. I'm not saying anything about the little girl. Why don't you ask us to move the entire orphanage to your school dormitory? Looking at the pile of luggage, the team members finally couldn't help it and said breathlessly, Ningdu, she wanted to. Thank you, Brother Wang. Brother Wang, you look so handsome when you sweat. Thank you, Sister Lee. Sister Lee, the muscle lines on your arms are so beautiful. Thank you, Captain Lee, when you helped me move the luggage, I really felt that you were as reliable as a father, really. Hurting to help Ningdu carry all the luggage back to the dormitory. Several members were tired and unconscious, but after hearing Ningdu's praise, they suddenly felt that they were not so tired. Alas, he is always a miserable child, without a father or mother, living in an orphanage, and suffering inhuman treatment. You will definitely achieve great success if you train well in the military academy in the future. Come on, I hope you will become a better person than our guard team in the future. The guard team members encouraged Ningdu, and finally left. But when they went downstairs, they saw many other volunteers, who came to help the freshmen carry their luggage. It was normal at the beginning of the school year. But when the volunteers who helped carry the luggage left, they all held a glass of water or drink given by the students. Oh, Captain Lee, why don't we buy some water to drink? I'm a little thirsty. A team member suggested. Captain Lee nodded and said, indeed, I am a little thirsty. Let's go buy some water. As he spoke, a group of guards walked towards the vending machine in silence. Although I was satisfied with drinking water, I still felt something was wrong. It was weird. After moving, everything was settled. Ningdu lay on the bed in the dormitory, emptying his mind. Then the dormitory management robot knocked on the door and came in. Ningdu, I will stop here to talk about the regulations and precautions related to accommodation at the Galaxy Military Academy. Is there anything else you need to ask? The dormitory management robot stood in front of Ningdu and said in a serious tone. Ningdu looked at it. The dormitory management robot said again, just say what you want to say. I am the dormitory management responsible for your A6 dormitory building. I have the responsibility to provide you with all-round services, so don't be shy. By the way, you can just call me Xiaomei. Oh, I just want to ask, how is the accommodation fee calculated? Ningdu asked again. Xiaomei replied kindly, the accommodation fee is free, Ningdu, don't worry about this. That's good. Ningdu patted his heart. But you have to pay for water and electricity, classmate. What? Ningdu was alert. But don't worry, the water and electricity fees in our school are very cheap. 1 unit of water and electricity only costs 0.015 star coins. Xiaomei said again. 0.015. Ningdu silently recited this number. She calculated that military school students generally use 1 unit of water and electricity per day, which means 0.015 per day, 0.15 for 10 days, 0.45 for a month, and 2.25 star coins for a semester of 5 months. The subsidy she received for coming here to study for a semester was only 5,000 star coins. Ningdu started to feel uncomfortable when she thought of this. Xiaomei looked at her confused and asked, classmate, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Ningdu, nothing, just my stomach hurts a little. Oh, stomachache? I saw you move the dormitory all day, you haven't eaten yet? Xiaomei hurriedly said, the student card is also embedded in your optical brain, Ningdu, you can go to the cafeteria to eat. The food in our Galaxy Military Academy cafeteria is very cheap, much cheaper than outside. Normal students only need to spend 1 star coin for a meal, which is only 3 star coins a day. What? Ningdu choked again. If it costs 3 star coins a day to eat, then she will spend 90 star coins a month, 5 months, that is, 450 star coins for a semester, Ningdu felt pain again. Classmate, what's wrong with you? I detected that your vital signs are not stable. Is it really a stomachache? How about I take you to the infirmary and ask the infirmary to give you 2 nutrient solution to relieve your stomachache? Xiaomei asked again. Ningdu, is the nutrient solution free? Xiaomei, of course. Ningdu covered his stomach and looked like he was about to die. Then let's go quickly, I can't hold on any longer. Okay, I have sent the infirmary registration information to your brain. Please confirm. Our school's medical treatment is very cheap, only 3-star coins per time. Ningdu, what's wrong with you? Xiaomei was about to use the mechanical arm to pull Ningdu up from the bed, only to see Ningdu suddenly sitting upright. She looked calm and said to Xiaomei, "It's okay, I'm fine." Xiaomei, After the dormitory manager Xiaomei left, Ningdu became more aware of the seriousness of the problem. When she was in the orphanage, although the teachers and principals were all perverts, she didn't have to spend money on anything. But now, in this place, she has to spend money everywhere. It was a mistake. She shouldn't have agreed to the government to come here to study. Chapter 3. What are you thinking about? The next day was Ningdu's first day at Galaxy Military Academy. In the first mecha theory class, Ningdu was brought back to his senses by the theory teacher Su Ximing. Ningdu then collected his thoughts and slowly stood up. Where are your books? Su Ximing looked at her empty desk and asked again. Ningdu, It's not that she didn't want to buy them. Yesterday she checked the price of the theory textbooks for individual soldiers. A book costs 10-star coins. A second-hand one costs 8-star coins. You didn't get in through a formal exam. You only took the physical fitness test and never took the cultural exam. I saw in the news that you were locked up in an orphanage since you were a child and never received a proper education. Originally, your theoretical knowledge was much slower than others. Now it's your first day of class, and you don't even bring your books. Can you understand the class? Can you keep up in the future? Su Ximing said again. Ningdu listened quietly, her head lowered so much that she wanted to embed it into her chest. Su Ximing wanted to say a few more words, but then she thought that this child was born in an orphanage, a place like that, and was pitiful. He probably wasn't used to going to a regular school, so she simply stopped talking, shook her head and sighed, and said, "Forget it, you sit down, remember to bring your books tomorrow." Ningdu sat down silently. Su Ximing started the class. A theoretical class in the junior class of the Galaxy Military Academy takes 1.5 hours. Su Ximing was very excited and engaged in the lecture on the podium, and the students below were dazed and yawning. Finally, this long class ended. Su Ximing looked at the students in the classroom with great regret as they left. After she left, the students in the classroom complained even louder about the theoretical class. "Oh my God, I heard that the Galaxy Military Academy pays special attention to the theoretical foundation of individual soldiers. It's true. This is too torturous. That's right, we are soldiers who will go to the battlefield in the future. Why do we have to learn so many theories?" You said that Su Ximing's lectures are boring, but he actually left so many homeworks to be written. Is he torturing us to death? Yes. I am not good at writing and thinking. What should I do? Just write it with gritted teeth. Who told you to enroll in the Galaxy Military Academy? I wouldn't have come if I had known earlier. You would have known earlier. The Galaxy Military Academy ranks last among all the military academies on our F3 24-star. If it weren't for our poor grades and unable to get into a better one, who would come here to study? You would have known earlier and not come. With such ability, why don't you go to a better military academy? That's right, I'm here. Now that you are here, just do your homework honestly. Aye. Even if I have no choice but to come to this broken military school, I don't want to write. Can't I find a ghostwriter? Where can you find a ghostwriter? Su Ximing wants paper homework, and handwritten and printed homework will be discovered immediately. Besides, our school is completely closed and you can't go out. You can only log into those few websites on the Star Network. You have to find it on campus. You see, although our school has a mecha division, it has not recruited students for a long time. If you want to find someone, you can only find someone in the individual soldier department to help you. You said that a bunch of people in the individual soldier department are waiting for others to save them, who will help you. That's right. Then I. Sisters, don't waste your energy thinking about this. Why don't we go to the cafeteria to have a good meal first, and then talk about it? As they said, a group of students walked out of the classroom. After the theory class, it was time for breakfast. A group of freshmen rushed to the cafeteria of the Galaxy Military Academy. The exterior of the cafeteria of the Galaxy Military Academy is a steel plate structure with no decoration. It looks like no one has cleaned it for several years, and it feels old. But the smell of rice inside is quite strong. Ningdu glanced at the food displayed at the cafeteria's automatic meal window, and took a deep breath. I am the fullest person in the world, she said to herself silently. After all, she thought about it, and realized that people can maintain their vital signs by eating only one meal a day, and it saves money. After absorbing enough of the aroma of rice in the cafeteria, Ningdu prepared to leave. Unfortunately, this cafeteria is very small, and you can always meet familiar people. The students who complained about the theory class and homework just now sat at the table and started complaining again. No, I still think I can't do this homework. If I do it today, there will be tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Then I have to do homework every day. What else? How can that be? I am a single soldier, not one of those weak mecha masters. How can I stay in the dormitory every night to do homework? What should I do? No one will do it for you. No, my family has plenty of money. I will pay for it. I don't believe that no one will help me do it even if I pay for it. Hearing this, the companion chuckled. You are joking there. Who among the students of our single soldier department needs your money? How much will you pay? Just as the companion finished laughing, a cold female voice interrupted. Several students who complained at the dinner table were stunned. Then, they turned their heads and looked at the people standing by the table. Ningdu stretched his head, suppressed his impatience, and asked again, if I help you do your homework, how much can you pay? Ningdu is not a miser. In the orphanage, if she only knew how to save the only valuable hard currency nutrient solution she could get by saving money, it would not be enough to support her survival in the year she was locked up. Many of the nutrient solutions she saved were earned through various channels. Ningdu not only knows how to save money, she also knows how to make money. Only by making money can she save more money. The classmates who complained about the theoretical homework at the dinner table looked at her for a long time with half belief and half doubt, and finally decided to give this job to her. If your homework is not up to standard or the teacher finds out that it is ghostwritten, then we will not give you a penny. If your homework grade is only C, then I will only give you 2-star coins, grade B will give you 5-star coins, and grade A will give you 8-star coins. How about it? Deal? The military academy is completely closed, and there is basically nothing to do except studying, resting and eating. Ningdu finally took on a job that makes money, and of course she can't give it up. So that night, her first 4 clients handed her their homework books and patted her shoulders solemnly. If the teacher finds out that our homework was written by someone else, I guarantee you will be in big trouble. After several classmates reminded her, they left. The homework must be handed in tomorrow morning, and now, after a day of physical training, it is already evening. Ningdu, aren't you going back to the dormitory? The dormitory manager Xiaomei saw Ningdu flashing in front of the dormitory building and asked behind her. Oh no, I'm going to train. You are really hardworking. Xiaomei smiled slightly and kindly told her, also take care of your health, don't be too tired. Ningdu waved at it and left. She was not going to train, of course, but she had a tough battle to fight tonight. It didn't take much time to write the homework of the 4 classmates, but she needed to imitate the handwriting of each of them before writing, so it would take more time. More time means she needs more electricity for lighting to do things, which means she will spend more electricity bills. Why should she spend her own money when she can make money? This is something she absolutely doesn't want to see. The school is not big, there is no entertainment, and it is very cold at night. Students usually choose to train in the indoor training ground or squat in the dormitory building, so Ningdu squatted under an empty street lamp in the corner of the outdoor training ground, spread a piece of plastic paper that the school got for free on the flat long stone bench, opened the homework books and textbooks of her 4 clients, and started working facing the handwriting sent by the clients in the optical computer. The next day came quickly. Why don't you bring your textbooks? Su Shiming was in high spirits at the podium, but seeing the students below were drowsy, she thought again, and finally decided to walk among the students to wake them up. But before she could wake up, she saw a familiar face, a familiar posture, and a familiar empty table. Su Shiming suppressed her anger and called Ningdu up and asked her. Ningdu answered honestly, I didn't buy the book, Teacher Su. Why not? Ningdu continued to be honest. I think it's too expensive and not worth buying. Why don't you say that theoretical classes are a waste of time and not worth learning? Ningdu, that's not your excuse. Our Galaxy Military Academy has the lowest expenses in all aspects of the entire F324 Military Academy. Didn't the government give you subsidies? You don't even buy books. Let's not talk about whether your attitude is correct. Without books, I ask you how you can attend class. Do you understand? And how do you learn? Ningdu thought for a moment and said, I think I should be able to learn it. Su Shiming was so angry that he almost laughed. What do you think? You haven't even studied the military academy preparatory course, and this is the second day of school. How do you know that you can go without a textbook? Ningdu, Ningdu, you can just admit that you forgot to bring your textbook, instead of beating around the bush and making excuses and talking back to the teacher. Su Shiming was angry and said to Ningdu, Tomorrow, if I see you without a book again, I will not forgive you again. After saying this, she was going to go inside to wake up the sleepy classmates, but when she turned around and saw that they all looked energetic after eating melons, she pulled the corners of her mouth. Well, that's right, let's go back to class. What a group of students who make people worry. The freshmen of the Galaxy Military Academy's Single Soldier Junior class have a simple schedule. They have theoretical classes in the morning and physical classes at other times. When all the physical classes are over, it's already evening. Ningdu rushed to the canteen as soon as the class was over, and poured out the school's free soup from the bottom of the abyss, scooped up all the vegetable leaves and egg flowers in it, mixed them with 3 bowls of rice, and ate a big meal, and then left the school quickly. There was no other reason to leave so quickly. The school was selling braised pork elbows today. Many people bought them to eat, and the fragrance almost drowned the canteen. Ningdu was afraid that she would make a mistake, so she hurried out. But as soon as she went out, she was blocked by someone. It was the 4 classmates, who asked her to write their homework yesterday. Hey, it's you, stop. 4 people came up and blocked her like a wall. Ningdu suddenly became nervous. What are you going to do? What are we going to do? The 4 people looked at each other, and then the leading girl slapped her on the shoulder. You're good. The girl said, You did a good job on this homework, your handwriting is neat, and you answered all the questions correctly. Yesterday, the 4 of us all got S. After that, the 4 people praised Ningdu. Ningdu was relieved. You haven't paid yet, she reminded. Oh yes, you gave us S in the homework. How much do we have to pay? The 4 people said, C level gives 2-star coins, B level gives 5-star coins, A level gives 8-star coins, and S level gives. Ningdu raised 2 fingers. You can double the A level. Okay, then 20-star coins. Ningdu's double the A level. Before he finished speaking, the 4 people made a happy decision, and then Ku transferred the money to her. Ningdu looked at the increased balance in his vault and squinted his eyes. Comfortable. By the way, are you busy tonight, Ningdu? The 4 asked her again. Ningdu said hurriedly, No, not at all. Okay, then classmate, do you mind taking on more work from a few classmates? The 4 lowered their voices and said to her again. So in the end, because she did a great job writing homework for them, more classmates came to her and planned to ask her to write their homework for them. It was freezing cold at night. Ningdu was sniffling, squatting under the street lamp, looking at the 8 homework assignments in front of her. She took a deep breath, and then held her breath and concentrated. No problem, get started. Chapter 4. It's no problem to write 8 homework assignments in one night, but I just can't sleep well. Every day, the individual theory class is at 5:30 in the morning. Ningdu's eyelids are drooping, and she tries to prop up her head to prevent it from falling on the table. You still didn't bring your book, did you? Su Shiming walked straight towards Ningdu as soon as the class started. Ningdu stood up slowly, looked at her empty desk, and had nothing to say. You called Ningdu, right? You didn't bring your textbook 3 times, and now you're still dozing off in class. Su Shiming was completely furious. Go, stand at the door, and don't come to class without a textbook in the future. Ningdu had nothing to say, and she obediently left the classroom and went to the corridor to blow the cold wind. After blowing the cold wind, she finally woke up a lot. Soon, she heard Su Shiming in the classroom announce again, Let me tell you something. The mecha manufacturer of our planet F324, Wydongli Company, has developed a mecha experience cabin. This time, we are the selected cooperative school for the experience cabin test. The students in the intermediate and advanced classes have no time to participate in the test because they have to prepare for the Star Zone mecha competition. So, before Su Shiming finished speaking, the students in the whole classroom shouted excitedly, Teacher Su, is it true? We can go to play in the mecha experience cabin now? This is too lucky. I thought it would take at least several months to touch the mecha experience cabin. Teacher Su, when are we going? I can't wait. Su Shiming shouted for silence several times, and when all the students calmed down, he said again, At present, The school arranges the mecha cabin test time in our theory class. In the future, we will learn theoretical knowledge in the first half of the theory class, and go to the mecha cabin for mental mecha training in the second half of the class. As soon as she finished speaking, all the students were excited again. Soon, all the students walked out of the classroom according to the instructions, and rushed to the mecha cabin classroom. Except Ningdu. Su Shiming came over, and stood in front of her. Those who do not bring textbooks to class according to the classroom rules are not allowed to participate in the mecha cabin test, she said to Ningdu. Ningdu nodded. I know, teacher. Su Shiming did not speak, staring at Ningdu. Ningdu also stared at her. Then he stared more and more confused. Teacher, they are calling you over. Ningdu pointed to the chicks at the door of the mecha cabin test classroom, who were as eager as waiting for the mother hen. Su Shiming was speechless. I don't know if this child is really honest or intentional. Which mecha soldier doesn't want to touch the mecha quickly? She stood here just to give her a way out. If she is willing to apologize again and beg her to let her take the test, it's not impossible. Forget it, if that's the case, then she should continue to stand there as punishment. Su Shiming left. Ningdu, who had been holding back for a long time, quickly yawned. Comfortable. A theoretical class was over. All the students who participated in the mecha cabin test walked out of the test classroom howling. Teacher Su, do you think this machine is really okay? When I entered it, it connected with my spirit. Shouldn't I just mentally train with the virtual mecha? Why is it that after this test, my whole body hurts so much? The classmates couldn't help crying and complaining. Su Shiming pulled the corner of his lips and looked at them. Although the test cabin is a mental connection, the body will also be affected. I'm not saying that you freshmen are too weak. This low-level test cabin has made you like this? It's time to ask the school to give you a few more physical classes. After hearing this, the students howled even more. No, Teacher Su, we have physical education classes all day long. It's really too much. There must be something wrong with this mecha cabin. Lying on it is almost fatal. Really? Are you sure you are not being pretentious? Su Shiming crossed his arms. It's really not, Teacher Su. Don't you know that Joe Tingley in the back has fainted, and now, it seems that he hasn't woken up yet. What? Su Shiming frowned, and then followed the student's instructions, and walked to the position of the fainted student. A few days later, Su Shiming took the inspection report of the mecha cabin, and Song Yuqing, the teacher in charge of the introduction of this mecha cabin, found the person in charge of the project of the future company, Zhu Yuqi, who is also the company's president, to talk about this matter. Su Shiming and Song Yuqing originally wanted to have a good quarrel with the president of this unreliable company, but unexpectedly, the other party's president, Zhu, was so nice. I'm sorry, teachers. Are the students okay? If anything goes wrong, I can pay for their medical expenses. Oh, it's my fault for not handling this properly. Something went wrong during production. I was confused and installed an A-level body training device in a D-level mental mecha test chamber. Blame me, really blame me. Zhu Yuqi was about to cry. Song Yuqing, who was responsible for introducing this project, felt a little sorry, and was about to say something nice to comfort him. But Su Shiming said, you also know that it is an A-level body device. After entering the test chamber, the device will automatically fix the students' bodies, forcing them to raise their physical fitness to A level. How uncomfortable that process must be. The students are dying one by one, and some have fainted directly. This is still lucky. What if a student happens to be sick? He might even die. No matter how many tears you shed, you can't save him. Listening to Su Shiming's words, Song Yuqing suddenly sobered up and said seriously, yes, Mr. Zhu, this is a serious mistake of your company. This time, you must give me an explanation. No problem. No problem. Zhu Yuqi said with tears and snot, to teachers, I was really wrong. You can come up with a compensation plan. No matter what, I will do my best to compensate you. This attitude is okay, Song Yuqing said immediately. But Mr. Zhu, you have such a good attitude, I am afraid you have some needs for us, right? Su Shiming asked again. Zhu Yuqi cried and said, Teacher Su, you are right. As long as you don't exaggerate, I am willing to compensate you in any way you want me to, but I have only one request. Can you please not publicize this matter? I beg you. Don't publicize it, I will be dead if you publicize it. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Yuqi's voice call suddenly came. Hey brother, I'm dealing with this at school. Brother, I beg you, I really don't want to be the CEO of this crappy company anymore. I make mistakes every day, and have to go to various places to apologize to people. Mom asked me to come here to train, just to torture me. Brother, I beg you. Juyuchi cried. The person on the other end of the phone was very calm. This is why Mom wants to train you. When you can get rid of your carelessness, we can talk about it later. By the way, dear brother, Mom already knows about the Galaxy Military Academy. No matter how much you hide it, it's useless. Accept the reality as soon as possible and prepare for your funeral. After that, the phone was hung up. Juyuchi also sat on the ground with a look of despair, and he was no longer angry. At least the issue of the mecha test chamber was resolved satisfactorily, and Su Shiming and Song Yuqing both breathed a sigh of relief. On the way to the classroom, Su Shiming suddenly remembered something and started chatting with Song Yuqing. Teacher Song, will you also come to teach the beginner class next month? Yes. Song Yuqing nodded. Next month, their physical fitness will be almost improved, and it's time to increase the intensity. I will teach them the underwater pressure course. I hope that by then, no student can't stand it and drop out. That's hard to say. Su Shiming smiled. There are a group of students in my most relaxed theoretical class who are clamoring to drop out every day. Taking theoretical classes is more uncomfortable than death for us soldiers. I understand it very well, ha ha ha. Song Yuqing laughed. Su Shiming also laughed. After laughing, Song Yuqing said, but Teacher Su, I really want to ask, are there any students in this elementary class who are really difficult to teach and deal with? I still have to be mentally prepared. After being asked by Song Yuqing, Su Shiming suddenly thought of someone. There is one person, she said. Who? What's his name? Song Yuqing asked hurriedly. Su Shiming smiled at him, and then said nothing and went into his classroom. Song Yuqing, Teacher Su Shiming, you have a bad heart. Chapter 5. Su Shiming thought for a long time, and finally worded it carefully, informing the students that the mecha test cabin could not be used, and that the mecha test class activity would be cancelled in the future. As soon as she notified the students of this, she heard a thump. She thought that a classmate had fainted after hearing the bad news that he would have to take a full-time theory class again, but after a careful check, she found that it was Ningdu who was standing guard at the door, who was too sleepy, and fell to the ground. Seeing Ningdu getting up from the ground with a confused face, Su Shiming didn't want to say a word. This student has been not bringing books to class. Obviously she wants to go against her to the end. Let her go. Su Shiming no longer cares about Ningdu, looking at the students who looked disappointed in the audience, and started her class again. At this time, Ningdu, who was standing outside the door, was still very sleepy. She has been very sleepy since she was punished to stand here at the beginning of the class. The main reason is that her sideline business has been booming recently. Since her classmates found out that she wrote homework for others with high quality, everyone asked her to take on more work. The more work she took on, the larger the workload. Especially recently, teachers who always assigned some subjective questions about mecha theory when assigning homework. She took orders from 20 people, and had to write 20 different subjective answers based on mecha theory. This thing is really torturous. Ning looked through the textbooks and related books in the library, and racked her brains to write 20 different ways for a subjective question. She didn't sleep all night yesterday. She really couldn't hold on today. Her brain was dizzy. She couldn't hold on just now and fell down. This is not good. She fell down just because she fell down. What if she fell down on her head and tailbone next time? It's expensive to see a doctor in the infirmary. Besides, even if she didn't fall, she couldn't stand not sleeping every day. In fact, Teacher Su had stopped paying attention to her a long time ago. She never opened the door to see her standing outside the door during class. There was no break in the theory class for an hour and a half. The only time she could see her was when Teacher Su left the classroom during class and after class. In other words, if she went somewhere else during class and came back before get out of class, Teacher Su wouldn't find out at all. As soon as Ningdu thought about it, his mind was instantly opened. Yes, she could actually skip class and find a place to sleep, so that she wouldn't be wasting her time. Do it right away. Ningdu suddenly became energetic and began to plan where she should go to sleep. At this time, the whole school was in the teaching building for class. If she walked outside the building at this time, not to mention running into the teacher, the discipline robot downstairs would have to pull her up. So, she could only find a place to sleep in the teaching building. Ningdu tiptoed through the teaching building like a thief, trying to find a corner without surveillance, and no one to catch up on sleep, but found that it was almost impossible. Without such a corner, she could only consider going into an empty classroom or office to catch up on sleep. The classroom was still monitored, but the office was not. If there was an office with no one in it, it would be perfect. Is there such an office that no one is in, and she can still enter without locking it? There really is. Ningdu remembered that when she was eating, she often heard her classmates say that the basement floor of their teaching building was particularly suitable for dating, because the basement floor of the teaching building had not been used for many years. In the past few years, young couples had sneaked through dog holes to use several offices and dated there in violation of school rules. After all, there was really no one to kiss, and no one cared. Well, very good. Ningdu left as soon as she said she would, and she walked quickly, and soon she arrived at the basement of the teaching building. This place was indeed deserted. The corridor was dark, full of dust and footprints, and the doors of several offices were locked, but there were dog holes in the corners. Ningdu picked and chose, and finally chose the relatively cleanest office to go in. This office was very empty. Except for a wardrobe and a table and stool, there was nothing else. Ningdu thought about it, and decided to take out the foam paper stored in the wardrobe and spread it on the floor to make up for the sleep. So she stood in the quiet office and gently opened the wardrobe door. The wardrobe door had not been opened for many years, and it made an unpleasant creaking sound like an old man with lung disease. Let's choose a clean one. This one won't work. The one inside is bigger and cleaner. After the wardrobe creaked, the sound of people talking suddenly came from outside the office. Ningdu was stunned, and then panicked instantly. How could there be someone? Hearing the footsteps outside the door getting closer and closer to her, she had no time to think, so she had to get into the closet and quickly close the door. Xiaodong, just leave it there. Through the gap in the closet, Ningdu saw a female teacher in long boots pushing the door in, and then commanding a robot carrying something like a coffin to slowly send the coffin into this office. Okay, just leave it like this. You said that the future company is really annoying. We don't need this thing, and don't know to take it away, and we have to keep it first. We really owe them. The teacher in long boots was furious again. Teacher Li, according to our judgment, this place is not very safe. Xiaodong looked around the room, then pointed at the dog hole in the corner and said, there's a hole here, and students may get in. This place is a couple's paradise for students in our school. Forget it, just plug the dog hole. This room is big and clean. Just put it here. Don't let others in. Teacher Li in long boots said, and knocked on the mecha test cabin in front of him, which was produced by the future company, and made many students in the junior class feel sick and vomit or even faint after testing. Xiaodong was very obedient, and immediately took out the tools from his cold metal body, and plugged the dog hole. Ningdu in the closet, feeling that something was wrong. I have another key to this office. Give it to you, Teacher Li. After Xiaodong patched the dog hole, he handed the key to Teacher Li. Why is there another key? I already have a key to this office. Teacher Li took the key and thought for a while. Forget it, this one is useless. Just leave it in this room. Anyway, the school will renovate these underground offices in a while, and these old locks should be replaced with smart identification locks. Teacher Li said, and put the key into the desk cabinet. Okay, Xiaodong, let's go, Teacher Li said, pushing the door out, closing the door and saying, oh, when the school replaces all these rooms with identification locks, I want to see where those classmates who are dating go to kiss, ha ha. A string of laughter gradually faded away with her footsteps. Ningdu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Standing in front of the desk, she opened the drawer and took the office key in her hand. Although I just heard from the teacher that the office on the underground floor will be renovated, it will take some time. During this period, it seems that she can sleep well here, and she doesn't have to crawl through the dog hole. It's just that the floor is hard. Just thinking about this, Ningdu saw the big coffin that almost occupied the entire ground. It seems that she has no place to lie down. Oh, not really. Ningdu suddenly thought of something, walked to the side of the big coffin, thought about it, and opened the coffin board. Wow, there is a velvet cushion inside. It feels very comfortable to lie on it. Ningdu looked at the coffin and felt sleepy again. There was a ready-made bed in front of her, and it would be a bit ungrateful if she didn't sleep on it. And it doesn't cost money. So, she plunged into the warm and comfortable mecha cabin and closed the lid. As soon as she closed her eyes, she didn't even listen carefully to the sound of the coffin automatically making the test chamber is officially started, and fell into a deep sleep. Ning has been spending these days like this. In the morning, she goes to the coffin to catch up on sleep, then participates in the whole day of internal training, and squats under the street lights at night to do homework for her classmates. Part-time work is really tiring. Because her good service has been seen by more classmates, she has taken on more work. It is not easy to deal with more than half of the class and more than 20 homework assignments in one night. Especially recently, when the theoretical class is in depth, there are questions like designing a mecha by yourself in the homework. Ning has no choice but to squeeze out time to go to the library in her busy schedule to learn about mechas, something she has never understood from beginning to end, and then rack her brains to design a different mecha for each of the more than 20 classmates, and also think about what characteristics these classmates have and integrate their personal characteristics into the mechas. I was so exhausted. Fortunately, she had a coffin on the underground floor to sleep in during her theoretical classes. I don't know why, but every time she woke up from the coffin, she felt like she had been beaten. She slept well, but her whole body was in pain. It was weird. But she didn't care anymore, because after all, she was not dead, she could still walk normally, and there was no need to go to the infirmary and spend money. Well, it didn't affect her much. It was very good. Chapter 6. Oh, not all of them are good. Ningdu was caught by the dormitory inspection robot today, and was recorded because of her poor personal hygiene. In fact, she washed her underwear and took a shower every day, but other things. The school issued different training clothes according to different course types, a total of 10 sets, and she had to change into different ones for each class. Most of her classes were physical education classes, and it was inevitable that she would rub against the ground and sand pits during class, so the training clothes were naturally not very clean. Indeed, the school stipulated that the training clothes should be washed at least once a week, but the training clothes were made of iron, which was originally heavy and hard. It became harder and heavier when it was stained with water. Ningdu felt that washing her hands and waist would be exhausted. It would take a long time to wash one piece, not to mention 10 pieces. She didn't have the time to wash them. So this is the reason why you haven't washed these training clothes for 2 months since you enrolled? The hygiene supervision robot asked her. Ningdu was silent. Don't you know that there are washing machines in our school dormitories? Can't you just throw them in and wash them? The supervision robot asked again. Ningdu was even more silent. The washing machine costs 1 star coin per use, which is too expensive. I've told you how to wash clothes. If I find you wearing such dirty clothes tomorrow night, you be punished. The robot put a rectification sheet on Ningdu's forehead. Ningdu took off the rectification sheet and took a look at it, and her pupils trembled instantly. If the rectification is not in place, she will not only have to write a self-criticism and be punished physically, but also be fined. No, she has to go wash clothes immediately. But she still has to go to the library to read those books about mechas tonight, and then do homework for her clients. She has no time at all. Ningdu has a headache. Just when she had a headache, she heard a ding-dong sound, and a letter from a school teacher came to her brain. It was sent by Teacher Song Yuching to all students. Teacher Song Yuching started to give stress training to their junior class a month after the start of school. The so-called stress training is to improve the students' ability to withstand strong pressure when driving mechas. Only with this pressure can they face the pressure shock in combat with ease when driving mechas in the future. After a month of stress training, tomorrow is the first monthly exam of this semester. The monthly exam will be conducted underwater with strong pressure, which is dangerous. So the night before the exam, Teacher Song decided to let everyone hand copy the underwater high-pressure environment safety evacuation manual, and keep in mind the safety precautions. Okay, I didn't have time to wash clothes because of writing homework for others, and now I have to copy the manual, which makes me even less time. Ningdu closed her eyes. She was thinking. If she didn't wash the clothes tomorrow, she would be fined 20 star coins. If she didn't write homework for the clients today, she would lose 440 star coins. She knew which was more important, so she had to earn 440 star coins. She couldn't pay the 20 star coin fine either. No one could take a penny from her pocket that she didn't want to give. There must be a way to have both. Ningdu's brows were furrowed into a small hill, and he paced in the dormitory. Washing clothes, writing homework, copying manuals, and tomorrow, he had to do underwater pressure testing, underwater. Hey! Ningdu, why do you feel so fat all of a sudden? The next day, during the stress training class, several of Ningdu's classmates, who were also her clients, saw her and asked with concern, "Are you under too much pressure to do homework for us? You should take care of your health, and don't get fat from overwork." Ningdu nodded. Then she listened to her clients chat again. Today is the monthly exam, right? The underwater pressure test? Yes. But doesn't the underwater pressure test require us to drive the mecha into the water pressure tank? The mecha hasn't been issued to us. How can we test it? Today, Teacher Song must teach us how to use the mecha. It will take a long time to teach us how to use the mecha, so do we still have time to take the exam? That's right. Just when the students were confused, Song Yuqing, the teacher in charge of the class, walked slowly to the pressure test pool. He smiled and asked several robots to transfer a holographic mecha instruction to each student's optical computer. Everyone has brought their own mecha. After calling the roll, Teacher Song asked again when he saw the students who had arrived. I brought Teacher Song. Very good. Students who didn't bring can go to the mecha management office in the back to borrow a mecha. Hurry up. Song Yuqing said again. Several students in the class grumbled that they forgot to bring the mechas they bought in advance and walked towards the mecha management office in great annoyance. Of course, Ningdu, who was thinking, walked with them. Generally speaking, students of the individual soldier department who come to the Galaxy Military Academy will buy a mecha suitable for their use in advance before enrollment, so as to facilitate class training, but the school does not make mandatory requirements for whether to buy a mecha. So of course Ningdu would not buy one. Buying a mecha is so expensive. Just borrow one from the school. No, borrowing one is not okay. Ningdu stood in front of the mecha borrowing window, looked at the robot in the window, and said to her expressionlessly, borrowing a mecha costs 3 stars. 3 stars. Borrowing a mecha costs money. Ningdu felt heartbroken, and felt more and more that this military academy was a loss. If only she could go to a philosophy and culture school that subsidized 500,000 per semester. Alas. She sighed, and could only helplessly say, are there any free mechas? Free? The robot raised its metal head and looked at her. No free ones, unless you want to use the scrapped ones next to it. Ningdu looked aside. In a dusty corner, several broken mechas were lying on the ground. Alas, these mechas just look a little old, and the bullet holes and cracks on them are symbols of their former glory. How can these ruthless humans just abandon them? Ningdu finally chose a mecha that can be started, sat on it, and started it with great effort. Teacher Song Yuqing has already asked all students to start the mechas, and according to the instructions, put the mechas next to the test pool. Ningdu's mecha must be old and injured. It seemed to be unable to move after 2 steps. Ningdu took great effort to restart it, and took 2 more steps. The mecha began to drop parts. There was no way. She could only come out of the mecha cabin, pick up the parts, and start thinking about how to put these parts back on the mecha. The robot who borrowed the mecha just now saw the scene in this small window, and couldn't help but say to Ningdu, don't bother, these old mechas are very complicated in structure, and the engineers have to think about where to put the parts for a long time. As it was talking, it suddenly stopped talking. Because Ningdu had already reinstalled the parts, he returned to the cockpit and started to control the mecha to walk again. The robot was confused for a moment and searched for information in its own brain. The Galaxy Military Academy has not had students from the Mecha Engineer Department for several years. That girl is from the Individual Soldier Department. Was it dazzled just now? But its electronic eye is indeed a bit old, and it has to report to the school to replace it with a new one. While Ningdu was still struggling to control the mecha to the test pool on the road, other students had already driven the mecha to the test pool and stood by. Teacher Song, are we going to start learning how to further control the mecha? A student couldn't help asking. Oh yes, don't worry, students, you will soon learn how to drive the mecha easily and freely. Song Yuqing said again. No way, Mr. Song, the mecha manual you sent us has more than 2,000 pages. It will definitely take a long time to be able to operate the mecha completely and easily, right? Song Yuqing smiled and said, no, I promise you will be able to do it soon. The classmates were confused. Then how can we do it soon? Plop. Plop plop plop. A group of students standing by the bottomless test pool had not yet reacted, and they were instantly kicked into the test pool by Song Yuqing's assistant robots, along with their mechas. Ah! Help! Mr. Song, help! Ah! It's sinking. I'm going to sink. Teacher, help! I don't know how to use this mecha yet. How can I make it swim or float up? Ah! I'm going crazy. The students in the pool were howling like ghosts and wolves, while Song Yuqing was already sitting leisurely by the test pool, drinking the warm black tea, and said leisurely, students, now it's up to you. If you can't learn to drive the mecha now, then you can only blame yourself if you can't get up. What? The students were dumbfounded. Song Yuqing continued to sip tea leisurely, and then took the opportunity to look forward and saw another mecha slowly walking towards the test pool. Hurry up, what are you dawdling about? This weekly test is supposed to see who can swim out of the pool first, and who takes the shortest time. The test has already started. Why are you still late? How much slower than others? This troublesome student, Xiaowu, Quickly kick her out. Song Yuching said again. Okay, teacher Song. The teaching assistant robot Xiaowu said, and suddenly kicked Ningdu, who had just arrived at the pool. Ningdu, shock, her mecha had already lost parts. If she was kicked again, those parts would be hard to find in the water. If she couldn't find them, she would have to pay for them. At the critical moment, Ningdu jumped into the pool. Xiaowu hesitantly retracted his mechanical foot. Did I kick her just now? Ningdu finally got into the water. She finally waited for this moment. Because she learned a lot about mechas when she was writing homework for everyone before, she basically knows the general situation of mechas. She can know how to drive this mecha by flipping through the more than 2,000 pages of mecha operating instructions. This underwater pressure test is like this. The candidates will go into the test pool first. No matter how they struggle, they will sink to the bottom of the pool within 5 minutes. The pressure at the bottom of the pool is huge. The candidates need to withstand such huge pressure and try their best to drive the mecha back to the shore. The faster the students return to the shore, the higher the test score. So as soon as the students who were taking the exam were sunk to the bottom of the sea, they immediately started to figure out how to use the mecha, and drove the mecha to withstand the huge pressure in the water, trying to swim to the shore. Of course, Ningdu was an exception. Once underwater, she immediately started to do her own work, washing clothes. Since she didn't have time to wash clothes during her spare time, she could only wash them during class. And this test pool was full of water, so she didn't have to worry about the water cost. After parking the mecha in a corner at the bottom of the pool where there were not many people, Ningdu immediately began to take off her clothes, taking off the 10 or so training suits on her body layer by layer. Originally, the training suits were tight and hot, and now it was very difficult to take them off. But it's okay. As long as you don't use a washing machine to wash clothes and save money, everything is worth it. Ningdu finally took off all her clothes. Through the clothes she took off into the external connection box of the mecha, then closed the hatch, sat back in the cab, and started to throw clothes into the water one by one. The water in the pressure test pool is replaced with clean water filtered nearby every day to prevent unclean water from causing damage to the mecha, so it is completely fine to choose to wash clothes here. But the underwater environment here is not something that ordinary people can withstand. She can only drive the mecha into the water. Sitting in the mecha cabin, she felt the huge pressure brought by the pressure pool, so of course she couldn't go directly into the water to wash clothes. After sending the clothes out through the external connection box, Ningdu immediately operated the mecha arm and started to wash clothes by hand. She had smeared the clothes with laundry gel in advance. Originally, this gel would make the clothes very hard when applied to the clothes. The strength of the washing machine was needed to stir the clothes to achieve the purpose of washing. Human hands could not wash them. But now, the mechanical fingers of her mecha are stronger than the washing machine, so there is no problem of not being able to wash by hand. She is really a genius. She came up with such a money-saving trick. It's just that it's a little difficult to operate the mechanical fingers of the mecha to wash clothes. But compared to paying for laundry, what difficulty is this? Ningdu sat in the cockpit of the mecha, holding her breath and concentrating, and began to operate the mecha fingers frantically. This is really a delicate job. If there is a slight mistake, her clothes will not be able to hold on, and will run away, or be torn. Ningdu's brows were furrowed into a small hillock, and she began to use the mecha fingertips to pick up the clothes that were not even as big as the mecha mechanical fingers, trying her best to control the strength and rub her clothes. She also used the mecha's external magnifying glass to carefully observe where the stains were particularly stubborn and focused on washing. Chapter 7. After an unknown amount of time, Ningdu felt a little dizzy and nauseous. She must have stayed in this underwater test pool for too long, and she couldn't bear it anymore. But she only needed one piece of clothing, and she had to hold on. After an unknown amount of time, Ningdu finally controlled the mecha to land. As soon as she landed, she saw Teacher Song waiting anxiously on the shore of the test pool. Song Yuching asked the robot Xiaowu to pull her up with the mecha. As soon as Ningdu got out of the mecha, he scolded her. "What's wrong with you? You didn't train well in class before, right? 22 minutes and 37 seconds. If you stay underwater any longer, you will die." Ningdu listened and nodded repeatedly. "Teacher, I was wrong." "What's wrong with you? If you train well in normal times, can you not swim out of the water for such a long time? The pressure in the test pool is much higher than that in our normal training pool. Otherwise, how could the exam let you escape to the test pool? You are lucky this time, and you will die again. Pay more attention to your training and improve your stress resistance. Next time, if you can't swim up for half a day, the school will notify your parents to collect your body after half an hour." Song Yuching said angrily, and then looked at the mecha she just drove. Why are you using this scrap mecha? Didn't they say that if there is no mecha, you can go to the management office to borrow one? Ningdu, how can you get a good performance in the exam with this broken mecha? Song Yuching said again, starting tomorrow, we will all use mechas in class. Change it for me, and borrow a usable one. The next day. As soon as Song Yuching went to class, he found Ningdu driving the broken mecha again. Why haven't you changed it yet? He frowned and questioned Ningdu. Ningdu was silent. Go to the management office now and borrow one for me. Song Yuching said to her again. Ningdu, teacher, can I just use this? How can you use this? Song Yuching said immediately, this mecha is scrapped. The material is aging. It can't bear the pressure of the test pool and training pool at all. Unless you are very good at operating the mecha and use it carefully, it won't work. The pressure resistance index of this mecha is very low. It would be strange if you didn't feel uncomfortable if you drove it into the test pool. No wonder your grades were so low last time. Forget it today. Don't drive it again in the next class, understand? Soon, the class started the next day. Didn't I tell you to change a mecha? Why are you driving this again? Song Yuching asked her with a frown. Ningdu, teacher, I actually think it works pretty well. Don't quibble, you freshmen are just young and fearless. Do you think our teachers are too friendly, so you don't listen to us, right? Song Yuching said again, your name is Ningdu? I told you twice that you should change your mecha, but you forgot. It's obvious that you don't take our class seriously at all. Go stand in this class, and don't go to class. Ningdu stood aside silently. Song Yuching took his assistant Xiao Wu to the training room to train other students. Ningdu stood alone in the corner, outside, and blew the cold wind. She sniffed and looked around. Well, there are not many people around here, and teacher Song and Xiao Wu usually stay in the training room for the whole class, so, based on her rich experience, this kind of punishment also implies that she can move freely. Well, after all, a good sleep will give you the motivation to earn more money, so she kind of missed the coffin in the office on the basement floor of the teaching building. Ningdu took a shortcut to the teaching building as he was familiar with the road and tried to avoid the roads where people might be. On the way, he looked to the side and saw that the test pool used for the monthly exam was open and no one went in. After all, the test pool is a dangerous area. Who would want to go there except for the exam? The last time the dormitory inspection robot teacher said that although her clothes were washed and qualified, she would have to check the cleanliness of the bedding next time. She had to take some time to wash the bedding. I just don't know when I will have the time. Ningdu thought about it and felt that this time would not be too late. Sure enough, it was not too late. Why did you come here again with this mecha? Did you ignore what I told you last time? Song Yuching saw Ningdu driving her broken mecha to train for the 4th time, and he got angry. This is the 3rd time, Ningdu, right? Did you do it on purpose? Teacher Song, I really didn't. Why didn't you drive this broken mecha? Song Yuching asked again. Ningdu saw that he was angry, thought about it, and had to be honest. Actually, it's because... Why? Song Yuching asked with a sullen face. It's just that the mecha is too expensive to borrow. I don't think it's worth it. This one can also be used. Ningdu said sincerely. Humph. Song Yuching sneered. Borrowing a mecha is only 2-star coins, and you only borrow it for a week for 5-star coins. You tell me it's expensive? You might as well say that you deliberately want to make me angry and deliberately go against me. It's more credible. Ningdu, I don't know what you juniors are thinking. Song Yuching said again, there is no surveillance in this scrap mecha, and there are several system games. Some students in the previous class deliberately drove this mecha to play games during training. Do you think I haven't caught them? I know what you are thinking. Why are you making up excuses that borrowing a mecha is too expensive? Do you think I am a fool? Ningdu, you are not allowed to participate in training from today. Stand outside. Song Yuching said to her seriously, when can you lend me a real mecha? When can you go back to class? After that, Song Yuching and his assistant Xiao Wu turned around and went to the training room, no longer paying attention to her. Ningdu sighed as he looked at Song Yuching's back as she left. Alas, she actually really likes to go to class. But the teacher won't let her. There is no way, she is idle anyway, so she can only do her own thing. What a pity. So Ningdu opened the hatch of her scrap mech, sat on it, and applied free laundry gel to the 2 quilts in the cockpit. Then Ningdu drove the mech and strode towards the empty monthly test pool. Finally, she got out of the pool gently. Ningdu had a very uncomfortable time these 2 days. Since she hadn't washed her clothes for 2 months, the monitoring robot had been eyeing her, and checked her hygiene more carefully than others. Sometimes she said her mattress was not washed, sometimes she said the dormitory curtains were not washed, and sometimes the carpet was not washed. So she often had to put the things to be washed in the mech cabin during the stress training class, and then go into the pressure test pool when the class started. These things were difficult to wash, and Ningdu took at least 20 minutes to wash them once. By the time she washed them, she was already dizzy from the water pressure. Before the class was over, she quickly went to lie down in the coffin on the underground floor of the teaching building to rest. She used to think that sleeping in a coffin was not very comfortable. After all, every time she woke up, she felt as uncomfortable as if she had been beaten all over. But since she came out of the pressure pool and laid down in the coffin, she suddenly felt very comfortable, as if all the muscles that were compressed by the test pool were relaxed. It's a bit like that massage. It's really comfortable. In this way, Ningdu felt that she was getting better and better every day, and more energetic every day. The rhythm of making money was very regular, and the money that should be saved was saved, and her mood was getting better and better every day. But some people were not in a good mood. It was the monthly exam again. The students in the stress training class stood by the pool, waiting for the exam timer to start, and jumped into the test pool for the exam. When the exam signal sounded, Ningdu also prepared to drive the mecha and jump in. Then he was caught by Xiaowu, the assistant of teacher Song. Song Yuqing came over with a dark face and said to Ningdu, "Are you still taking the exam?" Ningdu, "Yeah." "You didn't attend classes this month. What exams are you taking?" "You don't want to die, but I'm afraid of the lawsuit." Ningdu, Don't change your mecha, drive it to class all day, and see if I will give you training. If you don't train, don't take the monthly exam, and see what you can do in the final exam." Song Yuqing said again. Ningdu listened quietly. "Why are you still standing? This has nothing to do with you." "Oh then." Ningdu thought about it and asked, "Then I go back?" Hiss, Song Yuqing almost couldn't breathe. "Go, go, go!" This student did it on purpose. "Teacher Song, why do you look so bad recently?" Wening, the teacher of the reaction training class of the Galaxy Military Academy, walked into the office from outside with a cup of hot black tea. As soon as she entered, she saw Song Yuqing frowning. Alas! Song Yuqing sighed and said nothing. "Is it about the students? I heard that the students in this elementary class are all pretty good." Wening took another sip of red tea. Song Yuqing sighed again. "What's so good about them?" "It's really a headache." "Oh, it seems that there are students who give Teacher Song a headache," Wening said leisurely. "Teacher Song, please give me a hint. After all, the foundation of this elementary class is almost laid. In 2 days, I will also go to teach them advanced classes, and I have to prepare in advance." "Give you a hint?" Song Yuqing looked at Wening. "Yes." Wening nodded. "I remember that you have a good relationship with Su Ximing?" "That's right." He. Song Yuqing laughed and left. Wening, ? Chapter 8. Although Song Yuqing refused to say it, Wening still felt that there would not be such difficult students in the junior class. Galaxy Military Academy is a military academy after all. Military academies have high requirements and are difficult to pass. Even if you are at the bottom of the entire F3 24-star, you have to fight hard to pass 5 levels, and cut 6 generals before you can pass. There may be slightly stupid students, but there will not be students with particularly bad attitudes. It shouldn't be. Although Wening thought so, she always felt a little uneasy. Later, when her junior single soldier class advanced course reaction training started, she felt that her uneasiness was really accurate. Reaction training class, as the name suggests, cultivates students' reaction ability, so that students can respond quickly when encountering critical situations when driving mechas. So, in the first reaction training class, Wening directly brought a few shooting robots, without any introduction, and immediately fired at the students in the training room when the bell rang. "Ah! Ah! Everyone be careful!" The students screamed, and then drove the mechas to flee. Of course they had to flee. If they didn't, their mechas would be shot with many holes by the arrows. The pain of the mechas was connected to the human spirit. If the mechas were hurt by the shooting, they would also be hurt. Of course, Ningdu was in more pain than these people. When the class started, Ningdu was actually still in a daze. She didn't have to attend the stress training class. It was very good to wash clothes and sleep. At night, she would go to write homework for everyone. Everything was fine. But soon, bad news came. The school will be on vacation in more than a month. After the vacation, students who have homes and places to live need to go home. Those who don't have homes, either rent a house or continue to live in the school. During the winter vacation, the school cafeteria is closed, and the school is still completely closed. If students who live on campus want to eat, they must ask the school for unified arrangements. The school will force each person to pay 10 star coins for meals every day. 10 star coins. She used to drink the free egg drop soup in the cafeteria every day and eat unlimited fragrant rice for 1 star coin. She only spent 1 star coin a day. Now she has to spend 10 times more on meals during the holidays. But if she doesn't live on campus and lives in the cheapest homeless apartment outside the school, she will spend 18 star coins a day, which is more expensive than eating in school. Ningdu feels an unprecedented financial crisis. This semester, she only earned tens of thousands of yuan, and she has to spend at least 10 star coins a day. Ningdu has been so anxious about this matter recently that she has no way to increase income and reduce expenditure. She can only find another way to make money. The school is completely closed and strictly controlled, so she has few opportunities to make money. She has no choice but to look for opportunities on the Star Network. Unfortunately, the school also strictly controls the Star Network. Ning can log into very few websites. In addition to some knowledge search libraries, news websites, and specific school forums, there is only a very pure trading website suitable for military school students. Students in the school occasionally use this to earn some pocket money. They can post there and use second-hand goods and wait for people to buy them. Ning thought about the dormitory she lived in. The bedding and toiletries were all distributed by the school. She never bought other things that were not distributed, such as night lights and water cups. The house was bare. Looking at a lot of successful transactions on the second-hand website, Ning's eyes were a little jealous. If there was a way to get those second-hand daily necessities for free and then resell them, it would be great. Unfortunately, the school was too stingy. There were special robots to recycle the recycled plastic bottles in the trash cans, and students were not allowed to pick them up. Ningdu sighed and continued to look through the information on the trading platform. The front of the platform is full of students buying and selling second-hand items, but the back is not. The back is full of a mixed group of people posting purchase requests for rare items. What kind of special star beast skin, cube missile protective cover, fresh painted wild bear beast leg bone, teaching level training arrows, green fairy beast mucus. These things are usually banned, and I don't know who is asking for these things. Anyway, no one takes orders at all. Ningdu looked down the comments and found out that some of these things are only available in military academies. If outsiders want to get them, they can only ask military academy students to find a way. Of course, the military academy students would not think of a solution, but would only mercilessly laugh at those demand posts. Do these people think we military academy students are fools? They also want the slime of the green fairy beast. If they are so capable, why don't they go and get it themselves? Do we military academy students need that little bit of money? I risk my life for you. That's right. Do these people think that those of us who can go to military academy are poor and are willing to exchange our lives for money? Hee, they must have never been to the military academy. After all, the physical fitness screening of the military academy will screen out a large number of people, and the training cycle is long. Who would go to the military academy if they lacked money? Who? Who of us needs that money? Seeing this, Ningdu was silent. She needs it. The person who posted the request for the slime of the green fairy beast offered a very high price, selling 10-star upgrade slime for 5,000 star coins. Ningdu saw the number 5,000 and couldn't help but click on the purchase details. When I clicked on the details, I found out that the green fairy star beast slime that the other party wanted was a kind of star beast in the forbidden forest north of their galaxy military academy that no one is allowed to enter. I heard that those star beasts are very beautiful and fairy-like, and they are also very ferocious. They once swallowed 8 military academy students, who went on an expedition. No wonder. Although she likes money, she likes life more. She is a wise person, and she knows which is more important, money or life. You can't make money that you shouldn't make. Ningdu took a deep breath, moved her eyes away from the text of the reward of 5,000 star coins, and closed the transaction interface. Then she browsed the transaction network for a while, and found that she really had nothing to offer. Is this road going to be cut off? She was worried. This worry made her worry about class. While Ningdu was stunned, the assistant robots of the reaction training class had already fired countless arrows, which made several holes in her old scrap mecha. The pain she felt from the blow was a minor matter. The key point was that she saw more holes on the metal skin of her mecha, and some parts were loosened and fell off due to the shock. Her parts. If they were lost, she would have to spend money to get them replaced. Ningdu felt a pain in her flesh and immediately lay on the ground to look for parts. In the chaos, her mecha palm that was stretched out to look for parts was stepped on by other students, who were driving mechas and dodging arrows in a panic. It hurts. Ningdu couldn't help but clench her mecha palm in pain. After a while, she also saw the parts of her mecha that fell off, and then she carefully avoided people and reached out to pick them up. As soon as she stretched out her hand, she found that something seemed to fall out of her palm. Ningdu took a closer look and found that it was an arrow. The arrow head will wear and become flat when it hits a hard object, but the one in her hand did not. It is very likely that she happened to hold a flying arrow when she was shaking her palm in pain just now. The tip of the arrow did not touch any hard objects, so it was intact. Fortunately, if she hadn't held the arrow, it would have hit her mecha again, causing her mecha to lose a part. Ningdu breathed a sigh of relief, and then raised her hand to throw the arrow on the ground. But suddenly, she remembered something. When those messy people outside the school posted the purchase requirements on the second-hand platform, she remembered that several people were looking for teaching-level arrows. Teaching-level arrows. Ningdu thought about it, and it seemed very similar to the one she was holding. After thinking about it, she quickly put the arrow into her mecha cabin and took it back to the dormitory while no one was looking. In the dormitory, Ningdu studied the arrow requirements posted by the trading platform and compared it with the one in her hand. She found that it was exactly the same. As long as the trading post on the trading platform can be posted, it proves that it is not illegal and can be traded, and the arrows used in class will be collected and thrown away as garbage by the robot. So this transaction is essentially risk-free. The only thing to worry about is whether the buyer is sincere in purchasing. Ningdu thought about it, tried to contact the buyer, and sold the only arrow in her hand. Then she received an excited praise from the buyer, and the payment was made in seconds. Classmate, this is what I want. I need it urgently. Can you help me get more? The buyer quickly sent a message to Ningdu. Ningdu, how many do you want? I have a big gap. I will take as many as you have, provided that these arrows must be new and unused, that's it. Ningdu, okay. The next day, reaction training class. Teacher Winning didn't say a word as soon as she stepped into the training room, and directly commanded the robot to shoot arrows. The students who had experienced the rain of arrows yesterday were already howling. Teacher 1, can you train us step by step? Start with simple difficulty. Don't start with thousands of arrows piercing our hearts. When Xian stood aside and smiled. But this is the simple difficulty. Wait until you get used to it, then go to the difficult level. Ah! A group of students who were hiding from arrows were going crazy. But not all students were crazy. As soon as the class started, when the arrows just flew out, Ningdu immediately found a corner to squat. She certainly couldn't take care of dodging arrows when picking up intact arrows. If she stood or lay down, her side and back would be in the blind spot of her vision, and would be easily injured. Crouching in the corner, at least she could ensure that her back and side would not be shot, and there was no blind spot. She could concentrate on dealing with the arrows flying in front of her, and catch them as much as she could, so that they would not hit the ground or her mecha and become useless arrows. Ningdu tried her best. After one class, she successfully caught several arrows. After class, she sold the things through the private star network logistics, and Ningdu found that the money from the sale was just enough to repair her mecha that was unfortunately hit by the arrow. How could this be possible? She worked hard for one class, but she only earned enough money to repair the mecha and replace parts. This is not in vain. No, she must make money in the next class. With such determination, another day, Ningdu came to the reaction training room very seriously. As soon as the class started, she squatted in a corner, staring at the arrows flying towards her through the mecha's external vision glasses. Whoosh! The first arrow flew towards her. Ningdu was still a little slow to react, and didn't catch it. She felt a pain, and the arrow hit her body. But then, with a whoosh, the second arrow flew from the side. This time, Ningdu grabbed it, whoosh! The third arrow came towards her, and Ningdu was slow to catch it again. But then whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows were fired in succession, and Ningdu's mecha hand swept in the air and caught all 3. In this way, she focused her attention for a whole class, and tried her best to catch arrows. When the get out of class was over, Ningdu felt dizzy from fatigue. Fortunately, the results today were good. She caught several more arrows than yesterday. After deducting the cost of mecha repair parts, she still earned some money. Not bad, I made money and started to make a profit. It's a good start. Although Ningdu was dizzy, his self-confidence increased greatly. I will continue tomorrow. Chapter 9. In this way, more than half a month passed. Ningdu squatted in the corner and caught more and more arrows. She was very happy that the road to profitability was on the right track. But some people were not. Every time the students were in class in the reaction training room, arrows fell like rain, and the students ran around in panic. Although the scene was very chaotic, Ning still found that there was a student who was so scared that he gave up struggling. Otherwise, how could she squat in the corner and not get up during every class? Ning didn't even need to check the surveillance. She could imagine how many arrows this student would be hit by every class while squatting like that. How could she do this? You have to be brave. Ning called Ningdu to her office and said quickly. Ningdu was silent. If you squat in the corner and don't get up and dodge those arrows every class, you are equivalent to not learning this course and not making any progress. Ning said again. Ningdu continued to be silent. You can't graduate at all like this. Even if you graduate, you can't get into a mid-level military academy, let alone a military academy. Without these resumes, how can you find a job in the future? Which unit would want a half-baked military academy student like you? Ning said again. Ningdu was of course silent. She had thought about this problem a long time ago. The earning cycle of military academy students is too long. Basically, you have to go to a junior military academy for 1.5 years, then a mid-level military academy for 1 year, and finally a military academy for 5 years. Finally, you can be assigned to a job to earn money. During the school period, military academy students cannot be hired by any unit to work part-time. In other words, military academy students can only be students for 7 or 8 years of their student life and can hardly earn any star coins. It would be worse than killing her if she didn't make any money for almost 10 years. And who knows if she can successfully complete all the military schools she should attend and graduate and be assigned after 7 or 8 years. Any promises and expectations in this world may be false. Only the star coins in your hand are real. People should live in the present. So Ningdu couldn't give up the money-making business that had just been on the right track. She still had to squat in the corner and secretly hold the arrows in her hand with some tricks that the teacher couldn't see, and then secretly put them back and sell them. But Ning certainly wouldn't allow this. In order to prevent her from squatting in the corner every time she attended class, Ning waved her hand and arranged for Ningdu to train in the courage test training cabin. She could only bite the bullet and go. The courage test training cabin is to train students' courage in this way. After each student lies in the cabin will create super realistic scenes that confuse reality and dreams for the students. These scenes are often very scary, enough to make students scream in fear, that is, to scare the students first, and then the students have to lie in the courage test cabin every day. The courage test cabin will reproduce the horror scenes in different ways, repeatedly let the students feel horror and be frightened, until they are so familiar with those horror scenes that they can't be more familiar, and have no feelings, which is to achieve the purpose of desensitization, so that the student's courage is trained. Teacher Ning said that if she didn't go to the courage test cabin, she would coordinate with the school to send her to the courage test base for training for a period of time. After all, a single soldier cannot be too courageless, but the courage test base is outside. If she goes, it means that the school's homework can't be written for others. If there is no ghostwriting, a large amount of income will be lost. So Ning has to take time every day to train in the courage test cabin. But she didn't have time. The test cabin was not open during class time. After class, she had to make money, and was too busy to drink water. So she didn't remember that she had to test her courage until she fell asleep in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night, she was so sleepy that she almost passed out. She walked to the door of the dormitory building like a ghost, opened the door, and prepared to go out. Xiaomei, the dormitory robot, hurried over and asked, Ningdu, why are you going out so late at night? I have to go to training. Ningdu said dizzily, showing Xiaomei the successful reservation notification of the test cabin, and then pushed the door and left. Xiaomei looked at her back with a worried look. After class every day, Ningdu would go to the corner of the playground to hide and train herself secretly. Now she got up so early in the morning to train again. Alas, she is really hard-working. Ningdu came to the test cabin in a daze, opened the door, and lay down in it. The moment she lay down, she felt a softness, and in a trance, she felt as if she was lying in the coffin on the first floor below the teaching building. It was so comfortable. She felt sleepy immediately, and the next second when she saw clearly that there seemed to be a ferocious elephant stepping on her face, Ningdu was so sleepy that she closed her eyes. Until the alarm clock set by the optical brain woke her up. After waking up, she started screaming non-stop. The courage test cabin roughly judges the degree of fear of students by the height of their screams. Generally speaking, students will be extremely scared and scream loudly in the early stage of entering the courage test cabin. When students begin to adapt to these horror scenes in the middle stage, the sound will be smaller. In the later stage, students are completely desensitized to those horror scenes, and they will naturally stop screaming. So Ningdu had to scream a few times before the test cabin finished training, so that the test cabin would record her fear level as extremely high. This test cabin training ended successfully, and Ningdu also had a good sleep, and she felt better. She suddenly felt that this arrangement was quite good. She went to the test cabin and slept enough, and nothing was delayed. So in the early morning of the next day, Ningdu finished her work and slept for a while. She woke up half asleep and went to the test cabin. She walked into the cabin in a daze and felt very comfortable. Looking at the sharp knife flying in front of her and stabbing into her body, she was so sleepy that she lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she continued to scream, so that the test cabin would record her fear level as extremely high, and then left the cabin. The same thing happened on the third day. She entered the courage test cabin in a daze. Seeing the star beast with 8 blood-red eyes showing its fangs and rushing towards her to swallow her, she wanted to be scared, but she was too sleepy. She fell asleep again, woke up, and then screamed, so that the courage test cabin would record her fear level as extremely high. Yes, Ningdu had to change her fear index to extremely high during the month of training in the courage test cabin. If it was not extremely high, it meant that the courage test cabin was effective, which meant that her courage had increased, which was not conducive to her sneaking in to load arrows during the reaction training class. But if the courage test cabin always evaluated her fear level as extremely high, it meant that she was born timid and incurable, and the teacher would naturally give up training her. In this way, she could squat in the corner in class without worry. So Ningdu screamed every time for the next month. In the courage test cabin, she saw the terrifying black wolf pack biting her neck, fell asleep due to sleepiness, and screamed when she woke up. In the courage test cabin, she saw the cabin she was lying on exploded and was immediately killed. She was so sleepy that she fell asleep and woke up screaming. In the courage test cabin, she saw herself being targeted by countless snipers with red dots. She was so sleepy that she fell asleep and woke up screaming. In the courage test cabin, she saw herself riding an airship, which was full of star coins. She was so sleepy that Ningdu suddenly opened her eyes. She was not dreaming. What did it mean? She became rich? She was sitting in a luxurious airship that only the rich could own, flying over the city center, and the airship was full of handsome men of different looks. Champagne was shaking, and the entire airship was full of golden star coins. The light was dazzling and dazzling. Ningdu was stunned. At this moment, a melodious music sounded in the air. Along with the music, a gust of wind blew up, ding-dong clang-clang, and some star coins were blown out of the spaceship and flew in the air, like golden stars, the luxurious spaceship and the blue sky complementing each other. Under the beautiful and vital music, it formed the most romantic picture of the world of extravagance. Anyone who saw this scene would be intoxicated by it. Of course, there are exceptions. Ah! Ah ah! Ningdu screamed wildly this time, and she was completely sleepless. This damn wind. It actually blew her star coins away. Stop it! Listen. Her star coins cannot fall, and not a single one can be blown away by the north wind, who will save her star coins. After exiling Ningdu to the test cabin, Wening certainly would not ignore it. But she always felt that students who could pass 5 levels and kill 6 generals to enter the military academy would not really take their studies seriously. So it was not until Ningdu's training in the courage training cabin was almost completed for a month that she decided to go and see how the students' courage training was going. Of course, Wening could not guarantee that Ningdu would become 100% courageous, but at least she should not be so timid anymore. It seems that she was wrong. Seeing the training results of Ningdu's training report that had been in red for 30 days, and said extreme fear, Wenying's mouth twitched. There are students who are so timid that no matter how they train in the training cabin, they are useless, but they are rare. She did not believe that this student was really so timid that he had not made any progress in so many days. She would not deliberately make herself very scared so that she could continue to squat and be lazy in the name of being timid in class. After all, the Galaxy Military Academy is poor, and the courage test cabin used is a discarded one decades ago. It only judges the changes in students' courage based on screams. Wening decided to apply directly to the Military Education Bureau to use a professional fear index detection system, and quietly install it in the courage test cabin to see what Ningdu's fear index is. After a month of training, This student was extremely scared every time. It was very likely that she was pretending. It was impossible for a normal person to train every day for a month without any decrease in the fear index, so she estimated that this student was screaming like this on purpose so that the courage test cabin would determine that she was hopeless. So when Ning replaced the horror scene in the courage test cabin with the most desired and romantic scene in the world. If she was still scared in that scene, she must be pretending. So this early morning, when Ning sat in an office not far from the courage test cabin, watching Ningdu's training performance in the courage test cabin through the monitor. Soon, she heard Ningdu's heart-wrenching roar in the courage test cabin on the monitor. When Ning shook her head in disappointment. Alas, this student was really pretending. Hey! No! She suddenly sat up and stared at the results of the professional fear value detection system. The data of the fear value displayed on it was all red. What's going on? Ningdu's fear level is off the charts. Another reaction training class. Ningdu squatted in the corner, pretending to be scared, and secretly holding the arrows in the mecha's hand to collect them. When Ning stood in front of the glass window outside the classroom, thinking. Basically, only students who are hopelessly timid will be afraid of any scene as long as they are unfamiliar with it. Of course, other possibilities are not ruled out. But it's useless to pursue it. The school has regulations. After professional testing methods prove that this student is fearful and timid, the teacher cannot force her to do something she resists in class. Alas, how can someone be afraid of such a romantic scene? It's really... Forget it, let her be. She sighed again. Chapter 10. Ningdu's arrow business is getting better and better. After all, she can catch more and more arrows. She can load a bunch of arrows in the mecha cabin every time. She sells them online. The supply is even more than the demand. Many buyers start to praise her, and write small essays to praise her as soon as they get the goods. Some even give her red envelopes. Looking at the small treasury that is quickly getting full, Ning is very pleased. The business of Star Network trading is really profitable. She originally planned to withdraw after doing a few transactions, but now it seems that she can do it often. However, selling arrows alone can no longer satisfy her. Since Star Network trading can be successful, it means that there is still a lot of business, and she has to develop it further. However, after searching the trading platform, she found that many business goods can only be obtained outside the school, which is not possible at all. The only thing that can be obtained on campus at a reasonable price is the mucus of the green fairy beast locked in the forbidden forest in the northwest corner of the school. Thinking of the ridicule from a group of students in the same school under this demand, the school also emphasized at the beginning of the school that you should not touch green fairymon, and run away if you see it. So the degree of danger is ridiculous and imaginable. Ningdu knew that she was very sober. She loved money, and liked to make money, but she would suffer a great loss if she was greedy for small gains. She was not to the point of wanting money, but not her life. Ningdu thought, turned off the optical computer, sat on the old rusty iron stool in the dormitory, and closed her eyes. After a while, she suddenly opened her eyes. Damn it! Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Ningdu quickly opened the optical network, and took the order from Green Fairymon. Do you want to accept the order? Not long after accepting the demand, the buyer who posted the demand for Green Fairyman slime sent her a message. Ningdu replied yes. The other party quickly replied, Are you a student of the Galaxy Military Academy? Ningdu did not reply. The other party sent another message. I see that your homepage has a good transaction volume. It seems that you have sold a lot of things on the Star Network trading platform, and your business is good. Ningdu did not reply. You are inflated. The other party sent another sentence. Ningdu frowned. I got it. Do you want it? The other party, are you sure you can get it? The Andromeda in the forbidden forest of your school was a dangerous star beast on the F324 star in the past. The government took a lot of effort to catch it. It is very ferocious. You might just sneak into the forbidden forest and be eaten by it. Ningdu did not reply. The other party, it's okay if you insist on going, but I hope you can inform your school teachers that the green fairy beast is very afraid of the members of the number 3 capture team that captured it. Some of your teachers were members of the number 3 capture team. Take them with you, and you will be safe. Ningdu, I have already accepted the order. Do you want to go back on your word? The other party was silent for a while, then said, I just want to say that you can think about this carefully. Are you so short of money? Ningdu, yes. The other party, After a while, the other party continued, If you accept this task, you may have to pay more than the money I give you. Are you willing to do this? Ningdu did not reply. The other party sent another link. I heard that the green fairy beast will not often appear in its true form in the Forbidden Forest. It will transform into various forms. What I sent you is a collection of its transformed forms drawn by me. It is the only one on the internet. You need to remember these forms, and accurately identify them in the Forbidden Forest. Ningdu just clicked in, and found that a payment window popped up on this link. You need to pay to view the picture. There are 2 types of payment this time. 1 flat picture, 1 star coin, 2 holographic picture, 10 star coins. Why do I need to pay to view the photos? She asked the other party. The other party. This is also one of the costs I mentioned. You must pay this part of the money yourself, otherwise you can cancel the order. Ningdu frowned. For a moment, she really wanted to cancel the order. Why should she pay for working for others? But soon, she got excited and paid 1 star coin for the flat image viewing fee. It was because she was too arrogant now. The arrows were sold too smoothly, and she always felt that the whole world was under her control. It was just a fairy beast, she could get it. After Ningdu paid the fee of 1 star coin, she saw the content of the picture. There are many pictures here, and each one is a colorful monster picture, but these transformed monsters are all cross-eyed. Ningdu pondered, why does this fairy beast's transformed form not seem to be particularly smart? And she also found a point, that is, there is a big transparent watermark on each picture, with 2 letters printed on it, SB. SB. Ning didn't understand what it meant. After all, she had been in an orphanage since she was a child and no one taught her this. But since the picture was drawn by the buyer, this should be the buyer's name. After she zoomed in and out of the picture list, she found that all the pictures in the folder were arranged in a big SB. Wow, this buyer is quite narcissistic. At this moment, the buyer on the other side, Zhu Xueqi, the brother of Zhu Yuqi, the future president of the company, adjusted the floating glasses on his nose and nodded with relief. As expected, the student on the other side who valued money over life bought the 1 star coin picture package. Forget it, when she saw those pictures, she would understand that he was playing tricks on her, and then she would ask the students to scold him, and then she would just wait for her to return the order. The reason for placing that order was that the company was short of raw materials, and they wanted to try their luck to see which teacher in the school was willing to cooperate with them to make some slime. They didn't expect that there were students in this school who were so greedy that they were willing to die. Zhu Xueqi shook his head and lamented that the quality of admissions to the Galaxy Military Academy was getting worse year by year. Just as he was thinking about this, suddenly, the student sent another message, I'm at the door. After sending this message, she added another picture, which was a photo of the entrance to the Forbidden Forest. Then she sent another sentence, I'm in, wait for me. Looking at these 3 messages, Zhu Xueqi, he thought again and called his secretary robot. Hello, Xiaosong, please contact lawyer Zhang. Please ask me if I am suspected of intentional induction of murder, to what extent he can help me. Students are never allowed to enter the school's Forbidden Forest. But the more it is forbidden, the more students will sneak in out of curiosity. After all, it is a military academy, and a group of freshmen have endless enthusiasm. So no matter what, it is difficult to stop their determination to bravely enter the Forbidden Forest. However, sneaking into the Forbidden Forest has happened less and less since the year before last. The reason is nothing else, that is, a student went in the year before last and never came out. Later, it was the teacher of the number 3 capture team who was responsible for capturing the green ferrymon that went in and pulled her out. When she was pulled out, she was already dead. From then on, everyone was much more restrained than before. At the beginning, some people continued to go there despite not believing in it, but later, several more died one after another. Later, almost no students dared to go there. The Forbidden Forest became a horror legend of the Galaxy Military Academy. The tunnels dug by the students to break into the Forbidden Forest were overgrown with weeds, and no one visited them anymore. So it was quite smooth to enter the Forbidden Forest by walking along the tunnel at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. As soon as Ningdu came out of the tunnel, she found that the environment she was in had become completely unfamiliar. The Forbidden Forest seemed to be a separate island. The weather was completely different from other places. The air humidity suddenly increased, the sky was overcast, and it looked drowsy. The moist and slightly rotten smell kept drilling into Ningdu's nostrils. In the dense jungle in front of her, she could hear the calls of many kinds of insects, but she couldn't see any. Ningdu suddenly thought that since the climate and environment here are so different from those outside, there must be many different products. By the way, she should be able to make a lot of money by picking some of the products here and selling them. Well, she had to observe. After a few minutes, Ningdu found that there was nothing in the Forbidden Forest as far as she could see. The trees were all leaves, and there was no fruit. There were insects and birds all around, but she couldn't see any. Ningdu wanted to use the optical computer to scan the leaves, barks, and soil here to see if these things were valuable and could be sold, but then she found that the optical computer was not working. There seemed to be a signal magnetic field shielding here. Forget it, Ningdu put away the optical computer. She could only judge which things were more valuable. She really made a judgment. She found light blue mucus under her feet. Although Ningdu didn't know what made money on this island, she knew that mucus must be valuable. When she came to the forbidden forest to collect the mucus of the fairy beast, she searched on the internet and found that mucus was a lubricant for various industrial products, and the demand was quite strong. Basically, any animal mucus has a market and can be bought at a high price. Ningdu immediately pulled out a bag, squatted down, and began to use a small suction pump to collect the mucus on the ground into the bag. There was a long line of mucus under her feet, which was endless. At first glance, it was an animal with mucus on its body that dropped it along the way. Well, Ningdu thought about it and decided that she should collect all the mucus. Anyway, she didn't know when she would meet a fairy beast, so she was just sitting there doing nothing. Because whether it was the trading network or the school forum, it was said that the fairy beast was extremely scary. In fact, you would be discovered by it after entering the forbidden forest for a short while, and then it would hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to rush out to deal with you. So she took the initiative to find the fairy beast, but she probably couldn't find it, and she didn't know when the fairy beast would show up. So she didn't want to waste time, so she collected mucus first. As she collected, the fairy beast might come out to scare her at any time. Ningdu used the suction pump to collect the mucus quickly along the direction of its continuation. On the other side, the green ferrymon in the forbidden forest actually felt that someone had entered the forbidden forest again from the beginning. It had been several years since humans had disturbed her peace, but this time there was another one. It must be some of the freshmen in the Galaxy Military School who were bold and unbelieving, and were ready to provoke it to show off their power. Humph! In its life, it has never been afraid of any human except the people of the number 3 capture team. Since the damn humans dared to walk up to it and challenge it, it would teach them a lesson. It had already felt that someone had entered. It was so familiar with the forbidden forest that it only needed to look around and find those ignorant humans, and then they would be finished. Ferrymon stamped her feet angrily and began to look for the intruder in the forbidden forest. At the same time, Ningdu followed the trace of the mucus and walked around the forbidden forest to collect it. It was unknown how long it had passed. Ningdu straightened her bent waist and looked at the setting sun, feeling puzzled. Why hasn't the ferrymon appeared yet? She has been waiting for so long. On the other side, Ferrymon was also panting. Damn human, where did they hide? Why can't they be found for so long? It stood at the fork in the road, with 2 roads ahead, and didn't know which one to take. Logically, it had just come to this intersection, and went to one of the roads, so it should go to the other road now. But there was no trace of it on the 2 roads in front of it. It rains a lot in the forbidden forest, so its footprints are easily washed away. However, the rain cannot wash away the mucus on its body. It stands to reason that one of the 2 forks should have its mucus left, but now there is none. Ferrymon fell into deep thought. What happened? Did it really not walk these 2 roads? Or, it stayed outside for too long today, drank less water, and ran out of mucus? Thinking of this, Ferrymon turned back unconsciously. No, there is still mucus dripping under its feet. How could there be no mucus? And the mucus was dripping all the way it just walked. No! Ferrymon opened her eyes wide. It followed the mucus under its feet, and looked into the distance of the road it just walked, and found that the mucus was indeed all along that road, but at a certain point, it suddenly disappeared. Because there was a person standing at a certain point in the distance. That person was holding something to absorb its mucus. Instantly, Ferrymon understood everything. No wonder it couldn't find the human who broke in without permission. It turned out that she had been following it all the time. Ferrymon got angry. Humph. Stupid human. Did she think it was easy to bully? So she didn't hide, but followed it all the time. Then it would go over now, and teach her a lesson. As Ferrymon said this, she was ready to turn around angrily. Ready to turn around, ready to? It hesitated. Because it couldn't figure out why this human would boldly follow it. That's not right. In the past, humans who broke in without permission would see it hiding carefully and waiting for an opportunity to act, and it had also secretly read the safety guide of the number 3 capture team, which also said that if humans saw it, they should hide first and then think of a way. Moreover, although it has many transformations, those transformations have been recorded to avoid mistakes. Before this person came, It is impossible that he did not know that its current appearance is its transformation, right? What's more, its current transformation is the most terrifying one. So how could the human be so bold to follow it? Could it be? Could it be? As Ferrymon thought about it, she began to unconsciously review her past with the number 3 capture team in her mind. Although she bit their people back then, she was caught and beaten by them in the end. This account should be settled. It should be settled. Their grievances are so few. It beat the capture team members, and the capture team members also beat it. There should be nothing more. Wait, it was defeated. It used the Star Beast language to curse those capture team members, but those people did not curse back. Could it be because of this? The more Ferrymon thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. But the bully humans in the number 3 capture team shouldn't care about it. Shouldn't care about it. No way. It pondered on the table and unconsciously turned to look at the person behind it. That person shouldn't be from the number 3 capture team. Chapter 11. The fairy beast stopped suddenly. It felt that it had calmed down suddenly. Then it remembered that the number 3 capture team had captured her almost 10 years ago. At that time, there were children in the team, and they were particularly vengeful. It thought at that time that those children would definitely not be good people when they grew up. So the person behind it, could it be those children back then? Thinking of this, it was horrified. No, it had to be calm. It was the smartest star beast among the many captured by the number 3 capture team. Otherwise, how could it still be alive and well, and live in such a big forest when all the other idiots died? It was very smart and calm, so it couldn't be impulsive. In fact, the people following behind may not necessarily be the number 3 capture team, right? Who said it couldn't be those daring and ignorant students? She must have been following it all the time, and didn't see its face clearly. She thought it was not the dreaded fairy beast, so she dared to follow her. After all, except for the people of the number 3 capture team, she had never seen anyone who was not afraid after recognizing it in these years. So she only needed to scare the guy, and she would definitely run away. Thinking of this, the fairy beast made up her mind, turned her head suddenly, and walked a little closer, so that the human following it could see its appearance clearly. Ningdu did see its appearance clearly. She felt a shudder in her heart. This thing looked so ugly. Can the mucus really sell for a good price? The buyer of the fairy beast slime only sent her a picture of fairy beast's transformation, and did not tell her that there were other star beasts in the forbidden forest. Although the star beast was ugly, it was not pleasing to the eye, and it did not have the wisdom of fairy beast, so no one knew what kind of star beast it was. It would be bad if it was really worthless. Ningdu thought about it, raised his hand, and prepared to operate the optical computer to take a few stereoscopic pictures of the star beast. Hiss, why doesn't this human run? Wait, it's fine if she doesn't run, but why did she raise her hand? Wait, isn't she going to release some weapon to capture it? Thinking of this, the fairy beast turned around and ran. Huff, 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 it ran for most of the day, and felt that it was nothing but tired. Hey, did it think too much just now? Maybe the girl was just an ordinary student, who was actually scared to the point of being unable to move, and was about to use the optical computer to call for help. Well, that's right. It shouldn't think of everything in the worst way. How could it be so easy to meet the people of the number 3 capture team? It hasn't done anything wrong in these years. Even if it scolded them back then, those people should have forgotten it long ago. Why would they come to find it unhappy again? Well, the girl just now must be a student. She was just scared silly. Thinking of this, the fairy beast slowly turned back. So, the girl must have been scared and stood there in a daze. It had just run for so long, it must have left it behind. Ah! Why is she still behind? Ningdu watched the star beast run all the way, collecting its mucus non-stop, and following it all the way. It was because this guy was so ugly that she had to doubt whether its mucus was really valuable. It was a pity that the stereoscopic picture was taken, but the star network was still not strong, the signal was intermittent, the picture could not be transmitted, and it was impossible to ask others what kind of star beast this was. Ningdu frowned, feeling a little worried. The fairy beast over there. Surprise! Why is she frowning? She just stared at it, and then started frowning. What do you mean? You are already annoyed with it. No way, it shouldn't be. What on earth does she want to do? Ningdu was worried at first, afraid that the slime she collected for most of the day would not be sold at a good price. But then she suddenly remembered the popular science post about slime trading she had read before, and remembered that an authority said that as long as it was star beast slime, it could be recycled at a good price. Alas! How could she forget this? It was all because this star beast was too ugly, which instantly affected her judgment. Ningdu scratched her head a little bored. The main reason is that this star beast is really too ugly. So ugly that it is horrible. Why didn't she see anyone discussing this ugly monster on the Star Network before she came? Everyone only said that Ferrymon was scary. So this ugly thing is not scary. Ningdu always felt that this ugly thing was ugly and poisonous, which made people feel uncomfortable and affected her judgment. Fortunately, this thing is not the scary Ferrymon. If it is Ferrymon, then hearing about its deeds will make people shudder, and seeing its ugly and scary appearance. Let alone being eaten by Ferrymon, it would probably scare people to death on the spot. But fortunately, she has gradually become rational from the influence of this ugly star beast. She shouldn't be so anxious. Anyway, as long as it is mucus, it can be sold at a good price, so it's not a loss. Thinking of this, Ningdu smiled at the light brain air screen in front of her that only she could see. Ferryman's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong with this human? Why did he just frown and then smile again? Wait, he's smiling at it again. Ah! This human is so weird. The fairy beast felt suffocated and couldn't help but run away. Ningdu felt strange again when he saw it running away. I heard that the Forbidden Forest is a place where some dangerous star beasts are released, so why is the one she saw so timid and shy? Forget it, since he didn't want to hurt her. Ningdu continued to bend down to collect her mucus. The fairy beast ran for a long time and finally stopped panting. Then he looked back immediately. Okay, this time he finally didn't catch up. It said, with its many years of experience, how could the guy be a member of the capture team so coincidentally? The first time, she must not have recognized who it was, and the second time, she frowned at the beginning, and she must have recognized who it was. Later, she started laughing because she was scared and laughed stupidly. Well, very good, it said, except for the capture team number 3, how could anyone not be afraid of it? Oh, it's all a small problem, no big deal, anyway, that person is not following it now. It's not a big problem, not a big problem. It shouldn't be a big problem. Ferrymon stopped and looked back at the deep jungle behind him. How could there be a problem? That person was the student. Now that he saw his true face, he must have been scared to death. He must have left the forest long ago. How could there be a problem? Oh. He knew where the problem was. Damn it, as the only king star beast in the Forbidden Forest, he did not punish the student who rashly broke in. What a mistake. What a mistake. No, he had to go over now, and find the intruder and teach her a lesson. So, Ferrymon took a fierce step and began to search the Forbidden Forest for the intruder. And the intruder, Ningdu, also found it in the Forbidden Forest. After all, she was so lucky today that she didn't run into the fairy beast all day. She had been thinking about getting its mucus today to make money. It would be a loss if she didn't go to the Forbidden Forest. Ningdu felt very uncomfortable when she thought of this. She looked down at the mucus she had collected. Alas, it was still too little. These were not the mucus of the fairy beast, and the star beast was ugly. What if it really couldn't be sold at a good price? No, she absolutely couldn't lose money. While the sun hadn't completely set, she had to collect another wave of mucus, try to win by quantity, and try to sell more money when she went out. So Ningdu began to look for the mucus left by the ugly star beast in the Forbidden Forest. Unfortunately, she still felt it was not enough. Too little, really too little. She brought 10 big bags, and now only 9 were filled. The last one can never fill up. Seeing the last ray of light disappearing, the Forbidden Forest at night is said to be extremely dangerous, and the school dormitory has to call the roll at this time. She has to go back. Oh, what to do? Ningdu now wants to dig 3 feet into the ground to find the star beast, scrape off all the mucus on its body, and put it in her pocket. However, just as she was thinking this, suddenly, she felt that she was shrouded by a huge shadow. She looked up unexpectedly, and thought she was dazzled. The ugly star beast was standing in front of her. Ferrymon finally found the human panting. Huh, this beast is really tired. Ferrymon stared at Ningdu, her eyes fixed. Huh, stupid human, let this Ferrymon find it. Damn intruder, idiot who doesn't take this beast seriously. Now, this beast will let you taste the power of this beast. Although it can't speak, it has a strong sense of ritual. It said it would teach this human a lesson, so it can't break its promise. So the next second, it faced the human in front of it, let out a long howl, shook its head, and opened its densely packed black and green huge fangs, revealing its blood-red tongue, and dripping sticky liquid oozing out of its mouth. Its glasses glowed with a ferocious green light, and it went towards Ningdu. Ha, damn intruder, stupid human, die, die, die. Wow! What is this human doing? When Ningdu saw the star beast in front of her open its mouth and show its fangs to her, She was stunned for a moment, and then opened her mouth and trembled all over. It was a trembling of excitement. Although she had known that the mucus in the mouth of the star beast was the most abundant, she did not expect that this star beast would actually take the initiative to give her what she needed. I did not expect that although this guy was ugly, he was actually so considerate. Ningdu felt warm in his heart, and then the next second, he immediately ran to the bottom of its mouth excitedly, opened his last bag of mucus, and hurriedly began to catch the mucus that fell from the mouth of this ugly star beast. The fairy beast was dumbfounded. It was stunned. It was thinking hard. Thinking non-stop. Finally came to a conclusion. It bared its fangs at this guy, showing its most ferocious side, but this guy was indifferent. It would be fine if he was indifferent, but why did she take the initiative to approach her? Ah! What the hell is that bag-like thing in her hand? Is it another new weapon to capture it? Ah! Oh my god, help me! This is a ghost. It surrenders, it surrenders. It's like this, but this damn human is not afraid of it. She must be a member of the number 3 capture team. She must be. Run! Chapter 12. Thinking about it, Verimon turned her head unconsciously, and ran away with heavy steps. Ningdu, who was just immersed in the wonderful feeling of the mucus being delivered to her mouth, suddenly found that Cho-Cho in front of her ran away, and instantly became anxious. No, help her to the end. Her mucus bag has not yet filled up. How can it run away? Ningdu hurriedly chased after her with her mucus bag. At this moment, Verimon was already on the road to run wildly. Please, please don't chase it, don't chase it. Although it has a smart brain, it has been the slowest runner in their litter of star beasts since childhood. Please, don't catch up with her, don't catch up with her. Verimon looked back. Wow! She really caught up. Help! Verimon couldn't help howling, crying while running wildly. No, it didn't want to cry, but it couldn't figure it out. After being caught, it has never done anything bad in the past few years. It has stayed in the Forbidden Forest and occasionally transformed itself for fun. It really hasn't done anything. It eats fish in the surrounding rivers and loaches in the fields, and really doesn't eat anything else, including humans. It swears that it has never touched them in these years. When it sees those intruders, it goes over to warn them in a friendly manner, but they fainted when they saw it. They were probably shocked to death by its beauty and majesty, but what does it have to do with it? It is a completely good citizen. Oh no, a good beast. The fairy beast ran wildly while crying, and finally it couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing that the human was about to catch up, it went into its secret base on the island. This is the place where it lives that only it knows. There are many paths in the hills and underground. Even the people in the capture team don't know that it has dug a secret maze for itself for so many years, so this is the safest place. Verimon was stunned. As soon as it entered the entrance of its own maze located on the hills and underground on the island, it found that there were several bags full of stuff, exactly the same as the one held by the human just now. Verimon was about to faint. No, it doesn't matter. What if this human knows the entrance? The secret path it dug is twisted and winding inside, with many secret hiding places. No one can find it except it. As long as it gets in, it will be guaranteed that nothing will happen. Okay, it can't think about it anymore, and it can't waste time anymore. It has to get into the maze quickly, otherwise the human will catch up with it in a while. No, she has already caught up. Verimon screamed and hurriedly got into the hole in the hill. The cave was dark, and Ningdu couldn't see clearly. But when she heard the star beast's cry, she knew where it went. And this was the place where she had found to temporarily store the mucus she collected earlier. After listening to the sound, she quickly found the place where the star beast went in. So she went in too. When she went in and turned on the night light of the light computer, Ningdu was shocked for a moment. Wow, I didn't expect this place to be so deep. In front of her was a deep tunnel, and both sides were connected in all directions. What did this star beast lead her here for? Ningdu couldn't figure it out. But according to the characteristics of the star beast that had deliberately given her mucus before, what if it wanted to lead her over and give her some benefits? Well, it's very likely. And she had said long ago that wealth and honor come in danger. Ningdu saw the direction that Cho-Cho was heading in and quickened his pace to catch up with her. Wow! Ah! Verimon was going crazy. This stupid human actually caught up with her. Damn it, who will save her? Verimon felt that the tears that had just stopped were about to come out again. It's okay, it tried to comfort itself. This place is connected in all directions, and it has dug several special hidden chambers. As long as it goes in, it will not be discovered and it will be fine. So Verimon tried to speed up its pace and ran all the way to its first hidden chamber. As a result, as soon as it got in, It saw the human running over and preparing to pull open the hidden vines to come in. Ah! Ah! Ferrymon was so scared that she hurried out of this chamber, and went to the second chamber. Ningdu had just come out of the hole where Cho-Cho had squatted, and felt a little melancholy. There was nothing inside. Then why did it lead her there? Although I don't understand, I still respect it. Ningdu quickly caught up with Cho-Cho, and saw it turn 3 or 4 times, dig through the dirt and get in again. As soon as the fairy beast entered the second secret room, it took a deep breath and exhaled to relax itself. It was terrible. It had just let that stupid human discover it. Fortunately, it had enough secret rooms, so it was okay. Before it finished thinking, it heard movement above its head. Then a human hand dug a hole in the dirt above. A human eye appeared at the entrance of the hole. Wow, the fairy beast was so scared that it flew out, crying and running wildly. It's okay. It's okay. It doesn't matter if she discovered 2 secret rooms. It still has a 3rd secret room. Ningdu glanced at the pit where the star beast had stayed just now, and was sure that there was nothing there. Why did this Cho-Cho lead her here again? Was it to trigger some mechanism in sequence? Ningdu was puzzled, and then continued to follow. Then she found that Cho-Cho had entered a hole that could not be seen without careful observation. Then Ningdu opened the hole. Cho-Cho roared out, like some kind of programmed action. The more Ningdu looked, the more she felt that there was a conspiracy. Although she didn't know what it was thinking, but, well, follow it first. So she watched Cho-Cho enter a place that didn't look like a hole no matter how she looked at it. Wow, it's so hidden, Ningdu sighed, hurriedly followed it, and opened the hole. Ah, woo woo woo. Cho-Cho roared out again, and headed for the next secret room. Ningdu followed its footsteps as usual. It didn't know how long it had been like this. Until Ferrymon hid in its own secret room number 18 for the 18th time, and was uncovered by Ningdu. It was about to collapse. Damn, captured team number 3. What on earth did it do to deserve their unscrupulous arrest? It's okay. It must be okay. It can continue to go down to the next secret room. The next one. It has no secret room. Having already turned around the maze it dug, Ferrymon finally realized. It seemed that there was no way to go. It turned its head in despair. Then it saw Ningdu standing in front of it with a plastic bag. Ferrymon unconsciously stepped back. Ningdu also slowly moved forward. Even now, she still didn't understand what Chaochu was going to do. It didn't give her any gold coins, nor did it show her where the vault was. And it looked very nervous, as if it was dying. Did it feel guilty for not getting her anything good after taking her to so many caves? Yes, it should feel guilty. But she should also be more generous. After all, if the mucus on this clown can be sold for a good price in the future, it really means that it is a treasure. Even if it can't get her anything good, the other parts of its body are probably worth a lot. In short, you have to build a good relationship with it first. So looking at the trembling Cho-Cho in front of him, Ningdu suddenly took another big step forward and showed a very warm smile. It's okay, don't. With a thump, he saw that the Cho-Cho in front of him had fallen on his back and was unconscious. Ningdu, After confirming that the other party was just fainted and still breathing, Ningdu felt relieved. Alas, it didn't have to be like this. Even if she didn't get anything good, she could just cry a little. She wasn't the kind of person who made things difficult for others, and she wouldn't punish it. Why blame herself so much and faint from self-blame? Ningdu shook her head and picked up the broken horn. Look what happened. She was so upset that she fainted and even broke the horn. The horn. This horn. Ningdu suddenly widened her eyes and looked carefully at the broken cross-section of the horn. Then she touched it with her hand and smelled it. Finally, she bit it with her upper teeth. That's right. It's absolutely right. It must be made of golden stone. When she was in the orphanage, she went to the director's office once and found a stone in her cabinet with an astonishing price tag. It was also such a golden stone. She must have been right. So the clown is really a treasure, and its horn is actually made of golden stone. Ningdu looked at the golden stone horn in his hand, frowned in thought, and then finally understood. Well, it turns out that Choer didn't faint because of guilt. He must have fainted from exhaustion. Maybe if he broke his horn when he was awake, he would not be able to bear it or feel uncomfortable. So he resorted to this desperate measure and fainted from exhaustion. In this way, when he fell, the golden stone horn could be broken for her, and he would not feel uncomfortable. Well, that must be the case. Alas, this guy really cares about her. Since things have come to this point, she can't waste his kindness. Ningdu sighed, silently patted Cho-Cho who was heroically sacrificing in front of him, and then regretfully put the broken golden stone horn into his pocket. Tonight she collected 10 bags of mucus, and she definitely couldn't transport them all out at once. It just so happened that this place looked more hidden. Well, then put the stock here first and come back to get it tomorrow. Alas, the only regret this time is that I didn't see the fairy beast. Ningdu packed up all the survivors and hid them, walked out of the ugly maze, and walked out of the forbidden forest while reviewing what happened today. While reviewing, she had already walked out of the forbidden forest, and suddenly turned back to look at the forbidden forest behind her. Why does it feel weird? Ningdu felt confused, but in the end, she didn't think too much and left. He just ran away like this? The voice was a young man. He squatted in the forest with a night telescope for a long time, repeatedly confirmed the information on the detector, and finally confirmed that the intruder he had been following for so long really ran away. Didn't catch him. The young man was very sure, but somehow he didn't catch the student who trespassed. He couldn't believe it and reported the video to his superior. Teacher Mu, I really feel strange. An hour ago, I was patrolling and found someone in the forbidden forest. She ran away twice and suddenly disappeared. I saw her figure just now and rushed over, and she suddenly disappeared like this. What happened? I remember that in the patrol log of the forbidden forest, it seems that no teacher caught a student who trespassed here and encountered such a weird thing. His superior, Mu Jin, the director of the Galaxy Military Academy, listened to it, thought about it, and said calmly, Xiao Li, the signal in the forbidden forest is extremely unstable, and your detector may not be accurate. The environment here is complicated, and the night is dark, so it is not impossible to lose someone. After that, she added, you still. He is a newcomer, so it is normal to make mistakes. It is just to catch a student who trespassed into the forbidden forest. Don't be too anxious. The young man is called Li Ke, a newly recruited teacher of the Galaxy Military Academy. After listening to Mu Jin's words, he wiped his sweat and said, Yes, Mr. Mu, you are right. I just feel sorry that she ran away just now. If it weren't for the fairy beast's ability to respond to emergencies, we wouldn't dare to install a surveillance system, and we wouldn't dare to shout when catching people. We could only follow silently like a mute. If we could make a sound to scare the student just now, she would probably be scared and dare not run away. Anyway, it's no use now. The student has been in the forbidden forest for so long, and she probably won't be able to catch the roll call when she goes back. I'm afraid she will be put in solitary confinement and probably won't come tomorrow. It's even more difficult to catch her now. That may not be the case, Mu Jin said. Maybe she will come later. Teacher Li was stunned for a moment. But she will be put in solitary confinement when she returns. You mean, will she escape? The miasma in the forbidden forest is heavy. Those who can stay here for so long must have been infected with a lot of miasma. This kind of miasma can make people addicted, just like taking drugs, so she can't help it. Really? But after all, she is a carefully selected military academy student. You just came here and don't know. The miasma in our school's forbidden forest is not ordinary. It is very serious. I have never seen a student who didn't become addicted and went back here to continue to inhale miasma after inhaling it. Mu Jin said confidently, go to the office to change a better night vision device, wait for her to return in a while, catch her and send her to the addiction treatment room. Really? Li Ke heard her say this, and then he became confident. Okay, Teacher Mu, I will listen to you. Facts have proved that Mu Jin is really right. Ningdu returned to school, and he really seemed to be in a trance. She felt itchy in her heart and mind. She didn't know what was wrong. She wanted to go back to the forbidden forest. It felt like there were 100, 1,000, or 10,000 ants crawling all over her body, making her feel uncomfortable and itchy. She now felt that she was no different from those sick people who smoked opium. Ningdu hadn't even walked into the school dormitory area. She looked at the gate of the forbidden forest not far from her. She couldn't help it, and turned around and walked towards the forbidden forest again. But halfway through, she stopped again. No! She came back late today, and missed the roll call. If she didn't accept the punishment of being locked up in this small dark room in time, she would be punished more severely in the future. In addition to being locked up in the small dark room, she would also be fined 10 star coins. A full 10 star coins. What's the difference between giving her the 10 star coins as a fine and feeding them to stray electronic dogs? Let her die. When Ningdu thought of this, she felt like a knife was twisting her heart. No, really no. Even if she was itchy to death today, as if she was addicted to drugs, she couldn't go to the forbidden forest again. While the time limit for accepting the punishment has not yet expired, she must go back and accept the punishment. Can't delay any longer. If she delays any longer, it will not only be a fine. There will also be a fine. Fine! Ningdu gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and with red eyes, she forcibly moved her eyes from the forbidden forest to the dormitory area, and turned her whole body back to the dormitory building. Then she suddenly began to sprint rapidly, rushing straight towards the dormitory area, leaving herself no chance to regret. Until she was officially stripped of her optical brain, and was locked up in the school's small dark room without any power to tie a chicken, reflecting on herself for a night. Ningdu felt that she was safe. Very good, now even if she wants to go to the forbidden forest, she can't go. She can rest assured to endure the drug addiction in her body. Ah! What a wonderful thing. Ningdu smiled, and shed painful tears. Just like that, a night passed, and Lika didn't wait for Ningdu to come back. Moo, teacher Moo, it seems that the student really hasn't come. He pointed at the rising sun, and whispered to Moo Jin. Moo Jin, eh? Chapter 13. Moo Jin pondered for a while, and said, it's a small probability. In fact, it's possible that she won't come. Don't panic. After that, she said to Liku, I know what kind of character the students of the Galaxy Military Academy are. She will come sooner or later. You should keep an eye on her. When she comes, pay attention, and it won't be difficult to catch her. Please, please, I got it, Teacher Moo. Lika said hurriedly. It wasn't until the next night that Ningdu returned to the Forbidden Forest. After all, she was punished to be confined for a whole day, and she didn't have a light brain. The drug-like addiction in her body had passed. Thinking that her goods had not been taken away from the Forbidden Forest, how could she do anything else? So she hurried to the Forbidden Forest. Even as she was rushing on the road, she always felt that something was wrong. It felt like something was falling around her. Forget it, Ningdu didn't bother to think too much. He looked around to see that there was no one, and very lightly opened the maze passage that Cho-Cho had dug in a very hidden place, and went in. The student finally came. Lika put away the silent tranquilizer gun, and looked at the direction where he had just shot at the student, and was a little confused. Did he hit her with those shots just now? Why did it feel like there was no movement? Lika walked over quickly. As soon as he walked over, he found that the place where he had aimed the tranquilizer gun just now, except for the scattered tranquilizer bullets, there was no trace of the person. Lika was stunned for a moment. Teacher Moo, did you say that the student ran so fast? No, that's not right. I couldn't have missed my aim. I clearly aimed carefully before I shot. My gun couldn't have turned. Oh, doesn't this gun have a sensing system? What if I accidentally aim at that stress-sensitive fairy beast? Will it automatically turn when it senses the material waves emitted by the golden horn on its head? Teacher Moo, could it be that I saw it wrong just now? I thought I was shooting that student, but it turned out to be that fairy beast. Lika walked over and found that no one was hit by his tranquilizer gun. He doubted himself again, and quickly sent a video to Moo Jin. Moo Jin looked at Liku and said, Young man, don't be too anxious. It's not me who's anxious, Teacher Moo. I just shot at that student accurately. How could I miss him? You say. Could it be that this student dodged the high-speed tranquilizer gun in our hands? She's really amazing. Liku exclaimed. How is that possible? Moo Jin was speechless while doing his work. I don't know how good the students of the Galaxy Military Academy are. Don't think too much or worry. According to the detector, she is still in the forest. You should hurry up and search carefully. You will definitely find her. After saying that, Moo Jin was so busy that he hung up the phone. Lika felt a little stressed. He always felt that this matter was unusual, but Teacher Moo Jin was so calm. Could it be that he was too anxious? It was useless to think too much. He could only continue to search the entire Forbidden Forest. As a result, he really didn't find it. And the strange thing was that every time he saw the student and wanted to catch her, the student suddenly disappeared, until he suddenly saw the student appear out of thin air at the exit of the Forbidden Forest, and in a moment of distraction, she got out of the Forbidden Forest. Just like a ghost, Lika felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. He had just graduated from college, and was assigned to work here. How could he encounter such a thing? He had to ask for help from Teacher Moo again. In the end, Moo Jin still looked calm. Liku, if you are under a lot of mental pressure, you can take a 2-day break. No, Teacher Moo. I really found that the student is not ordinary. She appears and disappears in the Forbidden Forest like a ghost. No matter how I shoot her with a tranquilizer gun, I can't hit her. Teacher Moo. It's really scary. She was so busy with work in the office that she was exhausted by the air screen, and she saw her new subordinate Moo Jin with an idiotic face. She took a deep breath and said patiently, Shaoli, You must keep your emotions stable and think positively. The Forbidden Forest is just a place where a star beast that looks ferocious, but is actually docile, and even timid and sensitive to stress is imprisoned. Those who come to the Forbidden Forest are all students who are looking for excitement. Our teachers have caught such students so many times, and none of them is as difficult as you. You must keep your mind calm. But Teacher Mu, I'm telling the truth. This student is really a bit weird. Liko said. Mu Jin, eh? Seeing Liko's somewhat collapsed look, Mu Jin had no choice but to put aside a bunch of school affairs and said to him, Forget it, where are you? I find you. Let's wait for that student tonight, I help you catch her. Then you have to be careful, Mr. Mu. Liko said hurriedly, I think the student is very weird. What if? What if? What's so scary about a student? Mu Jin said impatiently, in the entire Galaxy Military Academy, there has never been a student that I can't handle. Ningdu spent several consecutive nights in the confinement room, for no other reason, because the confinement room is locked up for a day, and it will be dark when she comes out. After dark, she has to rush to the Forbidden Forest to get her goods. As a result, when she was getting the goods, she ran into Cho Cho, who woke up. When Cho Cho saw her, he ran around in the maze. Ningdu thought that it must want to make itself tired and fall down, and then drop a piece of golden horn for herself, so she followed it all the time. Then she found that Cho Cho had just fainted from exhaustion, and the golden horn had not fallen off. Ningdu had no choice but to regretfully carry 2 large bags of mucus and leave. Then, as soon as she left the Forbidden Forest, she found that she had missed the roll call again. She found a hidden place to temporarily store the 2 bags of mucus she had transported out, and then went to confinement again. So she endured the drug addiction that was like an addiction after leaving the Forbidden Forest, and was locked up for a whole day to detoxify. After detoxification, it was night again. Ningdu thought about the goods she had not transported out yet, and hurried to the Forbidden Forest again. Then Cho Cho saw her, and started running wildly again. With a skeptical attitude, Ningdu followed it again. In the end, it fainted from exhaustion while running, fell to the ground, and did not lose a single horn. Ningdu wasted time with it again, and when she transported another part of her mucus bag out and back, she missed the roll call again. She was locked up for a whole day again. When she went to transport her remaining goods at night, Ningdu swore that she would never run around with that crazy beast again. But the moment she saw Choer, she also had some doubts in her heart. What if the horn really fell off this time? Then she knew that she had lost the bet again. Damn, it was too late to go back, and she was locked up again. Later, Ningdu, who had been locked up for a whole day, thought that this night would be the last time to go to the Forbidden Forest to get all the remaining things back. This time, she would never run around with that crazy beast again, and would never be locked up again. That night, Ningdu, who was locked up in the lockup room, understood a truth. Biting off more than you can chew. No, it was indeed okay to chew it hard. At most, she could cut off its horn while Choer was unconscious. Unfortunately, she is a decent person who likes to make money in a legitimate way. Alas, she is too kind. Liko and Mu Jin also fell into reflection like her. In the Forbidden Forest Patrol office, looking at Teacher Mu Jin's gloomy face, Liko said cautiously, Teacher Mu, let's think of other ways to deal with this matter. Apply to adjust the school surveillance to see which student it is. There is no need to mobilize so many people to catch a student. I have been in the Galaxy Military Academy for so many years, and there is no student I can't deal with. Mu Jin said. Liko, but we have caught that student for 3 days. She appears and disappears like a ghost all day long. We can't hit her with a tranquilizer gun, so it seems that we really can't deal with her. So I said. Mu Jin said seriously, do you still think she is just a student? Liko was stunned. You mean? I still say that I know very well what the students of Galaxy Military Academy are like. There is no one I can't deal with. If I really encounter someone I can't deal with, there is only one possibility. Mu Jin said very deeply, this must be an outsider. Outsider? Liko's eyes lit up. Yes, he always subconsciously thought that the military academy was. There are teachers and students in the academy, and the management is very strict, but in fact, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. Yes, which student can have such ability? That person should not be a student. Being able to dodge the tranquilizer gun at least shows that she has installed some bullet sensing equipment, which is not something that ordinary students can have. In addition, being able to appear and disappear at will shows that she is extremely familiar with the terrain of the Forbidden Forest. She may even know the underground habitat of the fairy beasts that we never actively approach. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. If she is not a teacher of our Galaxy Military Academy, it is very likely that she is an external organization that covets the star beasts raised in our school. In short, Xiaoli, we must take this matter seriously now. Liko immediately became serious after hearing this. Yes, Teacher Mu. Tomorrow you go apply for a transfer order and ask the people from the District Military Education Department to send professional equipment over. Based on the traces of this person's movements in the Forbidden Forest these days, cooperate with the district government's Skynet detection system to carefully identify this person's appearance and check one by one. Mu Jin finished speaking, thought about it and said, by the way, you try to coordinate and don't let the fairy beast in our forest get stressed. The school's final exams will be in a few days, and it will serve as a test question. It will be difficult to deal with it if it faints from shock. Yes. Liko took on the task and felt that the mission was very important. As a new teacher, he naturally felt unsure. Then Teacher Mu, am I the only one responsible for this matter? You? My work in the Forbidden Forest has ended. There are still many things waiting for me at the school. As you know, as soon as this semester ends, the district will immediately select people to participate in the Star District level. It's an arms race. Our school must select people carefully to improve the reputation and strength of the Galaxy Military Academy. Mu Song said this with a look of unrest. I don't want the Galaxy Military Academy to be so lonely. But don't worry, when you do these things, I will ask Teacher Xiaolin to work with you. He has experience. Hearing this, Liko finally felt relieved, and at the same time, he hurriedly comforted Mu Jin. I know, Teacher Mu, don't worry too much, our school will definitely be able to do it. Really? Mu Jin smiled bitterly when he heard this. But I heard that the source of students in our school is getting worse every year. Even the orphans who have been rescued, the government doesn't want to pay such a high subsidy, so they just send them to us. If you don't know, you might think that our military academy has become a public garden now, and you don't have to participate in any assessments, and anyone can enter at will. Speaking of this, Mu Jin sighed hard. Chapter 14. Ningdu's matter in the Forbidden Forest has come to an end. As for why it is an end instead of a complete end, of course it is because, for so many days, except for Cho-Cho, she didn't even see the shadow of a fairy beast in the dark forest. Ningdu was thinking about how to report to the employer. While thinking, she finally turned on the optical computer in the dormitory that had not been turned on for the past few days. After all, she was either in confinement or in the Forbidden Forest with intermittent signals all day, so the optical computer really took a long vacation. After turning on the optical computer and logging into the Star Network trading field, Ningdu immediately found that there were messages from the buyer of Fairy Bee Slime on her account. Clicking it, there were quite a few messages. Hello, are you there? Hello, did you get the slime? Hello, please reply to my message. Hello, are you still alive? Ningdu, This person is quite polite. She replied, I'm back. The other party replied immediately, real person? Ningdu, fake robot. The other party, The other party, you're not dead, it's a miracle. Ningdu didn't reply. Did you really get the goods? The other party asked again. Ningdu, How to explain this question? She was thinking. If it was a profiteer, facing such a large and tempting transaction, even if she couldn't get the real goods, she might use fake goods to impersonate. After all, as long as she could deceive the other party, the transaction was completed, and the other party could be blocked. But she was a kind seller. If you didn't get it, you didn't get it. It's not good to cheat people with fake goods. Ningdu thought, and his hands unconsciously sent a message to the other party. What if I said I got it? The other party, really? If it's true, you can send the sample immediately. I will check the goods and arrange the fastest interstellar logistics. Ningdu swallowed his saliva. Okay. She swore that she was not a profiteer. She just mailed the sample of Choer's mucus because she was too lazy to check the information and consult others whether the mucus on Choer was valuable. In this way, if the other party found that the goods were not the same as the picture, she would definitely admit it immediately. If the other party scolded that the mucus was worthless and she wasted his time, then Ningdu would know that Choer's mucus would not sell for a good price. But if the other party knew that this was not the mucus of the fairy beast but complained and thought that this mucus was acceptable, then she would not have to bother to find a buyer for Choer's mucus, which was also very convenient. Of course, if the other party's inspection method is not sophisticated and fails to detect it, and really thinks that Choer's mucus is the mucus of the fairy beast, Ningdu feels that she is an honest person. If things come to this point, she will tell the truth. Of course, the premise is that she wants to experience the pleasure of the successful transaction first. So she really didn't intend to ask the other party to send all the goods after inspecting the goods, and not refuse when the money is transferred to her. Ningdu assured that she just wanted to try out what it feels like to get such a huge sum of money before telling the other party the truth. Looking at the chat interface between herself and the buyer replied to her excitedly, "Classmate, I received all your goods. Very good, you have worked hard, and I will cooperate with you next time." Ningdu fell into a guilty mood. So she wrote every word very carefully. "You're welcome, it's my duty, and thank you for your trust. We can cooperate with each other if there is a chance." She was about to send it, but felt it was not appropriate. After thinking about it again and again, she suddenly remembered that the buyer had given her a hand-drawn picture of the fairy beast transformation, which was also signed by him. So she solemnly added a respectful title after this sentence. "You're welcome, it's my duty, and thank you for your trust. We can cooperate with each other if there is a chance, Mr. SB." Ningdu checked the wording of this sentence again, and sent it out solemnly after confirming that it was correct. After sending it out, she stared at the small frame and waited for a reply very nervously. Over there, Zhu Xueqi stared at the message sent by Ningdu and fell into deep thought. SB is scolding him and mocking him, right? Before, he didn't believe that the student opposite could collect the mucus he needed, so he deliberately sent the spoof picture of transformation to make fun of her, but she really got it, and the quality of the collected mucus was very high. Inha Middle School actually has such a powerful student. He underestimated him. A talented person has his own temper. It is reasonable for him to scold and ridicule him for helping him get so much precious mucus. Zhu Xueqi thought again, and replied to the other party with great respect. "Sorry, I used inappropriate words before. I hope you can forgive me. I did underestimate your strength. This is my fault. If you have anything you need to sell, you can show it to me. I will sincerely buy it." Ningdu looked at the message sent by the other party, and felt even more ashamed. Alas, this guy was not right in the first place, and the other party didn't see it, but he actually apologized to her. It's fine to apologize to her, but he also took the initiative to continue trading with her. This, how embarrassing. Ningdu thought. His subordinates hurriedly replied, "I still have a piece of ore in my hand, I can show it to you." Then she sent the hologram of the golden horn in her hand. Zhu Xueqi's eyes were straight when he saw the picture sent by Ningdu. Isn't this the horn of Fairy Mon? He had read the information before. Fairyman's horn is very hard, because the horn and the star beast have a strong mental connection, so unless this kind of star beast voluntarily cuts off the horn, ordinary people can't get it off anyway. But the student opposite, she actually, based on the fact that the other party gave her mucus, he believed 80% of the other party's character, so he estimated that the golden stone horn she said was real. But if the golden beast horn stone was really taken off, it proved that she bullied the fairy beast badly. I thought she was capable enough to secretly collect some mucus under the nose of Fairymon. Could she really fight against a beast like Fairymon? Late at night, Zhu Xueqi sat on the chair and felt a chill on his back. Who is this student? Although he was puzzled, the other party's strength was probably true, so he respectfully sent her another message. "Hello, is this the horn of Fairymon?" Ningdu, She thought about it again, and sent it with a stiff upper lip. "Yes. That's right." The other party quickly sent another message. "Fairymon horns are rarer than mucus. You are really amazing. I really admire you. So I am willing to buy this horn at 5 times the market price." Ningdu, She was silent. Seeing Ningdu didn't speak for a long time, the other party quickly replied, "Why don't you speak? Do you have any concerns? Fairy horns are really rare. How about this? I will buy it at 10 times the market price. How about it?" Ningdu, She was still silent. Seeing that she didn't reply again, the other party quickly said, "Do you still feel that you are owed a little? How about this? I really want this horn very sincerely, 20 times. I will buy it at 20 times the price, okay?" Ningdu finally couldn't stand it. Okay, she admitted that she was a profiteer. But although she was a profiteer, she also had a bottom line. Let the other party pay 20 times the price to buy a fake fairy horn? She couldn't do it, so she immediately replied to the other party, "Sorry, I won't sell this horn." "Why?" the other party asked hurriedly. "Are you dissatisfied with the price I offered?" Ningdu, "No, it's just that the quality of this horn is not as good as the holographic photo I took. I think you will lose money, so I don't want to cheat you." "That's okay. Fairy horns are always based on quantity, not appearance. As long as the gram weight of this horn is enough, I have no problem at all. You don't have to worry about it." Zhu Xueqi replied hurriedly. Ningdu, You really don't have to think so much. I am very satisfied with the mucus you gave me, so I believe in your character very much. As long as you sell the horn to me with enough weight, I will definitely not feel at a loss. Please don't worry, I really don't care about the appearance. How about this? I will increase the price to 25 times. Do you think it's okay? Looking at the messages sent one after another from the other side, Ningdu fell into deep worry. Doesn't it make sense? She thought for a long time in front of the chat interface, and finally, she thought of a way to persuade the other party not to buy without wasting time. Ningdu raised his hand and sent a message to the other party. 50 times. 50 times? Zhu Xueqi on the other side saw it, and was stunned for a moment. She really dared to ask for a high price. Fairy horns are indeed precious, but 25 times is almost the limit of his inner price. She is also doing business. Doesn't she look at the market? 50 times is 2. Just then, Ningdu sent another message, so you don't have to force it. In fact, the things I have are actually very good. The best products can only live up to their best nature when they play their greatest value. So if this thing can meet someone who really needs it, and make the best use of it, I won't get it in vain. 50 times, people who really need it will definitely buy it, so if you don't really need it, then you don't have to buy it. It's just that fate hasn't arrived, Mr. SB. After reading this passage, Zhu Xueqi's first reaction was that SB. It's so dazzling. He saw that the student opposite him was mocking him again. And this time she specifically said that she would only sell it to people who need this horn. Just now, he had vowed that no matter what she took out, he would sincerely take it, but now it has become like this. No wonder the other party mocked him with SB. Zhu Xueqi was thinking. Buying a fairy beast horn at a price 50 higher than the market price is naturally a loss. But fairy beast horns are rare, and with such a piece, even if he gritted his teeth and spent 50 times more, it would not be particularly excessive. Besides, he had already promised the student that he was sincere in purchasing her things, so why did he regret it now? He didn't want to be a big man who went back on his word. And it was hard to say how strong the girl opposite was, but in short, he thought she was someone worth making friends with. For businessmen, especially mecha businessmen, having more military school friends is never too much. After thinking it over again and again, Zhu Xueqi finally sent a message to Ningdu reluctantly. Okay, deal. Chapter 15. Ningdu looked at the heavy balance in her account, and sighed more and more. Sure enough, it is still faster to make money in an illegal way. If only people who sell fake goods in this society would not be sentenced to fines if caught. Ningdu sighed, feeling that as long as she lived in a civilized society, she should be more civilized. She really didn't expect that the sucker on the other side would be willing to pay 50 times the price to buy her horns. If he hadn't paid her so much money at once, she would have been confused looking at her deposits, and she hadn't exposed the fact that she bought fake goods for so many days. Alas! Ningdu sighed again. She couldn't delay any longer. She had to return the money to the other party and tell him the truth. She said that she did this transaction just to experience the pleasure of making a lot of money. The property still had to be returned to its original owner. Thinking of this, Ningdu began to painfully think of how to send a message to the other party to let him know the truth. What should she say? Should she tell him directly that her goods are all fake and are not actually from Fairymon? Or should she lay some groundwork? Alas, she is the worst at this kind of thing. Why didn't the other party be smarter and quickly find out that her goods are fake so that they can confront her, so that she can't find any excuses? Taking a step back, isn't the other party's inferior detector that can't detect the authenticity of Fairymon substances correct? Taking a step back 100 steps, isn't the buyer himself correct? For such a big matter, he just used his own machine to test the goods and thought it was over. Didn't he know to check more? Taking a step back 1,000 steps, isn't Fairymon correct at all? Why can other students encounter it, but she can't encounter it after so many times? Let's take a step back. Can't the other party think that her goods are from the real fairy beast, and then she also thinks that the goods are real, and then just pretend nothing happened and everyone is fine? No, thinking of this, Ningdu shook his head. The other party said that he runs a professional mecha manufacturing company. The company has many inspection items, and is very strict. Although her fake goods have passed the initial inspection, if they are to be used, they must be re-inspected. If the re-inspection fails, the other party will definitely make trouble for her. So although the other party has not found any problems after so many days, if she doesn't tell her in time, the consequences... Wait. Ningdu suddenly thought of something. The buyer came to her to buy mucus at that time, which means he was in a hurry to use it. Since he was in a hurry to use it, so many days have passed since he got the goods. Has he not used it yet? If the goods are used, they will be re-inspected. If there are problems in the re-inspection, the man will definitely come to her. So why hasn't the buyer come to her after all these days? Ningdu frowned. An answer was about to come out in her mind. So, is it possible that her goods are really real? Ningdu actually doubted Chaochu's identity. If Chaochu is really Ferrymon, then the Ferrymon transformation picture the buyer gave her didn't look like Chaochu. Maybe he forgot? Or Ferryman's transformation was updated too quickly, and he didn't have time. So she only needs to do one thing now, which is to verify whether Chaochu is Ferrymon. Of course, although Ferryman's transformation picture can't be found on StarNet, the most official verification method is right in front of Ningdu. Because 5 months have passed since the enrollment. The freshmen of the junior class of the Galaxy Military Academy are going to take the final exam. One of the items in the exam is to test the student's crisis response ability, and the school's crisis response test questions are very stable, the same for every class. That is, to test whether students can respond as calmly as possible when they see the brutal beast, Ferrymon, in the Forbidden Forest using the instant network. While other students were thinking about how to not be scared to death when they saw the Ferrymon, Ningdu was also worried about how to communicate with the Ferrymon. If the Ferrymon was really Choer. After all, the network she could access was limited. She only saw a few horns that were somewhat similar to Choer's golden stone horns on the Star Network. She did not find Choer's appearance in the real and fake pictures of Ferrymon. The internet cannot confirm whether Choer is Ferrymon, only the exam can really do it. The examinees would use the instant network to have face-to-face video calls with the fairy beasts in the Forbidden Forest. When that happened, Ningdu thought that if Choer was the fairy beast, he would definitely be very excited to see her. After all, it was Choer who fell in love with her not long after seeing her, and offered her a horn. Of course, he performed poorly in the following few times, and did not drop his horn for her. However, Ningdu forgave him. After all, Choer should rarely drop his horns for anyone, and was not proficient in the business. So Ningdu thought that he had to think of a way to let him learn other ways to drop his horns besides falling down. And it would be best if he could learn it during the exam and drop 2 for her on the spot. After all, the exam was one of the few opportunities for her to communicate with Choer face-to-face, as an online friend without having to risk going to the Forbidden Forest. How convenient it was, and there was no risk of missing the roll call. So Ningdu turned on the optical computer on the spot, and started to look up on the Star Internet how to make the fairy beast lose its horns. Oh no, there must be no information about the fairy beast. She could look up how to make the star beasts that have a good relationship with humans trim their horns themselves. After all, the horns of the star beasts that generally listen to people are of little value. In order to prevent them from bursting into wildness, people will cut off their horns. Although cutting off the horns does not hurt, some star beasts feel that they are not beautiful and depressed after cutting off their horns. So it is said that humans have come up with a set of methods to trick the star beasts into believing that they are most beautiful without horns, and then let them take the initiative to cut off their horns. Although this method is said to be invented by a senior professor of star beast research in a main star area of the Empire, and is not spread outside, Ningdu only needs to search on the Star Internet slightly, and find that this top-secret method is now sold for 9.99 star coins. 9.99 is still too expensive. She searched again, and found that there is still 5.9 selling this top-secret information. After searching again, there are still 3.99, 2.99, 1.99. Finally, Ningdu finally found the top-secret information with the lowest price on the entire network, 0.99. There is no lower price than this. Ningdu had to buy it with great reluctance. After buying this information and opening it, she knew that she would definitely not lose money. There are hundreds of pages of the Star Beast Horn Cutting Manual, which are densely packed with things to remember to do. This must be enough and very complete. Well, in this case, she can start learning. Ningdu first read this manual roughly, and found that the core idea of this manual is to use incentives to spread the most beautiful positive energy of the missing Star Beast to the Star Beast, so as to achieve the purpose of letting the Star Beast accept the cutting of the horn and consciously cut the horn. To sum it up, it's just one word: praise. It's just that the way of praise is a bit special. The whole article is full of if you don't cut off your horns, no one will want you. If you don't cut off your horns, you will be ugly and stupid. Do you think anyone will keep you? You ugly thing with horns, now you don't even listen to people? Stand still, you know who is the master. If you don't take off your horns, you won't have food tonight. The true scriptures say that star beasts and humans have different understandings of words. They think that being fierce is a compliment, and that humans who are friendly are malicious. So this kind of command and belittlement is actually a suggestion and praise in the Star Beast worldview. Ningdu actually thinks it makes some sense, otherwise why every time she sees Choer, She is very polite to him with a smile, but he acts scared and ashamed. Well, what this book says is indeed right. As expected, you still have to spend money to buy real things. She had to write down all the words in the hundreds of pages of the cut horn's true scripture. After all, the author of the manual also emphasized this solemnly at the end. The above content must be memorized and recited to the star beast word for word to achieve the best effect of persuading the cut. Huh? Ningdu took a deep breath. Although she was willing to listen to the full text of such a book, but with so much content, how much time would it take? In a few days, she would meet the fairy beast, which means she might meet Choer. In the next few days, she would have to take an exam, which would take most of the day. She was really. Time was tight. Thinking of this, Ningdu began to worry again. Oh, forget it. Just memorize as much as you can. Although she told herself so, she was still very worried. This semester, she had to take a total of 4 exams, divided into 4 days. The first day was the theory class of teacher Su Ximing. Other students got up early in the morning and started to recite the test points with their books. Ningdu was of course very worried. She got up early in the morning and started to recite the cut horn's true scripture she bought. Unfortunately, she had to take the exam after memorizing a little bit. Ningdu had no choice but to walk to the exam while looking at the scriptures in the light brain and mumbling to herself. She was still reciting in a low voice when she sat in the examination room before the exam started. She didn't notice that Su Ximing had already walked in. I usually ask you to buy books, but you didn't buy them, and you haven't even attended the class. Do you think you can pass the exam by cramming? Su Ximing saw Ningdu mumbling there, and quickly walked over, stood in front of Ningdu's desk, glanced at her, and then said to the students in the examination room, "Don't think that you can pass this exam by downloading the key points of the previous theoretical examinations from the forum and memorizing them. Let me tell you, today's exam questions are new, and have nothing to do with the previous ones. The degree of freedom is very high. If you memorize them by rote, you will fail the exam." Ah? What? The students in the examination room were stunned for a moment. It's not Teacher Su. It's just a theory class. There's no need. If you don't learn the theory class well, and don't understand mechas, what mecha can you drive? Can you drive well? Do you really think? Is it enough to be a single soldier with brute force? Su Ximing became serious. I am responsible for you. Otherwise, I will take out the key points of the previous years and give you some easy test questions, so that those of you who usually copy homework and don't study can also pass the exam. Is that good? Speaking of this, she became even more angry. Don't think I don't know that some of you copy homework every time you do such good homework. Although I am not sure whose homework you copied, one day, when I confirm whose homework was copied, I will definitely call you all over and teach you a lesson. Wait. After she finished speaking, she looked down at Ningdu next to her. Of course, in addition to this, I will also punish those who don't bring books to class and don't do homework every time after the final exam. Ningdu nodded repeatedly, looking at the light brain air screen that only she could see, and kept reciting the contents of the true scriptures. She really hoped that Teacher Su would teach people like this for a while longer, so that she would have more time to recite things. Su Ximing saw Ningdu nodded calmly, and her blood pressure was a little high. Okay, the light brain shielding device is on, and you will start answering the questions when the bell rings. She finally didn't want to say anything more, and left with a smile. Then, the exam bell rang. It's finally time for the exam. The light brain shielding device blocked it unexpectedly, and Ningdu couldn't see anything in front of her before she finished reciting that sentence. She could only insert the exam chip into her light brain, restart the light brain and start answering. But she was still worried about the things she hadn't finished reciting. Alas, this exam actually takes 3 hours. Ningdu was worried. How much more things did she have to recite in the 3 hours of the exam? She was upset while answering the questions. So soon, 30 minutes later, she submitted the test paper and left. She could have left in 20 minutes, but when she handed in the paper, she found that she had written the answer to the question in the wrong place, so she spent another 10 minutes rewriting the answer. This was mainly because her optical computer had some minor problems, and the screen was often not correct and a little stuck. Ningdu thought it was still usable, and didn't care about it anymore. After all, it would cost money to repair it. 5-star coins. Although it was painful to waste 10 more minutes, it was even more painful to spend 5 more star coins on repairing an optical computer that didn't need to be repaired. Ningdu had already wasted 10 minutes, so of course she couldn't waste any more time. After submitting the test paper, she quickly took off the test chip, walked out of the examination room, quickly left the optical computer shielding range, restarted the optical computer, opened the true scriptures, and began to recite while walking. The teacher from another class, who was sitting in front of the monitor with Su Ximing, saw Ningdu leaving the exam room and was surprised. "Wow, Teacher Su, your class is really good. Some students finished the test in half an hour. So amazing. I couldn't do this even though I had such good theoretical grades." Su Ximing laughed. "Of course, after all, you don't usually buy books, attend classes, or do homework, otherwise you can be faster than her." The teacher next to him. Chapter 16. The theory class was over after all. Ningdu went to the cafeteria to eat rice with egg drop soup and recited the scriptures in his brain. He felt that he was getting into the state more and more. He ate 5 bowls of rice unconsciously. "Alas, I don't know what happened. When I first came to school, I only ate 2 bowls of rice. This semester, I feel hungry every day, and I eat 4 bowls of rice at a meal. I recited so much today, my brain cells must be exhausted, so I added another bowl." Ningdu felt very excited. She has memorized a quarter of the sutra. At this speed, she can definitely finish it by the time she meets Chaochu. So Ningdu began to squeeze time from every little bit of her life. She tried to sleep as little as possible, and recited the sutra while eating and going to the toilet. If she couldn't do 2 things at once, she would try to finish the task quickly, and then recite the sutra. Anyway, if she could do 2 things at once, she would do them 2 things at once. If she couldn't do them, she would finish the task quickly, and then recite the sutra. Originally, Song Yuqing was supposed to be the invigilator for the underwater pressure final test, but there happened to be a meeting today that would last until the end of the test, so he couldn't come to invigilate. But in fact, it was okay for him not to come to invigilate. After all, the final exam of his class was the same as the monthly exam. He had to drive the mecha under the test pool and try to swim out as quickly as possible after the test pool sank to the bottom. It's just that the final exam will be more difficult, and the pressure from the test pool will be higher than the usual monthly exam. So it was okay for him not to supervise the exam. Underwater robots could identify cheating by technological means. There were no other cheating methods. It all depended on the student's own luck. However, Song Yuqing still sneaked out while the leader was talking nonsense in the meeting, just to see how the students were doing in the exam. Walking to the monitor of the test pool, he checked the time. Well, the test has just started for 20 minutes. It will be difficult for them to swim halfway into the pool with the mecha. Song Yuqing looked into the test pool. Well, it was just as he expected. The students who usually performed well had just swam halfway through the depth of the test pool. Most of the students were close to halfway. The remaining students with weaker abilities were still a little far away. Looking at the students struggling in the test pool, Song Yuqing sighed. Overall, it was actually okay. Everyone worked hard. It seemed that the students in this class were working hard to study and train this semester. As a teacher, he was of course very pleased. Wait. Song Yuqing looked at the monitor with a frown. Why did he feel that the number of people was wrong? He turned his head and looked at the real-time list of candidates in the test pool next to him. Sure enough, Ningdu's avatar was gray. So she was not in the examination room at all. Song Yuqing's blood pressure rose immediately. This student always went against him in class, and refused to drive the designated mecha. He was angry and asked her not to come to class, but she didn't admit her mistake, write a letter of guarantee, or ask for a chance. She just turned around and left. She didn't attend classes or take exams. Now, she's waiting to fail the final exam. Alas, he shouldn't have come to see these students. It's really annoying. He might as well go back to the meeting and listen to the leader bragging. Song Yuqing thought of this, and turned back to the meeting room in anger. Ningdu felt that he had done well in the past 2 days. He had memorized 3/4 of the scriptures. He would work hard for another day to memorize the rest, and then consolidate it. That would be enough. There might be 1 more day left before he could see Choer. Today, there was another exam. It was still the same old rule. He would finish it quickly when he got to the exam room, and then continue to memorize what he had to memorize. Ningdu planned it in her mind, and then she went to the examination room very steadily. Then she found something was wrong. This exam was a reaction training class exam, and the exam time was 3 hours in total. Each student had to drive his own mecha to the test site, where there were countless arrows waiting for them to shoot. For 3 hours, the candidates needed to try their best to avoid the densely packed arrows. In the end, the ranking was based on the difference between the final loss of each mecha and the initial loss of each mecha. Of course, the smaller the difference, the smaller the mecha loss, the fewer times it was hit by arrows, and the higher the reaction ability to avoid arrows, and of course the higher the ranking. This is the content of the notice on the examination room rules. This is not the point is. Ningdu frowned. This kind of exam means that all candidates cannot leave early, and everyone must stay in the examination room for 3 hours. Time is money, 3 hours. How many scriptures can you recite? Ningdu was very uncomfortable. But no matter how uncomfortable she was, she had already arrived at the examination room. She had already boarded the pirate ship, and the pirate ship's door had been closed. She had no way back. Ningdu could only bite the bullet and endure these 3 hours. 3 hours passed. Wening, the teacher of the reaction training class, was waiting for the group of candidates at the entrance of the examination room. Hello, Teacher 1. Hello, Teacher 1. Teacher 1, you are here. A group of students greeted Wening enthusiastically when they saw her. After teaching them for several months, Wening was familiar with them and asked them with a smile, "How was the exam? You all look so happy." "Not bad. Not bad. I feel like they performed better than usual during training." "Really?" Wening said. "Everyone did so well in the exam, right? No one failed." "Of course, Teacher Wen teaches so well, who would fail?" Another classmate said. "That's right." Wening felt warm at heart after hearing this. Okay, it seems that her teaching is still relatively scientific. Seeing that they all came out of the exam room in good condition, it means that they have learned something. Wening just thought of this and suddenly stopped. Her eyes accidentally passed through a group of students who came out of the exam room in high spirits and fell on a very obvious outlier among them. That outlier was different from the others. He hunched his back and looked very sad, with helplessness and sorrow on his face. It was indeed Ningdu. Wening also sighed helplessly. For a student who is naturally timid, her course is indeed difficult. Moreover, no matter how much she encourages this student, it is useless. She has always remained timid and trapped herself in it, never willing to break through. It is normal for such a student to fail in the exam. Wening thought of this and shook her head again. It seems that this semester, the goal of excellent grades for the whole class that she set is not achievable. The 3-hour-long exam is finally over. After all, Ningdu was worried and upset for 3 hours in the exam room because she had to waste 3 hours of time. When she came out of the exam room, she felt that she had been drained of energy. Wait, no, Ningdu suddenly woke up as if from a dream. She had already wasted 3 hours in the examination room. Why was she still listless after coming out? Isn't this just another waste of time? No, she would never allow such a thing to happen again. So the next second, Ningdu stood up with a somersault, quickly opened the scriptures in the light brain, and recited the scriptures in the light brain while rushing to the dormitory. The next day. Finally, it was time for her to see Choer's true face. Chapter 17. The last exam is not an exam for a course that the students in the junior class of the Galaxy Military Academy have taken. In fact, everyone has taken the exams for all the courses they have taken. This exam can be regarded as a comprehensive survey of the overall training and learning results of this semester. Other military academies actually have such survey exams. Generally, they will build a special examination room to test the comprehensive quality of students. At the very least, they will buy a comprehensive training cabin and let students lie in the holographic cabin to take the exam with a mental connection. But the Galaxy Military Academy is the only military academy in the Galaxy District of F324. As for why, it is because the Galaxy District is poor and cannot build so many military academies. Naturally, the funds of the Galaxy Military Academy are not much. So special examination rooms and holographic cabins are not affordable. But fortunately, the Military Academy has a treasure that is the school's treasure, that is, the ferocious beast Ferrymon that was feared by the F324 star, and is now captured and firmly suppressed. Ferrymon has been kept in the Galaxy Military Academy for a long time. In addition to being used for observation and research purposes, the school naturally cannot let go of its other values. So although there is no proper test site, and no holographic cabin, a Ferrymon can give the Galaxy Military Academy enough face for the final test of each grade. As new students, who have just come to this school for a semester, the students in the junior class are looking forward to, and afraid of seeing the Ferrymon for the first time in the test. The rules of this test are very simple. Everyone opens your optical brain, and connects to the school network mentally. Naturally, you can meet the Ferrymon far away, in the Forbidden Forest in a holographic way. At that time, everything depends on you. At this moment, in the exam preparation room, a young female teacher was announcing the pre-exam rules to the candidates. Then, teacher, will we meet the little fairy? Then what should we do? Shake hands with it? A student asked casually, and the other students laughed. Student, please stand up. Suddenly, another teacher came to the door. She was nearly 50 years old, wearing a neat military uniform, and had a serious expression. In an instant, everyone suddenly became quiet. Woo, teacher, woo. And the student who asked the question just now also stood up and greeted the female teacher. It was nothing else. The female teacher in front of him, named Wu Ji, was the head teacher of their junior class. In addition to the 3 courses of theory, stress training, and reaction training, all the remaining regular physical training was done by the head teacher, Teacher Wu. Teacher Wu, that's quite strict. Seeing him stand up, Wu Ji stopped looking at him and said to everyone, I'm sorry, I've been busy lately, so I haven't communicated with you much. Our young new teacher, surnamed Yang, will be your assistant in the future, Wu Ji continued. I hope that when you see Teacher Yang, you will give her the respect she deserves. For example, when you meet her for the first time, you should say hello. Hello, Teacher Yang. The students in the class stood up and greeted Teacher Yang. Hello, hello. Teacher Yang looked reserved and looked at Wu Ji again. Wu Ji's expression did not ease up because the students greeted her respectfully. She then said to the student who asked the question randomly, So, student, I ask you to raise your hand first when you ask questions in the future, and speak when the teacher calls you to speak. Also, when asking questions, please address the teacher first. I know, Teacher Wu. The student who asked the question carelessly just now quickly obeyed and said to the new Teacher Yang, I'm sorry, I offended you just now. Sit down. Wu Ji said again. The student quickly sat down. Wu Ji stopped talking and stared at the whole class. After everyone's eyes were focused on her again, she said again, Classmates, please remember that Ferrymon once slaughtered countless people on the F324 planet. Even though it has been imprisoned for decades, its ferocious nature remains unchanged. Although you are not allowed to really meet it, the meeting under holographic conditions, although thousands of miles away, is like being there in person. I hope you don't take it lightly. As for the question raised by the classmate just now, I can tell you that the last exam of this semester, which is also the most important exam, and the examiner of this comprehensive assessment, will be Ferrymon herself. The school has put an assessment system into the chip implanted in Ferrymon. The assessment system will extract Ferrymon's reactions to everyone to convert the corresponding scores. Please try to face it bravely. The more afraid and terrified you are, the more it will think you are timid and cowardly, and it will disdain you. In this way, you are not worth mentioning in its heart, and your score will not be high. Teacher Wu. A classmate raised his hand. Please speak. Wu Ji looked at the student who raised his hand with satisfaction. Teacher Wu, what do we need to do to make it think more highly of us? Is it enough to face it bravely? The student asked again. Wu Ji listened and nodded. Of course, courage is the most valuable quality of a single soldier. There are countless terrifying star beasts, like fairy beasts on hundreds of large and small planets in our entire empire. Although most of them live on uninhabited planets, some of them still cross the interstellar space to the land where humans live and compete with humans for the right to survive. Therefore, the Empire needs an army and brave soldiers who can drive mechas to fight against those fierce star beasts and protect our homes. Ladies and gentlemen, if the Empire did not have brave soldiers who defended you regardless of life and death, then none of us would be so peaceful today. You will have to go to the battlefield one day. Whether it is our junior military academy or the future intermediate military academy, the ultimate purpose of training you is to educate you to be a brave person, a brave individual soldier. Only with courage can you face all kinds of dangers without fear, do not lose your composure, and survive in desperate situations. So today, fellow students, please bravely face the first ferocious star beast you see in your individual soldier career. Fight it bravely, never give up, and persist to the end. Please don't let yourself down, and let your opponent, the ferocious fairy beast, also be in awe of you. Okay, Teacher Wu. After Wu Ji's impassioned words, all the students were excited and their hearts were surging. Everyone showed determination and was ready to fight with Ferrymon. Very good. Wu Ji looked at his students with great satisfaction and finally encouraged them. Classmates, go forward bravely. Please hold on after seeing Ferrymon and fight it to the end. It is better to quit with death than to be afraid to run away. Our students of the Galaxy Military Academy must not be deserters. Okay, Teacher Wu, we must not be deserters. The students swore loudly. Finally, the final exam for the junior class of the Galaxy Military Academy began. Classmates, I hope we can hold on to the end together and never succumb to the tyranny of Ferrymon. Some students shouted to cheer everyone up before the exam. Yes, our classmates must not be deserters. Everyone held back and fought it to the end. More students shouted. Persist, come on. Ningdu joined the students, who were shouting slogans, and cheered herself up. Come on. She has memorized the entire scripture. As long as she sees Choer in the examination room, she will insist on reciting the entire scripture to him without missing a word. She must be brave, firm, and persistent, so that Choer can get her another golden stone horn. Soon, all the students were in place in the examination room, connected to the relevant equipment of the Forbidden Forest, entered the holographic state, and waited for the arrival of Ferrymon. Ferrymon is the most advanced star beast in F324. Unlike ordinary star beasts, it not only has super strong martial arts and strong mental power, but also has a special skill. Its mental power can be dispersed into multiple independent mental bodies. In short, it can split itself and split its spirit into many independent thinking and multi-threaded operations. The school took advantage of this feature of Ferrymon and input instructions into the control chip installed in its body when it was captured, so that its mental body split into countless independent small mental bodies, transformed into the appearance of Ferrymon, entered the holographic environment, and contacted every student at the same time. This is equivalent to that every candidate can face the same Ferrymon alone at the same time. The exam began. Ningdu closed his eyes, and connected his mental power to the school examination system through the optical brain, and soon entered the holographic environment. After the holographic examination environment was loaded, Ningdu opened his eyes again. Isn't this the underground maze where Choer is in the Forbidden Forest? I heard that the holographic environment generated by Ferrymon is exactly the same as the place where Ferrymon is currently staying in the Forbidden Forest. Since Ferrymon is staying in Choer's maze, it means that Choer is... Choer! Ningdu hadn't finished thinking when she saw Choer walking towards her with her own eyes. Sure enough, her Choer is Ferrymon. Ferrymon also walked in slowly, and went to meet people slowly. The Galaxy Military Academy always pulls her out as a test question, an examiner for the final exam every year. Alas, it is no longer surprising. Who says it is so powerful? It can scare these students to death every year. There is nothing to do. Ferrymon sighed and entered the examination room. Then she heard a familiar Choer. Ningdu was a little excited. After all, the uncertainty of so many days finally turned into a definite answer. Now she is finally relieved, so she hurried to give Choer a big hug. At this moment, Ferrymon also looked up and met Ningdu's eyes. Oh my god, why is it this person again? Is she a ghost? Why is she so haunting? Ferrymon was stunned for 2 seconds, then turned around and ran away. Oh. Ningdu immediately remembered that the Horn-Chopping Sutra said that the understanding of star beasts and humans is different. Humans understand friendliness, such as compliments and hugs, as friendly behaviors. In the eyes of star beasts, everything is a provocation. Only when she talks to Choer according to the sentences in the sutra, Choer knows that she is kind. Ningdu looked at Choer and saw her panic and anxious to escape, but was restricted by the invisible walls around the examination room. She felt very sorry for it. Choer, who was full of treasures, must not misunderstand her, so Ningdu immediately cleared his throat and began to say to Choer seriously, Ahem, stop. Ferrymon, who was struggling to escape but heard this, was stunned again. What did this human say just now? Let it go. Oh no, the tone was so harsh he said to stop. Why did he want it to stop? Was he going to beat it? Ridiculous, it would not stop. Let this hateful human. Before I finished thinking, I heard a plop. One of the fairy beast's legs was weak, and it half knelt on the ground. Fairy beast, Hey, not running anymore? Ningdu's eyes lit up, and he continued quickly, That's right, you have to listen to me, don't run. Fairy beast, who listens to her, is she sick? Just now, it accidentally let its legs go weak, but it won't do that this time. It must run. If it doesn't run, will it wait to be beaten by her? Plop! There was another plop, and just when Fairy Beast was about to get up and run, the other front leg also went weak and knelt on the ground. Ferrymon, Ningdu was relieved when she saw it kneel on its front legs and stop running. Then she walked forward and stood in front of Ferrymon. Ferrymon stared at her with big eyes, screaming in her heart, Ah! Ah! What is this human doing? Ningdu looked at it, and wanted to smile gently at it, but suddenly thought that the cognition of star beasts and humans was opposite, so she immediately changed to a fierce look. Why are you lowering your head? Raise your head and look at me, you cub. After she said that, she looked at Choer. She found that it didn't react. Ningdu frowned. Could it be that she was not fierce enough just now and scared it? She pondered. so she emphasized her tone and said to it, "Are you deaf when I talk? Raise your head." After saying this, she found that Choer was still unmoved. Ningdu frowned even more deeply. It seems that she is still too kind. Kind people are not good at saying harsh words, so she didn't let Choer feel warm. Alas, this won't work. Although she is not good at it, she can't help it. She must continue to say harsher words and make Choer feel warm. It is the only friend she knows with golden stone beast horns on its head. Thinking of this, Ningdu held his breath for a while, then took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Ugly thing, raise your head. Otherwise, I will kill you." As soon as this sound came out, Choer raised his already long neck high in an instant, and raised his neck high. Ningdu saw its appearance, and was relieved. Ah, it turns out that the tone must be stronger, and it finally works. Now it's all right. Choer has raised his head, and is looking directly at her. She can now recite the contents of the true scripture of horn cutting to it, and persuade it to cut its horns on its own. Hey, wait a minute. Why does Choer's facial expression seem a little unnatural? Cho? Ningdu tried to call out. Choer didn't respond. Cho? Ningdu called out again. Choer still didn't respond at all. Ningdu looked at Choer, puzzled for a moment. Then he carefully stretched out a finger and poked its head. With just one poke, bang! Choer's head fell straight down and fell heavily to the ground. Then he lost consciousness. Ningdu, why did it faint again? She stared at Choer, who was stiff and fainted on the ground, for a long time without understanding. Then suddenly, she found a piece of golden stone horn that had fallen off next to Choer's head. That's it, Ningdu suddenly realized. It turned out that Choer was giving her a golden stone horn in this way. Wait, so the horn-cutting sutra is really useful. She just said a few words from it, and Choer actually gave her another horn. However, Ningdu suddenly regretted it again. If she had known this, she would not have listened to the author's recitation of the whole text. It took so long and she would have missed so many jobs. Ningdu regretted it so much at this moment. But fortunately, the fallen golden horn can temporarily relieve her pain. Because although the exam is that the candidates and Ferrymon actually communicate with each other through holographic technology, if Ferryman's spiritual body is injured in the holographic environment, its body will also be injured at the same time. Unlike humans, if the human body of ordinary humans in the spiritual world is injured, it can only be regarded as a mental injury, and the physical body will not really have any problems. But Ferrymon is different. The number 3 capture team was able to catch Ferrymon in the end, because they invaded its spiritual body, and attacked its spiritual body, causing it to be physically injured. This is the weakness of Ferrymon. So Ning knew that Choer had lost his horn during the exam just now, so in reality, his horn must have fallen to the ground. She was familiar with that place, so she had to find a time to retrieve the horn that fell there. Ning thought about it, and immediately withdrew from the exam and prepared to go to the Forbidden Forest. On the other side, Teacher Wu Ji, who was invigilating in the exam room, was chatting with her in turn, the newly promoted Teacher Yang. The specific scene of each candidate's holographic meeting with Ferrymon will not be recorded, because Ferrymon loves stress, especially when there are cameras spying on its life. But even so, the invigilators can also judge the student's exam situation based on the changes in their heart rate and physical stress. Teacher Yang, looking at the red lines on the student status detection screen, sighed. Teacher Wu, the students in your class are really good. I see that everyone is basically in a state of super heart rate and super high pressure. They must have fought very hard with the fairy beast. They haven't quit even in this situation. These students are really persistent. Of course. Wu Ji smiled. There are no cowards in our class who quit halfway. Report. As soon as Wu Ji finished speaking, a student's voice came from outside the invigilation room. Teacher, can I leave? Wu Ji was stunned for a moment, and looked at Ningdu at the door. Teacher Yang, He was just about to say that so many students' statuses were red, but one student's status disappeared. Seeing that Wu Ji didn't speak for a long time, Ningdu thought she didn't hear clearly, so he said again, Teacher, can I leave? Wu Ji said seriously, You mean, you want to quit the exam? Ningdu looked at her face, and was silent for a few seconds. I have to pee urgently, I want to go to the toilet. She said again. Go. Wu Ji said then. Oh, okay. Ningdu left in a hurry. In fact, she wanted to leave directly, but found that the exit door was closed, so she went to find the teachers to help open the door. However, Ningdu thought about it. In fact, there are windows in the toilet, and it is not difficult to climb out. As soon as Ningdu left, Teacher Yang breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Mu Jin cautiously. Ha ha, Teacher Wu, I really thought that the student just now was going to escape at the last minute, but it turned out that he was just going to the toilet. Of course, I have said that I have taught these students for a semester, and I have led them to do various training every day. It is so hard, and I have never seen anyone slack off and ask for leave. Although I don't remember who they are so clearly, they know what they are like. Let me tell you, there are really no cowards in my class. Wu Xi said again. That's true. Teacher Yang also said. But it's really not okay to go to the bathroom during the exam. When she comes back later, I have to talk to her. Wu Xi continued. Teacher Yang, that's for sure. After that, the two continued to supervise the exam in silence. 5 minutes later. 10 minutes later. 15 minutes later. Teacher Yang looked at Wu Xi cautiously again. Teacher Wu, do you think the child is going to the toilet? Wu Xi was silent. Half an hour later. Teacher Yang, Teacher Wu, do you think the child has diarrhea? Wu Xi's face turned black. 40 minutes later. Teacher Yang, Teacher Wu, do you think that child has fallen into a trap? Wu Xi finally couldn't help it. Xiao Yang, give me the information of the student who just slipped away in the middle of the exam. I want to see which coward it is. Chapter 18. The final exams of the Galaxy Military Academy for one semester are finally over. According to convention, after all the test results are released, teachers of each grade in the school will hold a meeting to summarize. But before that, the head teacher of each grade will usually hold a small meeting with the teachers of each subject. So at this moment, in the office of Wu Jiwu, the head teacher of the junior class of the Galaxy Military Academy, teachers of various subjects gathered together. According to convention, everyone has to talk about the summary of the semester, and then look forward to the future, just as a rehearsal before the formal meeting. Every teacher is scratching his head. Because everyone knows about meetings, you have to say some polite words, and then summarize something good in the summary of a semester. But in fact they all know these things and do them every year. But every year at the meeting, each teacher is required to speak, and cannot repeat the speech of previous years. This is difficult. Anyway, there are only a few good words to summarize this semester. The students are all the same, and the source of students in the Galaxy Military Academy is just SOSO. There are no particularly outstanding students, so we can only pick out one or two relatively good ones from the mediocre students and then focus on them. A meeting, everyone was dull. Until there was a knock on the door. A middle-aged woman wearing metal military boots walked in. Everyone is in a meeting. The woman smiled and asked the teachers who were sitting together thinking hard. The teachers of various subjects looked up and stood up. Director Mu, you are back? They asked in surprise. Yes, there are many things in the galaxy this year. I was supposed to be back last month, but the Forbidden Forest wanted to do research on star beasts again, so I went to cooperate for a while. Everyone, is this semester going well? Mu Jin looked at the teachers in front of him and said with concern. Of course, everything went well. Su Shiming said with a smile. Mu Jin nodded and then looked at Wu Ji, the head teacher of the junior class. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Wu. Wu Ji is an old teacher who has retired from the Galaxy Military Academy. Because of the shortage of teachers, Mu Jin had no choice but to ask Teacher Wu to continue to substitute. Wu Ji said lightly, What's the matter? Since I agreed to continue to substitute for the school, I deserve the hard work. Mu Jin nodded and then continued to ask, How was the meeting? Have you thought about what to say at the school's year-end summary meeting? When the teachers of various subjects heard Mu Jin's question, they were silent. Mu Jin looked at them. It seems that it is still a headache as usual. The main thing is that the situation is actually similar. Winning, the teacher of the reaction training class, couldn't help but say, the students are not particularly outstanding. It feels good to report like in previous years, because the situation is basically quite good, Director Mu. After listening, Mu Jin thought about it and said, They are all quite good. Is there nothing bad? The bad? Winning looked at her cautiously. Can report it? Why not? What's the use of summarizing only the good things in the year-end summary? We must find problems and summarize experience and lessons in time, so that we can improve our school next year. But those leaders of our school. Don't worry about those leaders. They will be transferred from the school soon. Mu Jin said again. What? All the teachers were stunned. The Galaxy District also wants to develop. How can the rating of such a military academy not be improved? So this year, the General Administration of Military Education has made changes, and the transfer notice has also been issued. This year's year-end meeting will announce it. Mu Jin continued. The teachers listened, their gossipy hearts burning, and hurriedly asked again, Director Mu, do you mean that the principals of our school have to be replaced? Mu Jin, yes. That's great. No, I mean, then who will be replaced as our principal? The leader from the Military Education Bureau? The leader of the military academy and other areas of our planet? Mu Jin shook his head after hearing this. None. Then who is it? Mu Jin smiled. It's me. Teachers, shocked. Hearing this news, the teachers were shocked for a moment, and then breathed a sigh of relief. If it was a leader transferred from outside by the General Administration of Military Education, they would have to wait and see if this person would succeed, but if it was Director Mu, it would definitely succeed. Director Mu didn't need much strength, and he was very good at judging people. In those days, the Galaxy Military Academy couldn't get a place in the F324 Planet Inter-School competition. The last time they competed for a place, it was Director Mu who personally selected the students and led the team to participate in the competition, and only then did they win the place in one fell swoop. That was also the only glorious time for the Galaxy Military Academy in all these years. So everyone agreed with Director Mu becoming the principal. Congratulations. Congratulations to Director Mu. Several teachers began to get excited. Mu Jin shook his head, indicating that it was not necessary, and then got back to the point. So I came this time to ask you to be more truthful when you make reports for each grade and each class, especially some problems and people encountered in teaching. You can raise them, and we will focus on solving them in the future. After hearing what Mu Jin said, several teachers became excited. If that's the case, I can't finish talking about some of our school shortcomings in 3 days and 3 nights. I have to go back and write a report, and think it over. Well, I have to go back and write it too. Don't, teachers. Mu Jin said again. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? We still have a meeting, so why don't we talk about it first? Let's discuss what problems we think the school has. After listening to this, several teachers frowned and sighed. Oh, this is not easy to say. Mu Jin, then let's make it short. Several teachers, but it's a long story. Mu Jin, then let's talk about the school. Let's talk about the teachers in the school. Several teachers were silent. Mu Jin, then let's talk about the students. Students can always talk, right? Several teachers frowned. Students. It's not easy to talk about students. That's not the case. The teacher didn't frown. It's just that our school recruits students. It's at that level. So you say there are so many outstanding students, but in fact there are no. If there are no outstanding ones, there will always be poor ones. So talk about the poor students too. Mu Jin said again. The students recruited by our school are generally mediocre in qualifications. There are no very good or very bad ones, and Su Shiming just said this, and suddenly thought of something, and changed the subject. Oh no, a poor student, there is really one in my class. Oh! Mu Jin looked at her, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Su Shiming sighed, and said with great regret, there is a student in my class who is really rebellious and goes against me. I told her to bring books to class, but she never brought them, and told me that she just didn't want to bring them. As a result, I wanted to punish her by making her stand outside the classroom and come back to class when she brings books, but she didn't care at all and didn't attend class every time. I was thinking about what to do if she didn't attend the exam and failed the exam. Our school punishes her severely, and she doesn't want to fail the exam. After all, she should pay attention to the exam. As a result, when she was allowed to hand in the paper early, she handed in the paper and left. She sat in the exam room for 30 minutes in a 3-hour exam. Su Shiming couldn't help having a heart attack when she thought of this. She had been teaching for such a long time, but this was the first time she had encountered such an unbridled student who went against the teacher. There is one in my class too. After listening to Su Shiming's words, Song Yuching slapped his thigh and started talking excitedly. That student wanted to play the mini-games in the mecha during class, and she didn't listen to anything and insisted on using that scrap mecha. I dared her to go to the test pool with that kind of mecha. I had no choice but to tell her when she would come to class after changing the mecha, but she didn't come to class at all. Teacher Su, your student came for a while during the final exam, but when I went to the exam room, my student didn't come at all. What? You all met such a difficult student. Wen Ying listened and suddenly felt lucky. There is no such student in our class. There is only one student who is timid. She always hides in the corner in class, and dares not move. I gave her a courage test, but she didn't show any. This time, she came out of the examination room with a very bad face. I guess she didn't do well in the exam. Why does your student sound so strange? After listening to Wen Ying's description, Su Shiming and Song Yuching said in surprise, after all, she is a student recruited by our Galaxy Military Academy. No matter how bad she is, She can't be so timid. She didn't even pass the courage test? This is too strange. Wening shook her head. I also thought it was strange at first, but later I found out that the student was not recruited through the formal channels of our Galaxy Military Academy. The government rescued orphans and resented orphans, so they deliberately relaxed the policy and checked her physical qualifications. Just when they felt that she was almost up to the standard, they sent her to us. What? When Wening said this, Su Ximing and Song Yuqing raised their voices instantly. This made Wening confused. What happened? Su Ximing, hee, what's the coincidence? The student I mentioned who went against me was also assisted by the government. Song Yuqing, hee, what's the coincidence? The student I mentioned is also assisted by the government. Wening, as far as I know, when our school's junior class was recruiting students, there was only one student who was assisted by the government. Could it be? Su Ximing smiled. Yes, it was Ningdu who deliberately didn't bring books to class and left after half an hour of taking the exam. Song Yuqing also smiled. Yes, it was Ningdu who deliberately drove a scrap mecha in class and didn't take the final exam in the end. Wening, She now highly suspected that Ningdu had used some method to evade the inspection of the fear detector, just to be lazy in class. Alas! Song Yuqing sighed again, looking at Su Ximing and complaining, Teacher Su, why didn't you tell me when I asked you if there were any troublesome students in your class? If I had noticed it, wouldn't I have been more prepared? Su Ximing laughed. Teacher Song, have you forgotten how you treated me last year? Song Yuqing choked. Wening looked at Song Yuqing and said, Teacher Song, you are still talking about Teacher Su, didn't you tell me when I asked you? Song Yuqing, He stopped talking. It turns out that Ning does this in every class. Su Ximing said again, but speaking of it, since she doesn't like school and loves to make trouble, why haven't I heard our Teacher Wu complain? Teacher Wu is the head teacher, and is responsible for all the basic physical training of those students. Teacher Wu is an excellent old teacher who has been rehired. He has his own way of teaching. I believe that Ningdu's student would not dare to act rashly. Song Yuqing said again. That's right. Wening also said, Teacher Wu, is Ningdu's student only well behaved in your class? For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Wu Ji, who was sitting aside and listening to them silently. Wu Ji smiled and said, she is indeed very disciplined in class. It was just that the exam gave me a big surprise. In the comprehensive test, I emphasized so much that we should face the Star Beast bravely. She was scared by the Star Beast in less than 5 minutes, and ran away from the toilet. After hearing this, the three teachers were silent. Oh, interesting. Mu Jin, who had watched the teachers complaining to each other, finally spoke up. That student's name is Ningdu? I haven't heard of any student being complained about so uniformly by teachers in various subjects for a long time, especially Teacher Wu. This student can actually annoy you. Humph, I've been teaching for so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered a student who deserted so early. Wu Ji was so angry now. If that's the case, then I have to meet this student properly, Mu Jin said again. I have to find time to talk to her alone. Director Mu, then you have to be careful. Su Ximing said again. This student was specially instructed by the government to be accepted by the Galaxy Military Academy. You said that such a student would be persuaded to quit, but she... I don't think it's possible. I know, I won't persuade her to quit, Mu Jin smiled. I just plan to teach her how to be a normal student who abides by discipline and makes progress. Hearing this, the three main subject teachers were all worried for her. Director Mu, you have to be careful. This student is really difficult to deal with. What's so difficult about it? Mu Jin looked calm and composed. I've been in the Galaxy Military Academy for so many years, and I've seen so many students. There's no one I can't deal with. As soon as she finished speaking, the light computer prompt sound suddenly rang. When Mu Jin answered it, it was Li Ke. What happened in the Forbidden Forest? Mu Jin whispered to the teachers in front of him. The teachers stopped talking immediately. They also heard about the Forbidden Forest. During this period, a mysterious person came there, and even Teacher Mu was caught. There was no way. Originally, they wanted the help of their number 3 arrest team, but later they were afraid of scaring the fairy beast, so they asked the government to use the latest tracking technology to check the person. It seems that there is a result. The 4 teachers looked at Mu Jin expectantly. Mu Jin was talking to Li Ke, who was waiting in the Forbidden Forest. As soon as the call was connected, Li Ke said breathlessly, Mu, Teacher Mu, the results are out, the man has been found. If he has been found, don't be so anxious. Mu Jin said again. No, I am a little anxious. This morning, the people from the Military Education Bureau sent me the trace detection and comparison results. I thought I was dazzled, so I went directly to the Military Education Bureau to confirm, and then called you to report immediately. Lika said anxiously again. Well, so what is the result? Mu-Jin asked. Lika took a few breaths before saying in disbelief. Teacher Mu, I have checked the results and analysis process of the Military Education Bureau one by one, and they are accurate, but the results seem strange to me. What's strange? The result shows that the people who repeatedly broke into the Forbidden Forest and couldn't be caught by us are not from some external organization at all, but our own students. What? Mu-Jin frowned. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Yes, I guarantee it. Mu-Jin, eh? She was silent for a while, as if she had temporarily accepted the result, and then asked, which student is it? Tell me. Yes, it's a student in the elementary class. Elementary class? Mu-Jin frowned even more. What's his name? I just saw it. The name is 2 characters, Ningdu, Ning for peace and Ning-du for city. Lika said again. Ah? Mu-Jin was stunned. Ning for peace, Du for city, Teacher Mu, am I clear? Lika asked again. Mu-Jin didn't say anything. But she was very clear that she heard Lika's words clearly. The intruder in the Forbidden Forest that she had been unable to catch was a student in their school, named Ning-du. Now Mu-Jin was completely silent. Chapter 19. After the exam, Ning-du waited for 2 more days before she got a chance to enter the Forbidden Forest. I don't know what happened recently. There are always rumors in the school about someone in the Forbidden Forest. It is said that someone came to make trouble. That person is very powerful. He comes and goes without a trace. Even the teachers find it difficult to catch him. I heard that some government experts were invited to investigate these 2 days. Anyway, there was a lot of noise. There were always people in the Forbidden Forest these 2 days. So she waited for a long time, and finally waited until those people withdrew, and then she hurried in. Ning-du was a little worried. I don't know what those people did in the Forbidden Forest. What if they found the underground maze where Choer stayed? What if the golden stone that Choer deliberately fainted for her was taken away? When Ning-du thought of this, she felt her heart hanging. No, she had to go over and take a look. I hope those people didn't find Choer's underground maze, and I hope her golden stone is still there. Ning-du immediately ran into Choer's underground maze at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. When she was taking the exam, she looked at the secret room where Choer was, and knew which one it was, so she went down the maze. Of course, Ning-du found the room quickly. Choer was no longer there. It had been several days. He probably woke up from the fainting. He didn't know where he had been. However, sure enough, the golden stone horn was still here. Ning-du picked up the golden stone horn on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. It seems that the group of people who have been searching for something in the Forbidden Forest should not come here, and Choer didn't touch the golden stone, just waiting for her to take it. Lucky. Ning-du put the golden stone horn into the inner pocket of his coat, then zipped up the coat tightly, and patted the golden stone horn with his hand, which was almost at the position of his heart. In fact, she was still a little flustered. I don't know why, but I always felt strange when I ran into the Forbidden Forest today, and I felt that something was wrong. Oh, forget it. Ning-du exhaled a breath, and then hurried to the exit of the maze. Anyway, she should leave here quickly. When she returns to the dormitory area, she will hurry up to sell the golden stone, and she won't have to worry. Thinking of this, Ning-du's pace became faster. She chose a maze hole closest to the exit of the Forbidden Forest, and prepared to go out from there. She ran all the way, and finally reached the exit. Ning-du climbed up in a few seconds, and prepared to step out of the hole. In that instant, a strong sense of something was wrong came over her. No! She hurriedly wanted to retract her feet, but it was too late. The next second, with 2 swish sounds, her ankles were tied by something, and a huge force directly pulled her out of the hole. Oh my god! Ning-du was dragged out and fell on her, but when she opened her eyes again, she was lying in the Forbidden Forest, where the sun was still bright even though it was raining, and she came out of the dark and deep cave. Looking around again, she found that there were several people standing beside her. They must have been the ones who caught her. Who is it? Who wants to harm a simple and kind-hearted underage student of the Galaxy Military Academy like her? Ning-du looked carefully. Su Ximing, Song Yuqing, Wenying, Wu Ji. Only familiar faces appeared in front of her. At that moment, she had never felt that the Forbidden Forest was so quiet. Tell me. In the school meeting room, Mu-Jin and other teachers were sitting on chairs by the window. Ning-du stood alone facing them, with his head down, looking honest, like a criminal on trial in a court. Mu-Jin looked at her and asked again, What are you going to the Forbidden Forest for? Ningdu thought for a long time and said carefully, I'm going to play for a while. Tell the truth. Mu Jin said again. Ningdu, Mu Jin looked at her and pulled his lips. You are really brave. You dare to sell anything on the trading website. Ningdu, no, actually. I just bought some small daily necessities. Mu Jin narrowed his eyes and smiled. Do you think the people in the school and the government are just eating for free? We can't find out about your little thing? Ningdu, don't you know how dangerous that ferrymon is? Mu Jin's tone became serious again. You were sent here by the government to study. The 5,000 yuan subsidy for one semester is enough for school. Why do you still do those transactions? Ah, you said you sold some unused training gloves for photon lamps. But there are so many students in the Galaxy Military Academy, and no one dares to take orders from ferrymon like you. Ningdu listened to Mu Jin's anger, and silently shrank his head. It's okay to go to the Forbidden Forest, but our teacher doesn't dare to find the lair of the fairy beast easily, and you followed it. You're lucky that the fairy beast didn't eat you. Mu Jin said angrily again. No wonder she and Lika couldn't catch this student in the Forbidden Forest before. If it weren't for the Space Star monitoring equipment taken down by the Military Education Bureau to check the activity tracks of all humans in the Forbidden Forest, who would have known that this student went to the lair of the human beast, Ningdu, She couldn't help but explain. Actually, teacher, the fairy beast has a good temper. I talked to it. What did you say? Mu Jin stared at her. Ningdu, shut up. Ningdu, do you know that you shouldn't have come to the military academy? Mu Jin didn't want to lose his composure in front of other teachers, so he endured it again, and finally suppressed his anger, and spoke to her seriously. Seeing that Mu Jin's mood had eased, Ningdu quickly agreed with her. Oh, I know, I was originally going to a cultural high school, but the district chief insisted that my physique was enough for the military academy and insisted that I come. Alas, I don't want to cause trouble for you. The philosophy high school, I was going to subsidize 500,000 yuan per semester. The district government promised it well, and it would be better to send me here, where the subsidy is only 5,000 yuan. As she spoke, she suddenly shut up. Ah, it's all her fault for not being able to control her mouth. She can't stop talking when it comes to subsidies. She stopped talking, and the teachers present were also silent after hearing her words. Ningdu, After a while, Mu Jin laughed. So you didn't want to come to our Galaxy Military Academy, right? Knowing that he was wrong, Ningdu shook his head and explained. No, teacher, I actually went to the military academy and found it very good. I like it very much. I feel that I am very addicted to it, and I love it very much. The feeling of going to class every day, training every day, and working hard every day is so good. I really feel that coming here is the right thing to do, really. At the end, her voice became smaller and smaller. Mu Jin stared at her and laughed again. Ningdu, you love school so much. Why don't you work hard on the exams? Su Xinming, who was listening to their conversation, couldn't help but say, Ningdu, you haven't bought any books for a semester, right? You left the exam room in half an hour for the final exam. Who are you trying to fool? Ningdu, and my class too. Song Yuqing also said hurriedly, why don't you get a better mecha? You're just going against me, driving a broken mecha every day to annoy me. Don't you say you love to go to class? I asked you not to go to class, but you didn't know how much to beg the teacher, and you just left like that. I asked you what you learned this semester, and you didn't take the exam, right? Ningdu, tell me about this attitude. No, teacher, I went to your class exam, really went. Went? You said you went? Well, wait until the robot grades the papers. I want to see how many points you got. Ningdu, It seems you are indeed timid. You can pretend. Winning stood up, walked over, and looked at Ningdu. I tested your courage at that time. How could you pretend to be afraid every time? The last time I borrowed equipment from the Military Education Bureau to test you, it actually measured your fear value. No, could it be that the machine I borrowed that day had a problem? After all, you dared to enter the Forbidden Forest and the lair of the fairy beasts. How can you be timid? Or are you just hiding in the corner because you want to be lazy in class? That may not be the case, Teacher 1, Wu Ji suddenly said. I remember that the fear detector of the Military Aircraft Bureau has never failed. Ningdu may also be really timid. Although she entered the Forbidden Forest, she was really afraid of the fairy beast. After all, she was the person in our class who couldn't hold back her mouth and dropped out early after seeing the fairy beast in the baseline test. There is a word to describe such people, right? Wu Ji said, turning her eyes to Ningdu. Ningdu, Okay, I understand everything. Mu Jin listened from the side, frowning all the time, and finally said to Ningdu, Ningdu, I don't care whether you really like military school or not, I must tell you that with your attitude, you are not suitable for military school. Even if you go, you won't learn anything. If you can't get into a good intermediate military school or military academy in the future, you will have no way to go. Ningdu was silent. And originally, you did not meet the admission requirements of the Galaxy Military Academy. The Galaxy Military Academy only considers basic physical qualifications. We also need to measure potential, cultural courses, and many other indicators. Even if our school is at the bottom of the F324 star, you need to go through many levels to get in. And you have never participated in these admission projects, so. Mu Jin paused and continued, Ningdu, the grading robot will release the scores in a while. When your test scores are released, the school will write a report with your scores and your usual performance and submit it to the district government. Next semester, you must transfer to Wenhua High School. Transfer to Wenhua High School. Ningdu's eyes lit up after hearing this. Wenhua High School. What does Wenhua High School mean? Wenhua High School means that according to government policy, the subsidies that must be given to her every year will be higher than those of the Galaxy Military Academy, and much higher. Ningdu felt her heart pounding. Transferring to Wenhua High School, she will really have another large income. Ningdu hurriedly held back her excited heart and trembling hands. After all, she is a person with high emotional intelligence. She is still in the Galaxy Military Academy. When she heard that the teacher wanted to transfer her to Cultural High School, it would not be good for her to be too excited. So she suppressed the surging emotions in her heart, frowned, and a look of discomfort and reluctance appeared on her face. She sighed, but teacher, I really don't want to go. It's not up to you whether you go or not. Mu Jin said again. Ningdu said sadly, Alas, I finally had the luck to come to the military academy. How many people in the Empire can have my evolved physique? How many people can be qualified to go to the military academy? I am the envy of many people here, now I have to leave. You also know that you should be envied. Mu Jin looked at her and shook his head, then don't you know how to behave better in school? The military academy has a strict elimination mechanism, and we can't do anything about it. Alas, I know, I just feel reluctant. Instead of being reluctant, it's better to look forward. Mu Jin operated the light brain and said to Ningdu, Okay, the teachers have something else to do, so I stop here today, you go back and prepare, and when the notice comes, someone will send you to transfer. Alas, are you leaving just like that? I really don't want to leave, I can't bear to leave, I've been here for a semester, alas. Can't you stay? Your grades are not good, and it's a waste of time to stay here. It's better to think about the way out. Okay, you hurry up and leave, our teachers have other things to do. Mu Jin urged her again. Well, okay. Ningdu then looked reluctant and left slowly. When she walked out of the meeting room and closed the door, she sighed. The teachers of various subjects looked at the closed door and sighed. Everyone. After Ningdu left, Mu Jin operated the light computer twice and said to the other teachers in front of him, I just received a message from the robot in the accounting center. The test scores of all the students in our school this semester are out. You can take a look now. By the way, according to the usual practice, submit a report application for Ningdu's withdrawal from school. I will summarize it at the end. Got it. After listening to Mu Jin's words, the teachers of various subjects quickly opened the optical computer to check the grades. Then, while checking, Song Yuqing, who taught the stress training class, couldn't help but sigh, our Galaxy Military Academy is really getting worse and worse. Otherwise, why would the government even send unqualified students to our school, and why don't other military academies have them? We are used to it. Su Ximing said, Anyway, our mission is to ensure that these students do not fail to graduate, and to ensure that no matter how bad they are, they will have a place in an intermediate military academy. That's what I said, senior sister. Wening said again, but as a teacher, who doesn't want to have a better student to cheer everyone up? I've been teaching for a semester, and there is no one in the entire junior class. Our Galaxy Military Academy was not so bad from the beginning, right? It seems so? Song Yuqing was unsure, and everyone turned their eyes to Wu Ji, the old teacher who had taught the longest in the school. Wu Ji stared at a solemn face and shook her head, saying only 4 words, always bad. Teachers of various subjects, But this time it's not all like that. Mu Jin opened the report card analysis chart of Ningdu's class. Wow, Teacher Wu, your class is a bit interesting this time. There was no outstanding student in the past, but I looked at the report card and found that there is a student who got almost full marks in the class this time. What? Other teachers who had not yet opened the report card asked hurriedly. There is still a full mark. Why didn't we find out during class? Who is it? Who is so hidden? Did I see it wrong? Oh, let me see. Mu Jin quickly pulled the report card from the right to the left, checked the score back and forth, and then looked at the name of the student. I didn't see it wrong. There is such a person named Ning. Suddenly she stopped talking. At this moment, all the teachers looked up. Mu Jin looked at the name on the report card and checked the form over and over again. At last, she frowned. All the teachers in the conference room were silent. Chapter 20. For the whole afternoon, Mu Jin and the teachers of the junior class repeatedly confirmed Ning Du's results in the invigilation office. Because the midterm exams are usually graded by robots, and robot invigilation is more thorough than humans, and subject teachers usually supervise casually, so this time, the teachers of each subject pulled out all of Ning Du's test papers and the specific performance in the examination room, and studied them all carefully again. In the end, they finally gave up. Ning Du was still sleeping in the dormitory. In her dream, she was dreaming that she went to philosophy high school, with a subsidy of 500,000 yuan per semester. After 3 years of high school, she had a little money. After graduation, she went to Culture University and planned to buy a small house to live and continue to make money. Then, this dream was awakened by a call from the optical computer. Hello, is this Ning Du? The school wants to see you. Please go to Principal Mu Jinmu's office. It was the robot assistant who called her over and over again without getting tired of it. She was upset to be woken up from such a beautiful dream, but when she heard that the school was looking for her, she immediately became energetic. Has her transfer been decided? She couldn't wait to get dressed, washed up and left the dormitory, running towards the principal's office mentioned by the robot assistant. But today is not a holiday. Why is the school so anxious to transfer her and call so many times? Oh, forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, it's very good to be able to transfer. Just like this, Ning Du walked quickly and arrived at the principal's office in a short while. The principal's robot assistant had been waiting for her at the entrance of the building. When he saw her coming up, he guided her to the office. Thank you. Ning Du came up panting, but in a very good mood. After all, she was about to transfer to another school, so it would be a lie to say that she wasn't excited. As she followed the robot assistant to the office, she was still thinking about what kind of expression she should use to face the principal. Excited, happy and happy would definitely not work. After all, she was still a student of the Galaxy Military Academy, so she still had to feel a little regretful. Well, then she would just continue to pretend. Classmate, we're here, the assistant robot said. Hearing this, Ning Du quickly adjusted his expression and looked solemn. Then, the office door was pushed open by the robot. Alas! Ning Du then sighed in response. The next second, she raised her head and soon saw that all her teachers, including the principal Mu Jin, were sitting inside, and their eyes were all looking at her at the door. The atmosphere in the entire office was more solemn than the solemnity on her face. For a moment, Ning Du's brows really frowned unconsciously. Why does it feel weird? How did you manage to get full marks on the test paper after sitting in the exam room for 30 minutes without attending classes? Su Ximing, who was in the theory class, asked Ning Du with the test paper. You passed the stress test in a quarter of an hour? Song Yuchen was also incredulous. No, you don't practice normally. You also got full marks on my reaction test. When Ning repeatedly watched the high-definition holographic video of Ning Du in the exam room, every arrow was either dodged or caught. Wait, I didn't teach you how to catch arrows, did I? Come on, explain to me first. What happened between you and that fairy beast? How did you scare people to faint in the exam room? Wu Ji also looked serious and stared at her closely. Ning Du, At this moment, she stood in a circle surrounded by several teachers, helpless like a disabled grasshopper. She wanted to jump out, but her legs were lame. Alas, if she had known this would happen, she would not have come today. Under the coercion and inducement of many teachers, she explained everything she could. You really go to the library to read and study every day? Su Ximing looked at Ning Du's entry and exit records in the library, as well as the borrowing records, and finally said in disbelief. Ning Du, yeah. I really didn't realize that you love studying so much. Su Ximing slapped his thigh in surprise. Ning Du, What can she say? She can't say that she went to the library to write homework for others. Otherwise, her customers will tear her into pieces. You are so brave, girl. I didn't let you use that broken mecha to go to the training pool, Song Yuqing repeatedly watched the surveillance of the monthly exam test pool, and said with a look of fear, "I didn't let you use that mecha because I was afraid that something would happen to you in the training pool. But you didn't let me go to the training pool, and you went to the test pool. Oh, you should have said it earlier. If I knew you were so hardworking, I would definitely not stop you from training." At this point, Song Yuqing blamed herself. Ningdu was silent. Now I understand. Wenning was not as surprised as the previous two teachers. She looked at the transaction network records that Ningdu had found in her hand, and then looked at the high-definition video of her class. Staring at Ningdu, "You have been hiding in the corner just to receive that arrow, right? Although the school can find your transaction footprints, it is impossible to see whether your transaction is successful. It seems that you have received so many orders to sell arrows for school teaching, and all the transactions are successful, right?" Ningdu, Teacher 1, this is not illegal. I checked. Well, it is not illegal. Selling fairy beast slime is not illegal either. Wu Ji on the side also spoke up. But you must explain to me clearly how you made it almost scared to death. There is only one powerful star beast in the school. What if it is really scared to death by you? In the past, we had to prevent star beasts from scaring students to death, and now we have to prevent students from scaring star beasts to death. I am really old. I have seen everything. She also took off the fairy beast's horn. Mu Jin looked at her again and said, "No wonder the tranquilizer gun shot you, and you didn't hit it." Ningdu, She really wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could she explain? She really didn't do anything. Chun Chun and Choa were just good friends. Mu Jin listened to Ningdu's explanation, thought about it, and said, "It's not impossible. Generally, star beasts won't be scared to death, because a student follows them. But if the student has good qualifications, star beasts can sense it, especially high-intelligent star beasts like Fairymon, who can sense these things even more, so..." As Mu Jin spoke, the eyes of the teachers in the office were all focused on Ningdu. Although the government had done a physical fitness examination for her when she entered school, given that she was still a teenager and in the growth period, her physical fitness was not completely determined, so it's time to give her another examination. The result was as expected. The general physical fitness of ordinary residents of the Interstellar Empire is between E and D levels, while ordinary military academies, such as the Galaxy Military Academy, require that each student's physical fitness reach D+ to C-. Most students of the Galaxy Military Academy can stabilize at C through training, and outstanding graduates are often at C+. However, Ningdu's physique is already a B-. In all these years of Galaxy Military Academy, no student's physique has reached the B-level rating standard. When this result came out, all the teachers were delighted. Only Ningdu had a drooping face. "Teacher Mu, can I still go to Wenhua High School?" "Of course not. With such good grades and high qualifications, don't worry, the school will seriously study how to train you in the future," Mu Jin said to her with a smile. Ningdu, Ningdu, actually that teacher Mu, my one is not that good, and it must be difficult to train him, but... She didn't know what to say. But Mu Jin seemed to understand, and she said seriously, "You are right." Ningdu saw that she agreed with him, and hurriedly wanted to strike while the iron was hot. "Yes, I am like that, and it is difficult for the school to train you. With the current conditions of our school, it is really not easy to train you." Mu Jin pondered and said, "And the end of the semester is over, which means that the holiday is coming. Our school has limited funds, and it is indeed not like other schools that can hold summer camps to continue to train high-quality students, so I won't. So the school has almost decided to send you to participate in the district competition during the holiday. Although the competition is not allowed for junior students, but there are not many people in our school who are qualified to go, and you can't be idle for the whole summer vacation." After Mu Jin finished speaking, he looked at the teachers of Ningdu. "What do you think?" The teachers looked solemn, thought about it again, and nodded. What Principal Mu said made sense. The district competition would bring together all the students selected from all the schools, and give them special training so that they could participate in the F3 24-star District Junior Military Academy individual competition. In fact, their Galaxy Military Academy had never made any splash in this kind of competition, and everyone had become numb to it. But if they could take this opportunity to cultivate the more outstanding talents of the school in the main district, it would still be a good opportunity. It's just that going to that district competition will be more difficult. Thinking of this, the teachers looked at Ningdu, and suddenly felt relieved. They were worried that this student was afraid of hardship and unwilling to endure it, after all, her attitude in class. But later everyone knew that she worked so hard after class, and they even asked Xiaomei, the dormitory robot in her dormitory building. Even it lamented that Ningdu didn't go back to the dormitory to rest after class every day, and practiced until late at night, so they had to believe it. The student's grades are there, and his physical fitness is much higher than when he first entered school. It can be said that he has made rapid progress. Can this kind of student be a student who doesn't study hard and likes to be lazy and play tricks in class? That's definitely not the case. But even such a motivated student, they still misunderstood her, especially Su Shiming and Song Yuqing, who felt very uncomfortable. So Su Shiming spoke first. Let's do this. There is still a week before the district competition. I will give you more tutoring this week. Song Yuqing also sighed. Take me with you. I have to train you again. Me too. It's still during the class time. When you come this time, I will train you one-on-one. Wenning also said, daily physical training is also necessary. I will keep an eye on you. Wu Ji also looked at Ningdu and said, Ningdu? ? No. She was confused. Suddenly, she was not allowed to transfer to another school and was sent to participate in some competition. Why did she have to go to class again after the final exams? Originally, she was thinking that she would be free to find something to do and make some money when no one was watching her. What should she do now? She was anxious and said to the teachers, Teachers, it's the end of the semester. It's not appropriate for you to give me tutoring. You still need to rest. I'm fine. Don't worry about us, we're fine, don't worry. The teachers of each subject said again. Ningdu became even more anxious. Really, no, teachers, you are really too hard-working. I don't need it, I can do it alone. Hey, don't say that. The teachers misunderstood you before, so they never cared about you and let you train alone. In the future, the teachers will never do that, don't worry. Ningdu, but I really... Okay, don't say anything more, this is settled. The teachers said again. Ningdu was blocked and cried anxiously. The teachers of each subject looked at her and felt even worse. When she heard that they were going to give up their summer vacation to tutor this child, she was so reserved, and she was so moved that tears came out. Alas, thinking of this, several teachers remembered that when Principal Mu asked Ningdu to transfer, she was full of sadness and reluctance. At that time, they thought she was pretending, but now it seems to be true. As teachers, they almost missed such a positive and talented student. Damn it. At this moment, all the teachers were full of guilt. And they secretly swore in their hearts that they must keep a close eye on her, squeeze as much time as possible, fill her schedule, train her well, and strive to improve her ability a lot. Ningdu really had no choice. Today, she came here happily thinking that she was going to be expelled, and then she knew that not only was she not expelled, but she was also sent to participate in some competitions, and she had to make up some lessons first. She was dumbfounded. If she had known earlier, she would not have gone to the principal's office. She should have packed her luggage and followed the classmates who were leaving school for the holiday. Although Ningdu thought so here and there and beat her chest and stamped her feet, she also knew in her heart that it was actually useless. If someone wants you to stay and wants you to do something, you can't hide from them. Alas, who told her that she was just a poor student who couldn't even tie a chicken? Ningdu sighed. Of course, she felt painful to continue to stay in the military academy, but fortunately, through this incident, she got something that could relieve her pain. Principal Mu gave her a sum of money. He said that her health report was not qualified, so she was asked to eat something good. Ningdu looked at the money and was actually deeply moved. Alas, Principal Mu really cared about her and took care of her so much that she was really very embarrassed. Since the principal cared so much about her health, how could she not pay attention? She must eat better. So Ningdu did not apply to stay in school during the holidays to pay the 10 yuan meal fee per day, but went to the only privately run canteen next to the school that was authorized by Principal Mu. Although students of the Galaxy Military Academy cannot leave the school, they can actually order lunch from a private canteen through the Star Network. However, this canteen is high-end and expensive, so Ningdu has never stepped into it. But this time, Principal Mu cares about her so much, it would be inappropriate for her not to go. So taking advantage of the holiday to leave the school, Ningdu strode to the private canteen next to the school, which was beautifully decorated and served even more high-end food. Then he poked the spoon for the free tomato egg drop soup hard to the bottom, then slowly lifted it up, and gave himself 2 more bowls of free rice. The food in the high-end restaurant is really extraordinary. This egg drop soup, this rice is delicious. In this way, Ningdu reviewed the textbooks with teacher Su Shiming in the morning every day, and the mecha knowledge involved in the district competition, followed teacher Song Yuching at noon to continue training her mecha's pressure-bearing ability, and followed teacher Wen Ying in the afternoon after finishing the high-intensity reaction training. Teacher Wu Ji would continue to give her physical training from dusk to night. Every day, she was more tired than going to school. Ningdu was almost exhausted. At least, she had a coffin on the basement floor of the teaching building for her to sleep in. But one day, she found that the coffin was gone. It was taken away. It was a bolt from the blue. She could not rest well in the quiet and close place anymore. She had to go back to the dormitory area far away from the teaching building and training ground to rest. It was killing her. Ningdu sighed hard, then went to the high-end canteen outside the school, scooped 3 spoonfuls of egg drop soup and 4 bowls of rice. Just as she brought her prepared food back to the dining table and prepared to enjoy it, she saw Teacher Mu send a message. "How are you doing recently?" "How was the training?" Ningdu replied. "Very good, Teacher Mu." "How about life? How is the meal?" "You won't eat well behind our backs again, right?" Ningdu, "Without Teacher Mu, I eat very well." "Did you go to the canteen I told you about?" "Of course." Ningdu quickly took a photo of the canteen and sent it to Mu Jin. "Mu Jin, how many dishes did you order?" Ningdu thought for a moment. 3. "Mu Jin, take a shot." Ningdu, Teacher Mu, I've already finished eating. It's not convenient." "Oh, so that's it." Ningdu, "Yes, haha. Are these the 3 dishes you mentioned?" Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded beside Ningdu. Ningdu was stunned, and then looked up suddenly, only to see Mu Jin standing beside her. "Mu, Teacher Mu." She stood up from the chair. Mu Jin squinted his eyes, and looked at the egg drop soup on Ningdu's dining table. "Well, tomatoes, eggs, coriander, hee, you didn't lie to me, it's really 3 dishes. No wonder your health report this time is not qualified again." Ningdu, If you keep eating like this, I tell you that you won't be able to survive the training camp for the district competition, got it?" After scolding Ningdu severely in the cafeteria, Mu Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ningdu nodded repeatedly. His head shrank like a quail. "You didn't have any purchase records in the school cafeteria before. You ate some messy food outside every day, right? How can those be nutritious? Even if the society has developed to the interstellar age, we humans are still the continuation of the bloodline of the ancient Earth. As a human being, you have to eat well. Only by eating well can you have energy." Seeing Ningdu's thin and frightened appearance, Mu Jin didn't want to be too harsh, so he said earnestly, "I know you have been in that harmful orphanage. Those managers are beasts. They taught you not to dare to accept other people's kindness. But Ningdu, you must try. Whether it is the money given to you by the government or the school, you should be bold to use it. Since it is given to you, you are worthy. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Do you understand?" Ningdu nodded silently. "Don't think that you can use it or that others will be angry or feel burdened. We are not fools. We give you the money, so what else can we do?" Mu Jin patted Ningdu's shoulder. "Nothing is more important than taking good care of yourself, understand?" Ningdu was stunned, raised her face, and looked at Mu Jin. Thank you, Teacher Mu." Mu Jin sighed and said to her, "It's okay if you can understand my good intentions. In this way, you don't have to drink this egg drop soup. I'm treating you today. In this cafeteria, you can take whatever you want to eat. Eat well, eat until you are full, and eat until you are satisfied, understand?" Ningdu continued to look at Mu Jin, his eyes wide open. What?" Mu Jin patted Ningdu's shoulders twice again. "Go, take this card, swipe it at will." Ningdu carefully took the card and found that it was a personal card of Mu Jin, with a serious face. "This is too embarrassing." "Nothing to be embarrassed about, you go quickly." Mu Jin urged her again. "If you don't eat well today, run 10 kilometers in the afternoon." Alas! Ningdu still looked embarrassed, reluctantly said, "Okay then." So Ningdu went to buy food. Mu Jin sat in the seat next to her, drinking the tea in his thermos cup, while browsing today's current affairs on the light brain. 2 minutes later, there was a braised eggplant and stir-fried vegetables on the table. Mu Jin frowned. "Just 2 dishes? How can this child be full?" 2 minutes later, there were braised lion head and Xinghu vinegar fish on the table. Mu Jin frowned slightly when he saw Xinghu vinegar fish. This kid is really hungry. 2 minutes later, there was another serving of braised star pig's trotters and braised star chicken legs on the table. Mu Jin, "Not bad, all meat, very filling." 2 minutes later, there was another serving of braised spare ribs and braised pork on the table. Mu Jin, Although eating so much meat is unhealthy, it doesn't matter if it's just this once. 2 minutes later, there was another braised star carp and a large plate of honey fruit stuffed meat on the table. Mu Jin, this seems a bit too much, forget it, it's actually okay. Then another 2 minutes later, 2 large pots of braised duck were brought to the table. Another 2 minutes later, a pot of chopped pepper pork also appeared. 2 minutes later, Mu Jin watched Ningdu pick and choose, hesitant, and finally brought the buffet bowl. Okay. She couldn't help it, looking at the 2 tables of dishes, and said to Ningdu, take this amount you can. She hesitated. Ah, it seems a little. Ningdu looked at the 2 tables of dishes, thinking, oh forget it, this is it, the main thing is. She said, handing the financial card to Mu Jin. Teacher Mu, there is no money on your card. Mu Jin, eh? She silently took her financial card, put it away, and then sat down, and saw Ningdu holding his rice bowl and eating. That day, she watched Ningdu eat from one table to another until he was blurry, and in a trance, she always felt that what she saw was not her student, but another star beast that had just arrived at the Galaxy Military Academy. Chapter 21. It was a hot summer day, and the heat outside was 3 feet high. However, all the way to the main area of F324 Star, there was a cooling system that met the energy-saving standards. Looking at the team of Galaxy Military Academy students carrying large and small bags and pulling luggage to the main area to participate in the competition, Mu Jin stood outside the principal's office window and drank a sip of tea. Principal Mu. Li Ke, who had been promoted to assistant principal, stood beside Mu Jin, looking worriedly at a dragging and dejected figure in the crowd. That Ningdu is still a student in the junior class after all, so she was allowed to participate in such a big competition. She has enough qualifications. When the teachers of various subjects trained her before, they also found that this child has a high level of comprehension and is very motivated. Basically, her overall performance is even better than that of senior students. Mu Jin said again. Yes, I know that, Li Ke frowned, hesitating I mean. This district competition has never been very friendly to our school. I'm afraid she won't be able to bear it at such a young age, and won't learn anything if she goes. Hearing this, Mu Jin's face also showed some sadness, and then she put down the teacup and sighed. Alas, I know that. She paused and said, but in the end, such an experience is good for her. No matter what, I believe that the child will gain something when she comes back this time. Before Ningdu left, Mu Jin also told her the same thing. But now, Ningdu is sitting on the high-speed maglev train to the main area of F324 Star, and her face is still full of torture. In fact, if she can freely use her vacation time, she will definitely make more money on the trading website. After all, there have been many new demands recently. The rewards are very generous. Alas, when Ningdu thought of this, he sighed even more. But what could she do? She had signed a contract with Xiao Wang to buy her body for admission, so she could only follow the school teacher's instructions. Ningdu closed her eyes silently. But fortunately, there was still one thing that could support her to have a little vitality. That was the competition funds that the school gave to every student who participated in the district competition. Although the funds were not small, Ningdu calculated that if she could stay in school during the holidays to do business, she could earn much more than it. When Ningdu thought of this, she felt bad again. Alas! He sighed again, and there was nothing she could do. Ningdu lay on the seat like a puddle of mud, unable to cheer up, and just kept on withering. As with her, her seniors were also withering. Everyone looked depressed, not because of anything else, but because according to the experience of the previous sessions, they would not be able to get the tickets for the most important competition held by F324 Star for the students of the Single Soldier Major of the Junior Military Academy, just like usual. Not only would they not get the tickets, but they would also be scolded by the teachers leading the training during the training in each district. This was indeed the case. The district competition held by F324 Star was to select talents from the single soldier majors of all the junior military academies on F324 Star, and send them to each district. The District Military Education Bureau would uniformly allocate the training teacher team, and then let the training teachers take the students from each district to the main district for training. After the training was completed, each district would accept the examination. The students who passed the examination would represent the district and participate in the most important competition for the Junior Military Academy students on F324 Star in the form of team competition. Of course, this competition also had a more formal name, called the Single Soldier Youth Cup, or the Single Youth Cup for short. Of course, as such an important event, there are many rules for the Single Shao Cup. One of them is that if the number of military schools in a certain district of F324 is less than 2, the military school in that district will automatically merge with the military school in the neighboring district and automatically join the training team in the neighboring district. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this rule is prepared for the Galaxy Military School in the Galaxy District of F324. After all, there is only one military school in the Galaxy District, so the students selected by the Galaxy Military School to participate in the Single Shao Cup every year must go to the neighboring Suyong District to participate in the training, and form a new participating group based on the district, with the students selected by the military schools in Suyong District. This is also the reason why the Galaxy Military School is scolded by the training teachers every year. After all, the Galaxy Military School is the bottom of the entire F324 star, while the Suyong District is quite strong. The annual training could have accelerated the progress, but because of the burden of the Galaxy Military School, the training pace was slow, and the training was slow. The key is that after each training, no one from the Galaxy Military School passed the examination and got the real ticket to the Single Shao Cup. Isn't this training for nothing? Sure enough, as soon as the students of Galaxy Military Academy arrived at the training site, they were scolded by the training leader, Mr. Gu, within a few days of training. You can't keep up with the progress at all. You come here every year to mess around. The General Administration of Military Education has a regulation that schools that fail to obtain the Dan Shao Cup qualification certificate for 5 consecutive years are not allowed to come. If it weren't for the fact that your school was taken over by Mr. Mu this year, we would not accept you in Suyong District to give Mr. Mu a face. The students of the intermediate and advanced classes of Galaxy Military Academy, who always couldn't keep up with the pace during training, lowered their heads silently. It's fine that the people from your Galaxy Military Academy are poorly qualified, but why did you call a junior class to participate in such an important competition? Do you think we in Suyong District are serious? I ask you what that junior student can do. It's a pile of shit. Teacher Gu, the head of the training camp, cursed again. A group of students from the Galaxy Military Academy lowered their heads to the ground, not daring to look directly at Teacher Gu. Although they felt uncomfortable being scolded here, they felt relieved when they thought that Ningdu was not here, and whispered, "Well, it's a good thing that our junior is not here." The juniors in the junior class are all thin-skinned, and they probably can't bear it if they have to endure this scolding. Yes, it's a good thing that Ningdu didn't come. Yes. Hey, that's not right. Why didn't Ningdu come today? Isn't she sick? No, I think she's fine. Then why didn't she come? Oh, I asked her before I left, and she said that Teacher Gu told her to go back as soon as she left, so she came back. What are you talking about? Teacher Gu found out that the students of the Galaxy Military Academy were gossiping. He got angry again and shouted, "What's there to be proud of when I say you are shit? You are lazy and not motivated every day, especially that junior student. If I say a few words to her, she will not come. With such a fragile heart, what great things can she achieve?" Teacher Gu said, and suddenly took his hand out of his pocket, pointed at the students of the Galaxy Military Academy and said, "Wait a minute, the director of the Academic Affairs Department of our F324 Military Education Bureau, who is also the chairman of our competition, will come to give a speech to our Suyong District team. Everyone, turn on your light computer and go to the meeting room. Your junior student's light computer has been disconnected. Tell her that if she doesn't come to sign in for the ministerial meeting later, she will get out of the main area forever and go back to your Galaxy Military Academy to have a good sleep." When the students of Galaxy Military Academy heard this, they immediately became anxious. So they quickly operated the light computer and sent a message to Ningdu. "Schoolmate, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and log into the conference room to sign in. If you can't log in again, Mr. Gu will eat you. Ningdu, you really can't sleep this time. The director of the General Administration of Military Education will come to speak soon. Hurry up and sign in the conference room. Ningdu, why is your light computer always disconnected? Is it broken? Sign in, sign in." When Ningdu received the message, she was actually relaxing. After all, she had been consuming herself for the past few days and losing money away from home. Her head really hurts every day. But why does it hurt so much? Ningdu couldn't figure it out. She just felt dizzy and couldn't even recognize all the texts sent by her seniors. Ningdu was confused and in a bad mood. She wanted to lie down and relax, but was called to attend a meeting. No one told her that there was a meeting today. She was in an even worse mood. Ningdu reluctantly sat up from the bed in the dormitory and started to tinker with her optical computer. She seriously suspected that the high-end optical computer Xiao Wang gave her was a fake, otherwise why would it be so easy to have problems? Alas, there is no way. Now I can only try my best to repair it. If I really can't fix it, I can only ask for help. A few minutes later. Ding. Ningdu's trading network message sounded. Opening it, it was from Zhu Xueqi. Why do I see you suddenly send a request? 0.5 star coins to ask an optical computer repairman to repair the optical computer. Ningdu. Yeah, the optical computer has a problem. What's the problem? I want to log into a meeting room, but can't. That may be a system problem, which requires some skills. You just pay 0.5 star coins. Which sick fool is willing to repair it for you? Zhu Xueqi sent another message. Ningdu, do you know this? Zhu Xueqi, my company has a wide range of business. In the early years, when it was not yet established, we also took on repair business. I see, Ningdu sent another video. So, do you think I need to reinstall the system when I can't log into the conference room? Zhu Xueqi looked at it and said, no, you can uninstall and reinstall the Siri control. No, this needs to be compiled. How to compile? This, Zhu Xueqi sent a long string of codes. Oh, by the way, you are a student of the single soldier department, you probably can't understand it. Ningdu looked at the code, pondered it, and felt that it was a bit like the system code needed for debugging mecha. I feel like I have to try it. Really try? Then I give you a link so you can buy a better code. This one has always had some problems. Ningdu, no, this one is fine. Free is definitely no problem. Zhu Xueqi, Soon, Ningdu tried to recompile the control with that string of codes. A few minutes later. It worked. Ningdu sent a message. So fast? Zhu Xueqi was stunned, then hurriedly said, really? Can you share your optical computer screen? I also want to see if you succeeded. Okay. Ningdu quickly shared the optical computer screen, selected a conference room with 0 people popped up on the homepage and entered it, and moved the function panel inside to show Zhu Xueqi. Sure enough, it worked, Zhu Xueqi sighed. In fact, this string of codes often made mistakes when he used it to deal with optical computer problems for users in the early years. It was either screen delay or software data delay, but this time it really worked. He sighed and sent a message to Ningdu. I didn't expect that you, a single soldier student, would know these. Next time you have similar work, you can also find me. Ningdu said. Okay, then you go ahead, I leave first. Wait, Ningdu said again, thank you for helping me, I give you a gift. Ningdu clicked on the gift giving interface of the conference live broadcast room and found that there was a customized gift on the homepage that originally cost money but could be deducted with a new member coupon. The new member coupon expired in 10 minutes, so she would miss it if she didn't use it. Really? What gift? Wait a minute. Then, Zhu Xueqi stared at Ningdu's shared screen and watched her operate with her fingers, calling up the gift interface, picking left and right, and selecting the gift worth 0.5 star coins, ready to send it. Zhu Xueqi, sorry, I have something else to do, I leave first. Soon, Zhu Xueqi cut off the shared screen link and went offline. At the same time, Ningdu had just picked for a long time and finally selected a gift called Customize for a friend. It will definitely make him cry. Enter the other person's name, and click send. Why did he leave? Ningdu, who had just given out the gift, scratched her head, exited the conference live broadcast room, looked around, and found that Zhu Xueqi had exited the screen sharing. Oh, maybe he had something to do, that's fine. Anyway, she was ready to record the screen, and she would send it to him after the gift was given out so that he could see it. After all, the 0.5 star coin discount coupon can't be used in vain. Ningdu nodded to herself, and then, looking at the conference room management interface on the light brain, she found something that surprised her. For some reason, a message suddenly popped up on the conference management page, reminding her that she had successfully clocked in at the Suyong District Conference venue. Didn't she just enter a blank live broadcast room? How did she successfully clock in? Ningdu looked left and right, and found that there was only one ongoing meeting on her conference interface, which was the blank conference room she had just exited. Can a conference room that has been exited and no one is still live streaming? Ningdu didn't understand, and felt that there might be something wrong with the code she had just compiled. But code is a matter of one hair, and the whole body is affected. Forget it, since the clock-in has been successful, the rest is not important. Ningdu thought so, and directly closed the entire conference software. On the other side, Teacher Gu led all the students of the Suyong District training team to turn on their light computers and join the conference room. He thought he had joined the conference room quite early with his students, but he didn't expect that when he entered the conference room, he found that Minister Chung of the General Administration of Education and his secretary Zhao Shen were already there. Teacher Gu panicked for a moment and said quickly, Minister Chung, you are here so early. Don't you have something to do and will join later? Chung Yuqin, who was sitting in the office seat of the virtual conference room with a virtual transparent image, only said, the work was done early, Teacher Gu. Let's start the meeting now that everyone is here. Oh, I understand this. Actually, there is still one student who hasn't arrived, so this. Because the meeting stipulates that the meeting cannot be started if everyone is not here, so Teacher Gu can only say it with embarrassment. It's all the fault of that junior student from the Galaxy Military Academy. She must have done it on purpose if she hasn't come to the meeting yet. When Chung Yuqin heard this, he frowned. Why is there still someone who hasn't come? I see that everyone is here, except for one person. This kind of meeting will require students to enter 10 minutes in advance. Teacher Gu, this is the first time I have seen a student from a district team who hasn't joined the meeting 5 minutes before the meeting starts. Oh, this student, she is young. And she is a student of the Galaxy Military Academy, participating for the first time. I don't care if she is young or what, she didn't come 10 minutes in advance, even if she is late. Teacher Gu, according to the rules of the event, you are also responsible for this matter. Chung Yuqin interrupted him again. Yes, it must be. I am also wrong. Teacher Gu began to apologize hurriedly, and he was very unhappy while apologizing. Minister Chung was new in the past 2 years, and this year he served as the chairman of the event for the first time. Alas, I really don't know what the government thinks. Now they'd like to use some young people who have returned from studying abroad on big planets outside. These young people don't understand the rules at all. He has led so many teams in the single youth cup. Which time would the leaders of such a meeting sit down and wait for people in advance? Don't they all come at the beginning of the meeting? He came so early. Isn't it a disguised way to put pressure on him? These young people are really tactless and stubborn. Son, what competition rules? If you don't follow them, then don't follow them. He has been leading the team for so many years, and is an old teacher. This Chung Yuqin really doesn't give him any face. Also, Teacher Gu. Chung Yuqin continued, as far as I know, the Galaxy Military Academy should have not obtained the qualification certificate for 5 consecutive years. They should not participate in this competition. Teacher Gu, who was still sulking, immediately smiled and said to Chung Yuqin when he heard this, you are right, but isn't the Galaxy Military Academy also quite pitiful? The teachers are not good, and the students are not good. It's a small place, and there is no focus on training. So I thought about bringing some children to see the world. Chung Yuqin interrupted him seriously. The Galaxy Military Academy has not won the Excellent Teaching Quality Award for 10 consecutive years. Most of the students who graduated from this school went to the bottom 10 intermediate military academies. According to the internal evaluation results of the General Administration, this military academy has reached the standard for quasi-cancellation. In fact, the General Administration has a very low bottom line for school cancellation. Generally, schools will not touch the bottom line with a little effort. Teacher Gu, so what you mean is that we should use the event funds allocated by the General Administration to do good things and help these military academy trash, who are not motivated and inferior to the mainstream to experience important events that they are not qualified to experience and enjoy the benefits of the event. What is inferior? Military academy trash? Our school has really worked hard, but it is not because of the corruption of the principal in the past few years. It is obviously the former principal's fault. Why do you say that our school is trash? That's right. The students of the Galaxy Military Academy were angry when they heard this in the meeting room, but no one stood up and dared to type and complain privately. But it's always unpleasant to complain privately. If anyone can stand up and scold this minister on the public screen. Oh, who dares? He is the Minister of the General Administration of Military Education. Who has the courage? Clang. Bang. Suddenly, the sound of fireworks exploding suddenly sounded. All the students who were typing and complaining about Minister Chung in private looked up at the public screen of the live conference and saw a firework exploding there, and then a smiling man appeared on the screen. The smiling man was holding a plate with a pile of poop on the plate. Then, a row of dazzling rainbow-colored subtitles appeared below the smiling man. Get out of the way. Didn't you hear that my son is so tired that he can't even speak? SB. What a big son. Come and eat the big meal made by my mother. As soon as the subtitles were finished, the smiling man on the conference screen threw the poop on the plate all over the screen. As soon as the gift came out, all the students in the training camp fell silent. Then, they couldn't hold it back any longer. Ha ha ha. Everyone was sitting in the training ground for a meeting, and they burst into laughter. The students of the Galaxy Military Academy also laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs, and hurriedly said, "Who is this, so brave? So awesome. He helped us get revenge. Ha ha, who is it, so brave? Let me see, ha ha ha. Wait. Stop laughing. What's wrong? Oh my god, the person who sent the gift, why is it our junior schoolmate? Ah? It's Ningdu? Over there." Zhao Shen, Chung Yuqin's secretary, who was watching the live gift, immediately called Teacher Gu. "Hey, Teacher Gu, did you use the microphone for the teacher's conversation just now?" Teacher Gu, Don't you know that all teacher conversations before the meeting must use private channels? Zhao Shen said sternly again. Teacher Gu, It's over, it's over. He was so surprised to see Minister Chung when he entered the live broadcast room just now that he forgot about this matter for a while. He couldn't argue. Zhao Shen, forget it. Chung Yuqin waved to Zhao Shen, took over the call, and said to Teacher Gu, it's me. Oh, Minister Chung, yes, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. I was really too excited to see you when I just entered the meeting room, so there's no need to talk about this. I just want to remind you. Chung Yuqin said calmly, although the General Administration strongly recommends that you don't include the Galaxy Military Academy in the training team, since they have come to the main area, it's not good to return empty-handed. According to the regulations, since Suyong District is responsible for the Galaxy Military Academy, it should be responsible to the end. I understand, Minister Chung, I understand. Don't worry, even if the Galaxy Military Academy cannot participate in the training, I will definitely let those students go to other training sites for training, Teacher Gu hurriedly said humbly. It's about what happened just now. I'm really sorry. No need, I said. No need to mention it again. Chung Yuqin finished speaking and cut off contact with Teacher Gu. Secretary Zhao Shen, who was standing by, watched Chung Yuqin hang up the phone and couldn't help saying, Minister, those students openly gave gifts that insulted teachers and leaders, and those students are young and hot-tempered. It's understandable. Chung Yuqin still looked indifferent. If as a teacher, as a leader, I have to be fussy about even a student, then I will be exhausted all day, right? Zhao Shen suddenly realized it after hearing it. Alas, leaders are leaders, and they are really wise. Let's go. The flight is coming, the business trip is over, and we should really go to the main area to see how the schools are preparing for the game. Chung Yuqin looked at the light brain and said again. Okay. Got it. Zhao Shen got up quickly, put on his clothes, picked up his luggage and followed Chung Yuqin's ass, saying as he walked, by the way, Minister Chung, I will help you confirm the itinerary now. No, I do it myself. Chung Yuqin turned on the light computer and prepared to start operating it himself. But as soon as the light computer was turned on, it stopped at the meeting interface he had just been in. The smiling little man holding poop instantly appeared in front of him. Chung Yuqin's mouth twitched, and his hand was placed on the closed cursor of the meeting room. But suddenly, he remembered the slogan that the little man's gift brought when it appeared just now. His hand wandered back and forth on the closed cursor key. Finally, his fingers still didn't listen to him, and he clicked in to take a look at the student who gave him a gift. The student's real name and avatar immediately appeared in front of him. It's Ningdu. Minister Chung, what's wrong? Seeing that he suddenly stopped, Zhao Shen frowned again and hurriedly came up to ask. Nothing. Chung Yuqin quickly closed all the meeting pages, then opened his schedule and looked at it while walking. Chapter 22. Alas, it is as expected. After the meeting, the students of Galaxy Military Academy received the bad news that they least wanted to see, which was basically set in stone. Suyong District still separated their school from the training team, under the pretext that they felt that the students of Galaxy Military Academy had a slightly weaker foundation, and recommended a training class platform for them to lay the foundation, so that they could participate in the training class in the main district by themselves, so that it would not be a waste of time to come to the main district. Alas, it has finally come to this point. A senior sister in the intermediate class of Galaxy Military Academy seemed to have lost her soul, and leaned against the door of the dormitory. Oh, don't be sad. Isn't it like this for every class in our school? We were kicked out of the team during the training, and then we had to find a training class to go to, and complete our competition training tasks, which is not bad. Another senior brother said. I originally thought that Director Mu would become the principal this time, and he had specifically told the schools in Suyong District that even if we couldn't get tickets for the competition this time, at least we could participate in the training camp from beginning to end. But I didn't expect that. That's right. Another senior student was indignant. It's all because of that Minister Chung who showed up halfway and cut off our path. In the past, During training camps, there would never be a minister from the general administration running to each district team to hold a meeting with the students. I heard that this Minister Chung was the chairman of the Dan Shao Cup for the first time, so he took the first step and personally supervised the entire competition. I'm really impressed. Okay, things have come to this point. What else can we do? Another senior student said, when we have time, we should think about which training class in the main district we should sign up for, and get enough hours of pre-match training to complete the task. That's what I said, but I still feel uncomfortable. Don't you think that Minister Chung is so great? He even belittled our school. If it weren't for our junior sister here, I would have wanted to fight him. That's right. Me too. Fortunately, there is a junior sister from Ningdu. Yes. Junior sister from Ningdu. Oh, by the way, where is the junior sister from Ningdu? Why don't I see her? Aren't everyone chatting? Yes, where is Ningdu? Where is she? Here. Here. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the corner. The seniors turned around and saw their junior sister lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, with a peaceful face. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. Just now they were chatting, the junior sister didn't say a word, and now she is lying in silence again. A senior student couldn't help but comfort her. It's okay, Ningdu, you don't need to be sad, our school has always been pretty bad. It's good to be able to come to the main area to participate in the pre-match training of the Dan Shao Cup. Especially you are very good. We really haven't seen a few junior class students like you in the main area to participate in the competition. Oh! Ningdu was very frugal with words. Ningdu, it's okay, don't be sad. It's just that you can't participate in the training camp, it's okay. The senior sister and senior student comforted again. No, I'm fine, don't worry. Ningdu said again. In fact, she was quite happy from the bottom of her heart that she didn't participate in the training camp, because the training camp meant that she had to do a lot of physical training every day, which meant that she would consume a lot of energy, and correspondingly, she also had to replenish a lot of energy. What's annoying is that rice and tomato and egg soup are not free in the canteen of the Suyong District Training Camp. Not free. Ningdu felt distressed when she thought of this. So she was worried about the training camp before. She couldn't feel full after ordering one serving of rice and egg soup every day. She had to order more, which directly increased her daily expenses by at least 1 star coin. But now, she doesn't have to go to the training camp. She will try to lie on the bed in the most energy-saving position, talk as little as possible, and slow down her breathing. In this way, she feels that she can maintain a good cycle of going to the canteen to eat once every 2 or 3 days. But unfortunately, this cycle was soon broken. Junior sister, get up quickly, don't be decadent anymore. Even if you can't go to the training camp, we still have more important tasks. Come join us, let's sign up together, and choose the main training class we can go to. I saw a senior sister sitting by Ningdu's bed, and forcibly pulled her up. Ningdu could only switch from energy-saving mode to energy-consuming mode. This one is pretty good. I heard the teachers there are very nice. I saw the introduction on the Star Network. They don't discriminate against people from other regions, who are not born in the main region. Hey, I think this training class is also good. I heard the teacher is from another planet, and has a good resume. I think this one is also good. This training class is the most popular in the main region. Many people seem to be rushing to sign up. Really? Really? Let's take a look. Take a look. The seniors were already busy using their light brains to browse the training classes they could go to on the Star Network to select, and Ningdu was the only one leaning on the bed rails in a daze. This can be considered a way to save energy. Ningdu, hurry up, open the light brain and choose the school you want to go to, hurry up. The senior sister urged again. Oh, okay. Ningdu slowly reached out to touch the light brain to open it, and then began to browse the training class recommendation platform sent to her by the senior sister and brother. Wow, these training classes are really varied, and it seems that there are training classes for all ages and people. Otherwise, why is it the main area of our planet, the resources are rich? Have you chosen? I have chosen. I have chosen too. Wow, which one did you choose? Let me see. The senior sisters and brothers basically confirmed their favorite training classes, and then a senior brother came over and urged Ningdu. Ningdu, have you chosen? Hurry up, otherwise the better training classes will be fully booked. Oh, okay. Ningdu listened to everyone's urging, and then quickly selected a training class in the front row, and clicked the confirm to join button with brain waves. The next second, a smiley face window popped up on her light computer screen, prompting, you have successfully selected the training class. Please go and pay the fee. Ningdu saw this sentence and sat up straight with a start. What's wrong? The seniors were shocked by her sudden action of hardening mud. Ningdu's eyes widened. Do I have to pay to attend the training class? Ah. The seniors were stunned for a moment after hearing her words, and then hurriedly said, Oh no, we are students specially sent by the school. We don't have to pay for it ourselves. Oh, that's good. After all, our principal Mu has long thought that we may not be able to train in the end, and we have signed up for the competition, so we must complete the pre-match training tasks. We may still have to attend this kind of training class to complete the task, so the training class fee is also included in the competition funds distributed to each of us in advance. You can use that money to pay this fee. What? Ningdu almost choked when she heard this. The seniors had basically chosen their favorite training classes, and then returned to their beds, and began to operate the optical computers to prepare to submit personal information. Some had already completed all the registrations, and started to do the pre-class tasks given by the training classes. Only Ningdu was alone, sitting cross-legged on the bed, staring at the optical computer and worrying. Alas! She almost understood the situation of all the training classes in the main area, and read the student regulations of the schools participating in the Dan Xiao Cup carefully again, and then sighed hard. All training classes in the main area require payment before they can attend. For schools that have signed up for the Dan Xiao Cup, no matter whether they can participate in the competition in the end, they must complete the pre-match training, and this training must have a completion certificate from the main area training institution or above. In other words, she must spend money to sign up for a training class. In other words, she must spend this money. In other words, she didn't earn 2 cents during the holiday, and now she has to spend a lot of money again. Heartache. Ningdu felt so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. Alas! But what can she do? She has to spend money. Forget it, spend it. She will try to find the cheapest training class and pay for it, alas. 2 days later, Ningdu finally reported to the training class she had signed up for. Register. She came to the classroom of the training class from a long distance, and as soon as she entered and finished, the training teacher sent an electronic information form to her light brain. Please choose the direction of your body disability. 1 eyes, 2 nose, 3 mouth, 4 ears, 5 left arm, 6 right arm, 7 left thigh, 8 Ningdu thought for a moment and finally decided to choose 3 mouth. After all, pretending to be disabled, it feels that other things are not easy, so it is easier not to speak. That's right, the training class Ningdu signed up for was a training class for people with disabilities. Normal training classes usually cost about 500 star coins to complete a semester, but this training class for people with disabilities was a little cheaper that she had found after searching for a long time, and it cost 5-star coins. Then Ningdu checked that if a normal person signed up for a training class for people with disabilities, but was not approved by the training class and successfully attended the class, then it was the responsibility of the training class, and she did not break the law. So she decided to sign up for this training class. After all, she was a good citizen who never broke the law. Chapter 23. After filling in the form that he was mute, Ningdu started the class smoothly. It must be said that these training classes in the main area are quite friendly to the disabled. Perhaps in order to prevent the disabled from being too close to normal people and make them feel out of place, they chose such a remote place for them to have quiet classes. And the training class teacher also looked very kind and amiable. On the first day of class, he came to the classroom in formal attire. As soon as he came, he began to smile and praise the disabled people in the class as the hope of the empire's future. The blind and lame disabled students in the class all showed relieved smiles. At the beginning of the class, the teacher first distributed a 20,000-page Shan Xiao Cup Disabled League training manual to everyone's laptops, and then continued to cheer up the disabled people in the classroom. Dear students, although you are disabled, our F324 planet government has never given up on us. You see, such an important event on our planet, Shan Xiao Cup, has a disabled competition area. This is an encouragement and expectation for us disabled people. We should not give up on ourselves because of our physical defects. This time you come to my training class, I will lead you to finish learning such a thick disabled training manual, so that each of you can drive a mecha, just like normal people, compete on the field, and show a side of yourself that you have never shown before. The training class teacher spoke passionately, and the disabled students present also gained confidence, so the training class started immediately. This teacher was very meticulous and serious. He began to lead everyone to go through the key points of mecha driving in the thick disabled competition manual, and then led everyone to start basic training. During the training, some disabled students would have difficulty in training, or they simply couldn't do the movements properly, or they simply didn't have legs or arms to do them, and they were very frustrated. At this time, the teacher would seriously correct their movements, help them change their movements, care for them like parents, encourage them and comfort them. Ningdu watched from the side, and in an instant, she felt that if she was really a disabled person, it would be worthwhile to attend this training class. However, no matter how much encouragement and help, those disabled students could not really improve much in just a few days. However, if they wanted to participate in the Dan Xiao Cup Disabled League, they had to pass the selection assessment of the disabled team in the main area, and this assessment would be conducted in a month. The disabled students were so anxious that the teachers of the training class also went from patient guidance to anxious. Finally one day, the teacher couldn't help it. She brought a box of things to the classroom during class, and then said solemnly, "Students, the teacher knows that it is not easy for you. In order to let you get good results in the Single Young Cup selection, the teacher will go all out. In these 2 days, I have found all the auxiliary tools that can improve everyone, and I will definitely help you get the Single Young Cup qualification." After that, the teacher took out a tool from the big box, some to help fix the legs and feet, some to make the blind more sensitive to sound and position, some to help the dumb type and send voice, and various kinds of pills that can restore the body functions of disabled students in a short time. The whole class took these auxiliary tools, which were very novel, and tried them out. Soon, some students showed surprised expressions on their faces. Those auxiliary tools really helped them to gain the freedom of healthy people for a short time. "How is it? Is it okay?" The teacher smiled. The disabled students nodded vigorously. "That's good. I tell you another good news." The teacher smiled again. "I not only helped you find these tools that are particularly suitable for assisting your training, but also bought them at the most favorable price. These things are so expensive to buy outside, but today, you can buy them from me at $599, $499, $399, $299. This price is still high. The teacher helped you get it down. Today you can buy these things from the teacher, only $199. Only 199 star coins. You can have these tools that can make you move freely and make your life more convenient, just like normal people. Tell me, is it worth it?" The teacher spoke passionately, and after the end, the whole class was indeed silent. Everyone looked at the teacher with difficulty. Seeing that the whole class had no reaction, the teacher continued, "Students, why is there no response at all? Do you still want to participate in the Dan Xiao Cup Disabled Persons Competition? Do you still want to prove to the outside world that even if you are disabled, you are still useful, capable, and worthy of attention and recognition from this society? Do you want to?" The whole class looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. The teacher continued passionately, "Do you want to?" At this time, the students below heard 1 or 2 intermittent voices, "Yes." Since the voices were very small, the teacher looked stern, stared at a group of students and asked loudly, "Those who could open their mouths, speak to me. Do you want to or not?" "I want." "Didn't you eat?" "Speak louder." I want. What's wrong? You are so weak. Do you still want to pass the selection? Do you still want to win glory in the Shan Xiao Cup? I want." The students' voices were still so low. The teacher instantly showed a helpless look. "Alas, students, you must know that without hard work, there is no reward. It has come to this point. What can you improve by training again? Without this auxiliary tool, I tell you, in fact, with your qualifications, you will never pass the selection of the Shan Xiao Disability Cup in your lifetime." Hearing this, the students silently lowered their heads. "So you guys, you have to have a long-term vision. You can buy an auxiliary tool today at the lowest market price. Use them and make rapid progress. Only in this way can you win the game and enter the Shan Xiao Disabled Cup. Your resume will be different in the future, and your perspective and attitude towards life will also be different. This will affect your whole life. Why can't you figure it out?" The teacher said, feeling distressed, and then said, "No, I have to correct your short-sightedness today. Come on, everyone, take the tools in your hands. I will give you a try one by one. I want you to see again, with these tools, what earth-shaking changes you can make." So the teacher first walked to a blind boy, put the sound positioning auxiliary chip into his optical brain, and said after a while, "You say, is it true that with this thing, you can know where the nematode in my hand is wherever it flies?" The boy nodded. "Then will you buy it?" The boy looked embarrassed. "You have to be responsible for your own future." The teacher said again, "But teacher, I really don't have enough money." "If you don't have enough money, ask your parents to borrow it." "My parents don't have it either." "Go to your friends, or get online loans. The teacher said again. I am disabled, I don't have many friends, and online loans won't lend me money. You mean you don't have a penny? The boy nodded helplessly. Then what kind of training class are you attending here? The teacher suddenly got angry. If you don't have money, just stay at home. This training class is cheap. Cheap? Do you think there is such a cheap thing in the world? You can catch up with a training class with 5-star coins? You think you are a disadvantaged group, so everyone in society should tolerate you, right? The teacher said sternly. For a moment, the whole class was silent. I tell you, I have been kind enough to you. I have worked so hard to train you, encourage you and tolerate you, and I only accepted 5-star coins. You are so arrogant that you even asked me to give you the auxiliary tools I worked so hard to find for you. Your conscience has been eaten by dogs. The teacher paused after speaking, and continued angrily. I tell you today, all of you, no matter whether you have money or not, you must find a way to raise money for me. If you can't buy these tools, there is only an abandoned factory in the wilderness nearby, and none of you can go home. As soon as the teacher said this, everyone gasped. The boy who was scolded just now was already crying, and started to open the light computer to find someone to borrow money. No one around you has money. Who can you borrow money from? The teacher stopped the boy again and said, You people who have no money, go to the designated lending channels I sent in the group to borrow money. If I find out that you didn't borrow money, be careful. When the teacher finished speaking, the whole class felt cold again. They wanted to find someone to pick them up from this abandoned factory far away from the city, but then they found that the optical computer could not receive any signal at all. Except for the lending platform given by the teacher, other outlets are not allowed. The cold sweat on everyone's back became worse. The teacher looked at the frightened expressions on their faces, smiled, and said, That's it. If everyone has no problem, I will try our auxiliary tools one by one. After the test, everyone pays the money. Is it okay? No one dared to speak. This time, the teacher was too lazy to let them respond. He walked directly to a girl with a broken left leg, and installed a walking assistance system with a very high-sounding name for her with a smile, and connected an uncomfortable prosthesis to the broken left leg. Look, classmate, are you more flexible now? The teacher smiled. Is the teacher's auxiliary tool easy to use? The girl was frightened and whispered, Yes, yes. Then will you buy it? The teacher smiled again. The girl was about to cry, Bye. The next boy was also dumb, and the teacher installed a voice auxiliary device for him that could recognize what he wanted to say through his brain waves and then convert it into voice broadcast. The teacher installed the auxiliary device for him and asked him, What are you thinking about now? The boy looked at the teacher with horror, but the voice-assisted device said, The device I am wearing now is very good, I like it very much. The boy was stunned. The teacher smiled, and asked him again, What do you think of our training class? The training class is very good, I benefited a lot. The teacher is also serious and patient, 5-star praise. The voice device at the boy's mouth spoke again. The teacher smiled and asked again, How is the device I got for you? The voice device, very good. Will you buy it? Buy. The device said again. The boy listened to their conversation and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Classmate, what's your expression? Do you mean that this voice device doesn't say what you say in your heart, and you don't want to buy it? The teacher stared at him with her eyes wide open. The boy wanted to cry even more. He was dumb and couldn't make any sound. He could only nod while crying. Then why don't you transfer the money to me? If you don't have money, go to the place I said to borrow it now. The teacher smiled and left. She came to the next target, Ningdu. I remember you were also mute, right? The teacher came over and stared at Ningdu faintly. Ningdu's eyes widened and he nodded at her. The mute boy just now used a speech aid, but you don't have one. The teacher stared at her. But I have something else for you. As she spoke, she took out a pill from the box and handed it to Ningdu. Here, this is a high-tech pill that can temporarily reactivate your vocal cords. Swallow it, and you will definitely be able to make a sound. Ningdu looked at her, with an honest and cautious look, took the pill, and put it in his mouth. After a while, the teacher asked, How do you feel? Ningdu lowered her head, and suddenly began to tremble all over. Then she raised her head, and kept trembling all over, as if she had epilepsy, and couldn't stop twitching. Side effects of the pills? The teacher frowned and muttered, and took out another pill. Here, take this. It can prevent you from twitching again. Ningdu put the pill into her mouth while twitching. After a while, as expected, her twitching was gone. But her hand was still twitching. The teacher frowned. No, it's not the problem of my medicine. Is there something wrong with the nerves in your hand that's why you're twitching? Ningdu nodded painfully. The teacher took out a massager and tied it to her hand, saying, "Come, use this to massage your hand nerves, and your hand will definitely stop shaking soon." Sure enough, after tying the massager to Ningdu's hand stopped shaking. The teacher was very pleased and asked Ningdu to stand up. Then he said to her, "Go to the podium and walk around. Let everyone see how I cured you when you were shaking like that just now." Ningdu nodded, and then walked to the podium step by step with the massager tied to her hands. Unfortunately, before she reached the podium, her legs suddenly began to shake, and the shaking was quite severe. She fell to the ground without paying attention. The classmates hurried to see her, and the teacher was so anxious that she shouted, "My massager," and went to check on Ningdu. Now it's good. Ningdu's hands and legs are not shaking anymore. She lies on the ground peacefully. The teacher's face darkened. You only took the medicine for the mute, you also took the medicine for epilepsy, and you also broke my massager. Classmate, I just want to ask you, are you going to compensate me for these things at the price? The teacher questioned her sternly. Ningdu's eyes were crossed. Ah, don't say that, it's okay if you don't have to pay for it. If you buy them today, I will forgive you for damaging the teaching aids. The teacher glared at her again. Ningdu's eyes were crossed even more. Ah? What are you saying there? The teacher was angry. Teacher. A disabled but not dumb student whispered this student, "Did you fall and hurt your brain just now?" Broken brain? The teacher smiled, "It's okay, I have a medicine here, which is specially used to treat temporary brain disability." She was about to take the medicine, but suddenly stopped her hand and stared at Ningdu. Ningdu still looked stupid. She finally understood something. It's all her fault that she always thinks these disabled students are honest and timid. I was almost fooled by this little bastard. You don't want to buy my stuff, right? Get out. When you stop pretending to be stupid, go back to the dormitory to sleep tonight, otherwise, you will freeze to death in the temperature below zero at night. After saying that, the teacher pushed Ningdu out of the classroom. The disabled training class was fully enclosed in this wilderness. No one passed by here. Even if there were people, they seemed to be from the teacher's gang. They were all working in the abandoned factory, and didn't talk to her or look at her straight in the eye. It felt like falling into the lair of some kind of gang. Ningdu was driven out, spit out the pills she had just held in her mouth, and sighed. The climate of this abandoned factory is very strange, with a huge temperature difference between day and night. It is hot during the day, and the temperature can drop to -10 degrees at night, which is very cold, so the black-hearted teacher has the confidence to push her outside and let her reflect. I always think that she can't stand the cold, and will cry and beg to buy her things so that she will let her go. But Ning doesn't plan to do that. After all, those things are 199 each. It's impossible to buy those rubbish in vain even if she is killed. Of course, Ning can't be frozen to death in the middle of the night. If she is frozen to death, what will she do with the money she earns? So in the absence of any heating conditions, she decided to use the most primitive method to keep warm so that she won't be frozen to death tonight. The most primitive way is to run. As long as she moves and keeps running, her body will have heat, and she won't become cold and stiff so quickly. Hey, it sounds like she will still become a corpse. Forget it, she shook her head, removed the bad thoughts from her mind, and then continued to run around the entire abandoned factory. As she ran, she began to unconsciously observe what the other members of the teacher's gang were doing. They seemed to be collecting various abandoned building materials in the factory. Ningdu had heard a little about this. He heard that the entire empire was short of metal materials, and many black gangs in society seized various abandoned factories in the old century, stripped almost all the materials in those factories, and transported them out, selling them at high prices. It seems that this gang is also doing this kind of business. Ningdu observed them carefully, and saw a gang member stripping a piece of metal plate, and happily giving it to the supervisor robot, and then was slapped. After the supervisor robot slapped her, it pointed to another member to show her. The member was carrying 5 or 6 metal plates, and walking over. Ningdu observed for a long time, and felt that their gang was not harmonious. Although everyone was a member of the team that stripped materials, there was still competition between them. She even saw a list of contributions of each member in collecting factory materials in a corner. No wonder the member who just moved a piece of metal plate was beaten. Ningdu stared at her, and found that she seemed to have grown up after being beaten. She no longer moved the metal plates on the machinery that were easier to remove, but tried to remove a gear on a more complicated machine. She struggled to pull out the gear for a long time, but only pulled it out a little bit. Just when this member was wiping her sweat and panting helplessly, Suddenly, she saw a figure rushing over and moving some other gear button of the huge machine in front of her. After a while, the gear that she couldn't pull out just now was sent to her. This member was stunned for a moment, and looked at the girl in front of her. She was not wearing the clothes of their gang, and she looked familiar. She should be a disabled student, who was deceived to come to class. Ningdu looked at her with a smile, and handed the gear over. The member immediately took it, and turned to leave. Then Ningdu stopped her. He rubbed his hands in front of her, indicating that he wanted the star coins. The member shook her hand away with an indifferent look, left without giving her a penny. Ningdu pulled the corner of his lips. The member quickly gave the gear that Ningdu took off to the robot in charge of them. The robot looked at the quality of the gear for a long time, and gave the member a thumbs up. The member's face suddenly became very good, and he became more confident. When people are confident, they will do things that are difficult but challenging. There are several large chimneys in the abandoned factory. The chimneys are coated with a particularly high-quality metal coating, and the operating turntables are very expensive. Several very capable members tried to climb up the chimney, and then carefully removed the precious operating turntable and handed it to their supervisor robot. Then, immediately, their personal contribution value will increase a lot. That member wanted to try it too. Having watched Ningdu's operation before, she knew that she couldn't remove many parts with brute force alone, so this time, she planned to do something big and climb a chimney herself, thinking of a way to remove the operating dial on it. But there is always a gap between ideal and reality. The member climbed for a long time, but couldn't climb to the operating dial, but she was exhausted. She tried many times, but she couldn't do it. Looking up at the extremely precious operating dial that was shining faintly in the cold night sky, the member sighed. But the next second, an operating dial was delivered to her. It was that girl again. The member frowned. Ningdu smiled and delivered the removed operating dial to this member. The member looked at her coldly, and then proudly took the operating dial she handed over. But the other party didn't let go. Ningdu also exerted his strength, holding the operating turntable to prevent her from taking it away, while rubbing his fingers, indicating that this person had to give her some star coins. Of course, this member would not give it, so he simply pulled the operating turntable into his hand with all his strength, and left without paying any attention to Ningdu. This member handed the operating turntable to the supervisor robot. This time, the supervisor robot not only smiled at her, but also said a lot of compliments to her. Her contribution value in the gang was like a rocket rising. The operating turntable is really valuable. For the first time, she realized that high-quality things could increase her contribution value so much. She was so excited that she decided on the spot that she would only give this kind of operating turntable to the gang in the future, and no other, so she found another chimney and started to climb up, trying to remove the operating dial. But when she reached the middle, she couldn't do it again. The mecha she was driving had run out of energy, and she was controlling the mecha herself, and her spirits were not good. Damn it, are you going to give up again this time? She stopped unwillingly on the chimney wall in the middle, not knowing what to do. But at this time, a tattered mecha actually jumped as fast as a monkey, and reached the top of the chimney in a few seconds, removed the operating dial, and climbed down along the top of the chimney, standing next to the member. Here. The face exposed from the cockpit clearly showed that the girl, who gave her the operating dial, this time was the same girl last time. She was just a little fool who was tricked into coming to class. If she was willing to help her, she would accept it. She didn't have any idea of being grateful to the fool. So the member quickly stretched out the mecha hand, and prepared to take the operating dial. But in a moment, Ningdu took back the operating dial, smiled and stretched out 2 mecha fingers. 2,000 star coins. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. Give it to me. The member didn't want to talk nonsense with her, and wanted to grab it directly. Unfortunately, the moment she moved, Ningdu suddenly stretched out his mechanical arm, and threw the operating dial in the mecha's hand directly into the sea beside the abandoned factory. That's right, this abandoned factory was actually built on the edge of a cliff, and there was a bottomless abyss under the cliff that was impossible to swim to steal. Watching the precious operating dial being thrown into the sea, the member's movements froze, and his heart was instantly like a knife. But Ningdu smiled and found another chimney to climb up, quickly got the operating dial and came down, and said to the member, "This, for 1,000 star coins. If you don't pay, you will miss the chance." This member could see Ningdu's annoying smile in the cockpit of the mecha, and she was so angry that her teeth itched. It happened that she had rested well, and was full of energy. Let this annoying troublemaker go to hell. So, this member drove the mecha directly and rushed up, reaching out to grab the operating dial in Ningdu's hand. Unfortunately, Ningdu was standing on the edge of the cliff. With a flash, the operating dial had been thrown into the abyss by her again, and the member stopped at the edge of the cliff with an emergency brake, and could only watch another turntable sink into the boundless sea. She was stunned for a moment, and looked back. The girl actually drove the mecha to another chimney, which was very close to the cliff. After Ningdu took off the operating turntable on the top of the chimney, he drove the mecha while holding the chimney, and waving the other operating turntable with a mechanical hand, shouting to this member, 8,000 star coins. This is the only chance. Put it down. The member gritted his teeth, and rushed directly to Ningdu on impulse. What a pity. Ningdu sighed. When she saw that she rushed over without discussing the price, she threw the turntable into the sea under the cliff in an elegant arc. Seeing that the turntable was thrown into the sea with the same fate, the member was completely stunned. While she was stunned, Ningdu climbed up a chimney again. This time, it was the same. She took down the turntable on the chimney, and shouted to the members, 16,000 star coins, one price, one chance. The member looked at her with the mecha head raised, and did not speak for a long time. Well, it's a pity. Ningdu pretended to throw the turntable off the cliff. Wait! Don't! The member was completely anxious. There were only a few chimneys in the abandoned factory. If she continued to throw down like this, she would not be able to get a single turntable, according to her current score. If this turntable did not give her a large increase in points, she would definitely not get enough points this month, and she would definitely not be promoted in the gang. If she could not be promoted in the gang, she would have to live a humiliating life of living under someone else's roof and being ordered around by others. She had had enough of that life. So, finally, after all the entanglements, the member shouted to Ningdu, "Come down, we deal." Chapter 24. In this way, Ningdu finally reached a friendly cooperation relationship with this member. The temperature of the abandoned factory dropped sharply at night. In exchange, Ningdu asked this member not only to transfer star coins to her, but also to provide her with a heating device. After all, her mecha energy is limited. If she keeps burning mecha energy for heating, the mecha will have to shut down in less than one night. The member also agreed, on the premise that she must help her get as many parts and materials as possible from the factory in the future. Ningdu also agreed, of course. Why not make money? So the days of helping began. In the classroom next to the abandoned factory, the teacher's beating and scolding could be heard every day. Ningdu never went back to the classroom and dormitory. The member also tried to let her get parts in a place away from people, and then found a place where no one was to let her rest in the mecha cabin. Ningdu certainly had a good life, but the disabled students in the classroom were not. After just a few days, when Ningdu was helping the member get parts, he saw a lonely figure wandering outside. She was not wearing the clothes of the gang that stole materials from the abandoned factory, and she was limping on one leg. She was struggling to walk in the huge maze of the abandoned factory with an unstable center of gravity. Her eyes were wandering and her expression was terrified. It was obvious that she was kicked out. Ningdu went up to ask, and sure enough, it was because she first followed the teacher's instructions to apply for a loan to buy the teacher's things, but because of her identity verification problems, the loan was not approved. The teacher saw that she really had no money, and could not even borrow money, so he kicked her out in a rage and left her to fend for herself. Ningdu was of course not surprised to hear these things, but the lame classmate was surprised to see her. You're not dead yet. She remembered Ningdu, because Ningdu was the first person who would rather play dumb than buy the teacher's products in the classroom, and was finally kicked out by the teacher to die. A few days after Ningdu left, every time the teacher saw a student who was unwilling to buy her products, she would mention Ningdu, saying that if they didn't buy the products, Ningdu's fate would be theirs. So everyone was very scared. So after she was kicked out, she was almost desperate and felt that she was doomed to die. But unexpectedly, she actually saw Ningdu alive. It was incredible. How did you survive? The lame classmate asked with his mouth wide open. Ningdu smiled. She wanted to keep it a secret, but looking at the classmate in front of her, she suddenly thought of something. It was all because of that member's greed. She had helped her get so many materials and successfully promoted her in the gang, but she still felt it was not enough. She also wanted Ningdu to help her get more materials from the factory and save contribution points to become a small leader in the gang. So Ningdu was almost exhausted by her these days. Although he earned a lot every day, he was also tired and exhausted. It was really unbearable to go on like this. So it would be nice to have a helper. So she changed the subject. I found a job here. Do you want to come and do it? The lame classmate. ? If you help me, I will find you a place to live so that you won't starve to death. Ningdu said. The lame classmate, shock. So good? Wait, isn't she a mute? Although finding a helper made him feel a little relieved, Ningdu found that he didn't feel much relieved after a day. After all, the classmate is lame and can't do many things well. He can only help her with simple things, so she is still tired. This won't do. After all, she promised to find a place for him to live and keep him from freezing to death. Doesn't that mean that she has to share half of the heating energy blocks she worked hard to get from that member? But that person didn't help her much. At the end of the day, her efficiency didn't improve, and the materials she helped that member get were still the same as before. Then she lost money. Ningdu habitually felt heartbroken when she thought of losses. No, she couldn't lose money. She must make up for the lost money. So she turned her head and stared at the lame classmate beside her. The lame classmate, I feel a little cold on my back. Sure enough, something uncomfortable happened. Ningdu said that he would teach him how to get the discarded parts down, and said that if she couldn't learn it, she wouldn't give her a place to live. The lame student was like a formidable enemy. Originally, Ningdu insisted that she drive the mecha to operate the mecha to get the parts, which was a particularly painful thing for her, but now, she had to endure the pain, otherwise she would die. So the lame student began to desperately follow Ningdu's instructions to operate the mecha to get the parts, not daring to rest for a moment, but even so, it still didn't work. Every time, she was just a little bit away from removing the parts, but she failed every time. After all, she was a lame person, with one leg lame, so she couldn't feel the existence of the corresponding mecha leg of the lame leg. Every time she moved, she could only rely on calculating time to estimate where her mecha leg was, and in which direction she should move, but even so, every time she operated that mecha leg, she still made mistakes. Ningdu also discovered this problem. She corrected her several times, but it still didn't work. It really didn't work. She was not disabled and could not fully understand the process and feelings of disabled students driving mechas, so no matter how she gave instructions, it was ineffective. Alas, now it would be great if there was a professional disabled mecha driver who could guide her. Even if there were no professionals, there would be a professional teaching video. If there were no professional teaching videos, there would be a professional teaching book. Hey, a book that professionally teaches disabled people how to drive mechas? There really is one. Ningdu remembered the thick book of more than 10,000 pages that the teacher gave to each of them at the beginning of the training class. It seemed to be called something like a disabled mecha driving manual. It was also a teaching book officially released by the Single Young Cup Disabled League. It was suitable for improving strength in the Single Young Cup, and the quality was very guaranteed. Thinking of this, she quickly opened the book in her optical brain and read it. Sure enough, it contained detailed methods on how to teach lame mecha drivers to drive mechas. The first step of this method says, please do not use the mecha leg corresponding to your disabled leg. In fact, a mecha combat soldier can also fight on one leg. After reading this, Ningdu, shocked. In this way, Ningdu squatted in the corner alone, thinking about how a person with a disabled leg can drive a mecha for most of the day. After repeated attempts and training, she felt that she had finally mastered the key points. At this time, she looked at the lame classmate who had been staying beside her. Lame classmate, why do I feel goosebumps again? Sure enough, after a while, Ningdu began to help the lame student train in mecha driving. First, he helped the lame student train how to stand on a single mecha, then helped the lame student train how to move flexibly without using one mecha leg to do some simple things, and then, no more, just these, the lame student was almost exhausted, trying again and again, exhausted. Hurry up, let's try again. Ningdu saw that the lame student was slow, so he urged. The lame student wanted to cry, but had no tears. I can't do it anymore, I'm so tired. Can I rest for a while? Ningdu smiled slightly. Okay, but you have to find a place to sleep tonight. The lame student, Wow, if she leaves Ningdu at night without energy, she will freeze to death. Forget it, in order to survive, she will fight. Just like this, in just 1 or 2 days, the lame student basically mastered the essentials of single-leg action. When she went to help Ningdu complete her task of collecting materials, she suddenly found that she was more flexible in driving the mecha, more relaxed than before. Then for the first time, she completed what Ningdu asked her to do so easily, and soon helped Ningdu get a piece of material. Looking at the material, she suddenly gained confidence. Ningdu, if there is anything else I can help you with, just tell me. Ningdu was relieved. Come on, let me go to a higher place. Okay. The lame classmate was in high spirits, and then immediately drove the mecha to start moving, and then with a clang, he fell to the ground. Ningdu turned around. Are you okay? It's a small matter. I'm still not familiar with mecha driving. I just need to practice more. Let's go! The lame student quickly got up from the ground and strode forward. With the cooperation of the lame student, Ningdu's efficiency in collecting materials for that member was greatly improved. However, that member was really ambitious. Seeing that Ningdu got the materials faster, he put forward more material requirements. She paid the money quickly, but Ningdu and the lame student suffered. The two of them were even more tired. But fortunately, soon, when they were working, they found that there were two more wandering people in the abandoned factory. One of them lost 2 arms, and the other lost 2 ears. Needless to say, they must have been kicked out of their training class. When they went over to ask, it was indeed the case. They emptied their savings, and gave them to the teacher to buy the teacher's auxiliary tools. After a few days of use, the tools broke down, so the teacher forced them to buy new ones, which made them run out of money. The teacher then asked them to borrow money from the lending platform she mentioned. The two went there and bought tools with the borrowed money. After using them once or twice, the tools broke down again. The teacher asked them to borrow again. As a result, the two still owed money to others in the main area. The lending platform found that they could not pay them back, so they stopped borrowing. So the teacher was furious and said that they were useless and kicked them out. The two were wandering in the abandoned factory, and then they happened to meet Ningdu and the classmate with a lame leg. They had an impression of both of them, so they were surprised and happy to see that they were still alive, and they started to cry. As they cried, they remembered to ask them how they survived. Ningdu was about to say something, but the classmate with a lame leg said first, "Do you want to work with us? Help Ningdu together, and you too can survive." After she finished speaking, she did not forget to use sign language to one of the students who had lost both ears and was deaf. Ningdu, The 2 students' eyes lit up when they heard this, and they nodded repeatedly, feeling that they were finally saved. Ningdu got an extra heating energy block from that member. That member was not smart enough, otherwise she would never have been able to collect resources, and always fell behind others. When she heard Ningdu's random reason for needing energy blocks, she did not doubt it. After all, this abandoned factory was too big. If Ningdu hadn't specifically looked for her, she wouldn't have been able to find Ningdu. So Ningdu brought 2 or 3 more people to work together. Not to mention that member, even other people in their gang would be hard to meet, not to mention that the internal structure of the abandoned factory was complicated, and it was hard to find the existence of aliens, unless they were driven out like Ningdu's disabled classmates and walked stupidly in the open space near the abandoned factory in broad daylight. Ningdu didn't give the heat source to the student with a broken arm and a deaf ear for nothing, so of course they had to work for her. But Ningdu soon discovered that, well, her 2 classmates were no good either. Just like the lame classmate at the beginning, he could not do anything well when driving the mecha. Oh, the other one was quite good, but he could not hear anything. Sometimes the mecha alarm sounded that something was coming from behind, or there was an obstacle on the side, but he could not hear anything. Also, sometimes he could not hear the wrong command to the mecha. There was no way. Ningdu looked at these 2 brothers in distress, and it seemed that it was time to teach them again. Woo-woo, I can't do it anymore. I really can't do it anymore. At the beginning of the training, the student with a broken arm began to cry, and the deaf student also complained incoherently. Ningdu was studying the manual for the disabled mecha driving in his computer. Hearing the broken-armed and deaf students complaining and saying they were going to give up, he raised his head and prepared to speak. "You?" But as soon as she said a word, the lame student came over and shouted, "You are too delicate. You can't stand this. If you don't want to practice, don't use our heat source block to rest tonight." What? The broken-armed and deaf students were scared when they heard it, and they struggled to continue training. But after training for a while, they couldn't do it anymore, and they wanted to give up again. "Wow, this is too difficult. It's impossible. We can't do it at all." "What's wrong with it?" "I can do it. Why can't you?" The lame student showed them his flexible posture of driving the mecha with only one mechanical leg, and said, "Besides, Boss Ning is already helping you study how to use the mecha to the maximum extent according to your physical characteristics. Boss hasn't given up. So what are you giving up? Without Boss, would you be where you are today? People should know how to be grateful." After a toned punch, broken arm, and deaf dared not speak. At this time, except for struggling to hold on until they wanted to cry, they could do nothing. Ningdu watched Lame educate the 2 students, and silently gave her a thumbs up in her heart. If someone was her mouthpiece, she would be more relaxed and have more time to study how to let broken arm and deaf drive the mecha. A broken arm was easier. After all, she had taught a lame leg before, and the key points of using mechas for a broken arm and a lame leg were very similar, but a deaf person would be different. If he was deaf, he had to rely purely on observation and the mecha's reaction to judge the mecha's surroundings, and whether the mecha had a malfunction or the command was wrong. Deafness accounted for a large proportion of the mecha instruction manual for the disabled, which was almost 2,000 pages. Ning read it page by page overnight, pondered and confirmed it page by page, and finally, she started to teach the broken arm and the deaf. Broken arm and deaf were almost exhausted after just a few days of basic training. Now Ningdu started to teach them something more difficult. They were so exhausted that they wanted to die, and said they didn't want to practice anymore. Ningdu said it was no problem, and then he would take away the heat energy they relied on to survive at night. Seeing the heat energy being taken away, Broken Arm and Deaf said on the spot that this was not okay. Wouldn't this really make them freeze to death at night? So the two of them never said they would give up again, and could only endure the pain and train with Ningdu. A few days later, as expected, after the difficult time passed, they found that they were driving the mecha more and more smoothly and flexibly. Before, they could only envy Ningdu and leg lame to get the material parts of the factory machine, but now they can actually do it themselves. The two of them gained confidence. Within a day, they jumped up and down, either helping Ningdu to get the parts together, or competing with leg lame to see who was better now. The progress of the four people was much faster than before. They collected more parts, and Ningdu gave more parts to that member. That member also accepted it with pleasure, and then said that she wanted more now. She must be promoted to the position of the gang leader she wanted as soon as possible, so the workload of the four people in Ningdu increased again. Originally, everyone thought that they were tired enough from collecting parts day and night these days, and even wanted to take a break, but unexpectedly, there was no rest, and it would be even busier. The four people gradually couldn't hold on. But at this moment, they looked carefully, and saw three people walking tremblingly in the open space around the abandoned factory. When they asked, they found that it was their classmates, who were kicked out by the training class teacher. This time, these three people bought the teacher's auxiliary tools, which broke after a few uses. They bought them again, and finally borrowed money continuously. Because they didn't have enough savings, they were not allowed to borrow money in the end. Seeing that they were really useless, the teacher kicked them out. The three were crying, and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the lame, deaf and broken arm three stepped forward. "Come join us. Join us, you won't have to worry about not surviving." Everyone was too busy. Ningdu thought of letting the three newcomers look at the manual by themselves, learn to control the mecha by themselves, and help her automatically after they learned the skills. As a result, she let the three of them look at the manual for a long time, and none of them understood it. Alas! Ningdu saw that the three of them had a wronged and guilty expression, and could only sigh, saying that he made a wrong decision. "Boss," the layman came over and said to Ningdu, "the manual is too complicated, with a lot of professional terms, but the key points are glossed over. In fact, after you taught us, we still couldn't understand it when we looked at it again." Ningdu frowned and looked worried again, "But I don't have enough time. There are three people at once, and I can't teach them all by myself. If I could have a teaching robot to assist me, I'd do it." The layman immediately said, "Boss, look at that little girl. She is about the same as my lameness. I am on the left and she is on the right. I should be able to teach her. I can do it, I can do it." The broken arm also said immediately, "Boss, that little brother has the same problem with his arms as me. Although he has one arm broken and I have both arms broken, it also means that I have a harder time than him. My two arms are completely disabled, and I use my feet to control the cockpit and successfully drive the mecha. He only has one arm broken. I can definitely teach him." The deaf man stood aside and didn't know what they were talking about. He could only excitedly follow them and say "ABA ABA." Ningdu listened and nodded heavily, as if he had made a great decision, and said to them, "Okay, the situation is urgent, so let's do it. Thank you for your hard work." "It's okay, it's my duty to contribute to the team." The lame leg and the broken arm were both laughing happily. Ningdu naturally only had to teach the remaining student to use the mecha. This student was blind, and could only locate by sound. Originally, she only thought that the tutorial in the mecha manual for the deaf part was particularly long, but now she found that the part for the blind was even longer. In order to teach her blind classmate clearly, she could only ponder the contents of the mecha manual over and over again, and then drive the mecha according to the contents above, close her eyes, and practice. After staying up late for 2 nights, and finally feeling that there was no problem, she began to teach the blind classmate. For driving a mecha, being blind is the most fatal. If you want to drive a mecha freely, or even use very complicated techniques to get the parts you want, you can only rely on your ears and hands, which is really difficult. So she taught that student for a very long time, and her apprentices with lame legs and broken arms have all graduated, but the blind one has not yet completed his merit. At the same time, during this short period of time, more students from the training class came one after another. They were repeatedly threatened with their lives by the teacher, and kept buying the 3-no products recommended by the teacher. In the end, they lost their fortunes, were in huge debt, and had no use value anymore, and were abandoned by the teacher. Ningdu's team accepted them, and now everyone has formed a virtuous circle. The new students don't know anything, so the old students volunteered to train them. After the training, they took them to the abandoned factory to get materials, and after getting them, they handed them over to Ningdu, who gave them to her contact to exchange money, and then she would give everyone a source of heat to save their lives at night. I don't know how many days this lasted. Ningdu suddenly found that the memory of her optical computer had been greatly reduced. After checking, she found that she had made too many annotations on the disabled mecha manual and filmed too many teaching, training, inspection and error correction videos, which occupied the memory. Only then did Ningdu realize that she had basically thought through the contents of the entire thick disabled mecha manual. And her team was getting bigger and bigger, so big that she called the names and found that almost all the classmates were present. At this time, the member of the Black Gang in the abandoned site was successfully promoted to the position of a small leader. The small leader secretly invited Ningdu to his office. This was Ningdu's first time to go deep into the core area of the abandoned factory. There were really secret passages everywhere. If she hadn't been led by someone, she didn't know when she would know where the core office of the gang was. Arriving at the office of the junior leader, she met the junior leader, who began to praise her for a long time, and finally told her that their transaction was over, and there would be no more in the future. Moreover, since the transaction was stopped, she would no longer provide her with heat source block support, but at the same time, she would also give her freedom to go wherever she wanted. Oh! Ningdu understood that this was a case of crossing the river and destroying the bridge. This place was full of people from this gang, and it was quite far from the populated areas. If there were no high-speed trains, they might not be able to reach populated areas in a year or two, so she obviously could not get out. But the junior leader now said that she would also cut off her heat source supply. Ningdu felt that she was not a fool, and immediately expressed her opposition. Then the junior leader pressed the button, and several fully armed bodyguards came over and surrounded her. Ningdu had no choice but to cry and cry, saying that she had a miserable life and was deceived, and left here reluctantly. After returning to her hiding place, away from the sight of the little leader and her bodyguard, Ningdu finally put away her aggrieved, painful and desperate expression. She walked and walked, walked and walked, walked to a corner of the abandoned factory, went in, came to a cave that she didn't often come to and was very hidden, and knocked 3 times on the metal echo wall next to it. After a while, as expected, a member of the little leader's gang, wearing the same uniform as the little leader's original uniform, appeared. Ningdu assumed her as number 2 in her heart, and then she said to number 2, "I agree to that matter." Number 2 was stunned. "Really?" "Yes." Ningdu said again, "From today on, all the metal materials I collect will be given to you, with a clear price, and I will definitely ensure that you will win in the next season's leadership competition." Chapter 25. The gang members in the entire abandoned factory are working hard to collect metal materials, to increase their contribution points, and get promoted and get a raise. Ningdu certainly can't put all the life-saving straws on the little leader alone. After staying here for a long time, she also inquired about the places where the gang members usually hang out. How to strike a good balance, and show them her heroic posture of collecting materials from time to time, so that they know that they are outsiders who should be killed but not killed, but are still eager to ask her for help. Of course, it's not just number 2. In fact, Ningdu and several other members of the gang have made such an agreement. She helps them get metal resources, and they provide her with star coins and heat source blocks. Of course, with so many people, Ningdu can't handle it alone. So, it's time for her classmates to show their skills. When Ningdu told them that they could collect parts on their own, and she would collect them and hand them over to the superiors of each material collector, and finally give everyone star coins as rewards according to the quality and quantity of the parts, everyone was stunned. They stared at each other. What? They can stay here and live forever, and they can eat the nutrient solution Ningdu gave them, and they can actually make money? And after hearing the price Ningdu gave them, everyone was even more shocked. They just picked up those parts, and they can actually make so much money. Everyone was in turmoil after hearing this. You know, as disabled people, even with the development of technology today, they can install robotic arms to solve their daily lives, but they are still discriminated against. Because F324 Star ushered in a population explosion many years ago, there was a serious surplus of labor, which led to the entire society. The employer's assessment standards for labor have become increasingly stringent. Those healthy people may not be able to compete for a good job, let alone disabled people like them. They usually stay at home. Those with talents can earn money by broadcasting their talents and doing research in cultural schools. However, more ordinary disabled people like them can only live on government subsidies. That's why they signed up for the training class that only costs 5 star coins, and that's why they were deceived. Thinking of this, all the students couldn't help crying, because they really didn't expect that such an ordinary and disabled person could actually encounter such an opportunity. Let's do it. Let's do it. Of course, all the students no longer considered it and agreed to the task issued by Ningdu. Finally, there is an opportunity to use their energy and make money with their own hands. They will definitely not miss it. No problem. Ningdu looked at everyone's enthusiasm and nodded, and then began to assign tasks. Her plan was very simple. Everyone went out to collect materials from various places in the abandoned factory, and then Ningdu classified them and planned which parts should be given more to a certain gang member, and which parts should be given less. She will also allocate resources according to time. During this period, she will give more resources to a certain member to improve that person's confidence in her. After a while, she will give her a lower amount and give others a higher amount, making that member nervous and anxious, and urging her to find more parts to increase her contribution value. In short, Ning will adjust the proportion of parts given to them according to the daily contribution value of these members to ensure that everyone can basically experience with Xiao Ning. My contribution value rises very quickly. I am about to become the top 3 or the first place. Oh no, someone is catching up with us. Xiao Ning, are you sick recently? No, you have to take a rest and try again. Very good, Xiao Ning. My ranking is back to the peak of the year. Such a mental journey. Of course, the premise of all this is that as long as Ningdu does not let others find out that she has taken so many orders at once, as long as she does not let others find out that she actually has many helpers to help her collect those parts. But this is the fact, because the entire abandoned factory is huge, the buildings are complex, and the pipelines and dark holes are countless. Moreover, according to Ningdu's observations for so many days, the gang has only a total of 20 or so people, not many people, and they are scattered, so there are few opportunities to meet. Of course, there are only few opportunities, and there are risks in doing anything. Ningdu has long understood this truth. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. But because of this, it is also very easy for Ningdu to follow some of them. The complex terrain of the abandoned factory gave her a good opportunity to hide. When trading parts, she would naturally agree on a place with those members. After the transaction with the members, it was easy for her to track that person. So soon, Ningdu discovered another secret of this abandoned factory. She found the transportation station from this abandoned factory to the outside world. In an abandoned river channel under the factory, there were 2 speedboats parked there, both of which were quite large. One of them had a flat surface on top, with many large boxes with a metallic luster stacked on it. After Ningdu's observation for many days, this was the box that loaded the parts collected by the gang members. There was also a luxuriously decorated boat with a sign for sightseeing, which was obviously used by people. Her eyes lit up instantly. Does this mean that she can go out? She waited for a while when there was no one around, excited, and hurried to find the captain of the boat to ask him how much it would cost to go out. Because the captain was not wearing the gang's clothes, and he collected money from the gang members, who took the boat every day, she thought that the captain was probably an outsider. So if she could pay some money, could he take her out? Aren't you from that gang? The captain looked her up and down and asked. Ningdu nodded. Then, Ningdu held his breath and said hard, How much do you want? Hearing this, the captain smiled contemptuously. I won't take you no matter how much money you pay. I only accept big customers from the factory who have strong gangs. What's the point of chatting with a small fry like you? The captain rolled his eyes and left. Ningdu was relieved. Just now, she was still wondering if the captain would tell her how many star coins it would take to take her, and whether she should pay. Now, he doesn't want a penny. Well, since he doesn't want it, it proves that she should still have a chance to get out without spending money. But she didn't expect the chance to get out without spending money. When she returned to her hideout, she found that someone offered her another chance to get out of this ruined factory. You? You bunch of outsiders, you bunch of cripples, we are going to throw you all off the cliff to feed the piranhas. Ningdu just returned to the place where she and her classmates usually gathered together, and found that it had been surrounded by the gang. You are finally back. The young leader brought a group of gang members and bodyguards to surround her and her classmates, and said sternly, "So, this is how you deceived us. Well, you do business with multiple parties, and deceived all of us by saying that you provide special services for us and help us collect parts. In the end, you said this to each of us, and brought such a group of disabled people to deceive us and make money from us." The other gang members couldn't help it, and said sternly. Ningdu was silent. She had thought about it a long time ago, and even if this abandoned factory was empty, and it was difficult for everyone to meet, but after doing this business for a long time, someone would always guess the trick. The time when the truth was revealed was almost what she expected. So in fact, she was mentally prepared, but she hadn't figured out how to solve this matter more happily. Well, this problem is indeed my fault, so... Ning thought for a long time and explained to the gang members, "But you see, in fact, we have helped you get so many parts in so many days, so we must have some skills, right? So otherwise, let's cooperate." Cooperation? The gang members who heard this were suddenly shaken. Damn, they should have been angry and tried to kill these people, but they actually thought she was right. After all, she really has some skills. What cooperation? I was wondering why I couldn't find your disabled bodies, so you were hiding here. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the gang. The training class teacher also wore a uniform of the gang members, but it looked much more refined. He came up and scolded the disabled students, "You damn things, you are not dead yet. It's unlucky. And you?" The teacher turned around and yelled at a group of gang members. "A bunch of idiots, who eat for free, fooled by those cripples. Don't you know what business you are doing? Still hesitating here? If you hesitate today and let these cripples escape, they can bring the police to arrest you tomorrow. Don't you have lessons from before? Don't you understand this principle?" As soon as these words came out, all the gang members suddenly realized. Yes. Aren't the lessons from before enough? These people, especially the one surnamed Ning, have fooled them around, and they actually still want to believe her, damn it. What are you still standing there for? Release your mechas. Kill these cripples. Don't leave any of them alive. Throw them to the bottom of the cliff. The teacher gave another order, and in an instant, all the gang members, including the bodyguards, immediately agreed, and then quickly released the mechas, and came towards them with fierce eyes. A group of disabled students screamed in fear. "What should we do? Are we going to be killed by them? Whoa, I don't want to die. What should we do, Boss Ning?" Alas, there is no way. Ningdu saw the situation develop to this extent, and finally sighed helplessly, and said, "The way of shaking hands and making peace is not feasible, then we have to fight." "What? Boss Ning, what did you say? Are you going to fight them alone?" Ningdu: "No, let's go together, release the mecha and attack together." Ah? 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 Ah what? Not Boss Ning, how can we do it? We are. What are you but? Ningdu added, "You guys are much faster than them in getting those parts, and you train yourself every day, but they not only can't get a few parts, but they also say they are tired all day long, don't go to bed early at night, and either drink or smoke like crazy. Don't worry, they are definitely not as good as you. Besides, we have more people than them." A group of students were stunned when they heard Ningdu's words. She seemed to have some truth. But what but? Ningdu said, and had already sat in her mecha cabin, "Do we have any other way to go now? If we don't get rid of those who want to kill us, are we going to die?" As soon as these words came out, all the students woke up instantly. Yes, in fact, they have no way to go now. If they don't fight for a way for themselves, then there is only one way to die waiting for them. So now, they can only rush. 2 hours later. Looking at the messy abandoned factory, everyone's heartbeat accelerated. After the last difficult teacher was knocked unconscious by them, all the gang members in the abandoned factory had fallen down. Looking at the gang members, who had temporarily lost consciousness in the mecha, all the students were stunned again. Did we really do this? We have only trained for a month. Can we achieve this level? Could I, a disabled person, really defeat those normal people? All the students couldn't believe their eyes. Only Ningdu gave affirmation. "Yes, it's you, no problem. Yes, it's us. It's us. It's us." All the students were excited, cheering and screaming. All the students were extremely excited at this time, and asked Ningdu, "Boss Ning, now we have cleaned up here, can we go now?" Ningdu thought of the tourist boat that had been parked in the sewer. "Of course," she said again, "but you have to wait a while, I'll be there soon." Ningdu quickly drove the mecha again, and quickly went deep into the core of the abandoned factory. After going there, Ningdu of course came to the sewer again. The ship heading to the outside world was still there. Ningdu saw the captain standing outside, so he quickly stepped forward and said, "Captain, let's take a boat." The captain recognized who she was and rolled his eyes. "You? A small follower, I won't take you." But he stopped abruptly when he was halfway through his words. Because he saw with his own eyes that there were dozens of tall mechas standing behind Ningdu, and there were even bloodstains on those mechas. Those cold mecha eyes seemed to be staring at him closely. Ningdu smiled and said again, "Captain, are you going to sail?" The captain was stunned. "If you don't want to sail, we can sail by ourselves." "Oh no! Please come in, the boat will sail now. Now!" The captain immediately opened the door and began to welcome the guests. When everyone got on the boat, Ningdu smiled and asked again, "Boss, how much is this boat per person?" "Free." Hee. "Don't worry, it's free." Chapter 26. Although the ship is a super high-speed ship, the technology used in the portholes can slow down the changes in the outside scenery to ensure that passengers can enjoy the scenery outside the ship. After a while, everyone gradually came from the uninhabited area to the vicinity of the city, and gradually saw the appearance of the city. As they were about to enter the main city, everyone was more excited. "I'm back. Finally back. What should I do? I'm so excited now. Yes. I just finished that fight and beat all those people down. I really feel like I can't stop. And now I'm home again, I'm even more excited. What should I do? I can't stop. Yes, I can't stop either. What should I do? I can't disperse my energy. Damn it, is this the pain of the strong?" Hearing these words, the captain couldn't help trembling. The ship stopped, and everyone couldn't wait to get off. Away from the dark abandoned factory, seeing the bustling city in the main area and the dazzling neon signs of the city, they felt extremely excited. You're back. I'm even more excited. Yeah, me too. Now I just have no place to vent my energy. Oh my god, how about we find someone to fight with? Yeah. I want to fight to release my energy too. You guys want to fight? Ningdu looked at them. By the way, today is exactly 1 month. I see the selection for the Dan Xiao Cup Disabled League is still going on, do you want to go? What? All the students were stunned, and then their eyes lit up. Seeing the students rushing to the selection venue to participate in the competition with great excitement, Ningdu was also very pleased. There was an inexplicable sense of relief watching the younger generation grow up and be able to stand on their own. Boss Ning, aren't you going to the competition with us? The classmates asked again. Ningdu shook his head. Alas, I won't go. You know, I am an honest person who abides by the law. The classmates suddenly realized that their boss Ning was not a disabled person, so of course, he could not participate in the disabled selection competition. Of course, no one thought of asking her why she had to apply for a disabled training class even though she was not a disabled person. So the whole class formed several teams, and everyone couldn't wait to sign in and go to the selection competition. Ningdu just stood there on the stage. As she stood there, a tall figure came towards her and cast a shadow in front of her. Ningdu turned around and was stunned. That? It felt like she knew who the person in front of her was, but suddenly she couldn't remember who the other person was. Ningdu? Chung Yuqin looked at her and subconsciously called out her name. Ningdu really couldn't remember who this person was, so she could only say, "Oh, what a coincidence, you are here too, teacher. Of course, I am in charge of this year's Dan Xiao Cup, and of course the Disabled League Trials, and..." Chung Yuqin looked at where she was standing. "Why are you standing in the teacher's seat?" Ningdu looked around and found that the people watching the game like her were actually a group of teachers who looked older and were wearing work badges. No wonder she was just wondering why this small and good viewing seat was not charged the same as other places with good locations. "Oh, then I wish the teacher good health, goodbye." Ningdu turned around and left. "Wait!" Chung Yuqin called her. "Ah?" Ningdu turned around. Perhaps he felt sorry for her because she was the student from the poor Galaxy Military Academy, or because he felt that she was a junior and young and wanted to give her some advice, or perhaps he remembered the gift that the student gave him in the conference live broadcast room that day. In short, Chung Yuqin couldn't help but say, if you don't stay in the training class at this time, it will be considered as absenteeism. Be careful not to get a certificate of completion. I remind you again that there is a rule for the Dan Xiao Cup. Every registered student must choose one task to complete between completing the training course and getting the admission ticket to the competition venue, otherwise the school will directly deduct points. Please don't affect your school, which is few points, because of yourself. When Ningdu returned to the ordinary viewing area to watch the selection competition, her classmates had already finished the competition. All of them were flushed with excitement. Boss Ning, we advanced. We got the qualification ticket for the Shan Xiao Cup Disabled League. Boss Ning, you don't know. This is the first time I feel that those who compete with us are just mediocre. Yes. It's completely inferior to what you taught us in the abandoned factory. We hit them a few times, and they couldn't stand it. Yes. The judges praised us. They said, we have a solid foundation and are very good. We can go to the Shan Xiao Cup Stadium later, check in directly there, and then we can go to watch the competition of those normal people. I heard that they are playing in the preliminary round. It's very interesting. Yes, Boss Ning, you come with us. Ningdu listened to them talking for a long time, and then said, I won't go. The main reason is that she can't go even if she wants to. Boss Ning, you can go. The classmate said, just now the teachers asked us to sign the name of the team leader, and we wrote you. You can sign it later, and get the team leader qualification certificate. Ningdu, oh, by the way, because we are the first in the selection competition, the teacher over there said that we will also issue an excellent mentor certificate to our team leader. Boss Ning, do you want to go and get it? Ningdu hesitated. Actually, I am not your mentor, I just taught you a little. How can you teach us a little? Without you, where would we be today? The classmates immediately said, Boss Ning, you go, we see others holding certificates and prizes, we are so proud, you can't be without. Wait a minute. You mean the prize? Yes. Where to get the award? Take me there immediately. After Ningdu finished speaking, he rushed into the stadium. Finally, Ningdu, as a mentor of the Shan Xiao Cup Disabled League, finally got a mentor certificate and entered the Shan Xiao Cup Stadium with her classmates. As soon as they entered the stadium, everyone heard the loudspeakers of the radio blaring non-stop, and various competitions were going on in full swing. There were so many teams participating in the Shan Xiao Cup, and groups of people were busy participating in the preliminary rounds. Some schools cried on the spot after the competition, and some schools had several players running to the toilet because of nervousness before the competition, and finally missed the competition time because of going to the toilet. Some schools quarreled for a long time, and finally decided to give up. Anyway, there were all kinds of people, and the whole arena was in chaos, nervous, and anxious. But the students in Ningdu were an exception. After defeating the black gang in the abandoned factory, and winning the qualifying competition, they were still excited. They were in high spirits, watching those normal students participating in the normal single cup training, analyzing how they drove the mecha, and discussing happily, analyzing what they would do if they were in their shoes. As they were analyzing, suddenly, the administrator of the closest ring area kept shouting with a loudspeaker, Have the students from the Wuqing district team arrived? Have the students from Wuqing arrived? They are about to go on stage. If they don't come, they will be disqualified from the exam. Disqualified from the exam. After the administrator finished shouting with the loudspeaker, he was so anxious that he even forgot to turn off the microphone, and spoke to the light computer. I am looking for those people from Wuqing. I know that the general administration will scold us if the dropout rate in the preliminary round is too low. Am I not working hard too? I am so busy, how can I be a spinning top? Ningdu was of course attracted by the administrator's complaints to the leader, who forgot to turn off the microphone, so she stopped here. But her classmates were obviously not. The district team called Wuqing did not come, but the opponent of the Wuqing district team, the Jinkai district team, who was standing on the ring and preparing for pre-match training, attracted their attention. Because the training postures of the Jinkai students were particularly novel, different from the sense of power given by other district teams, they gave people a sense of beauty. It was like dancing. The instructor of Jinkai University was still holding a loudspeaker on the stage and shouting, Students, please pay attention to your posture. Don't wait for the opponent team to come up. When we knock them down, there will be no beauty at all. Our school emphasizes the competition of aesthetics. Remember. After a group of students finished speaking, they began to warm up beautifully before the game. After hearing this, the students in Ningdu became even more curious. Do you think this kind of beautiful action can also improve our strength level? I've never heard of it before. Does it work? Then you tell me. Well, if it works, you know after trying it. So a group of students in Ningdu released their mechas, and began to train with the Economic Development Zone team near the ring next to them. But before they started to do a few actions, the administrator who had just complained suddenly saw them, so he hurried over with a loudspeaker and shouted, "Why are you here just now?" A group of students, ? Hurry up and get up. The competition time has passed for so long, and it won't count if it's later. Hurry up and compete in the preliminary round. Without giving the students in Ningdu any chance to ask, the administrator directly took her metal rod and poked her classmates' mechas one by one, forcing them to the competition. Get ready, let's start the game. The administrator gave the order, and immediately, the lights on the ring were focused, and the Economic Development Zone team had already taken their positions. When they heard the game start, they rushed up to beat up the Ningdu students. The Ningdu students were all stunned. How come they were suddenly caught up in the ring, and why did someone suddenly want to beat them again? The administrator looked at the team sent into the arena, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, the alarm sounded. Error, the members of the detection arena are not the Wuching District team. Error, the team on the field is not the Wuching District team. Error, the team on the field is not the Wuching District team. The robot issued a series of alarms, attracting all the people watching the game. What does this alarm mean? Did the administrator get the wrong team? No way, isn't the Wuching District team a green sign? So are the students of that team. Hey, are you dazzled? The color of the Wuching District team is not that bright. Such a bright sign is obviously a team in the Disabled League. Yes, that color is obviously a team in the Disabled League. What? All the onlookers understood at once. That is to say, the team that just played against the Economic Development Zone team is actually a team of disabled people? I was wondering why they only use one mecha arm and stand on one mecha leg. The administrator heard the alarm and the discussion of people under the ring, and finally realized that he had made a mistake. At this moment, he was in a state of confusion and was about to collapse. He didn't care about anything else and hurried over with a loudspeaker to suspend the game, and asked the two district teams to stop competing. Stop, don't fight anymore, you are wrong, don't fight first. He was talking, and suddenly lost his voice. Because now she stood by the ring and took a closer look, she found that the game had actually ended long ago. On the ring, the students of the entire Economic Development Zone team had fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. So during this period of time, there was another topic of conversation in the lively individual competition. Have you heard about it? A few days ago, a disabled mecha team defeated a normal military school mecha team. Yes, I was there. Just for a while, the team called Jinkai was completely wiped out. Is it true? It can't be made up by someone. There are live broadcasts and replays. Didn't you watch it? I saw it. My God, where did that team come from? They are disabled but still so strong. Yes, who are they, which school are they from, and how can they be so strong? No, I feel a sense of crisis. I have to go and find out. No, you haven't heard about it. There are so many. People went to ask about that team, saying that everyone in that team said that it was not them who were strong, but their instructors who were so strong, so strong. What? There are such strong instructors? Yes, I haven't seen many instructors who can teach disabled students better than normal students. Which instructor is it? Have you found out? If you find out, please let me know. The teacher of our district team resigned a few days ago because of the loss of the game with Jinkai University. Me too. If anyone has the contact information of that instructor, please let me know. He can guide those disabled students to beat the people of Jinkai University. If he can guide the normal students in our team, what will happen to us? Chapter 27. The news that the disabled military school defeated the Economic Development Zone team spread throughout the entire Dan Shao Cup preliminary competition. Of course, what is more worth talking about is the teacher of the disabled student mecha team. After hearing countless times that the teacher is very powerful, some people don't believe it. As a result, they went to check and found that there is no information about the teacher. The disabled student mecha team generally can't bring any fame, especially in public disabled schools. The teachers rely on school funding to get a meager salary. If the students are not motivated, the teachers have no motivation. The disabled students, who can enter the Dan Shao Cup Disabled Students League this time, are basically disabled students with private school backgrounds. Private schools are almost not subject to government supervision. The teachers they recruit are only based on quality, and not on their background. In order to participate in this kind of Disabled Cup League and promote the reputation of the company behind the school, the Disabled Student Mecha team is usually equipped with a team of teachers who are excellent in ability and can join without a qualification certificate. So everyone went to check the information of the disabled student mecha team that defeated the Economic Development Zone team, and then found that there was no result, and they didn't doubt anything. Of course, the more mysterious this teacher is, the more people's curiosity and desire to explore will be aroused. What kind of teacher can teach such a powerful disabled team? If she teaches them, will they be better than those disabled teams? Everyone began to daydream endlessly. After too much daydreaming, some people couldn't wait to take action. There was a district team that was defeated by the Economic Development Zone team. According to the rules of the competition, if they lost 2 more games and couldn't enter the semifinals, they should go home. The disabled mecha team defeated the Economic Development Zone team, but they lost to the Economic Development Zone team, which was a double shame. The team leader couldn't stand this kind of blow and finally resigned. The mecha student team sent by the district to participate in the competition was leaderless and anxious on the field. They wanted to improve their strength, but the team leader had left. Who would help them? What should they do? So they tried every means to find a teacher. After listening to their demands, Ningdu opened his eyes. What? Teacher, please help us. As long as you can let us stay and enter the semifinals smoothly, we will definitely pay you the additional guidance fee of the preliminary teacher according to the market price. We will never regret it. The students of the Qingting district team came over and began to beg Ningdu. Additional guidance fee for the preliminary teacher? Ningdu heard this term for the first time and hurriedly checked it on the Star Network. Oh, it turns out that each district team of the Dan Xiao Cup can also hire other teachers to guide them. Generally, for the preliminary round, the government sets the guidance teacher fee in 4 levels, namely ordinary guidance, advanced guidance, senior guidance, and special guidance, and the guidance fee increases in order of level. After reading the popular science on the Star Network, she looked at the anxious faces of her classmates, hesitated, and finally said, Alas, it's not that I don't want to. It's mainly because I have never taught before. I'm really afraid of delaying you. No. Teacher, just teach us, don't worry. We will definitely listen to you. We will definitely train as you say. You are all very obedient and motivated. The student said immediately. Ningdu still frowned. Alas. Teacher, don't worry. In this way, as long as you can let us stay in Dan Xiaobei, we will not pay you the guidance fee of ordinary teachers, but directly pay you for advanced guidance. How about it? Ningdu looked at them. I don't have that level. Teacher, you must have it. Do you have money? Yes. The students immediately said, Teacher, don't worry, our district team is very rich, and the district leaders told us that as long as we can find a teacher to help us advance to the semifinals, they are willing to pay any amount of money. Ningdu raised his eyebrows after hearing this. Really? Of course. Ningdu frowned again. But I'm really not as good as you think. I'm just a person with no reputation and no qualifications. It doesn't matter, teacher. It doesn't matter whether you have a name or a qualification certificate. It matters. As long as you are good, you are a great talent. Alas, how can I be a talent? I am nothing. I really don't deserve your advanced guidance price. You deserve it. You deserve it. In fact, we think your level is much higher than those advanced guidance teachers. It's unfair to you to be advanced. Otherwise, how about this, teacher? How about the price of advanced guidance for you? You didn't sign a contract to work in the school, but only worked as a teacher in the disabled military school. You must be short of money. Don't worry, as long as you come to our district team to guide us, we will definitely not treat you unfairly. The student said again. Ningdu's face became even more gloomy when he heard this. Oh, don't be like this, really? I'm not short of money as you think. But you look short of money, teacher. No, teacher, I'm not. Ningdu added, I don't think I'm short of money at all. It's good to eat discounted leftovers from the cafeteria every day. I usually wear clothes that I bought many years ago and are still solid and comfortable. I don't need to spend much money to buy new ones. As for living, I don't have any requirements. As long as you say there is a bunk for me to sleep on, that's it. As for what you said about there being little star mice and little star mantises under the bunk, I don't think it's a big deal. I just think it adds a little fun to life. Listening to her words, the students of the mecha team from the very wealthy Qingting district were stunned. This teacher can lead such an excellent mecha team of disabled students, but she actually lives such a hard life. They simply couldn't imagine how someone could eat in the public canteen, eat discounted leftovers, and actually not buy clothes every year. Not buying clothes is fine, but the living environment and the disgusting star rats and star mantises that they have never seen before. Their teacher is suffering too much. A group of students began to empathize with her and pity her, and couldn't help but say, "Woo teacher, you live too hard. No wonder you said you are 30 this year, but you look like 13. It turns out that you are all stunted." "Woo teacher, don't say anything. Come to our military academy. We won't give you. What senior guidance fee do you want? We will only change it to special guidance fee for you. We will never let you suffer." As the student said, they directly sent a contract to Ningdu's brain and said firmly, "Teacher, don't say anything this time. We already have the contract. The guidance fee will be changed to special guidance. Don't refuse." Sign it quickly. Alas, why are you like this? The teacher has said that the teacher is fine. The teacher is not short of money. Just don't delay you. Alas, teacher, I don't want to make money. I just want to have 2 cents to spend. Really, you don't need to give so much. Alas, it's too much. While Ningdu was talking, he swiped his hands a few times and immediately signed the contract. So she officially became the mentor of the legendary Qingting district team, which was extremely rich in the district, but the students of her district team were not competitive. They even lost to the Jinkai district team in the preliminary round, and were on the verge of being eliminated in the singles cup. Ningdu actually didn't know how to guide people. When she was guiding those disabled students, she read the Mecha Guidance Manual for Disabled Students issued by Dan Xiaobei. So this time, Ningdu wondered if she should also read the Mecha Guidance Manual issued by Dan Xiaobei to normal students. After Ningdu became the instructor of the Qingting district team, she naturally got this manual. She was going to read it carefully, but she found that this manual also had 10,000 pages. How could she finish it? Forget it, she couldn't finish it, so she just flipped through a few pages. In short, she didn't know where to start now, so she looked for inspiration first. As a result, Ningdu quickly finished flipping through the entire manual. Because it is similar to the Mecha Manual for disabled students, and many contents are repeated, and Ningdu took a closer look at the specific Mecha driving points for normal students, and found that many points are actually much simpler than those given in the Mecha Manual for disabled students. She suddenly remembered watching Qingting's classmates train a few days ago. Indeed, many of their movements were not in place. They could correct them according to the contents of the Mecha Manual. I remember that they can participate in 2 more games, one with the Liang district team, and the other with the Zeding district team. I heard that the Liang district team is quite strong and has high points. There is no problem in entering the semifinals, so Qingting should not be able to beat them. The Zeding district team is a little weaker, but it can still be done with some effort. So just like the Qingting district team's own plan, Ningdu also planned to let them train well first, and then play another game with Liang to practice their skills. Liang will definitely not be able to beat them. After failing, they will have one last chance to play with Zeding. Just like that, Ningdu made a plan and was ready to implement it. But plans can never keep up with changes. Suddenly, another teacher from a district team came to her and said that he hoped she could try to guide the students in their district team, because no matter how he guided those children, it was useless, and their district team was already on the verge of being eliminated and unable to enter the semifinals. Ningdu listened, thought about it, and performed another set of sighs. But this school doesn't seem to be that rich. Anyway, no matter what, the fees can't be negotiated to the special level. Of course, Ningdu won't make things difficult for others. She is a very principled person. If others really can't take money out of their pockets, she will definitely not let them pay for it. She has to understand them, and have some love and empathy. So Ningdu agreed. Thank you for understanding us. You are so busy, and I still asked you to rush to come and guide us. Really, it's troublesome. In the end, the guidance fee was agreed to be advanced. The teacher held Ningdu's hand with a guilty face. It's okay. We should be considerate of each other. Ningdu was also very tolerant and generous. Another job was accepted, and it was quite urgent. In fact, Ningdu was also worried. Because when she went back to think about it, she found that the second district team was in a more urgent situation than the first district team. Because the second district team, that is, the Wanfeng district team, only had 1 game quota left. If they couldn't win this game, they would have no hope of advancing to the semifinals, and would have to pack up and leave. And their last game, at the latest, must start immediately in a week. And the same day a week later was also the day when the Qingting district team and the Zeding district team played against each other. Both district teams are on the same day, and she is alone, and she can't split up. Ning was worried, and she had to squeeze out time. Qingting had to pass the preliminary round, and Wanfeng couldn't fall behind. She still had a week. During this period, she had already agreed with Qingting that she would train them on site all day until they advanced to the preliminary round. Because Wanfeng paid less, the standards were relaxed a little. They allowed Ning to have 4 days of online guidance, but for the remaining 3 days, she had to train Huafeng on site all day. Qingting would play against the Liang district team in 4 days, and against the Zhejiang district team in 7 days, and Huafeng would play their last game in 7 days. After all the calculations, she had only one way to go. That is, in the first 4 days of the next week, she would first perfunctorily deal with Huafeng online, and then train Qingting to help Qingting win the match against Liang. The Liang district team is quite strong, and defeating them will get a lot of points, so that Qingting can directly advance to the semifinals, so that she doesn't have to train Qingting all day to play against the Zhejiang district team. The remaining 3 days are just right for her to devote herself to working for Huafeng. Yes, that's right, as long as Qingting district team defeats Liang district team, they can directly advance, and then her time will be completely staggered. Well, her plan is perfect. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When the students of Qingting district team heard Ning Du tell them that he wanted them to defeat Liang district team in the match 4 days later, everyone was stunned, and then immediately shook their heads and refused. Teacher Ning, you don't know Liang's strength, don't you know ours? We are all a bunch of chickens. We are at the bottom of the entire Danshao Cup district team. Ning Du patted their shoulders. It's okay, as long as you give me some time in these 4 days, I will let you defeat Liang. That's impossible. The students of Qingting district team were so scared that they were about to cry. Teacher, don't be crazy. We are the bottom district team in the entire single junior cup. Liang is much better than us. Their strength level can even be ranked in the middle level among all the district teams participating in the single junior cup. After listening, Ning Du said, Oh, only ranked in the middle level? That seems to be the case. The students of Qingting district team, ? The Liang district team has its own exclusive training area. This training area has no monitors, no picture capture lenses, no eavesdropping devices, and almost no one except the Liang district team will enter. Because this is a very confidential place for them to train, study core strategic play, and simulate battles with other schools. Of course, such a place is not completely airtight. Occasionally, everyone's mechas are worn out after practicing too much. When the maintenance technicians in the district team are too busy, they will ask outside maintenance technicians to come and repair them. For example, today, I don't know why when they went to the ring to compete this morning, the ring was unusually slippery. It seems that the cleaner accidentally put too much softener on the table, and didn't rinse it clean. In short, of course they won the game without suspense, but their mechas also bumped and damaged in many places. It is not common for most members' mechas to be damaged at the same time, so when they returned to their secret training ground for repairs, the maintenance technicians in the district team were too busy for a while. But in fact, this situation has not only happened once. Because there are too many teams in the single Shao Cup and the process is too urgent, sometimes the administrators don't have time to check the specific situation in the ring match, and the mechas of the participating teams may suffer a little loss. So this time, they also have experience. Seeing that the maintenance technicians are too busy, they go to the Star Network to find maintenance technicians, who are a circle away from the outside of the single Shao Cup to repair the mechas. Of course, if maintenance technicians want to repair their mechas, they must go to their secret training base, so in order to prevent some maintenance technicians from other district teams from pretending to be independent maintenance technicians to steal some competition information of their district teams, they will strictly screen their identities. It must be the kind of person who can't find any relevant employment information on the Star Network. Such a person is a qualified freelance maintenance technician, which proves that he has never signed a maintenance cooperation agreement with any district team, and has never signed one since he started working. So soon, the Liang district team found a maintenance technician who accepted orders in seconds, had a clean resume, and asked for half the price of other maintenance technicians who waited outside the single Shao Cup to accept orders. It was strange. Obviously, during the Danshao Cup, the demand for independent repairmen was the strongest. Every repairman squatting outside the stadium to receive orders would take the opportunity to raise the price and make a lot of money. So why did this repairman still maintain the price of receiving orders during the off-season on weekdays? With a feeling of incomprehension, the teachers and students of the Liang district team invited this repairman in. This repairman was not short, but slightly thin. He wore a classic repairman's work clothes covered with grease, and a sun hat that must have been out of place, covering most of his face, and came to the broken mecha of the students of the Liang district team. Listening to the students and teachers of Liang explaining what went wrong with their mechas, the master surnamed Ning just nodded, and then started working without saying anything. Her skills were not sophisticated, but she was good at careful observation. When repairing, she could not only repair the places mentioned by the teachers and students, but also find some related problems and deal with them together. Soon, all the mechas of the Liang district team were repaired. Everyone was a little surprised at Master Ning's repair speed, and then went to check all the mechas she repaired, especially those that needed to be repaired. The repairs were so neat, and even had a little geometric beauty. Everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised. Seeing that Master Ning repaired the mecha without saying anything, and asked them to pay and leave, everyone felt sorry. After all, there are unwritten rules for repairing mechas. If the mecha repaired by the general repairman is fine, the employer should give the repairman a little tip. So the students of Liang district team called Master Ning and said to her, "Master, wait a minute, I give you a tip before you leave." Master Ning didn't even look back, just waved at them and left. The teachers and students of Liang district team were stunned again. They had never seen such a free and easy maintenance master who was not greedy for money. Liang district team was already a team that would definitely participate in the semifinals, but the students of this team were very motivated. They wanted to play more games with other district teams before the semifinals and accumulate more points. After all, which district team can win the Dan Xiao Cup depends on the total points of each district team. Although the points obtained in the preliminary round against different district teams are few, but mosquitoes are still meat. So as soon as Master Ning left, the Liang district team immediately rushed to compete with the district teams that they had made appointments with and had never played against before. After playing against several district teams in a row, the strength of which was not very good, it took at most 1 hour to deal with them and get points. Liang felt a little bored. They needed stronger opponents to stimulate their calm fighting nerves. Fortunately, they chose to make an appointment with a district team that had higher points, greater reputation, and of course stronger strength than them, the mutant district team, to play against them. A battle game took Liang a full 3 hours, but ended in failure. Every student of the Liang district team was exhausted and fell on the field to rest for a long time, while the people of the mutant district team looked like nothing happened. They walked down the cockpit of the mecha lightly, smiled at them contemptuously, and then left proudly. Damn it! This scene certainly hurt the nerves of every student in the Liang district team, because the students of the mutant district team have always been like this, arrogant and domineering, and they don't hesitate to belittle the military academy that is not as good as their own. The students of the Liang district team had some conflicts with them during the previous training, and everyone hated their mean character. But what can they do? They are indeed not as strong as others, and others have the capital to laugh at them. The students of the Liang district team have to admit this point, and then a wave of unwillingness surged in their hearts. For the game, losing to the mutant district team will only deduct 1 point, which is of course not a big deal, but the mutant district team is not actually a strong team in the entire Dan Xiao Cup, which means that their Liang military academy is still far behind. If you are far behind, you have to make up. There will be no improvement if you always lie in the same place and rest. So in the end, the students of Liang district team stood up together and unanimously decided that they would go back to the secret training room to practice more, catch up and improve themselves. But as they trained, the students of Liang gradually withered. At first, they thought that they were too tired after playing with the mutant district team, so they always felt a slight tingling when driving the mecha. Later, they found that it was not right. It seemed to be a problem with the mecha, so everyone quickly got off the mecha and started to check. You don't know until you check, and you will be shocked when you check. When did each of them have a silver needle in their mecha? Of course, this needle is nothing to the mecha, but it will always make the driver who feels the same as the mecha feel a tingling from time to time. After a long time of tingling, it becomes uncomfortable. That's not right. We just repaired the mecha this morning. How come everyone has a needle in their mecha tonight? The students of Liang district team were puzzled. Look! Another student made a new discovery. This needle is very thin. It can actually get in through the seam of the mecha. Others were speechless when they heard it. That's for sure. There must be some gaps in the mecha. It would be strange if the needle is so thin and can't get in. No. The student who just made the needle drilling gap comment shook his head and said, think about it. Why didn't we feel uncomfortable earlier or later, but we felt uncomfortable after playing with the mutant district team? As soon as this was said, everyone quieted down. If this needle has always existed, then we had played against several other district teams several times before, and we were hit by them. Why didn't we feel uncomfortable? Why did we become like this after playing with the mutant district team? Yeah, that makes sense. The rest of the students from the Liang district team suddenly realized something when they heard it. I was wondering why the mutant district team still had that smile after the match. So they are playing this trick on us. Damn it, they are so damn mean. Are they avenging us for the bad things we did to them during the training camp? And they must have done these little tricks when they were fighting us so hard. Even if we check the surveillance, we probably won't find any evidence. What should we do then? What else can we do? We just have to suffer in silence. Ah? Well, don't think about it. Be smarter in the future. Don't forget that the Dan Chow Cup actually allows teams to use dirty tricks. After all, the real battlefield is even darker than this. Even if they do, what can you do to them? The team leader sighed again. Okay, everyone. We have a scheduled match tomorrow. Don't you think we have more important things to do? When the teacher said this, the students all realized it. Yes, the needle is still in the mecha. We have to take it out first. Don't let it affect our performance in tomorrow's match. They thought it was not difficult to take out a needle from a mecha, but when the team's maintenance technician started to operate, they found that it was indeed difficult. Because the needle was placed in a very clever position, it seemed easy to take it out, but it was actually very difficult to succeed. Their team's maintenance technician took it out for a long time, and finally she was so annoyed that she wanted to throw the clamp in her hand. After half a day, she only took out 3 needles. There are so many more waiting for her. Seeing the maintenance technicians in their own team look hopeless and extremely annoyed, everyone knew that they could only ask for help. Soon, the students of the Liang district team turned on their optical computers and began to post their needs in the demand square outside the competition venue, waiting for people to take their orders. Sure enough, soon an independent repairman outside the venue took their orders. The students looked closely and were stunned for a moment. What a coincidence! It was Master Ning again. When Master Ning came, he was still wearing the same equipment as always, greasy and dirty overalls, and a very casual and comfortable sun hat on his head, which was extremely inconsistent. As usual, after searching Master Ning's resume on the Star Network and finding a blank and clean resume, Master Ning put down the toolbox she carried when she came, and then started working without saying anything. She was very careful, and although it took a long time, Master Ning's face did not have the irritable expression of their own repairman. She was expressionless throughout the whole process, and she took out all the needles calmly. Everyone took a deep breath for her patience. She was able to finish such a difficult job so patiently, without a single complaint, and there was not even a trace of impatience on her face. This kind of person is actually a god in a sense. Everyone stared at her blankly, transferred money to her, and then saw her carrying the toolbox and leaving without saying a word. Master Ning, here's a tip. The students of Liang district team shouted to her again. But Master Ning waved at them without looking back, just like last time, and then walked away. It felt like she was walking with the wind. For some reason, Liang Military Academy suddenly had such a feeling when watching her back as she left gracefully. But in fact, Ning knew that she left in a hurry this time, because she was anxious to confirm something. It was not until she stood in front of the game appointment announcement column, and carefully browsed the team that Liang district team would play against the next day, that she breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it seems that she remembered it correctly. When she was repairing things just now, it seems that she did not do anything wrong. Chapter 28. The next day, the Liang district team began to challenge other teams again. As usual, after playing against several weaker district teams, Liang felt that the warm-up exercise was done, so that they could challenge today's high-difficulty district team, the Yuxian district team. The Yuxian district team, like the Mutant district team, was stronger than their Liang district team. Having suffered a loss at the hands of the Mutant district team last time, Liang learned his lesson this time, and would never give the other party a chance to get close, lest the other party do something to their mecha that they could not see. But it was inevitable to touch during the game. After all, the strength of the Yuxian district team was stronger than theirs, so no matter how careful they were, they would inevitably be slapped by the mecha driven by the students of the Yuxian district team. They were well prepared for this, because the Yuxian district team was famous for its mecha power, and it was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Generally, the teams that were not as good as them could not dodge at all. They would at least be hit by their mechas, and whoever the mecha arm hit would have their mecha damaged a lot. After all, they knew that their mechas would be damaged. At the beginning of the game, the students of the Liang district team felt depressed. On the one hand, they knew that their mechas would be seriously damaged, and on the other hand, they were highly nervous and hoped that they would not be injured or would be slightly injured. In this way, they were tormented while playing. They were always under great pressure, staring at the opponent's movements for fear of the opponent's surprise attack, and always trying to avoid the opponent's attack. They were in a state of high pressure throughout the game, and could not extricate themselves. So much so that when the game was stopped and the referee announced that the two sides had reached a tie, they did not react. What is a tie? Wait, a tie. After a long while, the students of Liang District Team came back to their senses. Then, they stared at the result of the game displayed on the big screen on the referee's bench with wide eyes. Is it really a tie? How could it be a tie? Wait! Why are their mechas not injured? At this time, the students of Liang suddenly realized that they had been guarding against the opponent's surprise attack throughout the game, and they didn't know how long they had been guarding. But before the opponent really succeeded in the surprise attack, the game was over. Although they did not attack the Yuxian District Team, they also did not injure them, so it was a tie. They were not injured. It was a tie. They actually avoided all the attacks of the Yuxian District Team. The students of Liang District Team were ecstatic. The Yuxian District Team is well known, and few district teams can avoid their heavy blows throughout the whole process. However, Liang, a small district team that is only in the middle of all district teams, and whose strength is not as good as Yuxian in the past, has actually done this. We are so awesome. It seems that our training is effective. Sisters, we must celebrate today. After the game, the students of the Liang District Team drove their mechas and walked down the stadium happily, cheering continuously, and then began to discuss excitedly where to have a meal to celebrate in the evening. And at this moment, the sound of click, plop, crash, suddenly rang out in their team, one after another. In just a few minutes, the mechas of all the students of the Liang Military Academy who participated in the competition seemed to have broken their supporting frames, and they broke inside one by one in an instant, and then all fell down. What's going on? The students of Liang Military Academy, who were just in high spirits, panicked instantly. The maintenance engineer carefully checked their secret training ground for a long time, before discovering that the culprit was the thin needle from before. It must be said that the thin needle was inserted very cleverly. It was inserted into the gap of the mecha by someone. It happened to cut some of the connecting tendons inside the mecha when it entered, making the internal structure of the mecha abnormally loose. This is also the reason why Liang was able to defeat the Yuxian District Team in that game. The thin needle cut the key tendons, making the internal structure of the mecha loose and flexible. The flexibility of the mecha increased, and of course, it was faster to dodge the opponent's attack. Alas, fortunately, when they put the needle, they didn't kill it completely, leaving room for maneuver. The maintenance engineer sighed again. Otherwise, you will definitely not be able to hold on until the game with Yuxian is over, and all the mechas will fail. Listening to their own maintenance engineer say this, the students of Liang District Team took a breath. Sure enough, it was that needle that was causing the trouble. The people from the mutant team are really as vicious as their reputation says. Everyone from the Liang team was angry, and even wanted to seek revenge on mutant, but they had no evidence. And as mentioned before, even if someone tripped them up on the field and secretly damaged the mechas, that was allowed. What to do? The students from the Liang team were worried. But what was more worried than them was their maintenance technician. The needle broke all their mechas, and it was not easy to repair them. Moreover, according to her observation, these mechas also broke some very complicated and precise parts. Maintenance robots were not allowed to operate on the field. Could she repair such delicate things alone? But no matter what, they still have to try. Of course, the Liang District Team only has one maintenance technician, which is definitely not enough, and they have to recruit people from outside. So the students of the Liang District Team quickly began to help the maintenance technician contact independent maintenance technicians outside the stadium. I don't know why, when they recruited people this time, they all had a common worry in their hearts. Will we recruit Master Ning by chance again this time? A classmate said what they were thinking. The other classmates looked up at her tacitly. Then, the platform reminded them that someone had accepted the order they posted. Everyone hurriedly looked. Oh, Master Su. Everyone was relieved. The maintenance technician named Su who was recruited repaired the mecha together with their own maintenance technician. Everyone thought it would be repaired quickly, but after half a day, the two maintenance technicians didn't repair a single mecha. Their own maintenance technician pondered the mecha for a long time, and finally frowned and said, "This silver needle is too skillful, it pierced the most delicate aorta of the mecha, and the position is very tricky. I am almost exhausted." Hearing this, everyone's heart was tightened. Then, they turned around and placed their hopes on Master Su, whom they hired. Master Su sighed to the sky, "It's been so long, my eyes are going to be tired." Master Su is old, his eyes are really not good, and repairing the most delicate parts of the mecha is the most eye-consuming. He repaired a few, and couldn't stand it anymore. Finally, he gave up. I'm leaving. I take the same price as your order, it takes time and effort, and it's going to hurt my eyes. I'm quitting." Master Su asked them for money and left with a curse. After Master Su left, their own mecha repairmen were under more pressure. Everyone knew they couldn't handle it, so they called 2 more repairmen this time. The 3 repairmen worked together and finally got a little faster. But it took a long time. After everyone worked together to repair the mecha halfway, they panted and asked the students to test drive the repaired mechas. When the students got on, they found that the mechas were indeed repaired, but after a few steps, boom, their mechas collapsed again. As the mechas collapsed, the confidence of the repairmen also collapsed. After a careful inspection, everyone found that they had missed a part and had not repaired it completely. Now if they want to repair that part again, they must break all the parts that had just been repaired and repair them from the beginning. The 2 mecha masters who were invited collapsed on the spot and insisted on leaving. According to the regulations, Liang didn't repair the mecha in the end, and he also compensated them for 2/3 of the repair fee. If the mechas can't be repaired, they have to start over again. This is unavoidable, but they can't just watch their maintenance technicians die of exhaustion. In the end, they still have to find off-site maintenance technicians to help. This time, they hired 3 at once. Hiring 3 maintenance technicians at the same time is their limit, but after the 3 maintenance technicians came, they looked at the condition of the mechas, shook their heads and left. First, it is difficult to repair these mechas, and there is a risk of incomplete repairs. Second, it will take a long time to repair all these mechas. During this time, they can take several orders and earn several times more money. After they left, the Liang district team was so anxious that they called several maintenance technicians to repair them, but those maintenance technicians left as soon as they saw the situation. Finally, they released the demand again with despair. Soon, another repairman finally took the order. Master Ning. When Master Ning came, she was still wearing her greasy work clothes, a holiday sun hat, and a taciturn look. After the students of the Liang district team told her about the repair needs of their mechas, they said to her, "Why don't you go back? This job is not profitable for 3 people, and you don't know if you are alone. When are you going to compete?" Master Ning asked. "We won't compete today. There will be a match the day after tomorrow morning, but it will be against a district team with a very poor level. Even if the mecha is half repaired, we can. There is enough time," Master Ning said again. Students of the Liang district team, ? If there is no problem, I will start. Master Ning put down the toolbox, sat in front of a disintegrated mecha, and began to repair the mecha. The students of the Liang district team lost their mechas, and were too tired these days, so they chose to rest in a sleeping cabin next to them. But they didn't rest well, because they were too afraid that Master Ning would run away. Master Ning was going to run away, and they had no time to repair the mecha tomorrow, so they could only temporarily drive those broken copper and iron to compete. Of course, it was enough to beat the Qingting district team that couldn't even beat the economic development zone, but what about the rematch? Each district team was only allowed to bring 1 maintenance technician to the competition. At that time, they would have to spend a lot of money to find more maintenance technicians, and it was not certain whether they would accept the order. If it really didn't work, they could only tire their own maintenance technicians to death. Even if they could repair the mecha by exhausting the maintenance technicians to death, could they guarantee that all the mechas would be repaired before the rematch began? So all the students in Liang district were restless that night. They would wake up from time to time to check if Master Ning was still there. An hour later, Master Ning was still sitting alone in front of the mecha repairing it. 2 hours later, Master Ning was still like that. 3 hours later, Master Ning was still there. 4 hours later. They were so sleepy that they couldn't open their eyes and fell asleep. When they woke up after sleeping for 6 hours, everyone hurried out of the sleeping cabin and saw, shock, Master Ning was still there. She had repaired the mecha for them all night. Even the maintenance technicians of our team who were so sleepy that they went to sleep in the middle of the night opened their eyes wide when they saw it. "Master Ning, why are you still here?" she asked blankly. Ningdu turned around and glanced at the surprised teachers and students of the Liang district team behind him, and said, "Oh, I have repaired half of it." "What?" The students were stunned again, and hurriedly went up with their team's mecha master to check the mecha she had repaired, and then they found that the broken and damaged parts of the mecha had been completely repaired, and the repair was as detailed as the original factory production. Just when the maintenance technician was sighing at Master Ning's superb skills, the students had already sat in the mecha driver's seat and started test driving. "Very smooth. Why does it feel better than before?" The students were shocked and looked at Master Ning. "Master Ning, you are so awesome. Master Ning, you are simply our savior. Master Ning, you are so great." Ningdu half closed his eyelashes, just smiled, and did not respond. Master Ning, are you sleepy? Ningdu shook his head gently. No. Master Ning, don't force yourself, you haven't slept all night, go to the mecha cabin and lie down. No, I haven't finished repairing all the mechas for you. It's okay, it's okay. With you here, everything will be done in time. Go to sleep first. Go to sleep first. The students of the Liang district team were afraid that Ningdu would be tired, so they quickly pushed her into their mecha cabin. Ningdu half pushed, and finally lay down in helplessly. In fact, she was really not sleepy at all. After all, she knew better than anyone how these mechas broke down. In addition, she had spent a lot of time in the library of the Galaxy Military Academy before, so she certainly knew how to repair them the fastest and best. So she didn't need a whole night to repair half of the mechas. While the maintenance technicians and students were asleep, she also slept for a while, and rested well. But now that she was sent to the mecha cabin, she would lie down for nothing. After all, the hard cushion on the ground when she slept in the middle of the night was not comfortable. Now the mecha cabin is so soft, it would be a waste not to lie down. Moreover, the cover of the mecha cabin is completely transparent, with a wide field of vision and no feeling of being stuffy. After letting Master Ning go to sleep, the students of the Liang district team prepared for training. Originally, they wanted to let everyone drive the repaired mechas for actual combat during training. As a result, they found that the mechas repaired by Master Ning were currently the mechas of the substitute members of the competition, and the mechas of the main members had not been repaired yet. The main members would be very uncomfortable using the mechas of the substitute members, and it would take a lot of time to adapt. Moreover, they could not really use the substitute mechas in the competition, which would waste their precious training time. So everyone decided to forget it, and they would not use the mechas for training for the time being. Without mechas for training, what everyone can do is to discuss tactics, optimize the core tactics of their district teams, and then try to move. Well, tactical discussion and then positioning. Each link has arguments, compromises, and cooperation. Just like watching a movie, it is quite interesting. Ningdu lay in the sleeping cabin, half closed his eyes, and kept watching their performance. After 2 hours, Ningdu finally got up. Master Ning, don't you want to sleep for a while? The students watched her get up from the mecha cabin and said with concern. Ningdu waved her hand, looking worried. No, I can't sleep anymore. Master Ning, it's okay. I have to repair the mecha for you quickly, don't delay you. Ningdu said, and walked towards the pile of mechas that needed to be repaired. Master Ning. Seeing Master Ning's determined look, the students of Liang Military Academy couldn't persuade her, so they brought her hot tea and breakfast. Ningdu drank tea and ate 5 big meat buns while busy repairing the mecha. Seeing Master Ning wolfing down her food, everyone suddenly felt that she must have skipped dinner last night when she was repairing their mecha, so she was hungry for so long. Everyone felt guilty, but didn't know how to start. Master Ning, you don't make money by repairing our mecha. Yes, and the repair fee you charge for each mecha is half of that of those repairmen. Yes, in this case, we are wasting your time so much, and you won't make much money. Hearing this, Ningdu sighed heavily. She then said, actually, I'm not here to make money to repair mechas for you. Why then? Liang students asked again. Ningdu sighed again, his face full of melancholy, hesitant to speak. Master Ning, just tell me, it's okay, if you have any difficulties, tell me, we will definitely help you. Liang student said again. Alas, Ningdu sighed again, then said, actually, I'm doing this for my sister. Your sister? Yes, Ningdu's face was full of sorrow. My sister has wanted to be a mecha soldier since she was a child, saving money every day to buy mecha training. But my parents never agreed, because they felt that they didn't have high qualifications, and the children they gave birth to wouldn't be good, so being a soldier was a waste of money. So they beat my sister up and said that if she talked about being a soldier again in the future, they would abandon her, and she would never be able to return home. So what about your sister now? Alas, Ningdu choked up. Later, my sister still wanted to learn to be a soldier. In order to completely cut off her thoughts, my parents deliberately threw her in a crowded spaceship transfer station, saying that they would abandon her and never bring her home again. What? Originally, my parents were just trying to scare her. They would hide in the dark and observe her. When she gave in and no longer said she wanted to be a soldier, they would take her home, but who would have thought? What happened next? The students asked hurriedly. My parents bought a glass of water, and when they turned around, my sister was gone. Speaking of this, Ningdu sniffed and choked up even more. To this day, my sister has never come back. Hearing this, Everyone was silent, not knowing what to say. Ning, Master Ning, think positively about everything. Another student comforted her. What if your sister was actually taken in by others as an orphan? What if she has actually become an excellent individual soldier now? Anything is possible. Yes, I believe this now. Ningdu was determined again. So although I am not qualified to be an individual soldier, I have also worked hard to become a mecha repairman. What if one day, my sister's individual soldier needs repair, and she comes to me? What if we meet? Hearing this, everyone basically understood why Master Ning asked for a low price for repairing mechas. Everyone didn't want to say anything to discourage her, but only encouraged her. Don't worry, Master Ning, you will definitely meet your sister. By the way, do you have a photo of your sister? Let's save it. The circle of individual soldiers is not small or big. What if we really meet in the future? Ningdu nodded with tears in his eyes, and gave them a photo of himself when he was a child. We remember her appearance. The students of Liang Military Academy said after receiving the photo. Ningdu said nothing more, just said, I'm sorry, I disturbed your training, don't worry about me, I will hurry up to fix your mecha. It's okay, Master Ning, you can fix it slowly. The students said hurriedly. Master Ning began to focus on repairing the mecha again, and other students also had to do their own things. The main members' mechas were not repaired yet, and everyone discussed it, and finally decided to continue to optimize their combat plans and practice positioning. But after all, Master Ning is awake. A classmate said cautiously. After all, the battle plan is their core secret, and cannot be shown to anyone. After this classmate said this, everyone looked at Master Ning again. Master Ning turned around very consciously, with his back to them, and his face facing the black anti-peep glass window of the training ground to repair the mecha. Liang students, they felt guilty. Master Ning was a hero, who saved them from the water and fire in the midst of difficulties. Moreover, the maintenance technicians like them had recording devices on their entry maintenance badges. If she was really a spy sent by a district team, she would have to enter their training ground as a maintenance technician to contact that district team. Then she had to swipe the temporary maintenance technician certificate to enter the training ground, and wear it all the time. Then her tipping off would be recorded. With their anti-reconnaissance system, they could tell if Master Ning and a district team had any signs of something wrong during maintenance. But they had already used the system to scan Master Ning's maintenance technician badge, and there was nothing. And Master Ning had spent so much time and effort repairing the mecha for them at half price, so why should they doubt her? So all the students decided not to avoid Master Ning anymore, and began to discuss their core combat plans boldly, formulating multiple combat plans over and over again, adjusting the core combat plans, and making detailed moves. And Ningdu, sitting alone in front of the mecha with his back to them, repairing the mecha while using his peripheral vision to scan their figures reflected on the black glass window in front of her that was painted with a peak layer, as well as their complete set of combat plans and procedures. Chapter 29. Master Ning, thank you so much. I thought you were tired enough, and you could just repair all the mechas for us at noon, but I didn't expect you to help us strengthen all the mechas for free. We really don't know how to thank you. The students of Liang District shook Ningdu's hand, and were very moved. Ningdu looked tired. It's all small things. I just helped you make the mecha a little lighter. It's nothing. Master Ning, you've suffered. The students of Liang Military Academy looked at her haggard face, and hurriedly said, go back and rest. It's already early morning. Ningdu nodded and said, no matter how hard I work, it's not as hard as you. You have been training from this morning to the next morning. You are the ones who are suffering as single soldiers. I just found out that it's so hard to be a single soldier. It's really hard to be a single soldier. Looking at Master Ning's melancholy expression, everyone suddenly felt that she was not only talking about them, but also about her lost sister. Everyone in Liang Military Academy felt sad for Master Ning after hearing about her sister, so they said again, Master Ning, stop talking like that, go and rest. Being a single soldier is not that hard. We didn't use mechas in training today, so it's not tiring. Ningdu said nothing more, nodded, and finally left. This time, everyone saw that she was not walking with the wind, but was slightly hunched. Alas! Looking at Master Ning's thin and tired back, everyone wanted to help her find her sister immediately. But of course, they had more important things to do. After Master Ning helped them solve all the problems inside the mecha, everyone drove the mecha again and started training. During the training, everyone found a problem. Their mecha seemed to have been improved more than what Master Ning said. Not only did the mecha become lighter, but it also became more flexible. In short, this time when they were training with the mecha, Once they adapted to the environment of the newly repaired mecha, they always felt that they had integrated better with the mecha. No, not only was the integration better, but when they manipulated the mecha to pick up weapons to attack, they found that the mecha had a higher accuracy in aiming at the target object. In addition, they tried to use a lot of heavy weapons for mecha training, and finally found that the mecha, which would wear a lot when holding heavy weapons for a while, did not wear much this time. The maintenance technicians of the Liang district team thought at first that Master Ning had applied some anti-wear material to their mecha, but later found that it was not the case at all. He just slightly misplaced the position of the joints and bones of the mecha, so that when those heavy weapons were held by the mecha had more load-bearing surfaces, which relatively reduced the weight of the mecha contacting the various surfaces of the heavy weapons, and cleverly avoided the sharp parts of the heavy weapons, making them less worn. Master Ning is a genius. Thinking through all this, the maintenance engineer of the Liang district team opened his eyes wide, in disbelief, and quickly brought over a mecha that Master Ning had repaired and was not in use, and began to study it bit by bit. At the same time, the students of the Liang district team also sighed. Master Ning is so amazing and so considerate. But the next second, they all remembered the tired and hunched body of Master Ning before he left. Alas! Master Ning is so kind. I really don't know how to repay her. If only I could really help her find her sister. It's a pity that my sister and the others will definitely not be able to find her. But they can do something else. The maintenance fee for Master Ning has not been paid yet. Anyway, the maintenance volume this time is large. Master Ning said that they can calculate it themselves and transfer the money in the end. Therefore, this time, they must pay Master Ning according to the market price, and they must give her a lot of tips. Tomorrow morning, they will play against Liang, and Ningdu rushed back to the Qingting district team overnight. Although she promised to train them around the clock when she signed the contract with Qingting before, the actual situation was urgent. In the end, Ningdu decided to talk to them, and asked her to do something else in these 4 days, not around the clock. Of course, the condition was that she would lead them to defeat the Liang district team. At first, the students of the Qingting district team thought that their instructor was whimsical, but later they found that during these 4 days of rushing, their teacher Ning was still leisurely. Not only did she not teach them every day, but she only showed up for a while. Now, she was about to play against the Liang team in the morning, and she had not shown up for a whole day. Were they deceived? They shouldn't, but she is the teacher of the disabled military school. But they shouldn't. How could there be a teacher who promised to help them defeat the Liang district team, but still hasn't shown up to train them? Just when they were doubtful, anxious, and uneasy, finally, someone rushed to their training ground. It was Teacher Ning. As soon as they saw Teacher Ning, all the anxious and depressed students' eyes lit up. Luckily, it was only 1 o'clock in the morning, and the game would not start until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. They still had 8 hours. After all, Teacher Ning was a legendary figure who created miracles to let the disabled team defeat the normal district team. If there were only 8 hours. They believed that Teacher Ning could create another miracle. Teacher Ning, please tell us how to train. We are all ready. The students arranged their mental appearances one by one, came to her, and looked forward to it very eagerly. Ning nodded, then used his light brain to give each of them an e-book. What is this? The students were puzzled. Miayang. True Sutra? They read out the name of the e-book in disbelief. That's right, Ning said immediately. Students, as long as each of you memorizes the tactical points in it tonight, I guarantee that you will definitely be able to defeat Liang tomorrow. Ning said passionately, and the students in front of her said, Well, it feels like Teacher Ning is more like a liar. How can there be a military academy that can win the game by relying on the dead tactics in a book? Although they are not very powerful military academies, they have participated in many individual competitions. How could they not know that when it comes to real competitions, the knowledge in the books is far from enough? They can only rely more on the strength they have trained in their daily training, the reaction speed and flexibility of the game, and a good mentality. In short, if you want to defeat the Liang district team, you can't just memorize a crappy book. Memorize, you must memorize. Ningdu's face sank. But Teacher Ning, we have said, how can a district team win by just memorizing a book? This is simply impossible. There is no time. Ningdu said again, if you don't memorize, you will definitely lose tomorrow. Teacher Ning, what's wrong with you? How can you not even understand such a simple truth? Hey, Teacher Ning, what are you doing? The students of Qingting were trying to persuade Ningdu to wake up, but Ningdu walked over without saying anything, picked up the tendon line behind a spare mecha, and pulled it out. In an instant, the mecha fell to the ground and became paralyzed. The Qingting district team must beat Liang tomorrow. She must earn this money from the instructor. Hearing the students screaming, Ningdu held the tendon line in his hand again. If you don't carry me, I will make all your mechas unable to stand up and paralyzed. The fastest repair time for all paralyzed mechas is a few days, 4 days, right? Do you think you can catch up with the game with Z-Tongue in 3 days? The students were stunned. Because they saw with their own eyes, they didn't know when, they didn't realize that there was a transparent tendon line behind the mecha they used, and these tendons finally gathered together, and they were all in Teacher Ning's hands. While they were stunned, the maintenance engineer in the team screamed again. There was no other reason. It was because Ningdu was right. That spare mecha was completely paralyzed, and so were the other mechas they could use. If they were pulled by the tendon behind them, they would definitely be paralyzed. What Teacher Ning said was true. After the maintenance technician told the students the results of his appraisal, all the students were stunned again, and then looked at Ningdu with a little fear. It is not allowed to repurchase mechas in the Shanshao Cup. From the preliminary to the final, each district team must only use the mechas they brought at the beginning. Mechas can only be replaced, and absolutely not allowed to be replaced. Of course, if there is no mecha in the game, the district team will be directly kicked out, and the game score will be recorded as 0. So, if there is no mecha, they will definitely not be able to win the promotion semifinals of the Zeding district team in 3 days. Teacher Ning actually threatened them with this. At this moment, the entire Qingting district team's training ground was silent. Ningdu looked at the fearful expressions on their faces and gave them an ultimatum. I will count to 3. If you still don't listen to me, I will pull the tendon rope now. 1, 2. We listen. We listen. The students of the Qingting district team really had no choice but to shout. After hearing this answer, Ningdu finally showed a satisfied smile. Very good, I hope you can all listen to me today. If you still don't listen, it doesn't matter whether I can get your reward or not. Anyway, if you don't listen to me, you can't stay in this arena happily. She said it with a smile, but the students who heard this were almost scared to tears. Woohoo, at first I just thought that Teacher Ning might be a liar, but I didn't expect that she would threaten people. No matter how I look at her, she looks like a robber. Woohoo! So scary, they are really too naive. Just like that, under Ningdu's threat, all the students of Qingting Military Academy, who were going to play the game tomorrow, began to recite the Mieyang Xinjing given to them by Ningdu all night. And it's not enough to just recite it. There are questions and standard answers behind this Xinjing. Ningdu asked them to write down all the questions and answers, and then she would test them one by one. Not only did she test them by rote memorization, Ningdu also used inferences from one thing to another to test them in various ways. Students who failed the test were given verbal warnings at first, but later Ningdu issued a death order that they must pass her test. If anyone failed again, she would pull the tendon rope behind his mecha and make him unable to participate in the competition. Yes, every mecha of Dan Xiaobei is bound to a student. Students can only use their own mechas in the competition. If their mechas are broken and cannot be used, then they will definitely not be able to participate in the competition. At first, the students of Qingting Military Academy did not take it seriously when they heard the news. They always felt that Teacher Ning was scaring them. In the end, a student made 3 mistakes in a row. Ning did not say a word and pulled the rope. In an instant, his mecha collapsed and paralyzed. In an instant, the student's burst of crying resounded throughout the training ground. The student who replaced him looked at Teacher Ning and trembled. The same was true for other students, because they did not have many substitutes. If Teacher Ning pulled another person's mecha, they might not even be able to gather people to play in the game. In this way, all the students began to fight with red eyes, and recited the Mieyang Xinjing with all their strength until 8 o'clock in the morning. Very good. Ning finally inspected the recitation of all the students, and took them to conduct practical drills and movements to deal with various situations without using mechas. After signing in at the competition venue, the students hurriedly washed their faces and had breakfast, and then waited under the competition arena. When you go on stage later, just like I said, see how the opponent moves and how he poses, and then respond according to the method described in the true scriptures. Do you understand clearly? Ningdu was in the audience and instructed the students of Qingting Military Academy again. Okay. The students of Qingting Military Academy agreed sadly. After a night of crazy memorization and recitation plus understanding and thinking, now looking back, they not only think they are crazy, but also think that Teacher Ning is crazy. Yes, they now have a new feeling about Teacher Ning, feeling that she was not deceived, but that she might have been brainwashed by some evil cult organization these days. So she paid money to buy the Mieyang true scripture of that organization, and forced them to recite it non-stop. As I said, the situation on the field is changeable, and the core training and playing methods of each team are kept secret. How could someone guess it and write it into a book? It's ridiculous. With such a mood, finally, I heard the broadcast of the game, and the students of the Qingting district team were in the field, ready to start the game. Oh, forget it. Just think that they wasted a night and invited the wrong instructor. Anyway, they can't beat the Liang district team, so just try your best. When they lose the game, they still have to study and hurry up to change another instructor to guide them, and strive to win the game with the Zeding district team. As I was thinking, the game suddenly started. The opposite Liang district team certainly knew that Qingting was a scumbag district team, so they didn't take it seriously at all, just warming up. When the game whistle sounded, they rushed over and prepared to beat the Qingting district team. And it was at this time that the Qingting district team saw the way the Liang district team rushed over, and suddenly felt very familiar. It looked so familiar, as if they had just seen this scene somewhere before. Without time to think, all of them had already responded, just 1 second faster than the Liang district team, and dodged the Liang district team's opening attack. The next second, seeing that they had dodged the attack of the Liang district team, all the students of the Qingting district team didn't even have time to cheer, and suddenly remembered where they had seen this scene. It was in the Myeongjingjing. All the students of the Qingting district team opened their mouths wide, and couldn't believe this scene. And while they were still in a daze, the students of the Liang district team rushed up again and continued to attack them. Left attack followed by right attack, upward attack followed by downward attack. The correct answer is to choose to lean back to avoid danger, and then quickly go around behind them to kick. There was no time to think too much. They saw the familiar scene in front of them again, and the questions and answers that Teacher Ning had tested them on flashed through their minds. And then they immediately did it. Very smooth. Not only did they avoid the attack of the Liang district team, but they also unexpectedly went around and kicked them from behind. This kick directly messed up the formation of the Liang district team, but the messed up formation doesn't matter. The Liang district team quickly adjusted the team status and changed a new formation. The formation is pointed at the top and bottom, narrow on the left and narrow on the right. They should have chosen B, the convergent camp play, trying to let the opponent's district team wrap them in the middle, and then they used their best move to flap their wings to break the opponent from the inside and seriously injure them. In this case, they should make a fake encirclement and let the opponent show flapping wings. After the opponent's wing flapping is over and his energy is greatly reduced, they will quickly surround the opponent, so that the opponent has no energy to flap wings a second time, so that the opponent cannot escape our encirclement. All the students of the Qingting district team quickly remembered the answer to the scene, and quickly did it. Sure enough, the Liang district team used wing flapping in their fake encirclement, but was instantly dodged by the Qingting district team. When they finished flapping wings and their energy was exhausted, the Qingting district team surrounded them again and started to attack. In this way, a game that was originally a suspenseful game with few people watching gradually attracted many people to watch. And the Liang Military Academy, which was originally sure of victory, was defeated unknowingly in the process of using normal means to attack the opponent. Whoa! The whistle blew and the game stopped. The two district teams were still in a dream. The students of Liang district team always felt that the game was not going well, and they felt dizzy. They asked themselves whether they had won. As a result, they knew that they had not won and thought that they were hallucinating. The students of Qingting district team also felt that this game was like a dream. How could the opponent's district team's tactics always hit the test points they had memorized in advance? In the end, when they heard that their school had won, they also felt that they were dreaming or hallucinating. It was not until Mingdu slapped each of them on the head and pasted the certificate of victory on each of their faces that they woke up from their dreams. Looking at the certificate clearly stating that Qingting district team defeated Liang district team, they could not believe their eyes. They really won. They really won. It turns out that what Teacher Ning said was true. She really helped them win. They don't have to compete with the Zeding district team, they really advanced. A group of students from the Qingting district team were so excited that they were about to cry, and they hurried to hug Mingdu. But Ningdu politely refused their hug and said that he had something to do next. Teacher Ning, where are you going? A group of students from the Qingting district team looked at her with tears in their eyes when they heard that she was leaving. You don't have to worry about adults' affairs, and since you have advanced then. Ningdu rubbed his hands at them. Oh yes, we have advanced so gloriously this time. Teacher Ning, don't worry, we will transfer the special guidance fee to you right now. As soon as the guidance fee was transferred, the students from the Qingting district team saw Ningdu leave quickly. Looking at her back that left like lightning, for a moment, they suddenly felt that the entire training ground was particularly quiet, and everyone felt empty in their hearts. The Liang district team also felt empty. The Liang district team never believed that they would really lose to a district team like Qingting, whose level was very low. There must have been problems with the mecha in the past few days, and they kept looking for people to repair it, which was too mentally exhausting, so they didn't rest well and lost in the game. Well, just take a rest. So the students of the Liang district team spent 2 days very leisurely, and finally refreshed. When people are in a good spirit, it is easy to conduct in-depth research on things that they didn't think about before. The more the Liang district team thought about being defeated by Qingting, the more they felt uncomfortable. Thinking of their performance on the field at that time, they felt it was outrageous. Indeed, their methods and playing methods were broken by Qingting. Are these useless little garbage district teams improving so fast? But they are not slow, and Master Ning has just upgraded their mechas, greatly improving the function and quality of the mechas. No matter how you think about it, there is no reason for them to lose to that kind of little garbage military district. Could it be that they have really regressed? When Liang felt that this was possible, he was very anxious, but he knew that he could not be so arbitrary. However, since they were free anyway, they could have another little garbage district team that looked about the same level as Qingting to play a game to see if they had regressed. Over there, Ningdu received the guidance fee and rushed to the next job without stopping. The Wanfeng district team had been looking forward to her for a long time. For days of online guidance was far from enough for them. The anxious hearts and flustered people were all looking forward to her arrival, hoping that she could play at her highest level in the remaining 3 days, and make their weak district team shine, and enter the semifinals smoothly. When everyone told Ningdu about such expectations, Ningdu felt under great pressure. It was impossible to train these students to improve their level in 3 days. In fact, she had no other way to go except the crooked way she had used before. But even if she wanted to find a way to peek at the core play of the opponent of the Wanfeng district team, she had to know who the opponent of Wanfeng was. So far, the Wanfeng district team has issued a preliminary match application, but no district team has come to challenge. Maybe because their strength is really too poor, many military academies are preparing for the semifinal training, and they don't care about the points they get by winning them, and don't want to waste time on such a bad district team, so no one will compete with them. But there will always be a district team to challenge. Ningdu is clear about this, because if no district team takes the initiative to challenge the Wanfeng district team, the competition system can force a match to select a district team to challenge. But if it comes to the stage of forced matching, it should be the day before the game. In other words, if it really comes to that, she will only have 1 day to dig out the opponent's district team's core play. This is very difficult, and it is indeed a challenge for her. But she must earn this money, So Ningdu has been thinking of various ways to plan how to go to the opponent's district team to observe the core secrets at that time in the past few days. She lists all the district teams that may be matched by the system in her mind, classifies them to find out their characteristics and the general personality of the students, and tries to use all means to achieve her goal. It is conceivable how difficult this is, and how much brain cells she will have to spend, not to mention that when the real system assigns the opponent team, she will have to spend time to formulate a secret peeping plan based on the characteristics of the opponent team. Alas, it's so tiring. Just when Ningdu was worried about all this, suddenly, she received a message from the Wanfeng team, and the results of their opponent's match were released. At this time, there was only 1 day left before the real game. Ningdu, with a heavy heart, hurriedly asked which team she was matched with so that she could quickly formulate a plan. As a result, when she saw the match result of the Wanfeng team, she laid down in an instant. Well, she didn't need to waste brain cells anymore. The match object of the Wanfeng team was Liang again. Chapter 30. Sure enough, Ziteng beat the Liang district team. The Ziteng district team couldn't believe their eyes. When they saw themselves beat Liang, they thought they were dreaming. Teacher Ning, you are so awesome. The students of Ziteng didn't know how to praise Ningdu, they were stuttering. Ningdu just said lightly, "It's my duty. We really don't know how to thank you. It's okay. Just call me if you have work in the future." Work? The students of Ziteng district team thought about it, and suddenly their eyes lit up. By the way, Teacher Ning, we can really introduce you to a job right now. The preliminary round is about to end. The teams that have advanced are now busy preparing for the semifinals. Those who can't advance have basically given up struggling and went home. The job that Ziteng district team is talking about is a friend team of their team, Lihua district team, which is also a rookie team. They can't advance to the semifinals, and are ready to pack up and leave. The Ziting district team was originally a reserve team, but with teacher Ning, it has undergone earth-shaking changes. So this time, they strongly recommended Ning to the Lihua district team, trying to let the Lihua district team struggle again. But the Lihua district team thought it was impossible. They are different from the Ziting district team. The Ziting district team is only 1 point away from entering the semifinals. As long as they beat any district team, they can advance. But they still have a lot of points to lose, and they only have one final game. If they really want to advance to the semifinals, it is impossible to find a district team with similar strength to compete with them. They must challenge some district teams that are much stronger than them to get more points. So the question is, can they, as noobs, really beat a district team that is much stronger than them? Ningdu came to help this district team, but he was not worried about this problem. Whether the Lihua district team can beat a district team that is much stronger than them is another matter. The key is whether there is a district team that is much stronger than them willing to play with them. The rematch will start in a few days, and all the schools that have advanced are practicing at full speed. Who would want to waste time competing with a district team like Lihua that can't train them even if they play? So it depends on luck. So Ningdu first asked the Lihua district team to make an appointment for the game, specifically to play with a district team that has more than 20 points than them, and then wait to see if they can really make an appointment. If there is no district team that is more than 20 points higher than them willing to play, and the system automatically assigns them, then the result is hard to say. After all, it is impossible for everyone to be like the Ziting district team, who didn't make an appointment to play with a school of which level, and just happened to meet the Liang district team. That kind of situation is too rare. Let fate take its course. The Liang district team lost to the Ziting district team, and once again lost to a weaker district team than them. So the students of the Liang district team were dumbfounded. They were a little suspicious of this world. How could they lose to a weaker district team than them twice in a row? This is unscientific, and their mechas have obviously been upgraded and are more useful, so it is definitely not the mecha's problem. If it is not the mecha's problem, then it can only be the people's problem. Did they really regress? No way, they are training every day. Even if they couldn't use the mechas for training because of the problems with the mechas a few days ago, they were constantly adjusting the combat plan and practicing their movements. Was it at that time? Is it because they didn't use mechas for training in just one day that they regressed? Is it possible? Everyone doesn't want to believe it, but they often think of what their teacher said during training. If you slack off today, you will be left far behind tomorrow. The military academies in Liang district are very strict, and almost every student in this district has heard this sentence. Thinking of this, the students of Liang district team really began to doubt. Is it because they didn't use mecha training for that short day, so they regressed to that state? No, they can't always think like this. They have only played 2 games with that kind of rookie district team. 2 games can't mean anything. It must be that they were not in good condition in the first 2 times. So they should find another rookie district team to play games and practice, and then see if they are just in bad condition or can't retreat. After making this decision, Liang district team started looking for rookie district teams to play. It was already the end of the preliminary round. Many rookie district teams that couldn't enter the semifinals had already carried their luggage back. It was estimated that there were very few district teams left and struggling to find opponents. They had to hurry up to make an appointment for the game, otherwise they wouldn't be able to find anyone. Ningdu thought that the Lihua district team had a small chance of making an appointment to play with a district team that was 20 points higher than theirs. Even if they could wait, it would probably take a long time. But she didn't expect that just one day after the appointment was sent out, the Lihua people told her that they had already made an appointment. Ningdu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It seems that the Lihua district team is also very lucky. Well, this is very good. There are still 4 days before the official competition. She still has plenty of time to find a way to explore the playing style of that district team. So Ningdu asked again, which district team is playing against you? Oh, let's see. The Lihua district team carefully looked at the successful appointment information again and said, Teacher Ning, it is a district team called Liang. Oh, Liang, I see. Ningdu hung up the phone and prepared to leave immediately. Liang district team? She opened the light brain again and looked at the successful appointment notification sent to her by the Lihua district team and was stunned for a moment. Why is it Liang again? 4 days later, the game between the Lihua district team and the Liang district team ended. The Liang district team finally doubted their lives. How did they lose again? It is said that things never happen more than 3 times. They have lost 3 games in a row to that kind of rookie district team. This is unscientific. No. They should go to play another game. Find another rookie district team to play against. I don't believe that they can really lose every time. So immediately, they started to make appointments for the game again. At the same time, the students of the Lihua district team smiled very brightly. I didn't expect that we really won. I never dreamed that we could enter the semifinals. Yes. Thanks to Teacher Ning. Teacher Ning, without you, how could we be here today? Teacher Ning, you are so great, we don't know how to repay you. A group of students from the Lihua district team surrounded her, expressing their gratitude and admiration. It doesn't matter, I should do it. Ningdu looked at the tutor fee that he had transferred to his account, and was also relieved. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Wait a minute, Teacher Ning. The students of the Lihua district team stopped her again. There is indeed something. What's wrong? It's that. The true scripture of exterminating Yang. Can you sell it to us? The students of the Lihua district team said again, we can't keep your people, so we have to leave something behind. We thought your true scripture was outrageous at first, but later we didn't expect. It was so practical. And the things in it are detailed and comprehensive. We really need it, and want to study it more. Ningdu nodded quickly after hearing this. Selling books is also making money, why not? And the previous Qingting district team and Ziting district team also bought books from her after the competition. So Ningdu said, well, no problem, just pay the market price. Oh no, you are my students after all. I will give you a 50% discount. Hearing this, the students were shocked. The copyrighted books of the Interstellar Empire have always been expensive items, and they are always sold at the fixed price. Discounts are rare, not to mention that Teacher Ning's own book is discounted by half. Originally, Teacher Ning allowed their district team, which should have been eliminated, to enter the semifinals, and they were very grateful. Now they want to buy Teacher Ning's book, and they even want Teacher Ning to give them a 50% discount. Aren't they going too far? No. The students of the Lihua district team firmly disagreed. Teacher Ning, you are willing to sell us such a confidential thing you wrote yourself. We are already very grateful. How can you sell it at a discount? We firmly disagree. Ningdu waved his hand. It's okay, just treat it as a gift to you. In this short time, I have received a lot of care from you. Hearing this, the students of Lihua district team felt even more ashamed. During the time Teacher Ning was in their district team, it was Teacher Ning who had been taking care of them and guiding them. How come they ended up taking care of her? Alas, Teacher Ning is really a very good person. They are really embarrassed. So the students of Lihua district team took a tough attitude. It's not us who take care of you, it's you who take care of us. Teacher Ning, please stop talking. We want to buy your books at the original price. There's really no need. What I said is true. I used to be not a cheerful person. I was just like you guys. During this time together, seeing you guys playing and laughing every day, I feel several years younger. So, mentally, you are the ones who are taking care of me. Hearing what Ning said, the students of Lihua district suddenly remembered that the playing and laughing that Teacher Ning mentioned was the time when they had a bad attitude when she first came to guide them. At that time, they felt that they had no hope, so their training attitude was not correct, and they just played every day. Finally, Teacher Ning got angry and threatened them that she would paralyze their mechas and send them back to accept punishment. Only then did they correct their attitude. They made Teacher Ning worry so much at that time, but Teacher Ning now repays them with kindness. They are really more ashamed. Teacher Ning, there is no need to say anything. We must buy your books at the original price. Oh no, we must increase the price by 10% on the basis of the original price. The students of Lihua district said again. Oh, that's really not necessary. Please stop talking. We made you worry too much before, and you were wronged. This is what we should do. We don't know how to repay you. What's the big deal about paying more for your book? Ningdu sighed as he heard this. Oh, there's really no need to do this. If you really want to repay me, I'm a teacher. Just introduce me to a few more schools, and let me do more work to earn money. No problem, don't worry. There are still several district teams that have a good relationship with us, and they haven't left yet. The students of the Lihua district team immediately said, Teacher, you don't know. They were shocked when they heard that our district team entered the semifinals, and asked us how we trained. We said that we relied on an external teacher, and they all said that they also wanted you to teach them. Although they are definitely not going to enter the semifinals now, they still want you to guide them and make more progress. We will contact them for you now. Ningdu was relieved when he heard this. Well, that's good, thank you very much. As for the book, Teacher Ning, don't say anything, we have decided on this book, and we must pay you 10% more than the original price. Well, okay then. After the students of the Lihua district team bought Ningdu's book, Ningdu left. Unexpectedly, Being a mentor is really profitable. The Liwa district team introduced her to several other district teams. She has a lot of work and a lot of money. The Liwa district team has helped her make appointments with these district teams. Although these district teams cannot participate in the semifinals, they will not leave immediately. They will wait for Ningdu to come and guide them one by one in order. After all, they are district teams that have no chance to participate in the semifinals, so Ningdu is not so stressed. Anyway, she has already memorized the instruction manual for normal students driving mechas in the Dan Xiao Cup. When the time comes, she will see if there are any problems in the operations of these district teams, give them some pointers, and help them improve. Nothing wrong. In fact, this is true. The process went very smoothly. After all, a bystander can see clearly, but a person involved can be confused. The teachers of those district teams have been teaching those students for too long, and many problems cannot be caught. Ningdu went there, and only needed to compare the manual a little bit, and use her past experience to find many problems that those students should adjust. Although those district teams could not enter the semifinals, they had a good mentality. They all held the idea that if they failed this time, they would work hard and strive to succeed next time. They listened to Ningdu's guidance very seriously, and tried to improve themselves. A few days later, Ningdu felt that she had told them almost everything she knew. After all, she was just a military school student, and she couldn't say more, so she was ready to stop while she was ahead and go to the next district team to teach them the same way. However, the district team teachers still wanted to test the results of Ningdu's guidance. Whatever they said, they wanted to make an appointment for a game and play with other district teams. At this time, the district teams that entered the semifinals were preparing for the semifinals. The rest were district teams, like them, that could not enter the preliminary rounds. The system matching would give priority to the eliminated district teams with plenty of time. It was hard to say who would win when comparing the same rookie district teams. Ningdu was also a little worried. If the district team she coached lost, it would not be a blow to her reputation as a special tutor. But soon, she found that she didn't have to worry. Now the district team she coached was matched with a district team as soon as it was booked. There was no need for system allocation at all. Generally, the district teams that were matched in seconds without system allocation were those who took the initiative to book the match. Just when the district team she coached was wondering who took the initiative to book the match like them, when the preliminary round was over, and no one played in the past few days, everyone was shocked when they saw the result. "Teacher Ning, it's over. We're done. We've been matched with a big district team, and we're definitely going to lose this time." The students in the district team she coached cried out in fear. "Ningdu? ? The district team we matched with has already entered the semifinals. That Liang district team." Ningdu? ? Although she didn't know why the Liang district team was still matching district teams, but since that was the case, then she had no choice. After the district team she coached found out that they had won Liang, their confidence increased greatly, and they said they would go back and practice hard and fight again next year. Before leaving, they also bought Ningdu's Miayang Xinjing and praised the book for being so useful. In this way, after sending off one district team, Ningdu went to the next one, finding problems for them and giving them guidance as usual, and then that district team also asked to compete. It seems that this coach Ning is very powerful. The previous district team won the Liang district team under her guidance, so maybe they can do it too. Sure enough, they can do it. Ning was really puzzled. If the last district team was a coincidence, then what about this district team? Why did this district team want to compete to practice, and then match with Liang? Listening to this district team's thousands of words of gratitude to her, buying her Miayang Xinjing, and then leaving the game, Ning was still deeply puzzled by Liang's behavior. They shouldn't be targeting her. Then why is this happening? In the next few days, she will go to the next district team to teach them. Will their district team meet Liang again this time? It really is. After teaching this district team, they wanted to compete to test their results, but they met Liang again. Ning felt that things were going in a strange direction. After sending off one district team, she went to the next one. Then when that district team played, they ran into Liang again. In the end, she took on the task of coaching 5 district teams in total, and they ran into Liang in all 5 district teams. Ning didn't understand. The Liang district team didn't understand either. Not only did they not understand, but the entire team was doubting their lives. Why? Why do they always lose no matter which rookie district team they play against now? Could it be that they are really like what their school teacher said, because they didn't exercise one day on the day of repairing the mecha, so their strength has regressed so much, and they can't make up for it later? If that's the case, How can they participate in the rematch? Now they can't even beat the rookie district team that was eliminated in the preliminary round. How can they survive in the future? What should they do? The students of Liang doubt themselves, and the team leader also doubts himself. But with the rematch approaching, they also knew that they should not be so decadent. The status quo must be changed. Now everyone in their team is very depressed and has lost confidence. Fresh blood must come in to help them regain some confidence. After thinking again and again, the team leader decided to invite another off-site special instructor to their team to help the students regroup. So she began to look for special instructors who could take orders and train students with her on the Dan Xiao Cup tutor hiring service platform. It must be a tutor with a special price, a tutor of the extreme level. Unfortunately, the rematch is very critical, and everyone wants to rush. The leader of Liang flipped through the tutor hiring pages, and his hands were sore, but he hadn't found a tutor who could be hired. There is a strong demand for special tutors. Some district teams have money, and even hire several at a time, resulting in almost no free special tutors to hire now. Oh no, there are still some. The leader of the Liang district team looked at the last tutor named Ning who appeared in the special tutor column on the light computer screen, and found that she was free and could be booked. Unfortunately, her resume was blank. But generally, the instructors who could appear in this special instructor column have really taught teams, and more than 4 teams have paid the special fee and given good reviews. Generally speaking, they are relatively reliable. And she knew that she had no choice. So, the team leader made up his mind, and clicked the hire button under the avatar of this special instructor named Ning. Although she was hired, she was still anxious. After all, unlike other instructors, this instructor did not write any of his glorious resume in his resume, which was very suspicious. Forget it, since she has been chosen, just wait for her to come. She will know whether the other party is a mule or a horse sooner or later anyway. Chapter 31. Of course, the Liang district team later found that they didn't need to observe what this teacher was like, because the teachers and students of the Liang district team instantly felt a strong sense of trust and goodwill when they saw this instructor. This instructor looks too much like Master Ning. It's just that Master Ning gives people a feeling of being older and more vicissitudes, while this instructor feels younger and more energetic. And they both have the surname Ning. This is too coincidental. On the first day Ning Du came to Liang, she attracted the attention of all the students. "Hello teacher, is your surname really Ning?" A classmate saw her and immediately stepped forward and held her hands. Ning Du looked at her face full of inquiry and surprise, and nodded with a flattered face. "Oh, I am. Your name is Ning Air, right?" The classmate asked hurriedly. "Oh, yes, classmate, do you have any questions?" Ning Du asked. "Oh, I am. This classmate was a little incoherent. The Master Ning who repaired their mecha before was called Ninja, and this instructor was called Ning Air. This sounds like a family name. This classmate was a little hesitant about whether to speak out his doubts. A classmate behind him couldn't help asking, "Teacher Ning Air, do you have a sister?" "Sister?" Ning Du frowned. "Don't you remember?" The classmate holding her hand hurriedly said, "You have a sister at home, but she must have been separated from her family when she was a child. So, how do you know about my childhood?" Ning Du's face suddenly turned 8 degrees colder, and asked her back. In an instant, the whole place was silent, and the students were all stunned. Ning Du's voice became a little colder. "Everyone, I am here to help you improve your competition ability, not to let you gossip, so please don't focus on my gossip anymore. Especially it's mine. Sorry, I don't like to talk about my family affairs with others," she added. Hearing this, the students of Liang district team suddenly felt a serious atmosphere. Then they felt guilty. That's right, if teacher Ning is really Master Ning's sister, then from her perspective, when she was a child, she wanted to be a soldier, but not only did she not get the support of her family, but her family also threatened her all day long that if she continued to be a soldier, she would be abandoned by her family. As a result, she was abandoned by her family in the crowded interstellar transfer station. Master Ning said that her sister was already in her teens when she got lost. In her teens, she was just a little younger than them, and she could understand things and people's hearts. How desperate must teacher Ning be at that time? Although it was a misunderstanding, from teacher Ning's perspective, it is absolutely possible to hate her family. No wonder teacher Ning's expression was very ugly when she heard the word sister and family from the beginning. Forget it, they should not mention teacher Ning's sad things again. Other family matters should be solved by their own family. Teacher Ning looked very similar to Master Ning, and the photos of her sister when she was a child that Master Ning showed them, so they told Master Ning about this matter. As for what Master Ning wants to do in the future, they will try their best to cooperate with her in the future. After the students of Liang District Team discussed this matter through their own district team group, they officially began to accept Teacher Ning and let her start training them. Speaking of training, they were really crying. To this day, they still can't figure out why they can't even beat those rookie district teams, the district teams that can't even enter the semifinals. After competing with nearly 10 rookie district teams in a row, not only did all the students in Liang lose confidence, but even the teachers did, suspecting that there was a big problem with their teaching methods. So this time, the team leader and teacher went invisible and let Ningdu teach them well. So at this time, a group of students came up and cried to Ningdu about this matter and complained bitterly. Wow, Teacher Ning, are we finished? Wow, Teacher Ning, are we definitely hopeless in the semifinals? Wow, Teacher Ning, we really feel that our luck in Liang is particularly bad this time. Ning had no choice but to say obligingly, "It's okay, classmates. As long as I work hard with everyone, I believe we will definitely create brilliant results and turn the tide." Wow, Teacher Ning, why do we feel that the gods of technology are targeting us? Do you know that in order to improve our level, we not only train, but also read all the books on the market that can improve our combat skills? One of them is said to be particularly amazing. Several district teams that were not good in the single Shao Cup were promoted directly from the preliminary round to the semifinals because of learning it. Many people were scrambling to buy that book. We waited for several days before we got a copy. Guess what happened? When we bought it back and looked at it, the cover of the book said it was an improvement manual. The real name inside was revealed, and it was called The True Scripture of Destroying Yang. Ningdu, When she saw that many schools wanted the true scripture of exterminating Yang, she simply changed the content slightly, so that people would not be too obvious about which school it belonged to. She printed several more copies, and put them on the trading website. She thought that the purchase volume of the book would not be too low, but she did not expect that it would be much higher than she expected. Alas, if she had known this, she should not have been lazy. When printing the book, she clearly gave it a new title, and did not delete the title The True Scripture of Liang. What would Teacher you? Why do we buy a book and the book curses us? And when we looked through the book and thought about it, we found that the book also wrote about the method of breaking tactics. Many of the tactics in it are very similar to our core tactics of Liang. Tell me, is our core tactics of Liang outdated, so popular, or is it too low level to be written into a book casually? The more Liang students thought about it, the more they felt it was not a big deal, and they were even more sad. Wow, after all, our level in Liang is too low, and we have fallen behind others. Don't you think so, teacher? Ningdu sighed as usual after hearing this. After comforting them in a very procedural manner for a while, he said, "Don't worry, this is actually a good thing. Since that book explains your moves thoroughly, we can also use it to examine our weaknesses, improve our fighting style, and innovate. There will definitely be a breakthrough." After saying this, Liang students instantly became excited. Hey, Teacher Ning is right. Yes, since that book has studied our core fighting style so thoroughly, we can also use the interpretation of that book to figure out our strengths and weaknesses, and see how to upgrade our fighting style. Yes, this is not a bad thing. But can we do it? What are you afraid of? We have Teacher Ning. That's right, with Teacher Ning here, there will definitely be no problem. Don't you think so, Teacher Ning? In fact, Teacher Ning's resume was blank, and they didn't know how strong Teacher Ning was. But when they saw Teacher Ning, they felt like they saw Master Ning, and they felt a sense of respect and admiration for her, and always felt that she was very reliable. Ning nodded, of course. But she knew that this was far from enough. Just helping them study the core combat methods could not guarantee that Liang could really feel his improvement. In the end, they must find an opponent to compete with to see the effect. At that time, she still had to go to the training ground of the opponent's district team to help them repair the mecha, so as to ensure that her tutor fee could be received without a cent less. But she didn't know when this opponent would be confirmed. She still had to first hint which team they wanted to defeat the most, and which team they were most likely to choose to fight, and then she would make a personalized mecha repair plan for that team. But later, Ningdu found that there was no need to hint at all, because the students of Liang cursed the same team every day, vowing to train to the strongest one day and beat that team hard. And the team that was cursed by Liang 180 times every day had a nice name, Peony. It's all the fault of the Peony team. If it weren't for them, we would definitely not be like this today. If the Peony team hadn't lost the needle, we wouldn't have repaired the mecha, we wouldn't have fallen behind in training one day, and we wouldn't have regressed so much. That mutant team must be seeking revenge for the training camp. The teens in their circle are particularly vengeful. Even if you run into them when you pass by, they will still mock and scold you until they feel satisfied before leaving. Those people are really hateful. That's right, how can they laugh at us? They don't even look at themselves. They only know how to harm us all day long. They find ways to bully those who are not as good as them, and they find ways to poach those who are stronger than them. If the mecha of the other team is modified into a new style, they will also modify it. If the leader of the other team teaches well, they will find ways to poach. What's more annoying is that they are the kind of disgusting team that will find ways to get into other people's training grounds to peek at their core playing methods. We have to thank them. If it weren't for them, how can the anti-peeping monitoring system be installed in the training grounds of each of our teams participating in the Dan Xiao Cup be so well done? That's right, it's really hateful. It's so hateful. The classmates echoed one after another. Ningdu looked at their unified resentment and followed suit, nodded, and said, "It's really hateful. Look, even Teacher Ning said so. Sisters, we must train hard and kill the mutant district team one day." That's right. Kill them! Kill them! No need for one day. Ningdu suddenly started again. When we are almost done with training, we will choose them as our opponents in the first game of the rematch. Ah? What? Teacher Ning, do you mean that we should play mutant in the first game of the rematch? Yes. Ningdu nodded. That won't work. Teacher Ning, although that's what you said, our strength, even before, was far inferior to mutant, not to mention now. Yes, Teacher Ning, we really can't do it now. Yes, we... What's wrong with that? Ningdu asked back. I'm leading you. We train so hard every day. What's wrong with that? Everyone listened to her and looked at her quietly. We must always believe in ourselves. Believe that you have the strength, and the power of justice itself can crush evil. You can definitely defeat the mutant district team. Ningdu said again, and I'm here. Listening to Teacher Ning's bold words, all the students were instantly excited. Maybe it was because of Master Ning's influence, or maybe it was because they couldn't wait to play against the mutant district team again. In short, they were moved by Teacher Ning's words. And a sense of security came naturally. With Teacher Ning, they can definitely do it. So soon, the Liang district team set their first target for the semifinals as the mutant district team. As a stronger team than the Liang district team, the mutant district team actually chose a weaker team than itself at the beginning to get familiar with the competition field and to be safe. So they also quickly accepted Liang's invitation to the scheduled competition. At this time, Ningdu also hurried to leave. A greasy overalls. A Sun had bought from the flea market to cover her face. It feels that using the free trial cosmetics in the store to make herself 20 years older is not good enough. This time she has to wear a mask, so it is better not to be recognized. It must be said that it was still somewhat difficult to repair the mecha in the mutant district team. After many setbacks, Ningdu finally got into their inner circle. Therefore, she also wasted a lot of time. Until she arrived at the training ground of Liang after a long journey, all the students saw her tiredness. Then, they saw Teacher Ning hurriedly inspecting their training results, and took out a photo album she wrote herself, and finally led them to understand how to use their new core formation to crack some possible tactics of the opponents. They felt sorry for the teacher's tiredness, so they decided to listen carefully and learn and absorb seriously. Of course, Ningdu would not write down the core tactics and countermeasures of the mutant district team as straightforwardly as in the previous few times for them to memorize, which would be too obvious to cheat, and the Liang district team was not like the previous district teams with poor strength and low comprehension. So she tried her best to change the core tactics of the mutant district team, and wrote many other tactics that were similar to the core tactics of the mutant district team, and took the Liang district team to learn. Liang students were really smart. They understood everything she wrote very quickly. So when they played against the mutant team, although they were still unconfident, timid, and discouraged, they soon defeated the mutant team in a short time. They really defeated them. Standing on the ring, when they heard the news of Liang's victory over mutant for the first time, all the students of Liang team on and off the court were stunned. It was really them. Seeing the mutant team's faces of shock, disbelief, and finally anger, they went to the referee to replay the game, trying to find the unreasonable judgment, but the frustration and incredible expression after the failure made them feel even better. Teacher Ning was right. They can do it, and justice will triumph over evil. The victory in the rematch had a great impact on Liang. Their core tactics were upgraded with the help of Teacher Ning, and their self-confidence was also rebuilt with the help of Teacher Ning. Teacher Ning was simply their light, but due to financial problems, they could no longer afford Teacher Ning's high coaching fees, so they could only say goodbye to Teacher Ning. But generally speaking, If a mentor teaches well, then the district team should directly sign a long-term agreement with her. Saying goodbye is abnormal, so it is estimated that teacher Ning would be disappointed when they heard that they would not renew the contract. So after thinking for a long time, no one had figured out how to tell teacher Ning that they could no longer renew the contract for her to teach, but just when they were anxious to find a solution, suddenly, teacher Ning took the initiative to tell them that she had something to do and could no longer teach them, and had to leave quickly. The students of the Liang district team were stunned, and then they remembered that they had sent teacher Ning a message that they suspected of finding her sister. Teacher Ning responded in the past few days, saying that she had solved it, and told them not to worry. So was it because of this incident that teacher Ning was in such a hurry to leave? That can't be delayed. Originally, everyone wanted to keep teacher Ning for the celebration banquet, but in the end, they thought that it was better to forget it and not keep teacher Ning. But everyone didn't expect that although they didn't invite teacher Ning took the initiative to bring up the celebration banquet. So at the celebration banquet, teacher Ning sat there all the time, eating hard, eating a lot and in a hurry. Everyone was sad to see. Alas, teacher Ning obviously had important things to deal with, but she still didn't want to make them sad, so she insisted on accompanying them to eat the last meal between teachers and students, and she was afraid that they would see that she was worried, so she ate a lot, but was in a hurry to leave, and ate in a hurry. The more everyone saw, the more guilty they felt. Alas, teacher Ning really took care of their emotions. After a free meal, Ning finally said goodbye to the students of the Liang district team in a hurry, and left the training ground of the Liang district team. As the student said, she did have something to do, and it was an important matter. She was going to meet a big client later. Why a big client? Because this client was said to have very bad morals, and was not a good person. As a district team participating in the Single Young Master Cup, they wanted to bully the weaker district teams, and liked to steal others' knowledge, and spy on others' core tactics, and secretly copy others' improvements in mechas when they saw the stronger district teams. In order to defeat the opponent, they even poached the opponent's famous teachers at a high rate. That's right, this is why it was difficult to repair the mechas in the mutant district team, but she still had to face the difficulties instead of persuading Liang to change district teams to make an appointment for the rematch. Because she was waiting for this moment, waiting for the mutant district team to find her privately and contact her, and was willing to spend twice the special coaching fee to dig her to come to their district team to guide the training. Now she was rushing to sign the contract officially. Well, being a mentor really makes money. Chapter 32. Ningdu, your training class hasn't finished yet? Yes, it will take some time. Okay, seniors will go back to school first. Let us know when you finish the training, and we will pick you up. Yes. Don't be too sad. If you can't get into the Dansha Cup, you still have the next time. Don't be too hard on yourself in the training class. On the phone, the senior said to her again. I know, don't worry. After simply talking to her seniors on the phone, Ningdu started to think about her own things again. After becoming the mentor of the mutant district team, Ningdu was actually quite curious about one thing. At that time, Liang's classmates told her that the mutant district team had its own circle. The district teams in that circle seemed to be able to play with them, but in fact, everyone was jealous of each other. The reason they could play together was probably because they had similar tastes. Because they have a common characteristic, that is, they bully the weaker teams, and they try their best to steal the core secrets of the stronger teams, including tactics, mecha upgrade and transformation methods, and mentors. So Ningdu first tricked Mutant into playing a game with a certain team in his circle to see if it was true. Oh, it was true. After working as a mecha repairman in that team for a while, she learned the tactics of the other team, and guided Mutant's team to defeat them. Of course, the defeated team came to recruit her. The price was a little higher. When she came to work in this team, Ningdu still did the same thing. Let this team find a team in their circle to compete, and then go to that team to work as a repairman, come back to teach this team the core tactics, and wait for this team to beat that team. Well, that team really came to recruit her again. The price doubled again. There are quite a few teams in the mutant district team circle. Ningdu went through them one by one and found that they not only like to poach people, but are also quite rich. It seems that there are quite a few rich teams in this semifinal. It would be great if we could really earn all their money. Ningdu was still thinking about this problem, but later found that there was no need to think about it. After all, she had worked with so many teams in the semifinals. People's mouths are not sealed bags. They always have to open their mouths to breathe. As long as they can breathe, it is easy to leak. So unknowingly, she found that her popularity seemed to have increased a lot. Many teams came to her, and were willing to offer a very generous price to hire her as a mentor. Of course she agreed. After all, they gave a lot. But no matter how much a few teams gave, Ningdu still felt it was not enough. There are so many teams in this arena. Can't there be a few more people to give her gold coins? Maybe the popularity is still too low due to word of mouth. Ningdu accidentally found an agency specializing in publicity services on the internet. It is different from others. Other publicity agencies charge 1,000 star coins for publicity services, while this agency charges 10 star coins. For 10 star coins, they can customize various publicity services for individuals and make them famous. 10 star coins, although it is indeed a bit expensive, but Ningdu has no choice. Alas, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Ningdu gritted her teeth and made up her mind, and clicked to buy. Over there, the boss heard about her situation and said that he could customize publicity services for her, including making a mentor poster and website, promotional animation and picture album for her. In fact, personal mentors are not particularly popular in the Single Yum Cup. Well-known mentor agencies are the most favored by various district teams, so they also plan to give Ningdu some kind of agency title, so that she can appear in her publicity advertisements as the gold medal mentor of the agency. The seller talked a lot, and Ningdu quickly nodded in agreement. So the seller started to make promotional materials for Ningdu and his organization. Ningdu thought it would take a long time, but unexpectedly, the seller completed all the finished products in less than 10 minutes and sent them to her. Looking at the works made by the seller, Ningdu felt very familiar. Yan Laoshuai's gold medal tutor class. When she saw these beautifully shaped and colorful posters, web pages, and dynamic video ads, she always felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a familiar name jumped into her mind. Teacher Yang's gold medal tutor class. It is the same as the tutor organization Yan Laoshuai created by the seller for her. There is only one character difference. Oh no, one horizontal line difference. Teacher Yang's organization is the name of the most popular and hottest tutor organization in the entire Danshao Cup. Ningdu clicked on their creative posters, holographic web gardens, and video ads. And then found out. So you just took the promotional ideas of Teacher Yang's gold medal tutor class, modified them, and then used them for me, right? Ningdu asked the seller. Seller, yes, dear. Ningdu, that's why you produce products so quickly. The seller on the other side was very calm when he saw her reply. They knew this customer would say that. After all, every customer who comes to them just to spend 10 star coins to customize high-quality promotion services will get angry and furious when they find out that they just copied the promotional materials of other popular institutions, modified them, and handed them over to them. They threatened that they were scammers, and would complain about them. Yes, they are indeed scammers. They just want to spend a few minutes to earn the money of these stingy customers. Besides, even if they are scammers, they are legal scammers. Who told the platform to have regulations? Once a customer places an order for their services, agrees to have them make promotional products, and receives the promotional products they have made, they must pay them. If they don't pay, they can complain to the customer, and the platform will stand on their side and ask the customer to pay them more money. So seeing Ningdu's reaction, the seller said very familiarly, Dear, we have a rule here. As long as we do all the services we have discussed with you, you have to pay us 10 star coins, which will not be refunded. So, if you are not satisfied, we can't refund you. If you are not satisfied, you can complain to us. Ningdu, Ningdu, I am not dissatisfied with you. Seller, Ningdu, I feel like you guys are pretty smart. Well, you can earn 10 star coins with the least time and effort, and the stuff you make is so similar to those of big organizations. Once it's released, I estimate that I have traffic right away, and many people will definitely come to me to be a mentor. This is a win-win situation for both of us. Seller, Ningdu, oh, and is your store still hiring? Once the order is in, I'd be fine. Can I apply for the job? Seller, seeing her say this, the seller couldn't help but say, if you're not a customer, don't you worry at all that your promotional materials are too similar to that big organization and will be complained about. Ningdu, but I checked, and it's not against the law. Seller, it's not against the law, but... Ningdu, but I can still bring my own traffic and make a lot of money. Seller, you earn a lot, it will definitely be discovered. Those big organizations have plenty of means. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? Ningdu, let's talk about it later. After all, what you said is something that hasn't happened yet. I see that a district team has contacted me to be a mentor the day after tomorrow. I'm leaving first. Bye. After saying that, Ningdu went offline. Seller? Question mark. Ningdu certainly felt that it was expensive to spend 10-star coins to customize promotional materials, but expensive things do have a reason to be expensive. Otherwise, how could so many district teams come here in such a long time and ask if this is Teacher Yang's tutor agency, and they want to find a tutor here to guide them? Ningdu thought, the pseudonym of her tutor agency is Yang Laoshuai, which is a personal name, and the person in charge of the tutor agency is generally called a teacher. If Yang Laoshuai is called a teacher, then he is Teacher Yang, which is very reasonable. So she nodded and agreed, and began to provide tutor guidance services to these district teams. In just a few days, the reputation of Yang Laoshuai's tutor agency spread, because whichever district team the tutor of the agency teaches will win, so more and more people come here to attract her. Ningdu basically accepts everyone who comes. Oh, she also has to reject a few. For example, she found a familiar name in the district team that applied for her institution tutor to guide, Suyong district team. Ningdu suddenly remembered that she had been a mentor to so many teams, and this Suyong team was really poor compared to others. It seemed that they would bargain with her. Especially the leader of the Suyong team, Mr. Gu. Besides, he felt that his words were not pleasant to hear during the training. Forget it, her business is booming now, and she is very arrogant. She does not accept poor people who like to bargain. So Ningdu clicked reject on the application for mentors in Suyong district. Chapter 33. Although Yang Laoshuai's training institution is popular, some district teams still sneer at it. These district teams are often relatively strong, and have a stable team of external teachers. When they see this Yang Laoshuai institution that imitates the most powerful mentor institution in the arena, Teacher Yang Institution, they look down on it. How powerful can a copycat organization be? That's right, it can only coax those district teams that have never seen the world and have no strength. Can they really compare with a formal organization like Teacher Yang? If Yang Laoshuai can teach the most difficult Volcano District team, if she can lead the Volcano District team, a rogue district team that is not smart and has a bad temper, into the finals, then she is really awesome, and I will admit it. Don't even think about it, the Volcano District team can't even handle the tutors from the formal Teacher Yang's organization, let alone the copycat. Wait a minute, you said that the Yang Laoshuai organization that imitated Teacher Yang has been jumping around for so many days. Isn't Teacher Yang angry? Doesn't he want to punish them? Yes. Why hasn't Teacher Yang heard about the rectification of its copycat organization for so long? Is he preparing a big move? It's possible. These students guessed right. The formal organization that Ningdu imitated, Teacher Yang's tutor organization, was really going crazy. Normally, they don't need to care about this kind of copycat organization, as it can die on its own due to its poor quality, but they didn't expect that this Yang Laoshuai could survive for so long. His business is getting more and more prosperous, and he even took advantage of them and poached some of their customers. It's too late to deal with this, but if it is a warning, swearing, fighting, these are not allowed. And the competition field is not allowed, so if they want to deal with that old Coach Yang, Teacher Yang's organization has to use some big tricks. Ningdu opened a live broadcast, and was busy scheduling the district teams of all the mentors, who applied for her organization in the live broadcast room. Suddenly, a person came to the microphone and started crying about how much he admired her, respected her, wanted to worship her as a teacher, and wanted to study and work in her organization. Ningdu thought this person was very strange. When she thought about hiring people and paying them wages, she planned to refuse. Unexpectedly, the person said again, "Wow, Teacher Yang, I don't ask for anything, I don't want anything, you don't have to pay me. I just want to study hard in your organization and do chores for you, okay?" Ningdu listened and felt that it was still not possible. Even if she doesn't pay people, they still have to come to her to learn. Does that mean she's using her temporary resting place as an office for them? Do they still have to use her water and electricity? It's not worth it. Ningdu felt that she had to refuse. But before she could say no, the other party immediately said, "Mr. Yang, please let me stay. I won't cause you any trouble. How about this, as long as you are willing to stay and let me do odd jobs for you, I will give you a whole set of brand new mechas in my hand, okay?" Ningdu paused. Brand new mechas? Soon, the person named Yang Laoshuai fans in the live broadcast room really delivered 10 brand new mechas to Ningdu's temporary residence. Ningdu's eyes were wide open. Is this true? Is this for her? The person called Yang Laoshuai fan did not show up, but just had someone send the mechas over, and then said, "Really? All of them are for you." Ningdu went forward to check the mechas, and found that they were all top-notch high-quality products. So she felt that although the other party had to do odd jobs for her, and had to spend her water and electricity bills, it was still worth it. Just like that, she was ready to agree. But at this time, Yang Laoshuaifan also put forward a condition. Wow, Teacher Yang, after all, these mechas are quite expensive. I must give them to the right people, right? So can you show me your strength again? There was a district team that helped me a lot before and was my benefactor. Now they are at risk of not being able to enter the finals and being eliminated. Can you help them? As long as you can help them enter the finals, I will give you these mechas, and I can also sign a voluntary labor contract with you to be your apprentice and do odd jobs for you. I will never regret it. Yang Laoshuaifan said again. Soon, after he finished talking to Ningdu, he sent the formal, legally binding employment contract and the mecha transfer contract to Ningdu's optical computer, and he had already bound his biological information and signed it. Mr. Yang, look how sincere I am. I have even signed the contract. I just need yours. Besides, we both have the surname Yang. We were a family 50,000 years ago. Please help me. Woo. Hearing the other party's pitiful words, Ningdu was full of sympathy as soon as he opened his mouth. Alas, I want to help you, but don't worry, you have done a lot to help my benefactor team enter the finals. I know, so no matter which instructor you send to teach them in the future, I will immediately transfer the corresponding guidance fee and hard work fee to you. Don't worry. As he said that, Yang Laoshuaifan transferred a tutor employment contract and tutor fee negotiation contract to Ningdu, which already had his biological information and signature on it. And Teacher Yang, don't worry, the district team I let you teach is definitely very okay, deal. Ning didn't even wait for the fan to finish, and readily agreed. She signed multiple contracts. Yang Laoshuaifan. Seeing her operation, he was stunned again. This so fast. She even signed the tutor employment contract, and didn't even ask who the Tongwang district team was in the provision that their organization must bring the Tongwang district team to the finals, and signed it. This person is really conceited. Forget it, if that's the case, then she will have to bear it. He was relieved. Facing his own light brain, the person in charge of the Real Teacher Yang Tutor organization smiled. Since Ningdu signed the contract, she heard many people talking about her behind her back, saying that she was cheated. Because later when everyone heard Ningdu say that she was going to coach a district team called Tongwang District Team, everyone was stunned. Tongwang District Team. Isn't it the name of Wushan District Team that has always been domineering in the single Shao Cup, beating anyone who doesn't like them, dragging people out, and beating them up? It was also at this time that a group of onlookers realized that the so-called Yang Laoshuaifan should be people from Teacher Yang's organization. Their organization is very powerful. They must have manipulated the Wushan district team to change its name to deceive Yang Laoshuai's organization. The mentor of Yang Laoshuai's organization is going to be miserable now. Because the members of the Wushan district team are all marginal figures in society, very unpopular, and violent. No one has ever dared to provoke them. The members of their district team are all repeaters of the Wushan District Military Academy. No one dares to approach them. They can come to the single Shao Cup every year by relying on their strong physique and endless fighting spirit to win, but when it comes to the semifinals, they will always be disqualified because they can't stand each other and fight on the field. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that no one dares to approach this Volcano District team. They have always been intolerant of anyone approaching them and instructing them. When a teacher instructed them a few years ago, they went berserk and dragged the teacher out and beat him up. Since then, the teacher has never worked in the teaching industry again. The people in the Volcano District team are terrible. Moreover, it is said that they were forced to change their names this time. After several disturbances, they already knew that it was the people in Teacher Yang's organization who changed their names. Moreover, the teacher who will teach them this time is the one found by Teacher Yang's organization to teach them. They have long hated this Teacher Yang's organization. I am afraid that this time, the mentor who is about to guide them will not have an easy time. The people of Yang Laoshuai are going to be pitted badly. In fact, Ningdu also knew that he was pitted badly. Because she found that she didn't have a mecha, and the people from the Tongwang district team didn't have a mecha either. They used to play in the game with mechas, but for some reason, when they heard that they were going to beat up an enemy named Yang, they felt that they would not be able to survive in the competition after beating him. So they transported all their belongings back to school in advance, and they were just a team of 10 people, ready to beat him up. When they heard that Tongwang wanted to beat up the people from Teacher Yang's organization, Ningdu also wanted to express sympathy to that organization, but she didn't have time to sympathize, because she was worried about what to do with these people without mechas. What to do? What else can you do? you are not allowed to buy extra mechas in the competition, you can only use your own. There is no place to sell mechas in the competition, and you are not allowed to borrow mechas from each other between district teams. So, Ningdu looked at the shiny new high-quality mechas given by the fans behind her. Her fans said he had a way to register these 10 machines under the name of the Tongwang district team. Exactly 10 machines. Her heart was bleeding. Oh, forget it. Just give them the mechas. What else can she do? But if they use the mechas, then the mechas may be worn out and not brand new. If they are not brand new, then when she leaves the competition and wants to sell these mechas, she won't be able to sell them at a good price. No. If she can't sell them at a good price, she will lose money. It's better to kill her than to lose money. Ningdu's heart tightened, thinking again, and finally felt that she must not lose money. As long as the 10 students of the Tongwang district team can prevent the mechas from being worn out during the competition, then her mechas will still be new after the competition. This is the only way. Ningdu was determined to do so, and finally began to guide the students of the Tongwang district team. The students of the Tongwang district team, that is, the students of Wushan, are all tall and muscular, with several scars on their faces. They all look at Ningdu with hatred, and want to see what tricks she will play. These so-called normal military school teachers and students all have a bad habit. They all think they are awesome, and they all think that students like them who just don't like going to school are rebellious and social wastes, and they never treat them well. They also know it, so they won't treat her well either. When this teacher makes a mistake when teaching them, they will seize that point, attack her fiercely, and then beat her up, avenging new and old grudges at the same time. Ningdu saw this group of students and frowned. She was not worried about these students, but how she could ensure that they would not wear out her mecha after driving it to the competition field. First of all, if she wanted to avoid wear and tear, these students couldn't have any problems, such as dizziness, blurred vision, and falling down, which would greatly wear out her mecha. So Ningdu started with diet. Every day, she would bring them a bunch of food from the free canteen at the stadium, and told them to eat well. At night, she would see them staring at her with their eyes open. She didn't know what she was thinking, so she told them to sleep well and not get tired. Because she looked at the physical examination report, although the students of Tongwang were very qualified, they didn't know why they always got sick because of unclean food. Anyway, it was related to their lives. So Ningdu first watched them, asked them to live a good life and stay happy. She didn't let them train at all. A group of scarred muscular men from Tongwang. What is she doing? She doesn't train them every day? If she doesn't train them, how can they show their willingness to resist and find fault with her? And why does this person always care about whether they eat well and sleep well? She was either sick or was holding back a big move to hurt them. They had to be on guard. So originally, the scarred men faced Ningdu every day, with the mentality of wanting to beat her up immediately, but later they became defensive, and then confused. This person was too good to them. She was so nervous when they had a minor injury or cold that she hurried over to check and even asked the doctor at the stadium to see them, fearing that they would die. Ningdu was also afraid that something would happen to them on the day of the competition, so she was so cautious. But under her caution, the students of Tongwang seemed to have no physical problems, but they seemed to have psychological problems. For some reason, they frowned every day and looked worried. Ningdu was afraid that they would be upset and have problems on the field, so he started to praise them every day, praising them in different ways. You are the best, the best. I have never seen students better than you. You are simply awesome. These praises gave goosebumps to a group of muscular, sweaty men. No one had ever said this to them before. Generally, any teacher would scold them when they saw them, especially when they heard this person praising them. They deliberately ate and slept every day, and then played games. This person actually still praised them so much. They felt more and more that this person, who came to be their mentor, was weird. They always felt that she was setting a trap for them, but they couldn't find her flaws. What on earth was this person thinking? A group of muscular men looked at Ningdu, and felt a little uneasy. Until this day, they were finally going to the field. The competition format this time is a bit special. Each student's mecha is equipped with a control device. The team leader or instructor can control the students to perform the competition actions at the beginning of the competition. When the competition is halfway through, the initiative will return to the students themselves. In the first half, the teacher controls the students to take the exam. In fact, the competition is to examine the level of the teachers in the audience. After all, the competition is conducted in the form of a team, and the team also includes the teacher. The organizer should have organized the teacher assessment, but the funds are limited, so the teachers are assessed in this way. The muscular men are waiting for this opportunity. After their instructor has controlled them, no matter how perfect this teacher is, as long as they are slightly injured, they can seize this opportunity to make a big fuss and beat this teacher up. Ningdu was also waiting for the game to start. She estimated that she could keep their mechas stable in the first half and prevent them from getting hurt. Although the students had to act independently in the second half, the teacher could instruct them on their movements in the optical brain. She had seen these students, and they were actually quite talented. They could follow instructions without much training. Moreover, based on her observations over the past few days, the students in this district team only looked a little fierce, but they were actually very well behaved. So the game officially began. Ningdu was not panicked in the first half. She knew that she could make sure that the students of Tongguang would not get hurt at all, because the opponent of Tongguang was the district team where she had worked and served as a maintenance technician for them. Therefore, she knew the situation of the opponent. Sure enough, the first half of the game went very smoothly. Tongguang won the victory under Ningdu's control. As soon as the game was over, the students of Tongguang immediately began to look for the wounds on their bodies, ready to make a big fuss, but after searching for a long time, they could not find a place where they and their mechas were injured. What's going on? They were all stunned. Don't worry, Ningdu just assured, you are all the teacher's precious students. With the teacher here, I guarantee that you will not get hurt. The students of Tongguang looked at her with even more doubt. What exactly did she want to do? Soon, the second half of the game began. This time, Ningdu could not control each of them, but could only give them hints on the light brain about what actions they should take. This time, the students of Tongguang felt that they would definitely find a flaw. As long as this teacher made a slight mistake in guidance and let them get hurt, they could seize her mistake and make a big fuss. So at the beginning of the game, they planned to listen to the teacher's instructions first. Number 1 to the left, number 2 to lean back, number 3 to kick back, number 1 to the right, number 5 to move forward, number 4 to stay still. Ningdu quickly directed the movements of the 5 students on the field. When everyone heard Ningdu's command, they immediately realized that this teacher was going to hurt them. That's what they said. Which teacher they had ever met didn't hurt them. Listening to this teacher's command, it was simply blind command. If they did this, they would definitely be seriously injured. Okay, then they did it. So the 5 Tongguang students on the field immediately did what Ningdu said. So 4 of the 5 students moved, and the other student didn't move, and they actually avoided all the attacks of the opponent's district team. They were stunned. How could this happen? They couldn't help screaming in their brains. Ningdu just said lightly, "Everyone stay calm, I said I won't let you get hurt. Absolutely not, as long as you listen to me, there will be absolutely no problem." After a game, there was really no problem. Tongguang students checked left and right, but they didn't find any damage to themselves or their mechas. It's amazing. What on earth is this teacher trying to do? While resting in their own training ground, they stared at Ningdu blankly, their faces full of confusion. Ningdu just touched their heads squatting on the ground with relief, and said, "Alas, the teacher used to be like this, not understood by others, and didn't like going to school, but the teacher knew that this didn't mean that you were incapable or not good students. Look at how you can get such good results today under the teacher's guidance. What does this mean? You are really capable and well-behaved good students." All the muscular scarred men were stunned by her words. What was she talking about? How could it be possible? So don't worry, the teacher promises you. Ningdu stood up again and said, "The teacher will accompany you in the future, absolutely, will not let you get hurt again." Huh? Just after she said this, she suddenly saw something about to collapse. It was a thin metal ceiling. Ningdu realized something instantly. This training ground of the Tongguang district team should be the worst one she bought. She had discovered that there was something wrong with this ceiling before, so she bought a 1-star coin tape to stick it on. She didn't expect the tape to be of such poor quality that the ceiling was broken again so soon. Oh, I should have bought 2-star coins earlier. It's too late. Ningdu didn't have time to think about it, and immediately released his scrap mecha, sat in the mecha cockpit at the speed of light, and used the power of the mecha to support the entire ceiling. Otherwise, the ceiling would hit the mechas that had not been collected in her training ground, and then everything would be over. Be careful. Hearing Ningdu shout, all the students were stunned. Seeing that the ceiling was about to fall, they thought they were finished, but the next second, they actually saw their teacher using his broken mecha to support the entire ceiling. Everyone was stunned. The ceiling is so heavy, can the teacher hold it up? Teacher! Hi, quickly! You can't hold it up! The muscular men shouted unconsciously. It's okay. Ningdu held on tightly, then gritted his teeth and said, "You Go quickly, teacher. It's okay. Teacher. At this moment, all the muscular men were deeply moved. This teacher could go to such a length to protect them. It turned out that she really wanted to protect them. So the students of Tongwang wanted to get on the mecha to help Ningdu to hold up the ceiling. Then they heard Ningdu scream, "No! Put away the mecha quickly, if you don't, I will die here." Seeing that the teacher was about to start the mecha self-destruction program, the muscular scarred men of Tongwang were shocked again. The teacher actually went to such a length to let them survive. Since the teacher didn't allow it, forget it, but they must save the teacher. So the scarred men immediately put away their mechas and went to find someone to help. In this way, Ningdu didn't know how long he had been struggling, and was finally saved. As the saying goes, if you survive a disaster, you will have good fortune in the future. This is true. After the ceiling fell, the students of Tongwang became closer to her. They cried and said that no one had ever treated them so well. She was the first one. They knew what to do in the future. They would listen to her and train well. Ningdu was relieved. Thinking of some words on the internet that taught teachers how to praise students, he said earnestly, "That's right. So you are called Tongwang, you are all light." The students of Tongwang district team were stunned when they heard it. It turned out that this was the reason why the agency that hired the teacher had to change their name at that time. They misunderstood the teacher. Damn it. Thinking of this, they felt guilty and finally made up their minds to listen to the teacher, bring honor to the teacher, and enter the finals. In fact, they were qualified and did make it to the finals. Ningdu completed her mission successfully, and under her care, her 10 mechas were not damaged at all, and could be sold at a good price. At the same time, the contract she signed with her original fan took effect. Unfortunately, she did not wait for that fan to come to work for her. Well, the other party paid her a large sum of liquidated damages, so that she would not have to let him use her water and electricity when he came to work. But I don't know why, a joke came out in the Dan Xiao Cup, saying that the person in charge of the real teacher Yang's organization was actually a fan of Yang Laoshuai, and he had to work as an apprentice for him. To this day, that person in charge is a joke. Of course, there are even more pleasant things that happened to Ningdu. Because the outside world heard that the previous Volcano District team really made it to the finals, with the help of her Yang Laoshuai organization, so they were all shocked. So Yang Laoshuai is really capable. My god, he can handle all the Huishan District team. How good must the teachers there be? Everyone, the original Yang Teachers Institution has become a joke anyway. If you don't mind, I go to Yang Laoshuai first. Wait for me, leave me a mentor. Our district team also needs the mentors from Yang Laoshuai to guide them. For a while, almost all the district teams began to make appointments with the mentors from Yang Laoshuai's institution and ask them to guide them. However, Ningdu was the only one in the entire institution, so she could only use a pseudonym, then change her appearance, pretending to be an independent mentor, and schedule appointments to guide these district teams. In this way, the entire tense and fast-paced rematch was about to come to an end. There was a district team that cried bitterly when they learned the final result of the game. It was the Suyang district team. It was just a little bit. If we beat one more team, we would be in the finals. Why not us? Why? The leader of the Suyang district team, Teacher Gu, broke down and cried, "I don't understand why that Yang Laoshuai organization refused to send a mentor to our organization. Don't they want to make money?" Ah! Teacher G's desperate cry on the field was so sharp and piercing that it directly quieted the originally noisy field. Everyone watched the collapsed teacher from afar. At this time, the chairman of the event, Chung Yuqin, who was watching the game on the field, and his assistant Zhao Shen also looked over in the direction of the sound. Listening to Teacher G's heartbreaking cry, Zhao Shen thought for a while and asked Chung Yuqin, "Minister, should I go up and talk to him to stop crying?" "No, there will be more such things in the field when the finals are held. You can't handle it," Chung Yuqin said. "Have you finished checking? There's nothing wrong with the competition venue. We're going back now. We have something else to do." Chung Yuqin looked around and said to Zhao Shen, "Okay." Zhao Shen nodded quickly and prepared to follow Chung Yuqin. But just as they took 2 steps out, they suddenly heard the loudspeaker at the competition venue ringing again. It has been detected that there is another participating student from the Suyang district team who has competition points. It has been detected that there is another participating student from the Suyang district team who has competition points. Please ask the Suyang district team to immediately let the student go to the B68 arena for the next match. Please ask the Suyang district team to immediately let the student go to the B68 arena for the next match. The broadcast at the competition venue was loud and clear, and Chung Yuqin and Zhao Shen stopped immediately. Why are there still students? Xiaoshan was puzzled. I saw that all the students of the Suyong district team had already played the game and lost all their points. Zheng Yuqin also frowned and looked at the Suyong district team. Teacher Gu, who was crying and shouting just now, was stunned for a moment. What? We still have a student with points to play in the game? He hurriedly asked the students behind him, who of you still has points for the game? A group of students were also at a loss. We have used up all our points, yes, not a single point left. Strange, Teacher Gu was also puzzled. Whose points are they? Because Teacher Gu had not moved, the stadium broadcast said again, since the Suyong district team has not taken action, in order to ensure that the game is held as scheduled, the stadium robot has brought the student into the B68 ring arena. Since the Suyong district team has not taken action, in order to ensure that the game is held as scheduled, the stadium robot has brought the student into the B68 ring arena. As soon as the broadcast sounded, everyone looked towards the B68 ring arena not far away. Then they were all stunned. Two robots, with helpless faces, clamped a girl in the uniform of the Galaxy Military Academy, as if they had caught a criminal, and stood on the ring. At this moment, everyone opened their eyes wide. Why is it Ningdu? The junior class student of the Galaxy Military Academy. Ningdu felt that she was really unlucky. She had planned everything, but how could she miss it? When she entered the arena with her real identity, the arena system would automatically count her as a student of the Suyong district team, and give her an initial score of 10 points. A student with 10 points can participate in the competition, and a district team can only withdraw from the competition when all participating students have exhausted their points. So when she realized that the Suyong district team was about to withdraw from the competition, and she had to compete for them, she knew that she was finished. So she immediately changed into the uniform of the Galaxy Military Academy, and hurriedly prepared to put on makeup that would not be seen by others before being captured by the robots to compete. Otherwise, the competition factory would be full of her acquaintances. It would be fatal, but Ningdu was captured by the robots before she could finish. At this moment, standing on the ring, she saw that her opponent was the student district team she had taught before, and she didn't dare to raise her head. Alas, what should I do? I have come to this point, and there is no turning back. I can only compete. I can only finish the competition quickly, and get off the ring quickly, hoping that too many people will recognize her. But how can I finish the competition quickly? Ningdu also thought about pretending to be knocked down by them. But if she did that, her mecha would be damaged. Her own mecha had been broken to pieces in the ruins factory before. If they accidentally hit it again, and it was broken into pieces, she would be without a mecha. If she didn't have a mecha, she might have to buy or rent one in the future, and she would have to spend money, which would mean she would lose money. Forget it. No matter what, she was familiar with the opponent's fighting style, so she would use the fastest speed and the least injured way to deal with him, and get out of the game quickly. How did she get into the arena? Who let her in? On the other side, in the ring competition, Teacher Gu of the Suyong district team was confused. He was wondering how the people from the Galaxy Military Academy got into the arena, and suddenly found that there seemed to be another very unfriendly gaze staring at him not far away. Teacher Gu turned around and almost cried. No, Minister Chung, it's not that I didn't listen to you and let this student in. Please listen to my explanation. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, Zheng Yuqin turned around and left. Minister, Zheng Yuqin's assistant Zhao Shen followed behind him, and asked, Do you want me to solve this matter? Solve what? Zheng Yuqin's face was not good, although I suggested so. The Suyong district team insisted on recruiting people from the Galaxy Military Academy to the competition venue. What can I say? After all, it complies with the regulations. But they are really too much, Zhao Shen said angrily as he walked. You said not to let people from the Galaxy Military Academy come, and Suyong district still did that. Isn't that a slap in the face? Oh, if you want to slap them, just slap them in the face. Zheng Yuqin smiled. After all, with the strength of the Galaxy Military Academy, even if they are all recruited, what can they do? Can Suyong district advance to the finals? However, before Zheng Yuqin finished speaking, suddenly, a voice came from the ring match broadcast behind him. The game is over. The Suyong district team won. The Suyong district team currently has 1,000 points, and successfully advanced to the finals. Successfully advanced to the finals. As soon as the broadcast sounded, the whole audience was silent. Zheng Yuqin was stunned and stopped instantly. Chapter 34. After the match, Ningdu immediately left the field. But even though she left, she felt that she was not far from being finished. How could she forget that she still had 10 points? How could she forget that these 10 points could still allow her to play in the match? How could she forget that all the players could not cover their facial features during the match, and the big screen at the venue would show the clear front ID photos of the participating students? How could she forget all this? Ningdu was very upset. Oh, what should I do? When she was a mentor before, in order to pretend to be someone with different looks, she could only choose to put on makeup, because the competition venue was strictly checked, and if the disguise was too extreme, it would definitely be found out. So she could only make a simple disguise, but after all, a simple disguise would look very similar to her, so she could only say that her organization was a relative organization, and the mentors in it were all her relatives. They were all mecha soldiers, and came from a family of mentors. Now, Ningdu felt that her true identity and true appearance had been exposed, and it was estimated that it was only a matter of time before she was exposed. What should she do? Can she run away now? But if her district team had not lost the game, and could not enter the finals, she would not be allowed to leave according to the rules. Should she hide? No, hiding is not a good idea. She will be discovered if she hides. She will definitely not be able to escape from what she did in the end. So after thinking about it, Ningdu could only sigh in the end. Alas, she did something unkind, she failed everyone's trust, and she deceived everyone. It was all her fault. So, she should not hide, and she should not cover up her mistakes. She should face it bravely. Yeah. After making up her mind, Ningdu decided not to avoid this unrighteous thing she did, and decided to do what she should do, and then wait for the storm to come, and wait for the judgment to come. By then, she will admit her mistakes. So soon, looking at the few unfinished tutor orders on hand, Ningdu first put on the work suit that she had bought from the flea market for several star coins, carefully tied the faded bow tie on it, and changed her appearance slightly, then took the order, went out, and went to work. The fact that the Suyong district team turned the tide, and entered the finals a few days ago, became the most talked about gossip in the Dan Xiao Cup. There are too many points for people to discuss about this matter. First of all, the Suyong district team is just average among all the teams in the singles cup. It is their limit to enter the semifinals, and play in the second half of the semifinals. The highest level of everyone in their team is just like that. In fact, the remaining teams know what the status of each other is now. But I didn't expect that they still have a trump card. The Suyong district team is really doing great things quietly. Who would have thought that the Qinghe district team, which had beaten the Suyong district team 180 times before, could be defeated by Suyong's student and a mecha in the last game with Suyong, and directly knock down their 5 mechas on the field, and at such a fast speed. When everyone first saw that Suyong was left with only one person, they felt that the game would definitely end soon, and there was nothing to watch. After all, Suyong was left with only one person, and the 5 opponents would definitely be crushed and beaten. The result was unexpected. The girl from Suyong district drove the mecha up and flew directly to Qinghe's team like lightning. Then, before anyone could see what happened, the 5 people from Qinghe fell to the ground and never got up again. Amazing! Even if it wasn't a 1-on-5 match, they rarely saw a team from any school that could knock everyone down so quickly. Who was that girl? She was wearing the uniform of the Galaxy Military Academy when she played, and the student profile board also said that she was from the Galaxy Military Academy. Could it be that she was really a student of the Galaxy Military Academy, but the Galaxy Military Academy was the last among the junior military academies on the entire F324 star, with the worst quality of students? The previous principal was corrupt and accepted bribes, and the school couldn't even enter the door of the single Young Master Cup for 5 consecutive years. How could such a talent come out? Everyone was surprised and puzzled for a long time. Of course, in addition to this incident, there was another thing that made many district teams on the field suspicious. That was Ningdu, who defeated the relatively strong Qinghe district team in 1-against-5 in an instant. He looked familiar. Many district teams had this feeling, and always felt that they had seen this look somewhere before. Very familiar. Everyone pondered it carefully. While those district teams were pondering and hadn't figured it out, Ningdu finally completed his last few orders. Well, these orders were also completed. Next, can he take a few more orders and continue to make money? Ningdu found that he had no time to make money. Because she had to go to the competition again. Or because she helped the Suyong district team win the last victory, and let the Suyong district team advance to the finals. When the competition progressed to the finals, the competition of the entire Dan Xiao Cup reached a white-hot stage. Because the Dan Xiao Cup is a competition in which almost all junior military academies on the entire F324 planet participate, there are many participating district teams. Many district teams still remain on the field until the finals. Unlike the reservation system for the preliminary and semifinals, The district teams that enter the finals must obey the distribution and arrangement of the competition system and play several games every day until all the students in the district team have no points and the entire district team is eliminated. So the Suyong district team entered the finals and began to be assigned by the system to play games with various district teams. However, the strength of the Suyong district team was actually only up to the semifinals. Without Ningdu, they would not have been able to enter the finals, so they could not compare with those district teams that were originally strong and qualified to enter the finals. Once they entered the game, they could only be beaten by others. So soon, swish swish swish, the points of each student in the Suyong district team dropped rapidly, and then became 0 eggs. Then naturally, the radio announced that the Suyong district team could not completely withdraw from the finals. There was still one person in their team who had points. It was Ningdu. Ningdu stood on the ring, and her whole body was numb. Here it comes again. There was no other way. In order to protect her mecha from being smashed into a puddle of mud, she would have to pay more for repairs. She had no choice but to win. But if she won, she would get points. As long as she had these points, the Suyong district team would have to continue to play in the finals. The other students in the Suyong district team had no points, so what should she do? She had to continue alone. In this way, Ningdu has been busy these days. She keeps going to the ring every day, playing in the ring, winning, going to the ring, playing in the ring, winning, and continuing. I don't know when it will end. Ningdu doesn't have much idea when she can stop playing, but the other district teams who watched her play one game after another off the court do have a lot of ideas. Because they stared at the legendary figure who defeated a team on the court, the more they looked, the more familiar they were, and then their thoughts became clearer. At first, they couldn't bear to admit it, and didn't want to believe it, but now they have to admit and believe that this Ningdu must be related to the person in charge of Yang Laoshuai's organization. Because they look so much like their father, so soon, someone expressed dissatisfaction with Yang Laoshuai organization on the Dan Xiao Cup internet forum. This Yang Laoshuai is too cunning. He set up a mentor organization to train us in the competition field, and even sent his own daughter to the competition field. That's right. Don't you know how to avoid suspicion? Really, this is the first time I know that the boss of such a mentor organization can send his own child to such a competition. She did it on purpose. No wonder she is so awesome. That's right. Everyone, don't get too excited. You have to know that when we find mentors, those mentors have signed confidentiality agreements with us. Our core tactics and core secrets cannot be disclosed to anyone by the mentors, so even if the daughter of the organization boss comes to the competition, she actually won't know our tactics. Yes, everyone, have you ever thought that she is awesome because she was born in a single soldier family? Yes, you see, the teachers in Yang Laoshuai's institution all look alike. They themselves say that they are a family. Those teachers are so awesome. They can lead us into the finals. It would be easy for them to lead their own children. The above, stop making excuses for Yang Laoshuai. Even if they abide by the contract, so what? Isn't this disgusting? They sent their own children to the Dan Xiao Cup. Why can't we say a few words? That's right. They earn our money and let their children compete with us. Why can't we protest against Yang Laoshuai's behavior? That's right. That's right. Since Yang Laoshuai is unkind, then we are unjust. Brothers and sisters, everyone pay attention, remember the appearance of this person named Ningdu. After the random matching stage of the system is over, we will start to choose our opponents. Everyone, choose her hard and try to beat her hard. Okay. Let's do it. No problem. We will definitely keep an eye on her. Our district team has not matched her yet. When we choose by ourselves in a few days, we will definitely choose her. Then everyone just wait, we will definitely kill her. So, gradually, defeat Ningdu on the forum. The voices of support are getting louder and louder, and more teams in the finals are joining in. They spread Ningdu's photos, shouted slogans to defeat Ningdu, and rubbed their fists, waiting for the opponent in the self-selected competition a few days later to kill her. So, when someone comes out to oppose at this time, it becomes particularly conspicuous. What are you doing? Why are you denouncing Teacher Ning? Isn't this Teacher Ning? What are you going to do to our Teacher Ning? Seeing that someone keeps posting and opposing, the district teams that have entered the finals are not happy. Who is this? Is it Yang Laoshuai's hired child? What's wrong with you, defending her so much? What's wrong with scolding? Yang Laoshuai is not a good person, so we scold him and want to kill Ningdu. Why not? Yes, we will kill her. And those who posted opposition posts are not happy. Then did you recognize the wrong person? The Ningdu you are talking about is not the person in the photo at all. Or, the person in the photo is not Ning Du at all. Her name is Ning Er. She is a mentor. She used to be a mentor for our district team. A group of district teams saw the people who opposed this and immediately replied, "Sisters, you are distracted. Look carefully at this person. This person is as young as a primary school student. How could she be your mentor?" The people who opposed said again, "She looks a little young in the photo, but she must be our mentor. We have hired her before and have seen her before, so we can't be wrong." The district teams participating in the finals immediately replied, "No, did you also buy the services of Yang Laoshuai's agency? Yang Laoshuai and his family provide family services, and the mentors are all from the same family and look very similar. The mentor you are talking about should be from Yang Laoshuai's agency. We are looking for a student, but she must be the child of the boss of Yang Laoshuai's agency." "What Yang Laoshuai agency?" The opponents were confused. "We have never bought any agency services. We found this teacher by chance on the platform. There are not so many people in this teacher's family. She only has an older sister who is a mecha repairman. Moreover, this teacher's surname is not Yang, but Ning, named Ning Er. Her sister is a mecha repairman named Ninja. Do you understand?" "What Ning Er Ninja? Why are they all surnamed Ning? We know that Ning is surnamed Ning. Don't people in Yang Laoshuai's agency all have the surname Yang? What surname Yang? Teacher Ning and Master Ning are both surnamed Ning. No one has the surname Yang." The opponents replied again, "Wait, are you sure you didn't use the mentors from Yang Laoshuai's organization? We know that the head of Yang Laoshuai's organization took his father's surname Ning in his early years. Her other family members are surnamed Yang. She doesn't have any relative surnamed Ning, except her children." The district teams in the final said again. At this point, the opposing accounts were angry. "No, what kind of dirty talk are you talking about? We really don't understand. What do you mean by all surnamed Yang? What does this have to do with Yang? We have said that we have seen the surname Ning, that is, Teacher Ning Er and Master Ninja. How can we lie? Then, we will use our real names and tell you that we are the district team sent by Liang District to participate in the Danshao Cup. We still have the contract and group photos signed by Teacher Ning Er and Master Ninja with us. If you don't believe it, we will show it to you." As they said this, the opposing accounts, that is, the students of Liang, posted the contract signed by their teams with Teacher Ning and Master Ning. Although they were still a little short of the finals and the semifinals, if Master Ning hadn't upgraded their mechas and given them guidance, they wouldn't have made it that far. So now they see someone denouncing Teacher Ning online. How can they just stand by and watch? The people of Liang were furious and sent the contract. And the other teams left in the finals were stunned when they saw the contract, and the photo of the so-called Liang Military Academy, and that Teacher Ning. This Teacher Ning looks like a replica of Ning Du. It just feels a little older than Ning Du. This Master Ning feels the same way. Isn't she just a sister who is a little older than Ning Du? Wait, didn't I hear that the mentors of Yang Laoshuai's organization are all surnamed Yang? This teacher is obviously from the same family as Yang Laoshuai's organization. Why is her surname Ning? Yes, what's going on? Why are there so many people with the surname Ning suddenly? Does this Ning Du have so many relatives? Wait, everyone. Suddenly someone else replied, "Don't you think the name Ning Du looks familiar?" Familiar? It seems quite familiar. Wait, it does. Oh yeah, I think I've seen this name somewhere before. Ah, I remember. It's that news. Just when someone replied, someone mentioned that news to the next reply. Posted in the post. At this moment, everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the news posted on the forum. The title of the news was very eye-catching. Orphan Ning Du has been rescued. At this moment, everyone remembered who this Ning Du was. She was the only survivor of the orphanage case that shocked the entire F324 star a year ago, where hundreds of orphans starved to death. She was finally taken to the Galaxy Military Academy to study. That orphan Ning Du, she is an orphan. Where did her family come from? Yes, she is an orphan. Where did her family come from? Yes, if that's the case, why are there so many relatives who look like her in Yang Laoshuai's organization? No, why does this orphan look so much like Teacher Ning? The people of the Liang district team were also confused. Ah, it's late at night, I have goosebumps. What's going on? Is there something fishy about the founder of Yang Laoshuai? He used the face of an orphan to disguise himself. In fact, this organization is a dark organization. Wait, so, do you know anything about this Yang Laoshuai organization? No, I don't know anything about it. I just heard that their instructors are very good and can improve people by several levels in a short period of time. Wait a minute. Such a good organization should have been very famous before. How come it suddenly appeared out of thin air in our individual competition? There can't be any conspiracy. Ah, I have goosebumps. Who has a way to investigate this Yang Shui? It's really strange. Wait, we are investigating now. The registration information of this Yang Shui organization should be public, but we usually don't check it specifically. Wait for me, I will find it soon. Okay, check it quickly. Report as soon as possible after checking. All the district teams, whether they have left the competition or not, are watching the game in this forum, waiting for the result to come out. After a few minutes, seeing that the person who said he would check the information just now had no news, a group of people began to urge her. Hey, did you find the results? Send it quickly. That's right, didn't you say it would be quick? Send it quickly. What the hell is this Yang Shui organization? Tell us quickly. Come out quickly, send it quickly. Amid the urgent urging of a group of people, the person who said he would check the information for them just now finally popped up again. She sent a long string of ... A group of students who were watching the show. What does it mean? The person who was looking for information sent a sighing expression again, and then said, I'm numb, you guys look at the picture. After that, she posted the picture of the results she found. As soon as the picture was posted, everyone clicked to see it immediately. Then, the whole lively post of watching the show was instantly silent, because no one dared to believe their eyes. The authoritative, official registration page of the institution that the person found clearly stated that the person in charge of Yang Shui's institution was named Ning Du. Moreover, if you check the employment records, you will find the information of all the employed tutors in her institution. Although the titles of those tutors all say their surnames are Yang, as long as you click in, you can see their real information. Yes, if you click in, the real information of all the teachers is the same, they are all the same person, and that person is also called Ning Du. So finally, at this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 35. The entire forum post was silent for a full half-minute before it became heated again. Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes. Is this really happening in reality? Could such an authoritative official website have entered the wrong information? What are you thinking? This kind of official qualification announcement website is all robot entered and verified. There will be no mistakes. So Yang Shui's person in charge, that is, the boss, is Ning Du, and all the so-called instructors sent to teach us are disguised by her alone? I really can't believe it. Ah! If that's the case, then wouldn't I have been so diligent and enthusiastic to call a junior student of the Galaxy Military Academy to be my teacher? Ah, how could this be? Wait, don't you think it's strange? Is Ning Du so capable? How did she teach us? Yes, she is a junior student of the Galaxy Military Academy. How did she teach us so much knowledge? And every time she taught us, we could defeat our opponents. Right. Ah, this is unscientific. This is unscientific. We think it's unscientific. The students of Liang District Team couldn't help it, and sent a voice message directly. So, then the Master Ning who repaired our mechas and served as our mentor, could it be that this Ning Du was the only one who played the role? After listening to the voice message of Liang District Team, someone instantly grasped the key point. Wait, you mean, this Ning Du also played the role of a mecha repairman? I wanted to say it a long time ago. You see, the Liang District Team sent a message about them, and the repairman. Group photo. Don't you think this maintenance worker looks familiar? Yes. I remember. There seems to be someone like this in our district team. She also wears this kind of overalls and sun hat, but she wears a mask, so her face can't be seen clearly. What? A maintenance worker in our district team also came here, dressed exactly the same. What? Our district team too. Ah. Our district team too. Oh my god, she also came to our district team. For a moment, all the district teams started to confront each other, and then discovered a truth. Each of their district teams has had a maintenance master wearing the same greasy overalls and sun hat as in the photo. And this maintenance master is Master Ning in the mouth of the Liang district team. And now it is known that Master Ning in Liang is Ning Du from the Galaxy Military Academy. So, this Ning Du must have seen our district team's tactics when she was a maintenance master for us, and then taught it to other district teams to let them win. I wonder why she is so awesome. How can she teach any district team well? This Ning Du is really a dog. This dog Ning Du actually played tricks on us. I'm going to fight this dog. At this point, the truth was revealed, and all the district teams couldn't help it. They all opened their microphones passionately in the post and denounced Ningdu's sin of being like a dog. The next day, it was the second stage of the Dan Xiao Cup finals. The first stage is the competition system of the Dan Xiao Cup, which automatically matches the district teams that enter the finals. The second stage requires all district teams whose total team points are greater than 200 points in the first stage to select their opponents and complete 10 games. After the game, all district teams will be ranked according to their points, and the district team members, who rank in the top 2 in personal points, will compete for the championship. The online competition system in the first stage helps everyone to assign opponents in advance, while the second stage requires all district teams that enter the second stage to gather directly in the competition hall and start to choose the district team they want to compete with on the spot. Although each district team can freely select 10 teams to complete 10 games, in fact, the remaining 12 teams that enter the second round of the finals are actually equivalent to almost every team having to play against other teams, but they are given the power to freely choose the order. Ningdu didn't know what happened to her. She had been sneezing all day yesterday. As the saying goes, 1 sneeze means someone scolds you, 2 sneezes mean someone thinks about you, and 3 sneezes mean luck is about to come. Well, Ningdu was determined in her heart that the more she sneezed, the luckier she would be in the future, and she would definitely make a fortune and have good luck in the future. Since she was going to make a fortune and have good luck in the future, it didn't matter if she was not smooth now. Yes, in fact, Ningdu felt that she would not be very smooth today. Because when she was waiting in the competition hall to choose the team she was going to play against, she found that people from other district teams were staring at her like an enemy. It seemed that they were going to tear her apart and eat her in the next second. In fact, Ning felt that she had done nothing wrong, because when she did everything before, she had read the legal provisions and system regulations in advance, so she was sure that whether it was applying to open an institution when she just turned 16, or using multiple aliases to be a mentor for different teams, or other various behaviors in the arena, they were actually in accordance with the law and regulations. She is an honest person and never does anything illegal. So in fact, she should have nothing to feel guilty about. But even though she comforted herself like this, Ning felt very uncomfortable. Because no one really paid attention to her, everyone started to choose the district team they wanted to play against. There were a total of 12 teams on the field, and each team had to choose 10 teams to play against, so when each team was choosing, they actually just picked 10 teams from the remaining 11 teams, leaving 1 team without playing. Those teams were very tacit, and no team chose the Suyong district team. The first 11 district teams quickly chose the district teams they were going to play against, and finally, only Suyong, represented by Ningdu, had not chosen the team to play against. Ningdu! Little Ningdu. Choose whatever you want. Don't be afraid, it doesn't matter if you lose. Teacher Gu quietly shouted to her from the side. Originally, Teacher Gu always thought that the students from the Galaxy Military Academy were all half-baked goods, but this time he really didn't expect that the Galaxy Military Academy actually had immortal products. When he first saw Ningdu win against other teams, he could still explain to himself that Ningdu was lucky and encountered the opponent's mistakes. But later he saw her compete one after another, and win one team after another, and he had to believe it. This Ningdu is really strong, so strong that he even wants to kneel down for her. The Galaxy Military Academy actually receives such a student of immortal quality. I don't know what great virtues they accumulated in their previous life. I'm really jealous. Since then, Teacher Gu has only had love and trust for Ningdu. He feels that the district team he led can reach this level today. Not to mention entering the finals, it can even stay in the second round of the finals. It is simply a miracle. What else can he ask for? So next, Ningdu can compete in any way. As long as this child is willing. The smile on Teacher G's face over there disappeared. Here, the chairman of the competition, Minister Chung Yuqin, frowned slightly as he watched the 12 teams enter the penultimate stage of the finals. At the beginning, Chung Yuqin was actually like Teacher Gu from Suyong District. He was shocked by the behavior of this student from the Galaxy Military Academy, who defeated the Qinghe District team in 2 moves to win the game. Later, he also wondered if Qinghe let the water or made a mistake, but later, seeing Ningdu win every game thoroughly, gradually, he couldn't help but start to believe her, and wondered from the bottom of his heart how she did it. This doubt was finally solved yesterday, when he was browsing the student competition forum as usual. So that's how it is. This Ningdu is just like what he thought, not an honest student. Disguise and other cunning behaviors are allowed in the competition field, so it is certainly not a foul for her. Moreover, she can take the risk to do so and hide it from many people. It is also something that people have to admire. However, What Chung Yuqing couldn't understand more than being surprised at this was how she could know the cracking method by peeping at other people's tactics while repairing mechas for others in other districts, and clearly and efficiently taught others how to restrict the district team according to the characteristics of other teams. The students in the forum only saw Ningdu stealing other people's tactics and teaching them, but ignored this point. In fact, seeing tactics is sometimes not very useful. The key is that after reading the tactics, how to immediately think of the method to crack the tactics in a short period of time, and then tailor the idea of cracking the tactics according to the strengths and weaknesses of each team. This is really not a simple thing, and it can even be said that it is very difficult. And this Ningdu actually did this very difficult thing dozens of times in the entire competition, and succeeded every time. How smart is she? Chung Yuqing turned his head and stared at Ningdu, frowning. Ningdu was the only one in the Suyang district team who still had points, so only Ningdu could participate in the competition, so she had to make the decision when choosing the opponent district team. But Ningdu didn't have to worry about this. Anyway, for her, as long as she avoided the team that was currently ranked first, and was said to be very strong, she could choose all the remaining teams. As a result, as soon as she finished selecting the team, all the teams rejected her. So the competition system said, sorry, no team is allowed to reject the challenge invitation of the Suyang district team. Sorry, no team is allowed to reject the challenge invitation of the Suyang district team. Damn it! Still not allowed to reject. The students of other district teams could not hold back and shouted that Ningdu has taught almost all of our district teams. She knows better than us how to fight, and how to fight best. How can we compete with her? How can we compete? That's right. Isn't it just suicide if we compete? But isn't it also suicide if we don't compete? Then I surrender. If she doesn't kill us in seconds, we still have to repair the mecha, our maintenance teacher. Yes, we surrender. Yes. Us too. Ningdu, For a while, the district team selected by Ningdu didn't even compete. As soon as they arrived at the competition venue, and the robot broadcast asked them to play against the Suyang district team, they directly clicked surrender. Therefore, Ningdu, who represented the Suyang district team, did not compete with anyone in the second round of the finals, but he still gained a lot of points. He successfully entered the third round of the finals, which was the last round of the entire Dan Xiao Cup schedule, the championship battle. The district team rankings were actually determined according to the points in the second round of the finals, and the championship battle in the third round was an individual battle, which was the biggest highlight of each Dan Xiao Cup. The individual championship battle requires the two players with the most individual points in the game to fight on the same mecha. At that time, the battle arena will be placed in the middle of the entire Dan Xiao Cup. Moreover, at this time, the organizers allow the eliminated district teams and the media outside the venue to come and watch the game. Every time the individual championship competition of the Dan Xiao Cup begins, the ring is full of noise, and this time is no exception. Of course, this year's Dan Xiao Cup is going to be extra lively. In addition to seeing the strongest player of the strongest Shuhai district team, Tan Xian, win the entire Dan Xiao Cup, everyone is looking forward to seeing her beat up that bastard Ningdu. After all, Tan Xian is the most capable, and their Shuhai never invites any off-field mentors during the competition, and Ningdu has no idea of their Shuhai's core tactics. Come on Tan Xian. Tan Xian, show your strength and beat Ningdu to death. Tan Xian, come on, use your most powerful combination punches on Ningdu's face. Below the ring, a group of district team students, who had been coached by Ningdu, and had repaired mechas were cheering for Tan Xian loudly. Ningdu didn't want to stand in the ring of the championship competition. In fact, her points were not high. However, since she played alone on behalf of the Suyang district team, she would win a game by herself. The venue would give her points for all the people in the team who should have participated in the competition. Since she was the only one participating in the competition, all the points would be counted on her. In other words, she would accumulate several times the points for each game she played. In this way, her points became the second highest, second only to Tan Xian, who was known as the Mecha Shadowless Hand and the Punching Freak. That's right, it was said that Tan Xian, the girl in front of her, who looked about the same height as her, and had a pale and cold face, was a punching freak. She used the mecha to punch with extremely fast speed, high precision, and high power. It can be said that if Ningdu gets hit by her punch, her entire mecha will be paralyzed. So when Ningdu went on stage to prepare for the competition, her heart was in a knot. Oh, what can she do? If Qin Xian really smashes her mecha into pieces, she will have to spend money to get another mecha when she returns. Spending money is equivalent to losing money. Ningdu's heart ached when she thought of this. Seeing Ningdu's uncomfortable expression, Teacher Gu in the audience hurriedly said, Ningdu, it's okay. Just do your best. For Ningdu's current level of representing the Siyang district team in the individual championship competition, Teacher Gu is not only satisfied, but also quite surprised. In fact, winning or not is not important. After all, it is an honor for the students of his district team to stand there. Besides, the Shuhai district's Tan Xian is well known. He has heard about her strength. She is a senior student of the Junior Military Academy. This year, she has been admitted in advance by the best intermediate military academy in the planet continent, where the F324 star is located, the Longning Military Academy. You can imagine her strength. Ningdu, no matter what, is just a junior student and can't beat him. Just do your best. If you are really afraid of pain, you can call for a stop. In short, try your best to ensure that you don't get hurt too much. Looking at Ningdu's painful expression, Chung Yuqin on the side couldn't help but say, everyone knows how powerful Tan Xian is. Ningdu will definitely not be able to beat her in a head-on confrontation, not to mention that she is using that useless mecha. Ningdu also knows this, so in the end, at the last second before the game, she finally made a decision. Since I can't beat him then, hide, I absolutely cannot let my mecha get hurt anymore. So when the game started, Ningdu saw Qin Xian flying towards her, and immediately, she shrank her mecha's arms together, trying to shrink her entire mecha into a core to reduce the area where she might get hurt. Ningdu did this because she remembered the mecha driving guide for the disabled that she had read. It detailed how to use only legs to dodge the attack of the enemy, and how to fight back when losing both arms. Ningdu is in such a situation now. She shrank her mecha's arms, and didn't use them. In this way, she was like a disabled person, who lost both arms, and could only use 2 legs to dodge the enemy's attack. Yes, her tactic was not to attack any part of the opponent, because she knew that her mecha was extremely fragile, and could not withstand any tossing. If she attacked the opponent, even if she hit her, it was hard to say whose mecha arm would break first. So she just hid. She had to hide anyway, to prevent her mecha from getting hurt, although she didn't know when this hiding would end, as long as she could prevent her mecha from getting hurt. She would hide desperately, so the audience saw this scene. Qin Xian waved her beautifully repaired mecha fists, and attacked Ningdu again and again, but Ningdu retracted his hands, and only used his 2 mecha legs to flexibly run and jump to avoid her attacks. The people in the audience looked at Ningdu's funny movements and laughed. What's the point of her hiding like this? Sooner or later, when she gets tired again, when her legs are tired and have no strength, she will wait to be beaten. Actually, they were right. Tan Xian's attack was very fierce. Although Ningdu was just dodging, it was a high-intensity dodging, which would make her tired, especially her legs. She would be very tired from the constant movement. And now, the mecha competition does not allow for halftime breaks. Unless one party knocks the other party down in the ring, the competition will never stop. So Ningdu's legs gradually became really tired. She wanted to hold on for a while, but then she found that she really couldn't hold on. No, she had to rest her legs. Maybe Tan Xian on the opposite side also saw her fatigue, so she frowned and attacked more fiercely. But as soon as she made a move and went towards Ningdu's mecha head, she found that Ningdu's head was gone. Instead, there was a gap between Ningdu's 2 legs in front of her. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly lowered her head, and then she realized that Ningdu had actually turned her whole body upside down. Because her legs were too tired, she had to rest them, so Ningdu chose to stand upside down, using her arms to support herself as legs to walk, run and jump, and avoid Tan Xian's attack. Ah! This is the first time I've seen someone running upside down in the arena. The people in the audience were stunned when they saw her like this. Ningdu didn't think it was strange. After all, it was clearly written in the disabled mecha driving manual that if you really have 2 broken legs, it is actually best to fight in a handstand. So Ningdu began to use her arms to support the ground flexibly to avoid Tan Xian's attack. But the arms would get tired after holding for a long time, and Ningdu was a little overwhelmed. But it happened that her legs were rested at this time, so she suddenly changed her posture from handstand to normal. Then she began to dodge Tan Xian's attack again. Tan Xian's attack was still fierce. This time Ningdu chose to jump on one leg to rest her other leg. When this leg was tired, she would use her other leg to support herself. She would alternate between the 2 legs, which could actually greatly extend her support time. This was also taught in the mecha manual for the disabled. However, whether it was jumping on 1 leg, 2 feet, or 2 hands, it was always alternated like this. In fact, it was only Ningdu's hands and feet that were rested. Unknowingly, the match between Ningdu and Tan Xian had lasted from dawn to dusk, and from dusk to dark. Ningdu's eyes were sore from the competition. Although she didn't know when this competition would end, but in order not to change the mecha and not spend money, she fought hard. So this time, she chose to close her eyes and rest her eyes. The mecha manual for the disabled also talked about how blind people should drive mechas. She still remembered it very clearly. Although she couldn't see now, she could hear with her ears, and her 5 senses were still there. She could also hear the sound and identify the location, sense Tan Xian's attack, and successfully dodge it. I don't know how long it took. While dodging, Ningdu suddenly felt very hungry. In the midst of her busy schedule, she opened her eyes and looked at the watch, and then she realized that her match with Tan Xian had been going on for 10 hours without sleep. Her stomach was growling. So while she closed her eyes to rest and dodge Tan Xian's attack, she thought, she was so hungry, couldn't this Tan Xian be hungry, and kept competing with her like this? Also, it's been so long, and she was either tired in her legs or arms, and now her eyes were tired, and that Tan Xian punched so hard and fiercely every time, so she was also tired. But she didn't say she couldn't do it anymore and wanted to rest. Alas, she is really an Iron Man. Ningdu knew that she was not as persistent as Tan Xian. She felt very hungry, and she was a little bored and irritated from hiding all the time. She didn't know when this game would end, so she decided to open her eyes first, hide from Tan Xian's attacks, and talk to her to see if she would agree to a temporary break and eat something to replenish her energy. Just as she thought of this, Ningdu suddenly opened her eyes and prepared to talk to Tan Xian in front of her. But the next second, there was a bang. She watched Tan Xian faint in front of her, fainting on the ring. Chapter 36. In fact, everyone couldn't help watching Ningdu and Tan Xian just a few hours into the match. Tan Xian kept attacking her, but Ningdu kept dodging and never got hit. At the beginning, everyone was looking forward to the moment when Ningdu would be beaten up, but as the match went on, Ningdu still wasn't hit, and everyone couldn't stand it anymore. How long will Ningdu hide? She doesn't attack because she's afraid. But don't tell me, she's good at dodging, with all kinds of weird postures and movements, and I don't know where she learned it from. No matter where she learned it from, she can't hide for long anyway, and sooner or later Tan Xian will find her flaw and kill her. A group of people in the audience still firmly believe that Ningdu would definitely lose. But if you want to see her lose, you have to wait a little longer. So after a few hours, many of the audience dispersed, eating when it was time to eat, going to the toilet when it was time to go to the toilet, and taking a rest when it was time to rest. However, there were still some core audiences, especially the students represented by the Liang district team, who refused to leave and vowed to watch Ningdu, the dog who had deceived their sincerity, being beaten down by Tan Xian on the field. A few hours later, the sky gradually darkened, and Ningdu and Tan Xian were still fighting non-stop on the ring. Some people gradually doubted, aren't they tired? It's been so long, and this Ningdu hasn't been beaten yet? That's not right. Is this Ningdu's endurance so good? What are you doubting? No matter how good Ningdu is, can he be better than Tan Xian? That's right, she has some skills. But so what? Look at her. She can only hide from beginning to end. What else can she do? The longer she hides, the more weaknesses she will expose. Don't worry, Tan Xian will definitely be able to hold her down and beat her to death. That's right. Although the audience spoke so passionately, they soon felt that they could not hold on any longer and had to take a break. I really don't know how the two people on the ring can be so energetic. They are all sleepy, but they can still fight. Forget it. Anyway, the final outcome will definitely be Tan Xian's victory, and there is no suspense. They should not watch the game first, go eat something and take a rest. So there are even fewer people left in the arena to watch the game. The night is getting darker, except for the audience of the Liang district team, who have been deceived the most. Even the media in the audience can't hold on any longer. The free-flying camera device flew into the air, and they just let it take pictures of the game, and make real-time reports, and then they also went to rest. This is really a game without suspense, but it is boring, long and boring. The reporters have already silently made up a title for this championship competition of the Danshao Cup. As time approaches midnight, there are almost no spectators left on the field. Only the students of Liang district team are left, pulling their eyelids, staring at the competition arena with thick dark circles under their eyes. Well, I'm so sleepy, why don't we go back and rest? Some students in Liang couldn't hold on any longer and whispered a suggestion. What are you talking about going back? 10 hours have passed. If we wait any longer, Ningdu will definitely be defeated by Tan Xian. That's right. Ningdu will definitely be pressed to the ground by Tanzian soon. We have waited for so long, isn't it just for this moment? But are you really sure? Ningdu has not been hit by Tanzian for 10 hours. So actually? What do you mean actually? Can't you hold on for a little longer? It's been so long. It's definitely going to happen soon. Tanzian will beat Ningdu soon. Yes. It's definitely going to happen soon. Ningdu will definitely be beaten by Tanzian soon. Just as the last classmate finished speaking, all the audience who were so sleepy that they couldn't open their eyes, and were trying to stay awake were suddenly startled. There was a loud clang. Something fell down. The students of Liang who had the most resentment towards Ningdu reacted quickly. They immediately looked at the ring match and shouted, "Look!" Ningdu fell. Ningdu was beaten by Tanzian. As soon as this sound came out, all the audiences in the audience became alert. What? The game is finally over? Ningdu finally failed? As he spoke, all the audience began to gather in the direction closest to the ring to see the mecha that fell in the ring. At this moment, the broadcast of the end of the game in the arena also sounded loudly. The final individual championship competition of this year's Dan Xiao Cup is over. The final individual championship competition of this year's Dan Xiao Cup is over, and the winner is announced below. The winner is Ningdu from the Siyang District Team, the Galaxy Military Academy. Everyone was stunned when they heard the voice broadcast on the radio. At the same time, they also looked at the mecha that fell on the field, opening their eyes and mouths wide. Why? Why is it Tanzian who fell? Oh my god, no way. Tanzian. Is she exhausted to death by Ningdu? The next day, Ningdu, a student in the junior class of Galaxy Military Academy, used strange tactics to tire out Tanzian, the most promising individual soldier on F324, in the ring match. The report that she needed to be treated for a week directly exploded on the entire planet, F324. Damn! How can Ningdu be so good at hiding? Her set of tricky tactics that look funny but are particularly flexible when observed carefully. From which cult did she learn it? Also, how can Ningdu be so physically strong that he can concentrate for 10 hours to avoid Tanzian's attacks? Doesn't she feel tired? Wait, don't you think it's too outrageous? Tanzian needs a week of treatment after the game, but Ningdu is said to be completely fine after a good meal. What kind of outrageous physique does she have? Is this person really from Galaxy Military Academy? Or a junior student? Where did she come from? Not only the students of Dan Xiaobei have this confusion, but Cheng Yuqin also has it. On the night when the Shan Xiao Cup Championship ended, Ningdu came down from the ring and yelled that she was starving and needed to eat quickly. All the canteens in the Shan Xiao Cup venue were closed early in the evening. Cheng Yuqin had no choice but to contact the person in charge to open the door overnight and ask someone to turn on the robot chef in the canteen to cook for Ningdu quickly. Fortunately, he was watching her when she ate that night, otherwise she was really afraid that her stomach would burst and she would be sent to the hospital for rescue like Qin Zian. But since then, Ningdu seemed to have been eyeing him. Every meal, she would ask him if she could go to the canteen that night to eat again. After all, she had just participated in the 10-hour championship and won the championship, which brought so much news traffic to the Shan Xiao Cup. She was also a hero, so she should be able to go. Cheng Yuqin's lips twitched, and after thinking about it, he agreed. He knew what this little bastard was thinking. He took her to the organizer's private canteen that night. The food there was far better than the free canteen provided to participating teachers and students by Dan Xiao Cup in terms of taste and quality. Forget it, since she wants to eat in the private canteen all the time, then let her eat. However, the private canteen requires him to scan his face before entering, and if he wants to bring someone in to eat, he must accompany him throughout the whole process. So Cheng Yuqin can only take Ningdu to solve the 3 meals here together. But this is not a bad thing. After all, by the way, he can also get to know this student well. Your Galaxy Military Academy, the test shows that you are a B- physique? While eating, Cheng Yuqin raised his head and said to Ningdu opposite him. Ningdu didn't have time to pay attention to him. Just as she stuffed a star chicken leg with her left hand, she finished a plate of braised star pork with her right hand, and then slowly ate a large pot of hoof soup. She didn't let go of a bite and swallowed it all. Cheng Yuqin watched her come to this private canteen for the 3rd day, and she still looked like she had never seen food. He stared at Ningdu for a while, forgetting what he had just asked. He was deeply shocked. Wait! Finally coming to his senses, he hurriedly stopped Ningdu from swallowing a whole starfish, and said, "You eat so much. Do you want to burst your stomach and go to the hospital?" Ningdu looked at the delicious dishes on the table and sighed. "Oh, can't you?" Looking at Ningdu's reluctant expression looking at the food on the table, Chung Yuqin thought for a while, and finally said helplessly, "Okay, if you really want to eat, wait until it is digested before eating. When you go out later, pack up whatever you want to eat as your afternoon tea." Pack up? Ningdu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. Chung Yuqin, He seriously suspected that the Galaxy District Government and the Galaxy Military Academy abused this child. Back to the point, he remembered what he had just said and asked Ningdu the question again. "Your physical fitness level measured at the Galaxy Military Academy is B-?" "Yeah." Ningdu finally nodded in agreement, and ate some side dishes that didn't take up too much space. "But Tanzian is B+. Chung Yuqin looked at Ningdu. "But you defeated her." "Then I must be B+, no, then I must be A, or S. Or SSS? Ningdu immediately followed up. "If my physical fitness is very good, will our planetary government give me a bonus?" Chung Yuqin, There was nothing to talk about. He thought for a moment and asked in a different direction. "So how did you improve yourself? Or, can you tell me how you mastered the skills of mecha driving so well? I remember that with the teaching level of Galaxy Military Academy, it should not be able to teach students of your level. But I learned it in school." Ningdu said again. "Just in school? Didn't you find any teacher outside to make up lessons? Did you attend any training classes?" Chung Yuqin asked. "No, I just trained in school." "Are you sure that you haven't learned how to drive a mecha in places other than school?" "Oh, that's not the case." Ningdu suddenly remembered. Chung Yuqin raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "Where else did you learn it?" "I also learned it from the mecha driving manual that your Dan Xiaobei distributed." Ningdu said again. Chung Yuqin, Chung Yuqin, that book is indeed detailed, but it is very basic. I am not asking about that. I mean, for example, where did you learn those seemingly unconventional methods of dodging Tanzian's attacks in the championship a few days ago? Ningdu, it is also the manual distributed by your Dan Xiaobei. Chung Yuqin, ? Ningdu, the one for the disabled, the mecha driving guide for the disabled, I think it is called this. Chung Yuqin, He was about to say that Ningdu's answers always deviated from the direction he wanted, but suddenly, he remembered the Dan Xiaobei mecha guide for the disabled that she just mentioned. He also contributed to the compilation of that book, and he roughly remembered some of the contents in it. If you think about it carefully. Chung Yuqin was stunned. Because the tactical moves Ningdu showed at the championship match seemed to be similar to the disabled mecha driving guide, and they were very similar. For a moment, Chung Yuqin felt that the world was quiet. He stared at Ningdu, and a feeling that came up spontaneously and inexplicably surged up. Chung Yuqin thought of another thing. I heard that in the Dan Xiao Cup, in addition to being a part-time mentor, you also repaired mechas for others part-time? Ningdu remained calm. Yes. Chung Yuqin continued to look at her. Ningdu said again, I am legal. I know. Chung Yuqin also said, I was just thinking, aren't you a single soldier? How did you repair the mecha? Is there someone on the Star Network to help you guide you? But the instructions were not quite right. If she really knew nothing about repairing mechas, even if someone gave her instructions, she would not be able to repair so many mechas so quickly. Moreover, he also heard from those district teams that most of the mechas that Ningdu had repaired not only helped them repair the damaged parts of the mechas, but also improved their mechas to a certain extent. Not really, I just repaired them casually. In the past, I did know some mechas because of the theoretical classes in our school. Ningdu said while eating. Theoretical classes? Chung Yuqin was puzzled. Aren't the theoretical classes in the Junior Military Academy just general explanations? They shouldn't let her understand mechas so deeply. Yes, our teacher always assigns a lot of homework, and it's very complicated, Ningdu said again, so I have no choice but to learn that course, so I know some of the mecha knowledge. Hearing her say this, Chung Yuqin remembered that the theoretical teacher named Su Xinming in the Galaxy Military Academy did make him a little familiar with him. I heard that she graduated from a good military academy in the Empire and majored in Mecha Master. She returned to her hometown to do construction. Unfortunately, she could only teach theory courses in the Junior Military Academy. Usually, everyone thinks that the theory courses in the Junior Military Academy are not important courses. In the past, Su Xinming was famous for attaching too much importance to the attendance of theory courses and assigning a lot of difficult theory course homework, which made the outside world laugh at the Galaxy Military Academy for not doing the main training well, but paying close attention to the so-called trivial theory courses. So you learned the knowledge related to mechas specifically because you wanted to solve those homeworks? Yeah, there was nothing I could do at the time. I had to go to the library every day to look up information and do exercises. Alas. When Ningdu mentioned this, she complained, I was just too serious and responsible, otherwise, I wouldn't have stayed up late every day to do those things. Alas, it's actually not good, it hurts my body. But there was no way to hurt her body. After all, at that time, dozens of people were waiting for her to feed them. Oh! You read books and look up information in the library? What did you read? I can't remember. Those names are all long and hard to remember. Ningdu shook his head. Chung Yuqin thought for a while. Do you have a borrowing record from your library? Let me see. That's right. Ningdu searched in the optical brain, then sent it to Chung Yuqin, and asked, by the way, why are you looking at this? Chung Yuqin didn't answer. He looked at Ningdu's borrowing record at the Galaxy Military Academy library. All the books related to mecha divisions were listed, and many of them had reached more than 90% of the reading progress. His brows were frowned more and more. He remembered the roommate who slept on the upper bunk of his college and was a mecha technician. He had never seen so many books and so many reading progress records in his borrowing record. This student. Chung Yuqin was stunned at first, and then he felt a wave of excitement in his heart. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Ningdu seriously. Ningdu? ? Have you finished eating? It's time. People from your school should come to pick you up. Chung Yuqin suppressed his emotions and said to Ningdu calmly, Go and pack the dishes you want to eat. We're going out. Oh, okay. After listening, Ningdu rushed to each window of the cafeteria and packed all the dishes. After coming out of the organizer's private cafeteria, Ningdu carried 2 large bags of lunch boxes and walked with Chung Yuqin for a while, and saw a group of familiar people. They were standing at the entrance of the Shan Shao Cup Stadium, ready to welcome her back, the teachers of the Galaxy Military Academy. Teacher Su, Teacher Song, Teacher Wen, Teacher Wu, and Principal Mu Jinmu, they are all here. Ningdu! Seeing Ningdu, the teachers quickly called her name and waved to her. After such a long time, the teachers felt very different when they saw her again. After all, everyone just thought Ningdu had good qualifications and wanted her to go out and exercise more. They never thought that she would be able to give them such a big surprise in the end, if they hadn't seen the live broadcast of the Single Young Cup Championship competition, or if they hadn't seen the overwhelming news reports on the F324 star. They would never believe that their student, even a student who had not been taught by them much, could win the Single Young Cup and set off such a big wave. Give me the things first, you go over. Seeing that it was inconvenient for Ningdu to carry the lunch box, Chung Yuqin said on the side. Oh, okay. After Ningdu handed 2 large bags of lunch boxes to Chung Yuqin, she hurriedly ran towards her teachers. The teachers looked at her running and happy, and their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. This child seems to have grown a little taller than before she left. To be able to stay on the field for so long and to become the champion in the end, she must have suffered a lot. For a while, seeing Ningdu's teachers, they had thousands of words to say, but they didn't know what to say to her. So they all looked at the principal, Mu Jin. In fact, Mu Jin was in the same mood, but after all, she was the principal, so she couldn't show it so obviously. So she cleared her throat and squeezed out some words. Ningdu. She thought about it and said unconsciously, You did well in the competition this time. Ningdu laughed. So, you didn't cause trouble for the school? Mu Jin said unconsciously again. As soon as she finished saying this, she cursed herself in her heart. What's wrong? She was obviously going to praise her, but why did she start to doubt her when she spoke? Her mouth. Mu Jin regretted it very much, so she was ready to change her words. But before she could change her words, she suddenly saw many military school students on both sides, suddenly rushing towards them. Ningdu! You bastard! Just stand there! The students shouted, and then surrounded Ningdu and her teachers in 3 layers. Ningdu's words "I didn't cause any trouble" were about to come out of his mouth, but he immediately retracted them. It felt a bit bad. Ningdu, are you going to go back? The students who participated in the Dan Shao Cup surrounded her in 3 layers, looked at her, and said solemnly, You deceived us so badly in the competition, and now you want to leave without giving an explanation? Ningdu, The teachers of the Galaxy Military Academy looked at each other, and everyone was stunned and had no idea about the situation. Just asked Ningdu if she had caused any trouble, and now she really did? What did this kid do wrong? Why did so many people come to her as if they were asking for a debt? The teachers of Galaxy Military Academy were puzzled, and could only stare at the current situation with wide eyes. The situation was not good, Ning could feel it. These former students of hers surrounded her, as if they wanted her to give an explanation. Alas, what explanation could she give? What she did was in compliance with the law and the rules of the competition. She did nothing wrong, so she had nothing to say, nothing to give. She could only leave. And she had to take her teachers with her. So where should she start to leave later? Ning was thinking about it without a clue, and suddenly, these students surrounded her more tightly. Ning, It seemed that she couldn't escape. Why don't you say anything? These students said again, are you guilty? Ning, Okay, don't say anything, right? You cheated us and you're not going to give us an explanation, right? Then you. A group of students said, and suddenly started to take things out of their pockets. Ningdu felt something was wrong. After thinking about it, she thought that she had taken her teachers with her. Charge. So she took action immediately, ready to fight her way out of the encirclement of these former students. Let's see who dares to touch our teacher. But just as she was about to do so, she suddenly heard a familiar voice from outside the encirclement. Ningdu immediately looked up and found that a group of students with sturdy bodies and big muscles squeezed in from a group of students with medium and well-proportioned bodies, but compared to them, they were like small bean sprouts. Ningdu was stunned for a moment. It was the students of the Tongwang district team. The students of the Tongwang district team saw Ningdu, laughed, and hurriedly said, Teacher, don't be afraid, with us here, no one dares to touch you. Although they also learned that Ningdu was actually a student in the competition, they didn't care, because there was only Ningdu. Teacher Ning was the one who really cared about them, and protected them in the competition, hoping that they would not get hurt. So what if he was a student? He was much better than those real teachers. They must protect the few people in the world who were kind to them. Yes, we are still here. Let's see who dares to touch our teacher Ning. Suddenly, another group of people squeezed into the encirclement. Some of these people have no arms, some have lost their legs, and some are blind. In short, they are the disabled students who attended the same training class with her before. A group of disabled students also rushed into the encirclement and stood in front of Ningdu, saying to the group of students, If anyone dares to touch Teacher Ning, we will make you look bad. The students of Tongwang stared at the disabled students who had the same goal as them, and asked Ningdu in confusion, Teacher, why are there still people who want to protect you like us? What is your relationship with them? Ningdu, She looked at the Tongwang students and disabled students, who were puzzled by both sides, and thought for a long time before saying to the students of the Tongwang district team, They are your senior sisters and brothers. As soon as these words came out, Tongwang and the disabled students suddenly realized. Ah, so they are sisters and brothers from the same school. That's fine. The students of Tongwang and the disabled students all looked at each other with firm eyes, and then looked fiercely at the group of students surrounding Ningdu and said, What are you going to do to our teacher Ning? Don't touch her, or we will make you pay today. As they spoke, a group of big muscular students and disabled students were ready to release their mechas for a big fight. At this time, the group of students surrounding Ningdu panicked. I'm not saying, don't get excited. We didn't want to touch her. If she didn't want to touch her, why did she look like she was going to take out her mecha? Tongwang and the disabled students asked fiercely again. The group of students, who were almost scared to tears by them, stopped pretending to be fierce. They took out the notebooks and pens they were about to take out from their pockets with great grievance, and said, We actually think that Ningdu is a bitch. Ningdu is really too strong. Anyway, the strong are respected in the individual competition, so we think that since she also deceived us, it's okay to compensate a little, such as signing our names or something. Tongwang District Team, ? Disabled students, ? Ningdu, Galaxy Military Academy teachers, ? Ningdu signed for all the students one by one, and her hands were almost sore. Suddenly, she felt that she shouldn't have agreed to them. What if her hands were sore, that she had to go to the doctor? Then she would have to spend money again. This is a loss. Ningdu was worried, and finally, the last notebook was signed. After signing, these students kept staring at her and didn't leave. What else do you want to do? Ningdu asked again. That's right. The students hesitated, and then said, Ningdu, when you were coaching us on the field, didn't you show each of our district team some tactical experience you wrote before? The tactical experience for each district team on how to play against them? Ningdu remembered that indeed, she had written many tactical points for a certain district team to attack a certain district team according to the characteristics of different district teams. Now, in the optical computer, there are quite a few books she created in her personal folder. You just read people to us and let us look at them on your optical computer screen, but you didn't give us those books. Or can you give us these books? The student said again, Anyway, the single cup is over, and there is no competition between us. And you don't need those books. Otherwise, give them to us, so that we can study what you wrote carefully, so that we can improve ourselves. What do you think? Anyway, you also lied to us, so just treat it as the final explanation to us. They said the last sentence in a low voice. Ningdu listened, frowned in thought, and then nodded repeatedly. They were right. She really should give them an explanation. So she created a group for everyone and sent them the links to those books. Okay, thank you very much, that's it. The students were very satisfied to see Ningdu gave them the link very quickly, and finally, they evacuated. On the way to evacuate, they opened the link given by Ningdu, and then they found that this bastard Ningdu actually put all the books they wanted on the trading website, and they had to pay if they wanted to read them. Bastard, it's fine that he cheated them before, but now, at the last minute, he still wants to make another fortune from them. Damn it! A group of students even wanted to go over and call her a dog, but as soon as they opened their mouths, they were blocked by the eyes of the students, who originally called Huishan, and now changed their name to Tongguang District Team. Forget it, this bastard is not to be trifled with. Damn it! The students finally had no choice but to leave with curses. At this time, the Tongguang District Team and the Disabled Students Team should also say goodbye to Ningdu. Teacher, take care of yourself. Contact us anytime if you have anything, and tell us if you want to kill anyone. The students of the Tongguang District Team said to Ningdu. Teacher, if you need us, just call us. We just won the championship of the Shanshao Cup Disabled League, and our strength has improved a lot compared to before. The disabled students also said. Ningdu looked at their appearance and was very relieved. I know, it's okay, hey, as long as you are all well, love each other, and live in harmony, I will be relieved. I know. The students of the Tongguang District Team looked at the disabled students and said, Seniors, come to us if you have any problems in the future. We are all students of the teacher, and we will protect you. The disabled students also said, You too. Just like that, after saying goodbye to Ningdu, the disabled students of the Tongguang District Team left. Ningdu was left alone to watch them off with relief. Of course, after Ningdu, there was a group of teachers from the Galaxy Military Academy who were greatly shocked. Is it popular for children nowadays to call gang leaders teachers? Is it popular to call each other master and apprentice? Wait, when did Ningdu, this kid, start to get involved in black gangs? Ningdu turned around and saw the teachers changed expressions, and was a little flustered. She should have been very harmonious and loving, and helping each other just now, and the teachers should not have misunderstood anything. Just thinking about this, Chung Yuqin, who was still carrying 2 large bags of lunch boxes, came over and handed the lunch boxes to Ningdu. Minister Chung. After the teachers greeted Chung Yuqin one after another, Mu Jin stepped forward and shook hands with him again. Thank you for taking care of our military school children in this competition. Mu Jin said to him again. Chung Yuqin said again, It doesn't matter. On the contrary, I want to thank your school for letting me see such a special student on the F324 planet. Haha, you are too kind. Mu Jin smiled, looked at Chung Yuqin, and hesitated. That Minister Chung, the matter I discussed with you before that. Oh, don't worry, I am also anxious about this matter. Please give me some time. Chung Yuqin formally said to the teachers of the Galaxy Military Academy, Wait until I return to the General Administration of Military Education and verify your situation with my more professional colleagues, make a decision, and then inform you of the official handling results of Ningdu classmate. Mu Jin smiled, then trouble you. It should be. Ningdu, who listened to their conversation, question mark. Handle what? Verify her situation. Why do we need to go to the General Administration to investigate and deal with her? But she didn't do anything, and never did anything illegal. She is a good citizen. Chapter 37. Ningdu returned to the Galaxy Military Academy these days, and couldn't figure out what Chung Yuqin meant by that. What exactly was he going to do to her? She had been reflecting on whether she had done anything wrong these days, but after reviewing it over and over again, she felt that she had done nothing wrong. Chung Yuqin couldn't make him pay for her and eat in his private cafeteria for free for a few days, and then make a grudge against him. It shouldn't be a big deal. Seeing Ningdu's gloomy face in school all day, her teachers were reluctant to let her go. This kid, did he also guess that he would be recommended to another school next semester, and he was a little reluctant to leave us? Song Yuqing saw Ningdu wandering around with a gloomy face in front of the window, and sighed again. I don't know if she's willing to leave, but we are a little reluctant, alas. Su Shiming and Wening said again. After all, they still clearly remembered that the day the child left Shan Xiaobei, he put a lot of things on the express train, big and small. Sean Xiaobei allowed students to take things from the venue when they left, but they didn't expect that someone named Ningdu almost emptied the venue. The teachers didn't understand why she took so much, and the dormitory couldn't put it. Later, they found out that Ningdu not only took what she could use, but also pried open and took away all the beam and column brackets, thin metal ceilings, and insulation floors in the Sean Xiaobei venue, saying that they were for the school, so that the school could save some money for decoration. When they heard her say that, several teachers at the Galaxy Military Academy were almost moved to tears. Fortunately, they held back. So now that they know that she should leave the Galaxy Military Academy early and go to a better school, everyone is very reluctant. But there was nothing he could do. Mu Jin took a deep breath and finally asked the school to buy a spaceship ticket for Ningdu, and finally, together with several teachers, sent her to the main area again. But this time, she was not going to Dan Xiaobei, but to the General Administration of Military Education. Ningdu looked at the heavy faces of the teachers, and she also looked heavy. She asked the teachers where she was going, and the teachers just shook their heads and said that she could only know the official results after going to the General Administration of Military Education, and it was hard to say now. When they said this, their expressions were extremely heavy, so Ningdu didn't dare to ask again. After hugging each teacher, she carried her luggage and got on the spaceship. Feeling the heavy mood of the teachers, Ningdu became more and more heavy and puzzled. What did she do wrong? It was not until she got off the spaceship and was taken to Chung Yuqin's office in the Military Education Bureau that Ningdu realized where she was wrong when she heard Chung Yuqin greet her for a few words and then said, "I found out about your case at the abandoned factory number 567 in the far suburbs of the main area." She had always abided by laws and regulations. She had even checked the law code when the ruined factory helped the black gang members, who illegally collected waste to get materials. The law code was very clear about this kind of thing, that is, only those members who took the materials would be punished. For people like her, it was just a helpless means of survival. She didn't sell the parts to real vendors, so it didn't count. It should be fine. Ningdu looked at Chung Yuqin cautiously. Chung Yuqin said again, "Why are you so nervous?" "I mean, the case involves a group of disabled students. It was the gang member named Jackal who tricked a group of disabled students into attending training classes, and then forced them to spend money to buy things, and finally borrowed usury, right?" Ningdu was surprised. "Ah, there is such a thing?" Chung Yuqin smiled. "Don't pretend. I'm not criticizing you. I just want to say that you are the one who called the police and provided the police station with the core confidential documents of the gang members, right?" Ningdu still looked silly. "Ah, we have already learned everything that happened at number 567. Chung Yuqin said again, "I want to say that you did the right thing, and as an important clue provider and caller, the police station will give you a reward in 2 days. When Ningdu heard this, the silly look on his face disappeared immediately. "Really? Do they have my bank account?" "Yes, we have asked your Galaxy Military Academy for your information and provided it to you." Chung Yuqin smiled again. That's good, that's good." Ningdu breathed a sigh of relief. "So, after this matter, let's talk about another thing." Chung Yuqin looked at her. "Ah? There is another thing?" Ningdu's heart was hanging again. "Given your performance and your qualifications, although you are only 15 years old, it is obviously not suitable for you to stay in the junior class of the Galaxy Military Academy," Chung Yuqin said again. "So, the General Administration has discussed many times these days, and finally decided that you should go to a higher-level military academy, Ningdu." Ningdu was not surprised at all, just nodded and said, "Oh, okay, Minister Chung, I heard that according to the policy of our planet, if you are an orphan like me, you should be subsidized to go to a mid-level military academy, right?" "Yes." "Then how much can I get?" Ningdu asked again. "I'm sorry." Chung Yuqin nodded. "Ningdu, I just told you that the General Administration thinks you should go to a higher-level school, not a mid-level military school." "Ah? What is that?" "Military University." "What?" Ningdu was stunned. Seeing Ningdu's surprised expression, Chung Yuqin smiled again. "Don't be surprised. The mid-level military school is only 2 years, not long, so with your level, you can definitely skip the mid-level military school and go to the military university. Just go with confidence." "No." Ningdu was stunned, "But Minister, according to the policy of our planet, the military university doesn't seem to provide subsidies to orphans like me." "Yes, if you go to the military university, the government generally won't provide subsidies, but the school will provide scholarships and student subsidies," Chung Yuqin said again. "How can that be possible?" Ningdu almost choked when she heard that. If she was not allowed to attend the intermediate military school, she would not be able to get the government subsidy. If she could not get the government subsidy, she would lose out. Seeing Ningdu's unbearable look, Chung Yuqin thought for a while, and said, "Don't worry. Knowing that you are an orphan, the planetary government has decided to allocate more subsidies to you. We will never let you survive in school." Ningdu asked again when she heard that, "If I attend the intermediate military school and then enter the university, will you also give me the subsidy?" Chung Yuqin nodded yes. "That's still a loss." Ningdu's heart was bleeding. She could have gotten another government subsidy by attending the intermediate military school, but now, she went directly to the university, and could not go to the intermediate military school, and could not get the subsidy. That was a big loss. Ningdu felt sick. "So do you have any questions?" Chung Yuqin asked again, after seeing her pale face and silent appearance. Ningdu, "Well, teacher, can I not go to college?" "Why?" Chung Yuqin asked her. "Alas." Ningdu looked sad. "Actually, I think, I am not as good as you think, and I am not old enough to go to college, so you think you should finish the intermediate military school first, follow the normal student process, and then go to college, right?" Chung Yuqin said again. "Yes. Teacher, you know what I mean, because if so, I will. You can get the government subsidy for you at the Galaxy Military School for a while longer, and you can get another subsidy for the intermediate military school, right?" Chung Yuqin squinted at her and continued. "Yes, that's..." "Ah." Ningdu just nodded, and suddenly found something wrong. She was silent. Through what happened at the Dan Xiao Cup this time, and our general administration's past inquiries and investigations into your various performances in the Galaxy Military Academy, Chung Yuqin continued to look at her and said, "Ningdu, we are surprised to find that you seem to be a money grubber." Ningdu, "Ah? No, I'm just a good citizen who abides by the law." "Well, yes, you abide by the law," Chung Yuqin said again, "but you are just walking on the edge of the law." Ningdu, If you want to follow the normal path, you can go to a junior military academy." Chung Yuqin cleared his throat, sighed, and said, "I remember you provided factory parts to those illegal gang members in the ruins factory." Ningdu, "That is legal. The law only says that it is illegal to provide parts from that factory to parts vendors, but those gang members only supply them with goods, not selling them, so it should not be illegal for me to provide them with parts. Look, you also know that you are taking advantage of loopholes in the law and walking on the edge of breaking the law, right?" Ningdu, But since you said so, and those gang members have been arrested, then, according to the law." Chung Yuqin lowered his voice, and said to her, "Our general administration will go over and arrest a member. Register her as a vendor, let her sell a bunch of parts, then you who once provided her with parts, are you considered to be breaking the law? By the way, the law doesn't say that when you sell parts to those members were not vendors at the time, but later they got the qualifications of vendors, so you are not considered to have sold parts to vendors. This is a blank spot where the provisions are unclear, so." Chung Yuqin continued to look at Ningdu and said, "Since some people can take advantage of loopholes in the law to evade punishment, then some people can take advantage of loopholes in the law to impose punishment. Don't you think so, classmate Ningdu?" Ningdu, "Silence is golden. Okay, I've said everything I should say. As for the specific information about the military university you were recommended to go to, as well as the admission arrangements, you should live here at the general administration first and take a look. Once the admission procedures are completed, someone will send you there to enroll." Chung Yuqin said again. Ningdu looked distressed. "We have to go to school so early. The holiday will soon be over, and it's time to go back to school." At this moment, Ningdu realized that a single cup had occupied her entire holiday. Time really flies, and in a blink of an eye, it's the day to go back to school again. Ningdu stood at the interstellar flight boarding gate of the F324 Interstellar Transfer Station, and looked back again, seeing her own Galaxy Military Academy teachers in the crowd, all waving goodbye to her with excitement. The Galaxy Military Academy teachers were almost in tears. Originally, when the General Administration of Military Education proposed that Ningdu be sent to the military university, they were already surprised enough. They thought that the General Administration would find a high-quality military university on the F324 star, or the next door F334 star, which was better than their planet, and accept Ningdu. The best outcome, of course, is that the General Administration will work hard to send Ningdu to the star-level university of the 9th-star continent to which the F324 star belongs. For residents of numbered stars like them, it usually takes 7 or 8 years for a student to go to a star-level university. Ningdu can go, which is already the greatest honor. But no one expected that the Military Education Bureau of F324 Star would work so hard that Ningdu was directly sent to Zuoliyuan University, a top-notch university under the non-numbered star continent. What kind of school is Zuoliyuan University? There are 4 top military academies in the entire interstellar empire, and Zuoliyuan is just below them. In addition, Zuoliyuan has been applying for qualifications in recent years, and is preparing to join the ranks of top military academies. That is a school that no one dares to think about, and only thinks it is far away, but since the general administration can fight for Ningdu so much, and the school over there also agrees to accept her, it proves that Ningdu has this ability. The teachers of the Galaxy Military Academy are proud, but at the same time ashamed, thinking that they did not help this child when she was in school. In addition to giving Ningdu another school grant in the name of the school, they could only tell her to study hard there. When you go there, remember not to skip classes every day like you did in Inha. The teachers there are very good, and the students are very strong. You must listen to the teachers carefully, study hard, and strive to achieve something. Do you understand? Ningdu listened to the teachers and nodded worriedly. But although she nodded, she was still reluctant. Because the school she was going to was called Zuoliyuan University. She saw that it was on a very powerful planet called Juolu Star. Living on such a big planet, the prices would probably be very expensive, and the expenses would be very high. She felt that her wallet was about to be threatened. It was really heartbreaking, and she wanted to escape a little. Hey, classmate Ningdu, long time no see. You said that after the orphanage incident, why didn't you contact me? Xiao Wang, the district chief of the Galaxy District, smiled and came over to shake hands with Ningdu, saying cordially, "Look, kid, uncle was right at the time, you are a good candidate for military school. If you went to those cultural high schools, you would be buried. It's thanks to my sharp eyes that I let you go to the Galaxy Military School." Ningdu saw Xiao Wang, who had been away for a long time, and only said he. Classmate Ningdu. A middle-aged woman in a formal government uniform came forward and shook hands with her. I heard about your deeds. You are really a proud student of our F324 Star. I hope you will continue to work hard when you go to Zuoliyuan in the future. Ning didn't understand who the woman in front of her was. Xiao Wang whispered in her ear. This is the highest executive officer of our F324 Star government, the star leader of F324 Star. You can just call her Su Xingzhang. Ningdu was stunned when she heard what Xiao Wang said. She went to school, and Xingzhang came. Hello, Xingzhang Su. Ningdu sighed in her heart while greeting Xingzhang. Alas, why are there so many big shots? It seems that she really can't escape. Learn more skills when you go there. Don't always think about money. Finally, Cheng Yuqin, who was standing next to Xingzhang, spoke again. This is for you. I hope everything goes well for you. After that, he took out an exquisitely carved iron box and handed it to Ningdu. Oh, thank you. Ningdu took the iron box and felt that the material of the box didn't seem to be worth much. When Su Xingzhang of F324 saw the iron box sent by Cheng Yuqin, his eyebrows slightly raised, and then he glanced at Cheng Yuqin. Cheng Yuqin said again, Okay, the registration time is almost up, and the leaders will have something to do later, so you should hurry up and get on the plane. Oh, okay. Ningdu held the iron box and the luggage, and said goodbye to everyone again before boarding the spaceship. Soon, the spaceship took off and headed for Juolu Star, which was light years away. Ningdu sat on the spaceship and put away the luggage. The first thing she did was to quickly scan the iron box given by Cheng Yuqin with her optical brain, and then she found that there was no similar model of this thing on the star network, but she did find out the material of the iron box, which was a very hard metal, but it was not worth much. So Ningdu opened the iron box again, and took out what was inside it. It was a small pistol with super long range, and super high speed handheld machine gun written on it. Although it said something like super long range and super high speed, Ningdu felt it was light when he touched it. He wanted to open the magazine to see, but found that he couldn't open it. What is this thing? Ningdu searched for the same model of gun on the star network again, but found nothing. She just found the material of the gun. It was some metal that was not worth much. Ningdu suspected that Cheng Yuqin gave her some of his rags as treasures, but there was no evidence. Forget it, it was given by someone after all. Even if it was not worth a few dollars, it was always proved to be worth a little money. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Ningdu put the gun back into the box and put it into the carry-on suitcase, and then started to drink water from the water inlet of the sleeper spacecraft, recharged her light brain with free energy, went to the toilet, and used toilet paper, and waited for her to reach her destination, the planet called Zoluxing. Chapter 38. After 3 days and 3 nights of travel, Ningdu finally arrived at the beautiful planet Zhuolu, which is very far away from F324. As soon as she got off the spaceship, she was deeply shocked by the scene in front of her. The interstellar flight transfer station of Zhuolu is almost 10 times larger than that of F324. It is built quite luxuriously. I don't know what kind of floor tiles are paved on the ground in the transfer station. It looks clean and bright, and it is comfortable and non-slip to step on. The buildings in the transfer station are all in a unified, elegant, and unique holiday style. Every few steps, you can see a rest pavilion decorated like a garden. In the distance, the conveyor belts that extend in all directions continuously send passengers who need to go to various boarding gates to their destinations quickly, safely, and comfortably. During this time, the service robots on the conveyor belts will also provide drinks and snacks for each passenger. The facilities here are very complete, with a wide range of goods, very polite cleaning robots in clean work clothes, guidance robots, life-saving devices. Even the toilets inside, Ningdu studied for a long time. There are actually 10 types, corresponding to men, women, men recognizing female bodies, women recognizing male bodies, recognizing bisexual bodies, asexual bodies, and other categories. The configuration inside is also quite complete. Ningdu came out of the toilet and realized for the first time that it is not enough to just wipe her hands dry, and it is not enough to apply some hand grease. A professional service robot is needed to use special hand essence for her and massage her hands, so that the purpose of essence hand care can be truly achieved. Ningdu came out of the bathroom and looked at this large-scale, beautifully built and leading transfer station, and couldn't help but sigh. Everything is good here, except that there are not many people. There should be many tourists, but the area here is too large, so it seems that there are not many tourists. It is still good for their F324 star. A small transfer station can carry so many passengers for normal travel. Well, it is economical and cost-effective. After leaving the transfer station, Ningdu took the intercity train according to the instructions to go to the center of Zhuolu Star City, and then drove from the city center to a place slightly offset from the center, but still a crowded area. There is her destination, Zhuoyuan University. On the way to Zhuoyuan University, Ningdu saw many shocking scenes again. In fact, the city center of F324 is also quite prosperous, with tall buildings and flying cars shuttling from time to time. But when Ningdu arrived here, he found that tall buildings were not only in the city center, but everywhere. Flying cars were no longer rare. She even saw sky trains. Some people only carried automatic flying devices on their backs, and could ride slowly in the air like riding a bicycle. Almost all the tall buildings had various celebrations, colorful flags, colorful hydrogen balloons, colorful full-series advertisements, and people from all walks of life in strange costumes. They shuttled through this city all the time. It is indeed a famous big planet. How much energy does these things consume? Ningdu sighed again. Finally, the special sky train she took arrived at Zhuoyuan University. Zhuoyuan University is completely different from the outside world. After Ningdu completed the admission procedures at the school gate by herself, she carried her luggage into the school. The school has absolutely no tall buildings like in the city. It occupies a large area in the busy city of Zhuolu Star. It is quiet in the hustle and bustle, with only low teaching buildings full of the style of a science and technology college. Not only that, it also retains grasslands and rivers. The deer that often graze by the river are the star deer, which have a history of tens of thousands of years on Zhuolu Star, but are now on the verge of extinction. They like to drink water from the extremely clear Qingzhou River. The whole school is like a tourist resort. The school is so big that Ningdu only needs to stroll around a few college buildings near her, look at the quaint floors in the buildings, feel the materials and prints used on the corridor walls, touch the doors and door handles of each office and classroom, and Ningdu will find that although this place is not as luxurious as the outside world, it shows low-key luxury in every detail. Alas, it feels like it costs a lot of money to go to school in such a place. This is indeed the case. Going to a military university is completely different from going to a junior military school. The teachers in the school are only responsible for teaching, and they are invisible at other times. Ningdu was led by robots from entering the school to entering her dormitory, to understanding the entire school profile and route. Until the evening, Ningdu finally entered her dormitory room after being guided by the robots to complete various admission matters. The dormitory is usually a single room with complete configurations. Unlike the Galaxy Military Academy, the chairs creak, the beds feel like they will fall apart at any time, and the lights flicker. Everything is fine here. She even has her own separate toilet, shower, laundry room, and study room. The better the configuration, the more nervous Ningdu felt. University is not compulsory education, and it is not free. Sure enough, that night, the admission guidance assistant robot sent her a bill. Well, tuition, accommodation, energy usage fees. Each of these expenses is dozens of times more than her total expenses for a semester at the Galaxy Military Academy. Ningdu almost fainted when she saw the bill. But soon, the assistant robot sent another message, saying that she knew she was a recommended student sent by the numbered star this year, and had been assessed as poor by the school, so the school would allocate her a scholarship every semester to ensure that she could afford the above expenses. Ningdu felt even worse after hearing this. If she had gone to a university on F324, or the continent where F324 is located, according to the orphan subsidy regulations of their continent, the school would not only waive her tuition and accommodation fees, but also provide her with living allowances every semester with the governments of each planet, so she would not have to pay for meals. But now, this school has nothing except this scholarship, and Zhuolu Star does not have an orphan subsidy policy. Without additional subsidies, she would not get the money she should have gotten if she went to other universities. This is a loss. It's a big loss. Ningdu's heart was bleeding, but what could she do? Since she came to this place, she could only try her best to survive. Alas, I hope the cafeteria of this school has free egg drop soup and rice. Ningdu lay on the bed and prayed silently when she went to bed at night. But she would soon find that even if there was a cafeteria with free egg drop soup and rice, it could not save her bad mood. She had just reported to the first grade of her individual soldier department on the first day, and the whole class had to take the exam. Because she did not go to school with the freshmen of Zhuoyuan University, when she entered Zhuoyuan at this time, it was already the second half of the semester for the freshmen of this school. As a new student, her learning experience in the first half of the semester was completely blank, and she had no knowledge of the courses and exams she had to take in her department, so she failed several practical courses very quickly. Then she was criticized by her course teachers, who asked her to replace the broken mecha she brought, otherwise she would drop out and not come to class. So Ningdu had to do the first big thing that cost money since she entered school, and she had to buy herself a new mecha. What's even more terrible is that in addition to basic and professional practical training courses, the individual soldier department of Zhuoyuan University also has theoretical courses. Moreover, the university is a place to train advanced individual soldiers. In short, it is a place to train individual soldiers with brains. In the future, the individual soldiers are to be developed into future military commanders, so theoretical courses are particularly important. Therefore, Zhuoyuan University's theoretical courses are not just one, but three different theoretical courses, namely weapons theory, tactics theory, and physical fitness theory. All these courses require textbooks, and those who are found without textbooks will be directly advised to quit. Ningdu looked at the second-hand prices of these textbooks on the Star Network and almost fainted. The prices on the big planet are too high, and she really wants to go back to the numbered planet. Of course, the exams in the university are as numerous as falling snowflakes, one after another. Ningdu hasn't found the second-hand textbooks with the lowest price on the entire network, and the weekly tests of the three theoretical courses are here. Ningdu had only read books about mechas at the Galaxy Military Academy, but she didn't expect that none of the three theoretical courses in this university were related to mechas, and they were all things she had never seen before. So she looked at those test papers as if they were in a divine book. So she failed all three theoretical exams. It had only been a week since the start of school, and Ningdu was already dizzy and became the last on the comprehensive score list of the whole grade. According to school regulations, she had to take a make-up exam, and there was a time limit for the make-up exam. The time limit was so tight that she hadn't even gotten a library card yet, and the make-up exam time was up. Once again facing a test paper that was like a divine book, she failed again. According to regulations, if you fail the make-up exam again, you have to write a self-criticism. She wrote a 10,000-word self-review, but it was not sent to the teacher. The robot read it and sent it back to her directly, saying that it did not meet the format. Ningdu was confused and asked the admission assistant robot what the self-review format was. The robot checked for a long time and said that it could not find relevant information because no one had ever failed the make-up exam like her, and her grades were so outrageous that she had to write a self-review. In just a few days of school life, Ningdu felt like she had lived a lifetime. Because she came from a distant numbered star, the school library had a strict confidentiality system and had to conduct a strict qualification review before she was approved, so the library card was delayed. Ningdu was delayed in checking any online and offline materials in the library, so she still knew nothing about the content of various courses in this school and the various professional terms used by classmates and teachers. She felt like an illiterate who had entered the world of genius nobles. It was not until a leaflet from an anti-illegal recruitment organization was handed to her that she felt that her understanding might not be a problem. This flyer was recently handed to her by the school. It was the only thing she could understand besides the freshman handbook. The school held a lecture to tell underage students under the age of 18 how to prevent themselves from being deceived by the so-called high-paying part-time job scams posted by black organizations. This is a task given by the government, and every university must complete it. Ningdu was also in this lecture. She carefully read the contents of the flyer and found that there were many part-time job advertisements for college students. Then the flyer would circle those part-time job advertisements in red and write fraud heavily. 2 words. Ning was very puzzled. Because the content of these part-time job advertisements was very good, many companies were recruiting college students, and they only needed to type a little bit on the light computer every day, work 4 hours a day, and only work 4 days a week, and they could get 30,000 star coins a month. Such a good job. How could it be a scam? Ning felt that this warning leaflet was unreliable. Only the kind of job that worked 12 hours a day, only had 1 day off a month, and only had 3 or 4,000 star coins after deducting government taxes, in her opinion, was abnormal and deceptive. She couldn't understand why the lecturer said that kind of job was normal, and the job with more money and less work was wishful thinking. Ning thought that the person who gave the lecture might have done such a job himself, and didn't want others to take his job, so he said so. So she felt that she couldn't miss this kind of job. After all, she and Chung Yuqin, as well as all her teachers at the Galaxy Military Academy, had promised that she would study hard in college and graduate. Now it seems that after graduation, she can only change to a better mecha and buy the textbooks she needs to buy to ensure that she will not be persuaded to quit. Alas, when she thinks about spending so much money in the future, she feels that she needs this job even more. The part-time company shown on the warning leaflet has been shown on the map as no longer existing. Ningdu searched the recruitment website for a long time, and found that similar part-time jobs all showed that the company did not exist. After searching for a long time, she finally found one that she could go to, so she quickly went there according to the address of that company. If she hadn't wanted to work part-time at this company, Ningdu would not have known that there was such a place on the famous super-large planet Zhuolu star in the interstellar empire. The old buildings were dripping with rainwater. The street cleaning robots were leaking electricity while working, and they would occasionally shock passers-by. When the robots encountered difficult-to-clean garbage, they would curse and give up. There were no beautifully decorated stores on the road. There were often hawkers driving cars on the road, selling short-sleeved shirts for 1 star coin and 3 human body cleaners for 5 star coins. The first floor window of the crumbling old building was opened, and several people inside came out of their heads and hung a dirty sign that read 10 skewers of roasted star pork for 1 star coin. Ningdu walked on this street, stepping on the sewage seeping from the sewer, and his steps became lighter and lighter. It turned out that Zuluxing still had a paradise on Earth with such low prices. After experiencing the high-profile and prosperous Zuluxing city center, and the low-key and luxurious Zuluyuan University, Ningdu now looked at these dilapidated buildings, and finally felt what it meant to feel at home. She turned on the computer and looked at the map again, and found that the part-time company she was going to was in the old, dilapidated building in front of her, and the lights were still dark, so she felt more at home. Ningdu quickened his pace, and rushed into the building to find the company's location. Found the company. Ningdu compared the address on the map for a long time before finally confirming that the folding fan in front of him, with paint peeling off and rusting, and the big iron door, with the house number worn out and blurred, was the office of this company. It's really good. She sighed in her heart. This door is so old, but they are still using it, and it can be seen that they are a frugal company. Well, they have a promising future. Chapter 39. Ningdu came in. 3 people came out, 2 women and 1 man. They thought she was here to deliver food, but when they heard she was here to apply for a job, they were surprised and welcomed her in. During this period, the number of college students deceived by them has really decreased, because many of their peer companies have been blacklisted by the government, and they have promoted them as examples of fraudulent part-time companies in every university. So in the past 2 days, there are fewer and fewer college students who can help them. You are a college student, right? The 3 people looked at Ningdu, and seeing that she was dressed simply, they knew that she must be here for money, so they began to ask her. Ningdu nodded. College students must be good at studying, and there is no problem working as a clerk. The 3 people said, don't worry, we just want you to do some small work. Go see that photon screen, you can use it to work. Xiangzi, go and teach her. The tallest woman among the three gave an order to a scarred man, and the scarred man responded quickly. Oh, okay, no problem. Ningdu also cooperated and followed quickly. Before she came in, she was still a little skeptical about this company, but as soon as she entered the door, she saw that the three people in front of her were wearing faded short-sleeved shorts and their slippers were cracked. The whole room was full of the rotten smell of old furniture. There were unfinished instant noodles on the table, bulging walls, and warped floors. She immediately had no doubts about this company. Sure enough, this company is consistent inside and out. The door outside is broken, and the inside is even more broken. Very frugal, but there is still a promising future. Ningdu felt that she was very satisfied with this company. So she followed the senior named Xiangzi and began to seriously learn the work she was going to do on the photon screen. After Xiangzi's introduction, she roughly understood. Their company is engaged in high-tech trade and has cooperation with many companies. Her task is to take orders from the companies designated by Xiangzi and then go to their electronic warehouse to retrieve resource packages, that is, goods, and send them to those companies, and then maintain customer relationships. Xiangzi demonstrated it to her, and she felt that it was indeed very simple. This job is really good. Ningdu got the hang of it very quickly. The three people in the room looked at her working enthusiastically in front of the photon screen and felt a little confused. Because the college students who came to their company to work part-time before were also very simple, so they were afraid when they saw that their company was so shabby and that their three employees had tattoos on their arms and dressed casually and had scars all over their bodies. This girl is really carefree. She will suffer in the future. The three people exchanged glances tacitly. Yes, the three of them, on the surface, set up a company called Conscience Company, saying that they were doing some high-tech trade with other companies, but in fact, they were an unlicensed organization that illegally resold data. And what they resold was the military data resources that made the most money and were sentenced to the heaviest punishment. It was like this. Now the Interstellar Empire has already achieved full holographic military training. The training rooms of many troops and military schools are not real. Soldiers only need to enter the holographic cabin to experience various simulated battlefields comparable to real environments. Behind these battlefields, there are countless confidential designers who design them, and then resold the design parameter packages to very reliable production companies that cooperate with the government, so that they can eventually make different holographic simulated battlefields that adapt to the holographic cabin. The work of their organization is to steal the parameter packages of these designers through various technical means, and then disguise the confidential organizations where these designers are located, and resell the parameter packages to the simulated battlefield production company. A parameter package is sold at a high price. This organization used to sell parameter packages designed by unknown small designers to some small production companies. After making a lot of money, they became bolder and stole parameter packages of big designers and sold them to big production companies. As a result, they were of course monitored by the authorities. The big production company has joined forces with the police force anti-terrorist organization to secretly monitor and collect evidence from them, but no actual evidence has been found. So these four people plan to steal some parameter packages of small designers and sell them for a sum of money before they are caught. The reason why they can be so rampant is that they know they still have some brains in their bodies. Otherwise, how come they have never been caught by those who arrested them when they have changed their dens one after another? And it seems that their dens can be found by ordinary college students who apply for jobs one by one, but this is also the result of their secret screening, because they use their own technology to create a criminal intention index assessment system. For every college student who meets the age requirements and searches for their recruitment information, they will use this system to invade various national databases of the Interstellar Empire to steal citizen information data and automatically assess their criminal potential index. Only when college students with a criminal potential index higher than 8.5 apply for their positions will they provide the correct address. In this way, they can recruit college students who are inexperienced and eager to make money, and are easy to be deceived, and they don't have to worry about whether these people are agents from decent institutions such as the police station and the military. Moreover, since these college students are currently inexperienced, if something goes wrong, they can very skillfully let them take the blame. Watching Ningdu working, the three people have already thought about how to let this college student take the blame when something goes wrong. Ningdu, of course, is not clear about their thoughts. She just found a little problem when she was working for the company. The company is engaged in trade, and there are a lot of orders from big companies in the news. Why do they take orders from small companies instead of big companies? Big companies obviously pay a lot. And small companies not only pay less, but also have many rules. If you want to cooperate, you must pay a certain deposit. Ningdu saw that their company actually paid a deposit to every small company that cooperated. This company will lose a lot. She absolutely cannot tolerate this situation. So she immediately got up and reported to the three people. So I think we only need to take big orders. Small orders are expensive and not cost-effective. Ningdu said again. The three looked at her and sighed in their hearts. As expected of someone who was rated by the system as having a high criminal potential index of 9.8, this girl really likes to do big things. Unfortunately, there is a reason why they don't accept orders from big companies, because those big companies are working with the government to investigate them and collect evidence. Those orders are all fishing orders. Once they accept and make a deal, they will immediately determine which design agency the parameter package they stole is from, and they can lock their evidence in a few seconds. Once convicted, the police can apply for a higher profile order and go all out to arrest them. At that time, the trial court will also impose a heavier sentence on them based on this. So although there are many big companies applying for cooperation, they just don't accept those orders. Small companies have always been cautious in cooperation, not as tough as big companies, afraid of being cheated, and need to pay a deposit, but that deposit is a drop in the bucket compared to what they can earn in the future, so a little loss is nothing. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. But the girl in front of her didn't seem to think so. We really shouldn't take orders from small companies. If we do, we will lose money. Ningdu said again. Although the three people in front of her told her 180 reasons why they didn't take orders from big companies, Ningdu just didn't believe it. How could someone not make big money and only make small money? Ningdu firmly disagreed. This also annoyed the three people who were trying to reason with her. Little girl, you are just an employee we hired. You don't listen to us, right? The three people gradually became impatient and began to show a fierce look. Ningdu, but I'm telling the truth. Alas, I'm doing this for the good of the company. For the good of the company, you should listen to the company's leaders first. The three people took another step closer to her. But the leaders are sometimes wrong. I have to correct you. We really can't pay that deposit for nothing. If we want to do something, we have to do it big. Ningdu said again. Well, after all this, you still don't listen to us, right? The three continued to approach her. I'm sorry. The first rule of our company for employees is to be obedient. If employees don't listen. Swish. Suddenly, the three people in front of them moved the necklaces around their necks and released three large mechas. If you don't listen, the three of them are now sitting in the mecha cockpit, showing their shiny and hard mecha fists. Now, you should know the result now. What do you mean? Do we still have to fight? Ning was confused. You mean, if we fight and I win, we can cooperate with those big companies? You won? You are so arrogant, the three sneered. Then you come and try to see if you can take a few of our punches. Okay, well okay then. Ningdu was in a dilemma. Her mecha was already broken to pieces, and she really didn't want to use it. If she used it, she would probably be in trouble. But she changed her mind and thought that she had to buy a new mecha anyway. This one was old, so she would just break it. Then you wait. So Ningdu said this, and quickly released her broken mecha and got into the mecha cockpit. The three were not surprised that the girl in front of them also released a mecha. The most powerful combat device of the Interstellar Empire is the mecha. Many college students who come to them to apply for jobs will also get a mecha to fill the scene and try to scare them out of self-protection considerations. Of course, they were not afraid at all and even laughed quickly. Little girl, so you also have a mecha, but do you know that it is illegal for non-police and military personnel to own a mecha? Little girl, you have already broken the law. Ning was puzzled. You know it's illegal? Then why do you each have a mecha? This can only prove that we are of course legally in possession of mechas. Ahem, little girl, in fact, you don't know yet? We are not just civilians as you think. In fact, the three of us used to study in military schools. And, do you know which military school it was? The three laughed and said, I believe you have heard of Zhuoyuan University, the most famous military university in Zhuolu Star. We graduated from there. If you don't believe it, we can send you our diplomas to see. The three of them have been on the run for many years, and have learned a lot of skills. They can also steal various data from the Imperial Citizen System, so it is not difficult to make a Zhuoyuan University diploma that is almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Soon, they sent the diploma to Ningdu. Ningdu's eyes widened when he saw it. It turned out that they were really graduates of Zhuoyuan University. This is too coincidental. Seeing Ningdu's surprised face, The three of them smiled. Now, this little girl should know how powerful they are. This is really great, Ningdu suddenly shouted. The three of them were stunned. What did she say? They looked at Ningdu's mecha, and saw Ningdu, who was sitting in the cockpit of the mecha, suddenly stepped forward, drove his own mecha, stepped forward and shook the mecha hands of the three people one by one, and said excitedly, I used to think that we were destined to work here, but I didn't expect that we were so compatible, and you are actually my alumni. Three people, ? Alumni? What is this little girl talking about? What alumni? What does she mean? Is she trying to say that she is also a student of Zuoliyuan University? Oh, they know. This little girl must not believe or be afraid that they are really students of Zuoliyuan University. So she lied that she is also a student of Zuoliyuan University to give herself courage. Haha, in fact, she doesn't know. They have an evaluation system that can specifically evaluate the criminal potential index of applicants. Her potential index is so high, how could it be this decent military school? Why don't you say anything? Don't you believe me? Oh yes, it should be. You all gave me your student ID. I should show you mine too. So Ningdu quickly gave his student ID to the three of them. The moment they saw Ningdu's student ID, they laughed again. This little girl can also make fake IDs. Unfortunately, they are super technology geeks, and can steal all kinds of data from the Empire Citizen System. They can immediately know whether her ID is real or fake by comparing it with the Citizen System. Before the three of them finished thinking about these things, the Citizen System comparison results in their brains have come out. In the personal information of the Interstellar Empire Citizen System, there is indeed a person named Ningdu. The ID photo is exactly the same as the girl in front of them. It clearly states her resume. After graduating from the junior military school, she was directly recommended to Zuoliyuan Military University. Damn! She is real. The three of them were stunned. How can they have such a high crime index if they are not real military academy students? Did the admissions office of Zuoliyuan University get kicked in the head by a donkey? Wait, why are they still worried about the Zuoliyuan admissions office? They should worry about themselves. The military academy has found their hideout, so will they catch them next? Then run. The three of them were just about to drive the mecha to escape, but suddenly they remembered that they didn't know how to drive a mecha at all, so they immediately jumped out of the mecha cockpit and tried to run wildly. But just as they were about to run wildly, they remembered that the other military academy students were driving the mecha, and they were just running with human bodies, so it must be even more impossible to escape from the other party's palm. It's over. Ning didn't know why her three alumni were so emotional. She didn't know if it was because they were too excited that they became emotionally abnormal. Anyway, seeing that they were so crazy that they were about to jump off the building, she certainly couldn't ignore them, so she used the mecha's mechanical hand to grab them, and the three people fell steadily into her palm and saved their lives. However, considering that the three people kept trying to escape and commit suicide, Ningdu finally tied up her three leaders with ropes out of helplessness. Ningdu sat at the workstation that Xiangzi had just assigned to her, operating the photon screen for a long time, and then turned around to look at her three leaders, who were tied up and sitting at the foot of the wall. When the three saw her turn around, they were almost scared to death and hurriedly said, "Please be gentle. We will definitely cooperate." "Oh, I just received an order from a big company, don't worry," Ningdu said again. So I said, "Small companies' orders really don't make money. I see that the company's deposits are not much. We still pay them so much deposit. Isn't that stupid? Don't you think I'm right?" The three were stunned. What is she talking about? Ningdu went back and looked at the content on the photon screen and said, "But I took the order from the largest company, the company that gave the most. They sent a lot of requirements. Why can't I understand it?" Ningdu forwarded the order requirements of the big company on the photon screen to the three people's light brain, and continued, "They said they want to develop some weapons in the simulated combat environment, and we need to design them and make a parameter package. What do you think we should do?" The three understood when they heard what Ningdu said. The order from the big company was a fishing order. If they accepted it and stole the parameter package of the design agency according to the company's requirements, it would be solid evidence of a crime, and they could be convicted directly, and the trial would be smoother. So the military academy student was threatening them to do this so that they would leave the evidence of the crime, be caught smoothly, and be tried smoothly. But since things have come to this, what else can they do? If people are tied up, they will be at the mercy of others. So the technical backbone of the three-person criminal organization, and also the leader of the three, Sister Lu, finally spoke. "Okay. I know where the parameter package is. Wait for me to steal it for you with my optical brain. And get you a copy." "Okay." Ningdu looked at Sister Lu expectantly and nodded, then went to the photon screen to open the star network to find information and learn about weapons. After all, their company took on a big company this time, and the requirements for weapon design must be very high. Since she took on this project, she had to pay attention to it. The company had designs to submit, and she had to check and help to see if the company's works could be improved to satisfy the big company. However, mecha weapons are military-level confidential information, and there is little relevant content on the internet. Ning did not find anything useful. Soon, Sister Lu gave Ningdu the weapon parameter package made by the design agency that she stole with her technology. There is a weapon simulator on the photon screen. After importing the parameter package, you can see the appearance and simulation effect of the weapons made with the parameter package. Ningdu quickly imported the parameter package and saw the various simulated weapons designed by their company. So ugly. There are so few of them. Each weapon takes up a lot of memory. Because big companies pay in this way, the parameter package they want will specify a specific memory limit. They will pay according to the number of qualified weapons within this memory limit. So, Ningdu saw the parameter package that the company took out, with a total memory of 2000 optical memory, and each weapon took up an average of 100 optical memory. That is, there were only 20 weapons in the parameter package. 20 weapons. 10,000 star coins for each weapon design fee. 20 weapons. Just earned 200,000. 200,000. She earned much more than this as a mentor in their F324 star single cup. How can this be? In this case, they are still a company, and they have to deduct various costs, so they can't make much money at all. Oh, too little. Ning sighed unconsciously. The three people tied up behind her trembled. What does this military school student mean? Does he think that the parameters of the 20 weapons in this parameter package are not enough for them to be sentenced? You? Ning turned around and saw that the three people behind her were as depressed as she was, so she decided to cheer them up. Oh, although I think it's difficult, I will try my best to let our parameter package have a few more weapons. The three people behind her. Shock. She really wants them to be sentenced more harshly. Woo woo woo, it's all over now. The three people couldn't hold it in for a while, and shed tears of despair. Ningdu watched the three of them cry, and her heart became more determined. Alas, her leaders were so moved by her words, so what reason did she have not to work hard? Start now. Damn it! It just so happened that her library card was also issued, so this time she could go in and out of the school library freely, learn about these weapons, and see how to modify them so that they take up less memory, add a few more weapons, so that the company can earn more. Just as she was about to pack up and go back to school, Ningdu suddenly thought of something else. She went back to school not only to the library, but also to classes. Classes required textbooks and new mechas. Ningdu glanced at the three people in front of her, and then at the mechas beside them. She said to them, by the way, leaders, since we are all alumni, you should have second-hand textbooks. Can you lend them to me? I need them for class. The three people listened and looked at her stupidly. Leaders, since we are all alumni, you should have second-hand textbooks. Can you lend them to me? I need them for class. Ningdu thought they didn't hear clearly, so she stared at them and repeated what she had just said. The three people still looked at her stupidly. What's wrong with them? Are their ears not working well? Ningdu was puzzled, so she simply shouted at them again. Leaders, since we are all alumni, you should have second-hand textbooks. Can you lend them to me? I need them for class. This shout almost scared the three people who had just listened to Ningdu's words in a daze, and had not yet reacted to her meaning. They almost thought that the military school student in front of them wanted to kill them. So they didn't plan to understand what she meant just now. Since the person asked for a textbook, they should hurry up. Steal the textbook from the national system they could hack, and give it to her. Ningdu looked at the textbook materials in the optical computer, and was very satisfied. She smiled and pointed at their mechas and said, I need to use mechas in class. Do you mind if I borrow one first? Seeing Ningdu, who was still yelling at them just now, suddenly put on a smile again, they suddenly felt a chill in their backs because of her moodiness, so they were scared and hurriedly said, You use it. You use it? Oh, thank you. Ningdu said, and took the mecha away. By the way, she tied up her three leaders a little tighter. Chapter 40. Before leaving, Ningdu tied up the leaders tightly because she felt that they still had the tendency to jump off the building. However, since the school was free to enter and leave, she would come back to see them regularly and bring them food, so it was not a big problem. After entering the school, Ningdu began to spend most of her time in the library, and began to study the various weapons used by individual soldiers when driving mechas. She needed to first know what materials were needed for weapons in the real world, and what the various production ratios were. Then, she would import all the design drawings and material ratios of weapons that could be made in the real world into the company's weapon simulation design station. In this way, the design station would evaluate it accordingly and confirm that the imported data could indeed generate a weapon that could be effective in the real world at the same time. Only in this way could the weapon design be considered successful. In this way, the simulation station would retain the various parameters of the weapon and give the memory data occupied by the weapon. In short, if you want this simulated weapon to occupy less memory, first of all, its various design parameters must conform to the logic of reality, and it must be a weapon that can be produced in reality and have the same effect. Secondly, this weapon must be as light as possible. Ning Du's final discovery was that if you want to simulate a weapon with a small memory, you must ensure that the weapon is light. But if the weapon is light, it means that it will not use a lot of materials, and will not have a lot of designs. If this is the case, the attack effect of a weapon may be greatly reduced. The big production company has set clear damage effect standards for the simulated weapons designed by their company. The comprehensive damage of each weapon must not be lower than a certain value under standard use conditions before they agree to buy it back. The specific value of that certain value is actually very high. Ningdu spent 2 whole months, repeatedly pondering and revising, and finally made 2 relatively light weapons that met the damage standard. This efficiency is too low. Sitting at the company's workstation, Ningdu began to sigh in annoyance again. That? Ning. Oh, just call me Xiao Ning. Ningdu turned around and looked at the 3 people who were still tied up on the ground behind him, and smiled. The 3 of them got goosebumps. They had no choice but to finally grit their teeth and ask her, that? Xiao Ning, may I ask, have you encountered any troubles recently? Alas, there are a lot of troubles. When Ningdu mentioned this, he was worried. Also, maybe we can help you solve it? The 3 trembled again. Solve? Do you know what I am worried about? Ningdu asked them. The 3 said, well, although we don't know what you are worried about, we have made a robot before called the Know-It-All. We have used it to solve many problems before. If you need it, we can unlock it and see if we can help you. The Know-It-All robot they mentioned is actually a robot they made after they hacked into the Empire's national database and stole the data. This robot has a huge database in its brain and knows all kinds of information about the Empire. They have been training it. Now, this robot can master this huge amount of information and can help humans solve many problems beyond their cognition. But the only bad thing about this robot is that it can't see through people's hearts. So they actually secretly asked this robot many times on the optical computer about how to escape from Ningdu's clutches. The robot searched through Ningdu's information and didn't give a reasonable answer. So the 3 of them were extremely sure that Wanchitong would definitely help Ningdu. Because this bastard surnamed Ning is extremely cold-blooded. Such a cold-blooded person would never worry about problems related to people. When Ningdu heard that there was such a thing as Wanchitong, his eyes lit up immediately. There is such a robot. I didn't expect that our company is really a treasure. Can you transfer that robot quickly? I want to use it now. This. Faced with Ningdu's urging, the 3 people hesitated to speak. Suddenly, Ningdu looked at the watch, and then remembered, oh yes, the time is up. I haven't gone to get you lunch yet. Wait a minute. Wait until I get you lunch, and then you can give me the robot. As she said that, she was about to leave. Wait. Then soon, Ningdu was stopped by the 3 people. That's what the 3 of them actually wanted to tell her. Ningdu wanted the Know-It-All robot to help her answer her questions, no problem, but in exchange, they must also get some benefits. They can't just give it away for free. So seeing Ningdu staring at the 3 of them, the 3 of them took a deep breath, and finally mustered up the courage to say, that little, Xiao Ning, we give you the Know-It-All robot. Can you also help us change the food? Change the food? Yes. We really don't want to eat the tomato and egg soup you bring back from your school cafeteria every day. Please, can you change the food? As long as there's no tomato and egg soup, we can eat anything. Really? We're really going to vomit from that soup. The 3 hurriedly said painfully. This is what they want to say. Ever since Ningdu imprisoned them in this building and never let them go out, she has brought them rice and tomato and egg soup for every meal. They are almost vomiting and sick. They wish they could kill all the star chickens and star tomatoes in the world. So why do you say she is cold-blooded? Because even in the interstellar prison, I have never heard of giving prisoners such bad food. This person's heart is not made of flesh. Ningdu understood instantly after hearing it. Oh, I understand. Then okay. Since you want me to do this, then I will. Do this. She frowned again as she said. Although she would do as the three of them told her, she actually couldn't understand. After agreeing with the three of them, Ningdu set off. Zuoyuan University is not far from here, but at this moment, the three people who have eaten tomato and egg soup with rice for 2 whole months finally have a little hope. They were finally going to have a better diet, and finally they didn't have to eat tomato and egg soup anymore. Finally, they could taste something different during the 2 months of imprisonment. Just thinking about it made them excited. So they stretched their necks one by one, looking forward to Ningdu's return. Soon, Ningdu came back. She put the 2 lunch boxes on the table, took out tomato and egg soup and rice from one bag, and put them on her own workstation, and then came over with another bag. The three of them stared at the bag in her hand, wishing they could stick their heads in to see what was inside. So they watched Ningdu take out a box of rice from it. Another box of rice. Another box of rice. No more. 3 people, ? Where are their side dishes? Alas, although I don't quite understand, but… Ningdu frowned. Since you don't want tomato and egg soup, I won't give it to you, so I'm afraid you won't be full today, so I specially gave you more rice. Don't worry, it will be enough for you. 3 people, ? They were all dumbfounded. So, the rice is also served to you as you requested, then the robot, can I use my light brain? Ningdu asked again. The 3 people were going crazy. They gritted their teeth and stared at Ningdu, wishing they could jump up and beat her up. Unfortunately, they were tied up and couldn't do anything, and seeing Ningdu staring at them, because he didn't give her the robot, they felt scared again. Woo woo woo. They finally couldn't help it, crying and sharing the robot with Ningdu, and then started crying over their rice. Woo woo. They are so stupid. They shouldn't believe that this cold-blooded guy with a criminal potential index of 9.8, who imprisoned them for 2 months and made them lose 20 pounds, would be nice to them. They are so stupid, woo woo. Ningdu opened the know-it-all robot sent by the 3 leaders, and found that as expected, she had found the answer to the question she wanted. The know-it-all seemed to have a mysterious and elegant personality. He answered questions very ambiguously. Ningdu asked it how to design weapons, so that they were both light and efficient. It just answered very elegantly, Madam, I am deeply sorry for your question. There are not many good things in this world that are so good at both ends. However, even so, there are many smart people in this world who are trying to have both ends. Perhaps, those who have achieved some success in your circle can answer your doubts. Since then, the know-it-all stopped answering. The know-it-all spoke ambiguously. Ning pondered for a long time, and felt that it was saying that someone in her circle was using this kind of weapon that was light and had high damage. And these people had achieved some results. But was her interpretation really correct? Because she always felt that there were no such people in her circle. After all, she was just an ordinary person at the bottom of society. She spent the whole day squatting on this rundown street selling short sleeves for 1-star coin, 3 sticks of body cleaner for 5-star coins, and 10 skewers of roasted star pork for 1-star coin. How could she know? Oh, that's not right. After staying in this rundown street for a long time, she almost forgot sometimes that she was still a student of Zuoyuan University. Zuoyuan University is indeed a high-quality university ranked 5th in the entire Interstellar, after the 4 top military academies in the Empire. Many students here are said to have achieved remarkable results at a young age, and won many awards. Hey, are they actually some people who have achieved success? Then, are the weapons used by these very powerful and excellent students when driving mechas really very light? Speaking of which, tomorrow, she and some of these classmates will have the same exam. Maybe, she should really go and take that exam. It must be said that after she entered this university, she rarely stayed in school. After all, the school expenses are so high, she has no choice but to go out to work to earn money. But since she works to earn money, many things can only be given up. For example, there are several exams in the school. The school is strict about attendance, and you have to go to class. But the usual exams are not based on attendance, but on grades. So if she doesn't go, at most she will get a 0 and wait until the final exam, which is not a big deal. So apart from the few exams she took when she first arrived at school, Ningdu hardly ever took any exams. But only during the exams, the top students in her grade would show off their personal mechas and weapons. So Ningdu had to take the exams. This was a rare opportunity to see the weapons that the top students used when driving mechas. But it was not easy to see the weapons of the top students. Although the weapons were placed in the equipment preparation room before the exam, you still had to be careful. Because the top students had bad tempers, and were particularly bad to those who were less capable than them. And recently, They seem to have just participated in a big assessment called the Top Military Academy Qualification Assessment. It seemed that passing the assessment would allow their school to officially become the 5th top military academy in the empire. Anyway, they didn't pass the assessment in the end. Several members of the top students in their first grade who went to take the test came back with a bad look on their faces. It was said that if those who were less capable than them upset them, they would be severely scolded. If they accidentally said something about the test, they would be scolded for a long time. Even worse, if they were criticized for not passing the test, it was said that several students who said so were surrounded and beaten by those people. So Ningdu had to be careful and not make them angry. The exam was finally starting, so while it was not her turn and there were not many people in the equipment room, Ningdu hurriedly drove the mecha in, pretended to take a common mecha sword provided by the school, and pretended to practice in the equipment room. While practicing, she slowly moved to the weapon racks of those top students, and quietly weighed the weapons used by their mechas. Sure enough, the know-it-all was right. Their weapons were indeed very light, and she didn't have to doubt that their weapons were not powerful or had low damage, because before she came, she watched the battlefield scenes of the top military academy assessments broadcasted by the school every day on the campus. Although they didn't pass the assessment, they actually fought well, just a little bit short. The key is that anyone can feel from those holographic images with the naked eye that the weapons used by geniuses must have high damage. Ning didn't dare to touch too much during this exam, for fear of being discovered. She just waited for the next exam to confirm the weapons of other top students to see if theirs were still very light. The next exam was not too far away. Ning was waiting for these days, either soaking in the library or thinking about designing weapons on the company's weapon simulation table. She flipped through many books on weapon materials in the school, and input the collected weapon material data into the weapon simulation table, trying to create a weapon with light material and high damage, but all ended in failure. She also tried to design weapons with ordinary materials, and minimize the various functions of weapons. As a result, the simulated weapons were lighter, but not enough damage. She still had to find a way to get the materials of other people's weapons. Ningdu sighed. The day of the assessment was approaching. Before going to the examination room, Ningdu also made an appointment with a scrap recycling station, thinking of recycling her abandoned mecha first, so as to subsidize the company. After all, the company had been out of power for a long time. Every day, she spent a little money to charge the company's photon screen and weapon simulation station with clean electricity, and saved as much as possible. However, the weather is getting hotter day by day. Her leaders stay in the hot building every day. If they are only allowed to fan themselves, they will inevitably get heat stroke. So she still wants to charge the room with some clean electricity, at least let them enjoy 5 minutes of artificial air conditioning every day. But Ningdu's ideal was soon shattered. Because when the people at the scrap collection station saw her release such a large mecha to sell as a whole, they shook their heads. Our collection station is to collect materials. If you want to sell this scrap mecha, it's best to break it into pieces and bring it here. Otherwise, for such a large mecha, we have to find someone to break it into pieces for you. How much money will it cost? And we may have to pay for it. After you break it into pieces yourself, call us to collect it. These are the original words of the people at the scrap collection station. Therefore, Ningdu did not sell the mecha, and could only go to school to take the exam first. Then continue to touch the weapons used by several mechas. Sure enough, those weapons are very light, and look of very good quality. Really good, she sighed, and then puzzled, with such good weapons. Why are there people in the school saying that they did not pass the top military academy assessment because of poor equipment, and also said that the design studio that specially supplies these weapons for them is not professional? I heard that because of this, those top students used these weapons to beat up those who discussed this matter for several rounds. Ningdu also thought it was a rumor. No matter how you look at it, these weapons are amazing. She was very tempted. There is a component detector on the company's weapon simulation table. It would be great if she could get some of these weapons back to study the raw materials. But let alone taking a small piece of these weapons back, whether the owners of those weapons would allow it. Even if they allowed it, it would be difficult for her to get it. After all, they are very hard. If you want to break a piece and take it back, it is still uncertain whether you can break it off. The school does have a metal softener, which is specially used for students who want to modify weapons and mechas to dissolve partial metal and remake them, and it is free. She could use a softener to do this, but it was immoral, and she was a moral person. Moreover, even if the softener was free, the destination of the softener must be registered when it was taken, and the entire use process must be live broadcasted as evidence for the school. There was another rule about the softener, which was that it could only be used on oneself and not on others. So Ningdu thought about it again, and could only borrow the softener and use it on herself. 2 days later, there was another exam, and Ningdu went again. Although she didn't take any exams these days, she went to every one of them, just to covet the mecha weapons that the top students put in the preparation room before the exam, and see if she could find a way to know what materials they were made of. The first 2 times were smooth, and this time, she was finally caught. I say, you, how many times have you done this? A girl drove a mecha in the preparation room and said to Ningdu, who was pretending to practice in a broken mecha, but actually observing their weapons, are you done yet? Why are you running? Ningdu was about to turn around and leave when another boy drove a mecha behind her. How many times have I seen you? What's so good about our weapons? You don't want to steal our things, do you? Oh, it's possible. We've seen a lot of people like you. Another boy drove a mecha and came over. You don't really think that we can achieve what we have today just because of our equipment, right? One by one, you want to steal our equipment. You are trash to begin with. No matter how good the equipment is, it will be a pile of scrap metal in your hands. Don't you understand this principle? Well, I didn't mean to steal. I didn't mean to peek at what. What's the use of looking at it? The 4th person driving the mech came forward. It was a girl, and she sneered. Look at your mech. It's so rotten. You can't be the kind of rubbish that never wins any prize in any competition, and can't even afford a mech without the prize money? So you can't afford good equipment, and don't improve yourself. So you think of stealing? Ningdu. No, why don't you listen to me? I don't mean to steal your things. What do you mean? Do you think we wronged you? After hearing this, the 4 people began to walk towards her unhappily and surrounded her. Do you think we are stupid? You peeked at us for 3 consecutive exams. I just want to steal your things. So why did we blame you wrongly? No, classmate. Ningdu was about to speak when a classmate driving a mecha came over and whispered to her, don't tell those good students. Just apologize quickly. They lost the assessment competition recently and are very angry. Several students who had a fight with them were beaten up. Don't. Oh, I see. Ningdu interrupted him and said to him, please stay away. The classmate who advised her, ? Then Ningdu said to the 4 people who surrounded her, you are wrong. I am not here to steal your weapons. The 4 good students looked at her. I looked at your weapons to see what kind of rubbish weapons you used. You can even lose the assessment competition. It is a shame for our school. As soon as Ningdu said this, all the students in the equipment room were quiet in an instant. The classmate who had advised her just now was already scared silly, and hurriedly whispered to her, what the hell are you doing, classmate? Don't you know that no one in the school can mention this topic now? If you kick them, they will beat you up. I know. Ningdu nodded, righteously, it's okay. It's okay. Hearing Ningdu's words, the classmate was stunned again. Someone actually knew that he would be beaten, and still said it was okay. What kind of god is this? He quickly looked up and down at Ningdu's mecha, and found that he had never seen such a shabby mecha before, and then he suddenly realized that he should have never seen this classmate. Is it a transfer student? So fierce. Sure enough, what is said in the novel is true. Whenever the strong people in the school are kings and dominate, there will always be a transfer student with a genius to come and give them a good beating. Obviously, the girl in front of him driving the mysterious broken mecha is such a person, so this classmate suddenly got excited and said to Ningdu, then you should be careful later, don't get hurt too much, it's not good for your health. It's okay. Ningdu said quickly, I'm very resistant to beatings. This classmate, ? Before he could react, the next second, the 4 top students who heard Ningdu say that it was a shame for them to lose the assessment competition had already rushed over and punched Ningdu. Ningdu also lay directly on the ground, and said with a smile, it turns out that you really only use fists to beat people. Sure enough, what is said outside is true. Your weapons are all rubbish, designed by rubbish studios, and are useless. You have been cheated. Shut up. The 4 of them were completely annoyed, and picked up their close-range weapons. Damn it, here comes another person who wants to pick a fight with this weapon. You wait for us, today I will make your mecha explode. As they said that, the 4 of them directly used their mechas to hold their close-range weapons, and slashed at the fallen Ningdu's mecha. Seeing the 4 top students beating Ningdu violently, the students on the side screamed one after another, and the students who just tried to stop the fight were also scared silly. Help! It turns out that the novels are all fake. He was like other students, shouting but didn't dare to go up to stop the fight, so they had to go to the teacher for help. The teachers at Zuoliyuan University have been having a headache recently. In the next semester, some military education bureaus of small planets applied to send people to their school. I really don't know what students from those small planets have to send. For so many years, our school has accepted students from these numbered stars every semester. Which one succeeded? Zhao Liuyu, the first-year head of the Department of Individual Soldiers of the Individual Soldiers Academy, frowned as he looked at the approved application letters in the email. All of them were dismissed. There is not a single one of them. Fu Li, the dean of the Individual Soldiers Academy, said again, "Oh, in fact, not all of them are. Even if there are such people, what is the teaching level of the numbered stars? What is the teaching level of our big planet like Shuolu? The students said here can't keep up at all. The gap is so big that they can't see hope, so they can't study at all. In the end, they have to drop out of school anyway. There are always students, and they can definitely overcome it," Fu Li said with a smile. Zhao Liuyu was speechless. "Dean, you are relaxed, sitting in the office and moving your brain waves a few times, and agreeing to accept the application of the student. What about us teachers? What should we do when we really see such students? Aren't we the ones who have a headache?" Fu Li, You don't see what happens to those students who are recommended by their number stars every year. The teachers in the academy are not their personal teachers. They all have their own things to do. These students are not used to this kind of college life. After entering college, they can't learn by themselves and can't keep up with the progress. At the beginning of attending classes, they don't even know to bring books. They use the low-quality mechas brought from their number stars. Then, they don't know how to improve. No one teaches them. They have to rely on enlightenment. It's so difficult. In the end, these students all give up and don't even participate in weekly tests and monthly exams. In the end, you see the dilapidated street only 50 kilometers away from our school. There is a good place to play foot massage and drink prohibited alcohol. In the end, that's where they go. When they are really depraved, they will fight again. If they get into a fight, they will become gangsters. It will be impossible for them to get better in the future. The school should consider when to expel them. Fu Li, not all of them will be like this. How is it impossible, Dean? You don't know, there is such a person among my first-year students. I heard that she was the champion of a competition in their number star. But when she came to our school, she did what I just said. Now she doesn't go to the exams of various courses. I asked someone to watch her for a few days, and found that she went to that rundown street every few days. Dean, you just watch. She is only one fight away from becoming a gangster. Director Zhao. Director Zhao, it's bad. There is another fight in the exam preparation room. Dean Zhao Liuyu hadn't finished speaking when suddenly, several students rushed into her office, panting. As soon as Zhao Liuyu heard that the students in the preparation room were fighting, she knew it was unusual, because the preparation room is a mecha and mecha weapon preparation room, and the students who enter there are usually already driving mechas, and they use mechas when fighting, so it is easy to destroy the public environment. So when they heard this, Zhao Liuyu and Fu Li immediately couldn't sit still, and hurriedly followed the students to the scene of the incident. Who is fighting, and what's going on? Zhao Liuyu asked while walking quickly. The student who came to find them hurriedly said, it was a classmate who was targeted by Zhou Qiqing and others, and they insisted that she wanted to steal weapons. As a result, the classmate directly brought up the fact that Zhou Qiqing and others failed the assessment, saying that they were ashamed or something, so they fought. Zhao Liuyu frowned. If she was slandered, wouldn't she ask the teacher to give her justice? Why say those things? Isn't it well known that Zhou Qiqing's students are all irritable? He also went up to talk about the assessment. Could it be that the student also wanted to fight on purpose? The students beside her didn't know what to say. It sounds like that classmate is deliberately trying to provoke Zhou Qiqing and the others to fight. But if they really fight, she will. Forget it. Let's go and take a look. I really don't know what's wrong with these first-year students in our school. It's okay to have Zhou Qiqing and the other troublemakers, but now there's another one. Zhao Liuyu frowned even more and walked faster. It didn't take long for her, Dean Fu Li, and the students who reported the incident to the scene. They came quickly, originally wanting to stop the fight from escalating, but they found, it seems that they are no longer needed. Zhou Qiqing and the others had already gotten off their mechas, put away their mechas and weapons, and were ready to leave with a look of relief. On the other side, a girl sat next to her pile of mechas that had been chopped into pieces, wiping her tears. Zhao Liuyu saw this, and subconsciously wanted to go over and ask the girl about her situation, and see why she was fighting. But after seeing the girl's face clearly, she suddenly felt that she didn't need to ask. What's wrong? Dean Fu Li, who was standing by, saw Zhao Liuyu silent, and asked in confusion. Do you know who this girl is, Dean? Zhao Liuyu asked her again. Fu Li shook her head. Zhao Liuyu added, at the beginning, she didn't bring books to class, and used a low-level mecha that didn't meet the college's standards. This half-semester is almost over, and she has stopped taking weekly and monthly exams. She often goes to that rundown street. Dean, this is the student from the numbered star that I told you about, and you agreed to accept into our department this semester. Fu Li, Alas, Zhao Liuyu sighed, I originally thought that she might still have some hope, because so many days have passed, and compared to the usual expulsion process for those numbered star students, she has not yet made up for the fighting. But now it's good, she laughed. This child has done everything he should do. Come on, it's completely hopeless. Fu Li, In fact, when the few people who beat her raised their weapons and surrounded her to fight, Ningdu had quietly cut off the mental connection between the mecha and themselves, leaving her mecha completely flat, allowing the 4 people to slaughter her at will. Anyway, once the mental connection is broken, she can't feel the pain no matter how much the mecha is injured. So in the end, although her mecha was chopped into pieces, she was actually fine and didn't feel any pain. It was just that when she was called by 2 teachers for questioning, she felt a little headache. Fortunately, the 2 teachers didn't make things difficult for her. They just asked about the cause as a routine matter. Ningdu honestly said that she was upset about being falsely accused of stealing, so she wanted to fight them. The teachers didn't say anything, and didn't blame her for being impulsive and thinking of solving it by fighting. Maybe she was the one being beaten throughout the whole process. Anyway, in the end, the teachers punished the 4 people who chopped her mecha and let her go early, as if they didn't want to say another word to her. Oh, that's not true. There was also a teacher standing next to her. Although he didn't speak throughout the whole process, his eyes were full of regret for her. I feel that the teachers of Zuliyuan University are strangely good, but also strange. But in short, Ningdu was in a good mood today. On the one hand, she was not punished by the school teachers, and on the other hand, she finally got some materials for the mecha weapons used by those top students. Sure enough, I still have to abide by the school rules. I still have to apply the metal softener on myself. Ningdu tore off the anti-corrosion film on her mecha that had been chopped into pieces. The metal softener on the film was basically used up. After throwing the film away, she took out a small plastic bag and put the top student's melee weapons into her bag. After they came into contact with the softener on her mecha film, they were softened into liquid metal, which dripped onto the floor and solidified. After doing all this, Ningdu looked at her mecha that had been broken into pieces on the ground, collected all the pieces of the mecha, and then made a phone call to finally call the people from the scrap collection station.